transcending through time and rebirth. He embodies the youthful spirit of Son Wukong, no longer the naive and fervent warrior of yore, but a being infused with the wisdom and ambition of his past life, straddling the line between righteousness and wickedness as he sweeps across the stars. The foremost martial arts tournament in the realm, victory is assured. The Crimson Ribbon Army, annihilated without mercy. The Cosmic Overlord Frisia, a swift defeat followed by a hasty retreat, inciting the tyrant to transform in fury. He is neither a hero nor a villain. He is Son Wukong, formidable warrior, unrestrained by the cosmos, relentless in his pursuits. Desire to challenge me? Very well, but you must endure for 3 seconds. Dragon Balls? They are mine, none shall dare to seize them. Do not provoke me, or the consequences will be dire. With fists that can shatter the heavens and feet that tread upon stars, he transcends fate and dictates the course of eternity. Chapter 1. The gears of destiny begin to turn. Listen closely, my comrades, this narrative unfolds the tale of men. Those who can shoulder burdens, acknowledge defeat, and rise again to strike anew. In June, during the Gaokao examination, the stifling air induces a drowsy haze. The clock on the wall ticks away relentlessly, while candidates fervently scribble, the examination hall enveloped in the sound of rustling. Papers in a corner seat. A youth's complexion is ashen. Cold sweat trickles down his cheek. His gaze vacant as he stares at the test paper, his lips twitching slightly. What is all this? The dense array of text and symbols on the paper sends shivers down his spine, resembling an ancient script or arcane formulas, mocking his intellect. It's over, it's all over. The youth takes a deep breath, trembling hands flipping the paper in search of any solvable questions, only to be met with deeper despair. Fill-in-the-blank questions, unanswerable. Multiple choice questions, unsure of where to begin. Essay questions. The prompts are incomprehensible. In the entire examination hall, he is the sole individual too disheartened to even pick up his pen, glaring at the paper as if it were a nemesis from a past life. I studied for an entire year just to face annihilation today. His mindset has shattered. Around him, classmates laboriously write, invigilators patrol the aisles, and the clock on the blackboard ticks away the seconds, each detail a reminder within an hour. His fate is sealed. The youth's head buzzes, an inexplicable rage surging towards his mind that I refuse to take this test. Curse this wretched paper. In the next instant, darkness envelopes him, and he collapses onto the desk. Hey, wake up! A strange girl's voice pierces his ears, tinged with urgency and confusion. The youth jolts awake, a brilliant blue sky filling his vision, fresh air invigorating his senses, surrounded by a lush forest, the melodious chirping of birds resonating around him, sunlight filtering through the leaves onto the ground. But this is not the examination hall. Suddenly sitting up, he glances down to find himself clad in a tattered blue martial arts uniform, his arms evidently shorter than before. A peculiar itch at his rear prompts him to investigate, only to discover a furry tail. What the hell? His mind momentarily blank, heart racing. The youth abruptly looks up, locking eyes with a girl not far away. With azure hair and large, expressive eyes, she donned casual attire, clutching a peculiar device in her hands, her expression tinged with anxiety as she gazed at the young boy, her eyes betraying a hint of guilt and fear. That face, it was so familiar it sent shivers down his spine. Bulma. Just as the boy was about to speak, Bulma suddenly exhaled a sigh of relief, thumping her chest as she exclaimed, "You scared me to death. I thought I had run you over. Thankfully, you're still alive." The boy was momentarily stunned, then twitched his mouth in disbelief. "You mean you nearly killed me?" Bulma nodded, her tone unwavering as she replied, "Yes. You suddenly rolled down a mountain and right in front of my motorcycle. I couldn't hit the brakes in time and crashed into you." Upon finishing her explanation, a flicker of fear crossed Bulma's face. I thought I was going to be in serious trouble. The boy was utterly speechless, gazing at the device in Bulma's hands, and then at his own fluffy tail. An avalanche of memories erupted in his mind. I've traveled through time. No more exams. To hell with the college entrance examination. To hell with university. To hell with the grind of 996. The boy sprang to his feet, tilting his head back in laughter, his voice echoing through the forest. Ha ha ha. Bulma jumped back in surprise, taking 2 cautious steps away while eyeing him warily. "Hey, did you hit your head?" The boy paid no heed to Bulma. His mind was ablaze with exhilaration. The college entrance exam? Was that even significant anymore? Just a moment ago, he was ensnared by the exam papers, and now he had been transported to the world of Dragon Ball, transformed into Goku. This was the ultimate beginning. With that thought, the boy trembled with excitement and unleashed a powerful punch at a nearby tree. Boom! The tree splintered in half, with chips flying as it crashed to the ground. The boy paused for a second, then erupted into joy. "Ha ha ha! I shall become the strongest in the universe. Bulma was left utterly dumbfounded. This kid possessed incredible strength. Could he have lost his mind? Bulma couldn't help but facepalm. All right, I must have really scrambled your brains. After a fit of laughter, the boy finally took a deep breath to compose himself. Indeed, the college entrance exam was now a thing of the past. He was in a brand new world, with a brand new identity. This was the Dragon Ball universe, and he was no longer the pitiful creature tortured by exams, but rather, Goku, hey, what's going on with you? Bulma inquired, hands on her hips, eyeing him with curiosity. What's your name? Why are you alone in this deep mountain? The boy hesitated for a moment, then a smile crept onto his face. Now that he was in the world of Dragon Ball, and truly transformed into little Goku, what more was there to ponder? Son Goku. Bulma blinked in surprise. Son Goku? The boy Son Goku beamed a brilliant smile. Indeed, I am Son Goku. From this day forth, I am Son Goku. College entrance exams? Away with them. University? Who cares? The societal burdens of excessive competition in the workplace, the weight of mortgages, and the pressures of life no longer pertain to me. Son Goku? Bulma placed her hands on her hips, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, radiating a sense of pride. That sounds like the name of a rustic lad. Goku's expression darkened, ready to retort, but Bulma had already begun to introduce herself. Never mind who you are, you don't know me anyway. Remember, I am Bulma, the genius girl, Bulma. Goku's eye twitched at Bulma's praise-me demeanor, internally scoffing. Yes, the smartest woman in the universe, I am well aware of that. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, her tone exuding an air of self-importance. I'm the brightest in West City and will become the world's foremost scientist. Far superior to a country bumpkin like you. Goku felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, though he was already acquainted with Bulma's personality. Experiencing it firsthand was still eye-rolling. Bulma continued, by the way, Son Goku, what are you doing all alone in these mountains? Where are your family? This question made Goku pause momentarily, his heart sinking. He had transformed into little Goku according to the original story. He had lived with his grandfather, Son Gohan, since childhood, but his grandfather was no longer alive. Reflecting on this, a complex expression crossed Goku's face, but he swiftly masked it, scratching his head and casually responding, Grandpa is gone, I've been living here ever since. Bulma was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a hint of astonishment. Oh, you've been living alone in the deep mountains? Goku nodded. Bulma scrutinized Goku from head to toe, unable to suppress her murmur. No wonder you look like a wild child. Goku. Bulma, is this your idea of politeness? Rubbing her chin, Bulma gazed at Goku, recollecting the scene she had just witnessed. She had seen Goku effortlessly smash a large tree in half with a single punch. That tree was thicker than most adults. What kind of monster is this kid? How can an ordinary person possess such strength? Moreover, the fact that Goku lived alone in the mountains was already unusual. A child surviving in the wilderness and appearing so spirited was anything but ordinary, and oh, this is a treasure. Bulma's eyes sparkled, suddenly realizing Goku could be of great assistance. Clearing her throat, she endeavored to sound casual and natural. Humph, it seems rather pitiful for you to be living alone in these mountains. How about joining me for an adventure? Goku was taken aback. Adventure? Bulma proudly patted the small bag at her waist. Indeed, I'm here to find the Dragon Balls. Goku's eyes brightened at the mention of the Dragon Balls. The classic storyline was unfolding. Bulma continued, the Dragon Balls are extraordinary treasures. Gather all 7, and you can summon the eternal dragon to grant a wish. Goku's lips curled into a slight smile, although he had always known of the Dragon Ball's existence. Hearing Bulma speak of them ignited a spark of excitement within him. Bulma observed that Son Wukong seemed somewhat intrigued, and immediately intensified her persuasion. Living alone in the mountains must be rather dull, don't you think? Come with me to search for the Dragon Balls. We can explore many fascinating places and meet numerous people. Moreover, Bulma's eyes sparkled with mischief as a sly smile graced her lips. That punch you threw earlier was quite impressive. If you were to assist in protecting me, I would have no reason to fear when danger arises. Son Wukong chuckled inwardly, realizing that Bulma had intended from the outset to recruit him as her personal bodyguard. However, he bore no objections to this arrangement. After all, the prospect of embarking on a journey with Bulma marked the true beginning of their Dragon Ball adventure. Remaining in the depths of the forest, while conducive to training, risked becoming monotonous. In contrast, venturing into the outside world promised encounters with Master Roshi, Krillin, the World Martial Arts Tournament, the Demon King Piccolo, and the Saiyans this was, where the true delight of Dragon Ball lay. With a broad grin, Son Wukong responded without hesitation, sure, I will accompany you. Bulma was taken aback, not expecting his agreement to be so swift, and she instantly felt a surge of pride. Humph, it seems following me truly is the most exciting choice. Chapter 2 Farewell to Bowsy Mountain. Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar and pressed a button, revealing a flashing dot on the screen. She pointed ahead with excitement and exclaimed, "That's the spot. The Dragon Ball is right there." Goku leaned in for a closer look, and to his astonishment, he realized it was his own home. Perplexed, he scratched his head and queried, "Wait, are you talking about the Dragon Ball that's in my house?" Bulma blinked in confusion. "The ball in your house?" Goku nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the one my grandfather left for me. An orange ball with 4 stars. Bulma's eyes widened in surprise as she joyfully exclaimed, "The 4-star ball." Goku was taken aback by Bulma's reaction and blinked in bewilderment. "Yes, that's it, the 4-star ball." In an instant, Bulma leapt up in excitement. "This is fantastic. You've already got the Dragon Ball. We won't have to search for it anymore." Goku glanced down at his small hands and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, the 4-star ball was with him, perfectly aligning with the original narrative. A glimmer of determination sparked in Goku's eyes as a smile crept across his face. "Let us go to my house." Bulma eagerly stashed the Dragon Ball radar away and casually retrieved a capsule from her pocket, pressing it and tossing it to the ground. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, a sleek, brand-new motorcycle appeared before them. Bulma gracefully mounted it, patted the back seat, and raised her chin at Goku. "Come on. Hop on. I'll give you a ride." Goku stared at the motorcycle, a smirk forming as he internally protested. "I'm a Saiyan, fast enough to spark the air. You expect me to ride a motorcycle? What a joke." With a grin, Goku stretched his neck, brimming with competitive spirit, and struck a starting pose. "Bulma, let us see who's faster, your motorcycle or me." Bulma paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Huh? Are you kidding? Your legs can't outrun my motorcycle." Goku sank slightly, muscles tensing, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Let us find out." Bulma, seeing Goku's earnestness, became exhilarated, pressed the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life, tires gripping the ground, ready to launch. "All right, I want to go easy on you," Bulma declared with a triumphant grin. "Are you ready?" Goku flashed a smile. "Anytime." Bulma suddenly twisted the throttle, and vroom. The motorcycle shot forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, barely 2 seconds into her acceleration, a fierce gust of wind whipped past her. Whoosh! Bulma barely registered the moment before a shadow zipped by her, accompanied by a powerful rush of air that nearly made her lose grip on the handlebars. "What?" Bulma's eyes widened as she hurriedly looked up, instantly dumbfounded. How could this be? She was on a full-speed motorcycle. Yet, she had been overtaken by a boy running on foot. Bulma's lips twitched as she couldn't help but mutter, "What kind of monster is this guy?" Bulma was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. Gritting her teeth as she twisted the throttle, the motorcycle roaring forward with fervor. How infuriating. I refuse to be outdone by a mere child. She lowered her gaze, fixated on the fuel gauge, nearly pushing the motorcycle to its limits. Yet, no matter how much she accelerated, that diminutive figure ahead remained steadfastly in the lead, even pulling further away. This defies logic. As Goku ran, he glanced back at Bulma, who was being left in the dust, unable to suppress a chuckle. Ridiculous. How could a proud Saiyan's physique possibly be outpaced by a mere motorcycle? However, considering it was the first day of their journey, if he left Bulma too far behind, she would likely be infuriated enough to abandon him entirely. With this thought in mind, Goku slowed his pace, maintaining a speed just slightly faster than that of the motorcycle, ensuring Bulma could still see his silhouette, sparing her from despair. Before long, the outline of Mount Pozu appeared on the horizon. Goku's eyes brightened slightly. They had finally arrived home. Everything looked so familiar. The small wooden cabin still stood among the trees, a gentle stream bubbling at its front, and the air was refreshingly pure, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. Bulma finally caught up, panting as she slammed on the brakes, staring incredulously at Goku. "How on earth did you do that?" Goku grinned widely, responding nonchalantly, "I just ran." Bulma retorted, "That is not running. That was practically light-speed travel." Taking a deep breath, Bulma attempted to calm herself, casting a bewildered glance around. "So this is your home?" Goku nodded, striding toward the wooden cabin, opening the door with a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The interior remained as familiar as ever, featuring a wooden table, a wooden bed, and an old cabinet in the corner, all identical to the scenes from the anime. But the most important item, was it still here? Goku quickly approached the small cabinet by the bedside and pulled open the drawer. Indeed, nestled within was the orange-hued 4-star ball, quietly gleaming with a soft luster. The 4-star ball. Goku gently lifted it, cradling it in his palm, his emotions swirling within. This orb was the sole relic left to him by his grandfather, Gohan. Although Goku was now a traveler from another realm, his attachment to this Dragon Ball remained profound and ineffable. "Haha, found it!" Goku exclaimed, turning to Bulma with a smile, holding the 4-star ball aloft. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed over. "How wonderful! Is this truly the 4-star Dragon Ball?" "Let me see." Goku, noticing the gleam in Bulma's eyes, took a deliberate step back, clutching the 4-star ball even tighter. "This was left to me by my grandfather." Bulma laughed at his antics, waving her hand dismissively. "Relax, I want to steal your Dragon Ball. I only want to borrow it for a look." Finally, Goku handed over the 4-star ball. It's real. How splendid. Bulma, holding the 4-star ball, skillfully retrieved a universal capsule from her waist, pressing it gently until, with a satisfying pop, she stored the Dragon Ball inside. Goku couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Wow, that device is truly remarkable. Although I was already aware of the concept of the multifunctional capsule, witnessing it firsthand still felt utterly astonishing. Indeed, the power of technology should not be underestimated. Bulma, with a triumphant hum, stowed the capsule into her bag and turned to pat the motorcycle. All right, with the 4-star ball secured, it's time for us to embark on our quest for the next Dragon Ball. Goku stood nearby, arms crossed, pondering aloud. But why should we take this? I can run much faster. Bulma rolled her eyes in response. What's the use of speed? You run so fast that I can hardly keep up. Goku scratched his head, realizing that Bulma, unlike him, was not a Saiyan with extraordinary physical capabilities. If he sprinted, she would surely be left far behind. With this thought, Goku's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he leapt onto the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around Bulma's waist with a grin. All right, this works perfectly. Bulma froze for a moment, her cheeks flushing red. Hey, why are you holding me so tightly? Goku retorted confidently. If I don't hold on tight, you'll fall off. Bulma found herself momentarily speechless, rolling her eyes dramatically. Fine, do as you please. With a roar of the engine, the motorcycle kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped off into the distance, carrying Goku and Bulma away. Chapter 3. Awkward situation, no clothes to change into. The sky quickly darkened, the remnants of the sunset casting a warm orange glow over the landscape. The forest was bathed in this gentle light, and as the wind rustled through the treetops, a refreshing chill of the night began to settle in, accompanied by the chorus of chirping insects. Bulma rode the motorcycle at full speed until they reached a clearing in the woods, where she stretched languidly. Phew, let's call it a day here. It's getting dark anyway. We can rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow. Goku hopped off the bike and surveyed the surroundings. Although night had not fully fallen, the forest was already cloaked in shadows, with the occasional distant growl of unknown beasts echoing through the trees. Bulma produced the multifunctional capsule, waving it in front of Goku with a mysterious smile. Next, I am going to showcase some high-tech marvels. Goku, intrigued, stared at Bulma's hand. Huh, what are you going to conjure up this time? Bulma beamed with pride, pressed a button, and casually tossed the capsule. With a bang, white smoke billowed forth, and a uniquely shaped mushroom-like house materialized in the clearing. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as he pointed at the house. This can fit in a capsule. Bulma nodded proudly, patting the wall of the house. Of course, this is my father Dr. Brief's invention, the multifunctional capsule, a mobile villa. Goku circled the house, reaching out to touch the walls, still in disbelief. Wow, this is so much better than my rickety wooden house. This is truly incredible. Bulma smirked, hands on her hips. Humph, this is the allure of technology. Now hurry inside. Goku eagerly nodded, following Bulma without hesitation as they entered. Tonight, he would experience life in a truly luxurious abode. Wow, the interior was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The pristine white walls, the plush sofa, the immaculate floor, and a spacious bed, accompanied by a petite kitchen and a bathroom, adorned with various buttons and screens, exuded an aura of advanced technology. Son Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he wandered about, curiously exploring every corner of the room. Is it possible that this place contains so many marvels? Bulma tossed her backpack onto the sofa and casually pressed a switch on the wall, causing the lights to illuminate instantly, bathing the room in a warm glow. As she kicked off her shoes, she proudly declared, of course, this is the latest model of the capsule house. Wherever you are, simply open the capsule, and you can enjoy the same comfort as at home. Son Wukong approached the sofa and leaped onto it with a thud, reveling in its softness and unable to restrain a delighted chuckle. Wow, this feels incredible. Much better than the beds at our school. Your school? Bulma inquired. Oh, it's far more comfortable than my little wooden bed at home. Stretching languidly, Bulma picked up the remote from the table and pressed a button, causing a wall to slide open, revealing an enormous wardrobe neatly filled with various garments and pajamas. All right, I'm off to take a shower, she announced, grabbing a set of pajamas and heading toward the bathroom. Don't you dare peek. As Son Wukong continued to curiously explore, the thought of peeking suddenly crossed his mind. Peek. Haha. This is Bulma, the most popular female protagonist of Dragon Ball, the beauty of West City. Still in her youthful prime, vibrant and alluring. How could a time traveler like him miss such an opportunity? A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as a glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Bulma had already entered the bathroom and closed the door behind her. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air, and wisps of steam wafted through the crack beneath the door, carrying with it the faint scent of shower gel. Son Wukong tiptoed closer to the bathroom door, straining to listen carefully. Once he confirmed Bulma was indeed bathing, his eyes gleamed with excitement, and he slowly crouched down, inching toward the door's seam. However, just as Son Wukong was about to sneak a glance, the bathroom door swung open with a bang. Bulma stood at the threshold, wrapped in a towel, her hair damp. Arms crossed as she looked down at the crouched Sun Wukong, a dangerous smile curling at her lips. What do you think you're doing? Sun Wukong froze instantly, his gaze darting away, his lips twitching. I was just, checking the quality of the door. Ha. Bulma's expression darkened. Oh? Then why don't you tell me how the door holds up? In a panic, Sun Wukong's mind raced with countless escape strategies, ultimately deciding on a hasty retreat. I just remembered that the scenery outside is quite lovely. I'll go take a look. With that, he bolted out the door in a flash, leaving behind only a blur. Bulma observed his fleeing figure with a slight smirk, a hint of danger in her smile. It seems I need to teach this little rascal a lesson. An hour later, Bulma let out a hum, shaking her damp hair as she dried it with a towel. Turning to Son Goku, she said, "All right, it's your turn to wash. Hurry up, or the smell of your sweat will permeate the entire house." Son Goku's mouth twitched slightly as he internally grumbled, "Am I really that smelly?" Nevertheless, since Bulma had said so, he complied and entered the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, warm water cascaded down, enveloping him in its soothing embrace, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. This feels wonderful, he exclaimed, scrubbing the dirt from his body, reveling in the warmth and reflecting on his contentment. This world is truly delightful. The food is exquisite, the living conditions are splendid, and even bathing is such a pleasure. Before long, he was clean and drying his hair, preparing to change into fresh clothes, only to discover there were no clean clothes. Son Goku scratched his head in confusion, and finally, with a reluctant resolve, he opened the bathroom door, poking his head out, and awkwardly called out, "Hey Bulma, do you have any clothes for me to wear?" Bulma, who was drying her hair on the couch, turned to see Son Goku's drenched figure and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, you don't even have a change of clothes? Son Goku sheepishly nodded in response. With a sigh of exasperation, Bulma walked over to her wardrobe, grabbed one of her loose shirts, and tossed it to Son Goku. "Here, wear this for now." Son Goku caught the shirt and glanced down. Bulma's top, while it might fit her perfectly, it was comically oversized for the petite Son Goku. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and put it on, stepping out of the bathroom. As soon as he stood in the living room, Bulma erupted into laughter, collapsing onto the couch. Ha. Son Goku, his small frame engulfed by Bulma's oversized shirt, appeared as though he were wearing a long dress, the hem nearly reaching his calves, and the sleeves hanging down excessively. His lips twitched as he tugged at the hem, awkwardly saying, when will my clothes be dry?" Having laughed to her heart's content, Bulma moved to the corner, tossing Son Goku's dirty clothes into a high-tech integrated washing machine. With the press of a button, the machine whirred to life. This washing machine is fully automatic. It not only cleans, but also dries. By morning, your clothes will be ready to wear. Son Goku felt a wave of relief wash over him, though the oversized shirt still felt peculiar. "Seriously, can't you find something that fits me better?" Bulma glanced at him with a mischievous smile. "This is my smallest size." Son Goku's mouth twitched slightly, but he ultimately chose silence, resigning himself to the oversized garment. "Well, tomorrow my clothes will be dry. I suppose I can endure this for now." Chapter 4, Kintown. Bulma activated the automatic cooking machine in the smart kitchen, and before long, 2 steaming plates of dinner were served on the table. "All right, it's time to eat." Bulma clapped her hands and gracefully picked up a fork. Savoring her meal, Sun Wukong, who had been absorbed in examining the dress he wore, was suddenly drawn to the enticing aroma of the food. His stomach grumbled loudly, prompting him to leap to the table, his eyes sparkling at the sight of white rice, roasted meat, stewed vegetables, and a bowl of hot soup. He swallowed hard and immediately grasped the chopsticks, diving into the feast. With a hearty bite, he devoured a large piece of meat and, in mere moments, was furiously shoveling rice, his chopsticks never pausing. Bulma, initially oblivious, stole a casual glance at Sun Wukong after a few bites, only to find herself utterly astonished. Sun Wukong had already polished off an entire bowl of rice, his mouth stuffed to the brim, and without even sipping the soup. He lifted the rice pot and poured the remaining rice into his bowl, continuing his frenzied eating. Bulma exclaimed, "Is this little rascal a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Hey, slow down. Aren't you afraid of choking? Wem nom nom, it's just too delicious." Sun Wukong mumbled through a mouthful of rice. Bulma stared in disbelief as he swept away the food on the table with the ferocity of a whirlwind, and within 5 minutes, every morsel had vanished into his belly. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Sun Wukong set down his bowl, licked his lips, and furrowed his brow, muttering, "How come I still feel hungry?" Bulma nearly choked on her meal. "You're still hungry?" Sun Wukong himself seemed taken aback, glancing down at his belly. Logically, before his journey across realms, he could only manage 2 bowls of rice at most, yet he had consumed 3 to 4 times that amount now, and still felt empty. Strange. I used to be full after 2 bowls, but now it's never enough, he pondered. Observing Sun Wukong's bewildered expression, Bulma finally grasped a terrifying truth. This little fellow was not a typical human. The thought sent a cold sweat down her spine, and she cautiously asked, "Hey, you're not really a monster, are you?" Sun Wukong grinned widely, patting his belly. I'm not sure, but I definitely want to eat more. Bulma facepalmed, took a deep breath, and decisively grabbed the remote, pressing the automatic meal replenishment button on the kitchen system. All right, I get it. There is plenty of food, so take your time. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight. Awesome. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the forest, the air imbued with the refreshing scent of dew. Sun Wukong stretched lazily, leaping from the sofa with boundless energy, exclaiming, "A new day has begun." Bulma, yawning as she emerged from her room, rubbed her eyes and grumbled, "How can you be so energetic? I haven't had enough sleep." Sun Wukong dashed to the corner, excitedly picking up the clothes that had dried overnight, finally free from the dress. After changing, he turned to Bulma, urging, "Hurry up. We need to hit the road." Bulma shot him a glance and languidly waved her hand. I know. First, let us have breakfast." The two swiftly finished their breakfast, packed their belongings, and Bulma retracted the capsule house before revving the motorcycle once more, carrying Goku toward the direction of the next Dragon Ball. The motorcycle sped along, the wind tousling Bulma's long blue hair, while Goku comfortably sat on the rear, arms outstretched, relishing the morning breeze. Suddenly, an odd figure appeared ahead on the road, a large turtle, slowly crawling in the center, its expression fraught with urgency. Bulma slammed the brakes, halting the motorcycle right before the turtle. Goku immediately recognized this large turtle, suppressing a chuckle within. Wasn't this the pet of Master Roshi? To his surprise, encountering it here indicated that the storyline was indeed unfolding as anticipated. However, Goku masked his astonishment, feigning the demeanor of a first-time meeting, crouching down with a smile, and asked, "Turtle, are you lost?" The turtle nodded pitifully. "Yes, I originally came from the sea, but I inadvertently crawled too far and have been lost for 3 days without finding my way home." Bulma, standing beside the motorcycle, flicked her long hair and remarked incredulously, 3 days? How far could a turtle possibly crawl? The turtle, looking quite aggrieved, replied, "I don't know. I just kept moving forward and somehow ended up farther away." Bulma rolled her eyes and muttered, "It's a miracle you're still alive." Goku grinned broadly. "We're headed to the seaside. Let me take you back." The turtle, overwhelmed with gratitude, teared up, "Thank you so much. Young man, you are truly a good person." Just as Bulma was about to retort, Goku effortlessly hoisted the turtle onto his shoulder with one hand. Bulma sighed in exasperation, dismissing further thoughts, mounted the motorcycle, and revved the engine. "All right, let us hurry. After we drop off the turtle, we must continue our search for the Dragon Balls." Goku laughed heartily, easily balancing the turtle as he hopped onto the motorcycle. The trio, 2 humans and 1 turtle, zoomed toward the seaside. Waves crashed against the shore, and a gentle breeze tousled Bulma's hair, the air imbued with a faint scent of sea salt. Goku dismounted the motorcycle and gently placed the turtle on the beach. "All right, turtle, you're home." The turtle, overcome with emotion, wept, "Oh, thank you. You are both so wonderful. Just a moment, I'll go find someone." Bulma blinked in confusion. "Find someone?" The turtle smiled mysteriously and crawled step by step into the sea, its figure disappearing amidst the waves. Goku stood by, already knowing what would transpire, a look of eager anticipation gracing his face. "Here it comes." Bulma crossed her arms, looking at Goku with curiosity. "What are you smiling about?" Just as Goku was about to respond, a dark spot appeared on the distant sea, and as it drew nearer, a peculiar figure gradually became discernible. An elderly man, clad in a Hawaiian shirt, donned sunglasses, and leaning on a cane, stood atop the back of a massive sea turtle, slowly drifting toward them. Bulma blinked in bewilderment. Who is that? With a twinkle in his eye, Sun Wukong thought to himself, "Here it comes. Indeed, it is Master Roshi." The old man had a vibrant orange Dragon Ball hanging from his neck, a 3-star Dragon Ball, standing atop the back of a giant turtle. Master Roshi cleared his throat and adopted an air of superiority. "Ahem, young ones, I hear it was you who returned my turtle?" Sun Wukong nodded with a cheerful smile. "Yes, it got lost, and we brought it back." Adjusting his sunglasses, Master Roshi revealed a satisfied grin. "What kind-hearted youngsters you are. As a token of my gratitude." At this point, Master Roshi's eyes suddenly narrowed, shifting his gaze toward Bulma, his smile taking on a rather lecherous quality. Bulma immediately felt a chill run down her spine, stepping back warily as she eyed the old man. "Hey, why are you smiling so creepily?" Master Roshi coughed, striving to appear more dignified, yet his gaze remained unabashedly fixated on Bulma. "I never expected to encounter such a lovely young lady today." Bulma frowned, crossing her arms and adopting a hostile tone. "What exactly are you staring at, you old man?" Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, feigning innocence. "Why? I'm simply appreciating the beauty of youth." Sun Wukong stood by, unable to suppress a chuckle. Indeed, Master Roshi was still the same old lecher. Clearing his throat once more, Master Roshi retracted his lascivious grin and suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. "Ahem, since you have returned my turtle, I would like to present you with a gift." Bulma raised an eyebrow. "Oh, a gift?" Master Roshi nodded, leaning on his cane as he took a step forward, inhaling deeply. He then struck a peculiar pose with his hands and murmured, "Come forth, Kintown." No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind surged from the sky, and a golden cloud raced in from afar, coming to a gentle halt before them, floating in the air as if it might be whisked away by the breeze at any moment. Wow! Sun Wukong's eyes lit up at the sight of the Kintown. It truly was the legendary Kintown. Bulma, equally astonished, widened her eyes. What is this? How can a cloud fly over on its own? Master Roshi, stroking his beard with pride, replied, "This is Kintown. Only those with a pure heart can ride upon it." Intrigued, Bulma exclaimed, "Oh, how marvelous. Let me give it a try." Without hesitation, she leaped into the air. Thud! Ouch! Bulma landed in a heap, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, her head spinning from the impact. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," she groaned, sitting up while glaring furiously at Master Roshi. "Hey, this wretched thing is clearly not meant for riding." Unable to contain his laughter, Master Roshi clutched his belly and guffawed. "Huh? It seems your heart isn't pure enough, little girl." Gritting her teeth, Bulma stood up, brushing off the sand from her clothes, crossing her arms with a smirk. "Humph. So, can you ride it then?" "I bet you can't." Master Roshi's expression stiffened, a twitch appearing at the corner of his eye. "Humph, young one, how dare you underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of this old man." Having said that, Master Roshi leaned on his cane and leisurely approached the flying Nimbus, adopting a serious expression before suddenly leaping into the air. Thud! Ouch! Master Roshi fell even more miserably than Bulma, performing a complete somersault before crashing face first into the sand, half of his head buried, with only his feet flailing in the air. "Bulma! Goku!" Bulma burst into laughter. "Huh? You criticize others, yet here you are, old man." Master Roshi struggled to crawl out of the sand, brushing off the grains from his head and awkwardly clearing his throat. It seems I may have become a bit less pure over the years, haha." Goku, standing nearby, could not help but murmur to himself. Could he manage to sit on it? After all, he was a time traveler. Though he now occupied the body of young Goku, could his soul truly be considered pure? With such thoughts lingering, Goku slowly approached the flying Nimbus, took a deep breath, and gently leaped onto it. Whoa! He actually made it. The Nimbus welcomed Goku securely, showing no signs of throwing him off. Both Bulma and Master Roshi widened their eyes in astonishment. "You can actually sit on it?" Goku was momentarily taken aback. Then a radiant smile spread across his face. "I'm flying." With that, he urged the Nimbus, soaring swiftly into the sky, gliding through the air with the agility of the wind. "Haha, this is so cool." Bulma looked up at Goku flying freely in the sky, unable to suppress her frustration as she stomped her feet. "Darn it. Why can't I sit on it?" Master Roshi stroked his beard, reflecting, it seems there truly exists someone with such a pure heart in this world. Chapter 5. The Monster in the Village. Still irked by her inability to ride the Nimbus, Bulma turned around and suddenly discovered something far more significant. Master Roshi wore a Dragon Ball around his neck. Huh, a Dragon Ball. Bulma's eyes lit up instantly as she rushed toward Master Roshi, pointing at his neck. "Grandpa, what's that?" Master Roshi glanced down at the Dragon Ball around his neck, casually taking it off and shaking it. "Oh, you mean this?" Bulma nodded vigorously. Yes. This is the Dragon Ball we've been looking for. Where did you get it?" Master Roshi scratched his head and nonchalantly replied, "Oh, I found this a few days ago on the beach. I thought it was interesting, so I just hung it around my neck as decoration." Bulma exclaimed excitedly, "That's wonderful. Please give it to me." Master Roshi looked at Bulma's eager eyes, his expression shifting slightly, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he eyed her appreciatively. Such a beautiful girl with such a fine figure. If only he could. Master Roshi stroked his beard, pretending to ponder for a moment, then elongated his voice. You really want this?" Bulma nodded eagerly. "Of course. Hurry and give it to me." The turtle sage chuckled with a rather lascivious grin, already contemplating whether to exploit the opportunity to propose certain conditions. However, before he could utter a word, Son Wukong suddenly leaped down from his cloud, beaming with a grin. "Grandpa, you are a master of martial arts. The legendary and esteemed Master Roshi. Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy, would you?" The turtle sage was momentarily taken aback. "Master Roshi?" Bulma echoed, her expression one of confusion. The turtle sage stared at Son Wukong in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief that this little imp was familiar with his illustrious name. Bulma, bewildered, queried, "Is this old coot really that famous?" Son Wukong nodded earnestly, "Absolutely. Master Roshi is renowned as the greatest martial artist of legend. His martial spirit is celebrated worldwide, and countless warriors have sought his guidance. How could he possibly be stingy?" The turtle sage thought to himself, "Oh no. I've been elevated too high. I can no longer act lewdly." The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He had intended to propose a trade. But with Son Wukong's words, to make any demands would seem beneath him. As a venerable martial arts master, how could he lose face before his juniors? Striving to maintain an air of superiority, the turtle sage cleared his throat, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance, as if he were a sage from a secluded realm. He deliberately clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. Ahem. I never anticipated that the younger generation would still recognize my name. Given this, a mere Dragon Ball is but a trifling matter to me. He solemnly held the Dragon Ball before Bulma. Very well, if you desire it. I shall bestow it upon you. Overjoyed, Bulma accepted the Dragon Ball, exclaiming, fantastic. We acquired another one. Son Wukong observed the Turtle Sage's serious facade and could not help but chuckle inwardly. This old man, indeed, still falls for this tactic. Ha. After bidding farewell to the Turtle Sage, Bulma and Son Wukong continued their journey on the motorcycle. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, the scenery along the roadside gradually transformed from endless coastlines to expansive grasslands and scattered woods. After a while, a small village finally came into view. Bulma stopped the motorcycle, removed her goggles, and scanned the surroundings, her brow furrowing slightly. How strange. Why is it so quiet here? In the village, the houses were neatly arranged. Yet the streets were deserted, devoid of any human presence, not even the sounds of chickens, ducks, or dogs. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind rendered the atmosphere somewhat eerie. Bulma looked around, perplexed, and remarked, could this be an abandoned village? Or have all the people gone? Son Wukong, recognizing the familiar surroundings, understood. The villagers were hiding. They were frightened of monsters. He scratched his head, feigning deep thought, then smiled and said, Bulma, you can't find anyone because they're all hiding. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. Hiding? Why? Son Wukong blinked, wearing a mysterious expression. Because they fear monsters. Bulma paused, her face registering a hint of shock. Monsters? What nonsense. There are no monsters. With a hearty laugh, Son Wukong pointed toward a large warehouse at the center of the village and said mysteriously, they are all hiding in that warehouse. Following his gesture, Bulma gazed in the indicated direction and indeed, at the heart of the village stood a sturdy warehouse, seemingly more robust than the ordinary houses. The door was tightly shut, and the windows were boarded up, resembling a makeshift refuge. Furrowing her brow, Bulma mused, is this for real? Are there truly monsters in this village? Son Wukong, with a cheerful smile, regarded Bulma without responding, for soon, the creature would make its appearance. He strode confidently to the warehouse door and gently pushed with both hands. With a crack, the once firmly locked wooden door was effortlessly forced open, the iron lock contorting as it was torn away, splintering the wooden planks. Panic erupted within the warehouse. Ah, the monster is coming in. Be careful. Quickly, fight it. A dark figure suddenly burst forth from the warehouse, wielding a hefty iron rod that whistled through the air, striking fiercely towards Son Wukong's head. Bang! However, it was not Son Wukong who was bent by the rod. Rather, the iron rod itself was the one that twisted from the impact. The warehouse fell into an immediate silence. The burly man who had swung the rod remained frozen in an attack posture, his eyes wide as saucers, mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg, staring in disbelief at the bent iron rod in his hands. The other villagers were equally dumbfounded, as if witnessing the most absurd spectacle in existence. The rod is bent. What kind of monster is this little fellow? The villagers, who had been in a state of frenzy, now stood petrified, their faces pale, their minds racing with thoughts of dread. It's over. Another, even more terrifying monster has arrived. Inside the warehouse, the villagers exchanged worried glances, fear etched on their faces. But after some explanations from Bulma and Son Wukong, they gradually calmed down. The village chief, leaning on his cane, stepped forward cautiously and inquired, so, you are not monsters? Bulma crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Of course not. You country bumpkins really are making a mountain out of a molehill. The villagers looked at one another, still somewhat incredulous. A middle-aged man muttered softly, but just now, even the iron rod couldn't be moved. Is that really normal? Son Wukong grinned broadly and patted his head. My body is rather sturdy. Only then did the village chief breathe a sigh of relief, though his expression soon turned to one of concern as he sighed deeply. Ah, you should leave quickly. This village is not safe at the moment. Son Wukong blinked in curiosity. Why is that? The chief lamented. The village is being targeted by a monster. Just yesterday, it declared its intention to take a little girl from the village as its bride. Son Wukong raised an eyebrow, while Bulma's face reflected utter shock. What? The monster wants to take a little girl? The chief nodded, pointing toward a small figure within the crowd. There stood an adorable little girl, trembling in fear at the back, her fair skin contrasting with her two little braids, her eyes filled with terror, appearing to be no more than 5 or 6 years old. Bulma, witnessing the scene, was instantly filled with fury. What kind of monstrous aberration is this? It even preys on children. Son Wukong gazed at the little girl, touched his nose, and suddenly a smile crept upon his lips as he patted his chest. Leave the matter of the monster to me. The villagers were momentarily taken aback, and then they looked at Son Wukong with astonishment. You intend to confront that beast? Of course. The villagers began to murmur among themselves. Is this little rascal jesting? That creature is larger than an elephant. Yet, he had shown no fear of the iron rod earlier. Perhaps he truly possessed remarkable strength. Should they let him give it a try? The village chief scrutinized Sun Wukong closely, his brow furrowed. However, recalling that this little fellow had withstood a blow from an iron rod without flinching, he seemed indeed to be no ordinary child. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded. Very well, but you must exercise caution. That monster is not something an average person can handle. Sun Wukong grinned widely, clenching his fists. Rest assured, I will make that creature weep as it retreats. As dusk descended, the sky was gradually painted in shades of orange and red, and the village was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. The villagers gathered in the town square, their faces etched with fear, huddling together in prayer. The little girl trembled, hiding tightly behind the village chief. Suddenly, thunderous footsteps echoed from afar, each step reverberating like an earthquake, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if a colossal beast were approaching. It's here. The villagers turned pale, some so frightened that their legs weakened, dropping to their knees. Ha ha ha, I've come to claim a bride. A deafening, maniacal laugh resonated throughout the village, and soon after, a massive shadow emerged from the forest. Before them stood a gigantic creature, towering 3 to 4 meters high, with protruding fangs, its body covered in black fur, eyes glinting menacingly, brandishing its claws while emitting a chilling cackle as it entered the village. Hey, little girl, come along with me and be my bride. Ha ha. The villagers, terrified, huddled together, too fearful to resist. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd. Once you arrive, you shall not depart. Sun Wukong leapt high into the air, his Rui Jingu bang elongating in the wind, and with a swift motion, he struck down towards the monster's head. Smack! The shadow of the staff flashed, and the monster's laughter was abruptly silenced. Its eyes rolled back as its massive form collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The villagers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the spectacle before them, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Was it truly dead? So easily? The terrifying monster they had feared for so long had been felled by this little rascal with a single blow? Just as the villagers were still grappling with their shock, the creature's body began to shrink gradually, its black fur vanishing until, at last, its true form was revealed, a small pig. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait? It was just a pig. The villagers were left speechless, utterly astounded. The monster they had dreaded for so long turned out to be merely a little pig. Chapter 6. The Desert Bandit Yamucha. Sun Wukong gazed down at the pig sprawled on the ground, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Oolong, as a traveler from another realm, he was well aware of this character's identity, one of the principal figures from the early chapters of Dragon Ball. Yet, to put it bluntly, he was merely a useless lecher, possessing little combat prowess aside from his ability to transform, rendering him of minimal utility. What purpose does such a being serve? Eliminating him would be a matter of convenience. Bulma approached and gave Oolong a kick, her brow furrowed. Tisich, we were all worked up for nothing. Turns out he's just a perverted pig. The villagers gathered around, their eyes brimming with tears of joy upon realizing that the creature which had once instilled fear in their hearts was merely a pig demon. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Splendid. The monster has been vanquished. Our village is safe at last. The village chief stepped forward, filled with gratitude, and bowed deeply to Sun Wukong and Bulma, brave warriors. We cannot thank you enough. You are our village's benefactors. The villagers crowded around, their faces awash with gratitude as they gazed up at Sun Wukong. He shrugged nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing, really. I just couldn't stand this guy. Bulma produced a Dragon Ball from her bag, waving it before the villagers. By the way, have any of you seen this kind of orb? It's orange, adorned with stars. The villagers exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Suddenly, a middle-aged villager emerged from the crowd, holding a Dragon Ball that resembled the one in Bulma's hand. Is this what you mean? He inquired, raising the orb. Take it. We have no use for it anyway. Bulma eagerly accepted the Dragon Ball, her smile radiant. Wonderful. We found another Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong stood by, arms crossed, a grin on his face. It seems fortune is on our side. Bulma carefully stowed the Dragon Ball in her bag, her excitement palpable. Quickly, let us search for the next one. We might soon gather all 7. Sun Wukong nodded and waved farewell to the villagers. Thank you. We're off. Riding steadily, Sun Wukong and Bulma finally arrived at an expansive prairie, devoid of villages, surrounded solely by vast woods and flowing rivers. The night breeze brushed against them, carrying a hint of coolness. Bulma rummaged through her bag and retrieved a multifunctional capsule, pressing the button gently and tossing it aside. Boom. A plume of white smoke billowed as the familiar mushroom house reappeared. Yawning and stretching, Bulma exclaimed, Ah, finally, we can rest. Today has been exhausting. Sun Wukong leaped off the motorcycle, eagerly entering the house, having fully acclimated to this technologically advanced mobile abode, far superior to sleeping on the ground. After freshening up, Bulma changed into her pajamas and lay on the soft bed, suddenly struck by a thought. This young boy was indeed a pure child capable of riding the flying Nimbus. With that revelation, Bulma clapped her hands on the bed and called to Sun Wukong. Hey, Wukong, come sleep with me. Son Wukong paused, then his eyes lit up, excitement bubbling within him. Just as in the original story, without hesitation, he jumped onto the bed, snuggling under the covers, hands behind his head, a look of contentment on his face. This bed is incredibly comfortable. Bulma turned over and yawned, saying, "All right, stop making noise. I'm going to sleep." Goku closed his eyes as well, thinking to himself, "Today was quite fruitful. I found the Dragon Balls and thoroughly defeated Oolong. I shall continue the journey tomorrow." Unbeknownst to them, both soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Goku awoke in a haze, perplexed as to why his body felt immobile. As he attempted to turn over, he discovered, to his dismay, that he was utterly powerless to move. What is happening? Goku strained to raise his arm, struggling against an unseen force. Realizing not only was he unable to move, but even breathing had become a challenge, as if something were tightly restraining his strength. His gaze shifted downward, where he finally identified the culprit. Bulma's hand was firmly gripping his tail. Goku's face darkened in an instant as realization dawned upon him. The Saiyans' tail was indeed their inherent vulnerability. Once seized, it rendered them completely powerless. This was a fatal flaw. Alarm bells rang in Goku's mind. This weakness must be overcome. Otherwise, should an enemy grasp his tail during battle, it would spell disaster. Summoning all his strength, he managed to turn his neck slightly to look at Bulma, the instigator of his predicament, who was blissfully asleep, clutching his tail as if it were a comforting pillow, showing no sign of relinquishing her hold. Oh dear, this is truly a dilemma, Goku thought. The scorching sun beat down upon the desert, waves of hot air rippling through the atmosphere as golden sands swirled in the wind. Goku and Bulma rode their motorcycle across the desolate landscape, leaving long tracks behind them. "Oh, it's so hot," Bulma exclaimed, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. "How much longer do we have to traverse this wretched desert? If only we had a flying vehicle." No sooner had she spoken than a deep rumble of engines echoed from ahead. Bulma froze for a moment before quickly looking up to see a peculiar flying motorcycle slowly rising from behind a dune, hovering directly in front of them. "Wait, is that a flying motorcycle?" Bulma gasped. Goku squinted, focusing on the two figures atop the motorcycle. One was a young man clad in desert bandit attire. His unruly hair tousled in the wind, arms crossed, and a smug expression on his face. Floating above his shoulder was a small, blue feline creature, alertly watching them. "I am the desert overlord, Yamcha. Those who know their place should leave their money behind." The young man sneered, revealing himself to be the notorious desert bandit, Yamcha. "Indeed. Otherwise, you shan't leave here alive," echoed the high-pitched voice of Puar, the creature beside Yamcha, clearly cheering on his master. Bulma, immediately incensed, pointed at Yamcha and shouted, "Who do you think you are, daring to block our way?" Yamcha smirked, hands on his hips, brimming with arrogance. "Humph, in this desert, encountering me, Yamcha, only leads to one fate, robbery." How utterly annoying, Goku thought. In the next moment, a figure suddenly leapt from the motorcycle, creating a fierce gust of wind, akin to a cannonball hurtling toward Yamcha. Boom. Son Goku, like a tempest, swiftly closed the distance to Yamcha, raising his fist to strike. Yamcha's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly sidestepped, assuming a combat stance as he bellowed, "It seems you seek your demise. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique." Wolfang Fist. His fists moved like a torrential storm, conjuring a swirling dust storm, brimming with ferocity. Smack. Son Goku, not even blinking, met the attack with an open palm. Bang. The strike landed squarely on Yamcha's face. Instantly, Yamcha's visage began to swell at a visible rate, his nose flattening, mouth skewing, eyes squinting to mere slits, and his cheeks puffing out, his entire head expanding dramatically. Ack! Yamcha screamed in agony as he was sent flying, akin to a projectile, crashing into a sand dune, half buried, with only his trembling legs visible. Terrified, transformed into a tiny mouse, trembling as he scurried to Yamcha's side, desperately tugging at his clothing. "Boss, are you all right?" "Boss." Yamcha struggled to rise from the sand, clutching his face, tears nearly spilling forth as he mumbled incoherently, "Lou, what's wrong with my mouth?" Purse eyes widened in horror at Yamcha's visage, now resembling a battered visage, causing him to recoil several steps. "B-boss, what happened to your face?" Bulma cast a glance at Yamcha, her brows furrowing in disdain. "Ugh, what an ugly creature." "Yamcha, boss, we must flee at once. If we linger, we shall be beaten to death." Yamcha nodded vigorously, his mouth askew as he mumbled, "Quick, quick, run." Unsteadily climbing onto the flying motorcycle, Purr quickly followed suit, starting the engine as the motorcycle roared to life, ascending into the desert sky. "Remember, I merely wish to conserve my energy. I shall exact my revenge next time." Due to his battered state, Yamcha's speech had devolved into a garbled whimper. Bulma couldn't help but roll her eyes. What nonsense is this guy babbling? Son Goku grinned, arms crossed, watching Yamcha flee in disarray, casually remarking, "Humph, who cares? If he dares to return, I'll give him another thrashing." Bulma shrugged, "Let's go. We must continue our search for the Dragon Balls." Chapter 7. The Great Battle with the Ox King. The sun blazed relentlessly over the desert, the air seeming to warp. As waves of scorching heat rose from the ground, Bulma, riding the motorcycle, couldn't help but fan herself, complaining, It's getting hotter. How long will this wretched place endure? Son Goku, seated behind her, appeared completely unfazed by the sweltering heat. Just then, a fiery glow erupted on the distant horizon. The sky seemingly painted with a layer of burning flames, the intense heat palpable even from afar, making the air feel scalding. Bulma's eyes brightened, excitedly pointing towards the distance. Wow, how beautiful. Is that a place illuminated by the setting sun? Sun Wukong paused for a moment, pursed his lips, and replied decisively, That is not the sunset. It is fire. Bulma exclaimed, Huh? Fire? Sun Wukong squinted, gazing at the fiery horizon. Indeed, that was the location of Frying Pan Mountain, the territory of the Ox King. The scorching flames roared and surged, their tongues reaching skyward, as the Ox King's castle was engulfed in flames, resembling a hell on earth. The searing heat waves hit him directly, causing the very air to tremble. Bulma took out the Dragon Ball radar and examined it closely. The glowing points on the screen were unmistakable. The Dragon Ball was within the castle. Bulma exclaimed with excitement, Wonderful. The Dragon Ball is right inside. Sun Wukong looked up at the blazing castle, his brow furrowing slightly. This fire was unusual. No matter how intense the flames, he could withstand them. But this inferno radiated a heat that felt capable of turning everything to ashes. This was the alchemical fire of the Grand Supreme Elder. It was not something to be trifled with. Rushing in would be tantamount to seeking death. Unaware of the danger, Bulma continued with her enthusiasm. Wukong, you have the Nimbus Cloud. Just fly up and retrieve the Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and finally nodded. All right, I will give it a try. He leaped onto the Nimbus Cloud and swiftly soared toward the castle. Boom! A tremendous explosion of flames erupted instantly, and a wave of terrifying heat surged toward him, scorching Sun Wukong's skin, making him feel as if he were in a furnace, so hot that even his sweat evaporated. Oh no, this fire is truly terrifying. Even a Saiyan's body could hardly endure such extreme temperatures. If he flew any closer, he would surely be transformed into a roasted monkey. No, this is impossible. I cannot enter. Sun Wukong quickly changed direction, guiding the Nimbus Cloud back to Bulma's side. Seeing Sun Wukong's distressed expression, Bulma panicked. Huh? What happened? Aren't you afraid of fire? Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is no ordinary fire. It is the alchemical fire of the Grand Supreme Elder. If we come into contact with it, we could truly perish. Bulma was utterly flabbergasted. What do you mean? The Grand Supreme Elder's fire? What kind of absurdity is this? As the two pondered their predicament, suddenly, whoosh! A dull sound of wind ripped through the air, and a dark shadow came rushing toward them. Bulma screamed. Sun Wukong's ears perked up, instantly sensing danger. Without hesitation, he scooped Bulma into his arms and leaped to the side. Boom! A gigantic axe plunged into a massive boulder, its blade embedded deep within. Bulma gasped, her eyes widening as she stared at the axe. What on earth? Sun Wukong landed steadily, raising his gaze toward the direction from which the axe had come, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he recognized the newcomer. In the distance, a colossal figure approached slowly. Clad in black armor, with a burly physique and a face contorted with rage, he dragged a battle axe even larger than himself. His beard was wild, and his eyes glared at Sun Wukong and Bulma like brass bells. The Ox King had arrived. You lot! With a thunderous roar, the Bull Demon King unleashed a tempestuous fury that shook the very ground beneath him. How dare you trespass upon my domain and attempt to pilfer my treasures? Prepare to face your demise. Gripping his massive axe with both hands, the Bull Demon King swung down fiercely at Sun Wukong. Boom! Unfazed, Sun Wukong propelled himself off the ground, launching towards the Bull Demon King like a cannonball, meeting the strike with his fists. Bang! The clash of fist against axe reverberated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept away the surrounding dust. For a fleeting second, the two stood locked in a stalemate before retreating. A flicker of surprise crossed the Bull Demon King's eyes as he pondered. This little imp possesses the strength to withstand my assault. Again, Sun Wukong shouted with exhilaration, charging forward to engage the Bull Demon King in close combat. Their fists and feet collided, the sounds of impact echoing through the air, causing the ground beneath them to crack. The more they fought, the more exhilarated Sun Wukong became, silently assessing. This brute's power is formidable, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, yet he pales in comparison to the stronger adversaries I have faced later on. Nevertheless, he is indeed a worthy opponent at this stage. The Bull Demon King, increasingly alarmed, never anticipated that this seemingly youthful imp could withstand him in direct confrontation, even matching his strength. What is this little brat's true identity? The Bull Demon King mused internally, realizing he must swiftly eliminate him. However, Sun Wukong had already discerned the Bull Demon King's tactics and recognized that continued brute force was no longer effective. With a smirk, he swiftly leaped back, retrieving his Rui Bang from behind. The Bull Demon King's eyes widened, his pupils constricting in shock. The Rui Bang. The Bull Demon King was taken aback, instantly halting his assault and stepping back, his gaze fixated on the length of wood in Son Wukong's grasp, astonished. Hey, little brat, how do you possess that staff? The Bull Demon King's voice was laced with urgency. Son Wukong replied nonchalantly, It was left to me by my grandfather. The Bull Demon King furrowed his brow, his expression growing more intricate as he scrutinized Son Wukong. Who is your grandfather? Son Wukong flashed a grin and casually replied, Son Wukong, of course. What? Son Wukong? The Bull Demon King's expression shifted dramatically as he plunged his axe into the ground, brushing the dust off his clothes. In an instant, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Ah, a family member. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, his face lighting up with joy as he approached Son Wukong, clapping him on the shoulder. Haha, you are the grandson of Wukong. Why didn't you say so? Why were we fighting? We're family. Son Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. Yet you were just trying to chop me in half. Bulma, standing nearby, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Has this big fellow lost his mind? By the way, how is Wukong doing now? Son Wukong paused, then scratched his head and replied candidly, Grandfather has passed away. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King's smile faded instantly, and after a moment of silence, he sighed softly. Alas, I never expected Wukong to no longer be with us. The Bull Demon King stood still, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as memories of the past surged within him, evoking a wave of melancholy. However, he quickly regained his composure, thumping his chest and restoring his grandiose tone. Life and death are natural occurrences. If Gohan were aware of your remarkable prowess, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of pride. By the way, what brings you here? Son Wukong scratched his head and replied cheerfully, Oh, we are in search of the Dragon Balls. The radar indicates that one resides within your castle. Dragon Balls. The Bull Demon King furrowed his brows, a look of confusion crossing his face. I have not heard of such a thing, but if it is indeed in my castle, you shall not gain entry. Bulma interjected with dissatisfaction. Why can't we enter? Are you forbidding us? The Bull Demon King shook his head, sighing. It is not that I am preventing your entry. Rather, it is that you simply cannot enter. This is the eternal flame, a force so potent that even I cannot breach it, let alone you. Bulma was rendered speechless. What? Even you cannot enter? Son Wukong, familiar with this premise, nonetheless inquired, How can this flame be extinguished? My master, Master Roshi, possesses a fan made from banana leaves that can extinguish any fire. If we acquire that fan, we can quell the flames and gain access to the castle. Coincidentally, my daughter Chi-Chi has already gone to the seaside to find Master Roshi, but she went alone and is rather slow. With your flying nimbus, you could conveniently bring her along. After pondering for a moment, Son Wukong nodded in agreement. All right, I will go find Chi-Chi. With that, he leapt onto his nimbus and swiftly soared towards the shore. Bulma remained behind, gazing at the imposing figure before her, which was even more formidable than a tank. She couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He certainly does not appear to be an amiable fellow. Chapter 8. Borrowing the banana leaf fan, Son Wukong navigated the nimbus through the skies, the scenery blurring past him in a rapid procession. Suddenly, he caught sight of a small figure walking alone across the wilderness below. Could it be her? Wukong descended on the nimbus, hovering above the diminutive figure. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed Chi-Chi, clad in peculiar armor. Chi-Chi's helmet was adorned with a striking crimson plume, her chest encased in unusual armor, and she even sported a miniature flamethrower on her back, giving her the appearance of a miniature Ultraman. Wukong, unable to suppress his laughter, exclaimed, Haha, what an outfit you have there. Startled by the voice, Chi-Chi looked up, her eyes widening as she beheld a handsome young boy perched upon the cloud, gazing at her with curiosity. Wow, he is so handsome, she murmured, her cheeks flushing slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, puffing out her chest and interrogating him with fervor. Hey, who are you? Why are you laughing at me? Son Wukong, scratching his head with a grin, replied, Haha, it's nothing, I just think your attire is quite unique. Chi-Chi puffed out her cheeks in indignation, retorting, Humph. This is battle gear specially crafted for me by my father. It's super powerful. Son Wukong stifled a chuckle internally, maintaining his smile as he said, I see. By the way, I am Son Wukong, and you must be Chi-Chi, right? Kiki blinked in surprise. Huh? How do you know my name? Son Wukong replied with a sense of certainty, Your father, the Bull Demon King, sent me to find you. He said you were going to borrow the banana leaf fan from Master Wu Tian, but you were moving too slowly, so he asked me to bring you along. Suddenly, Kiki understood, her eyes sparkling with realization. Ah, that sent you. She carefully examined the boy before her, with his black hair and eyes, clad in martial arts attire, and a hint of curiosity crossed her face. What is that cloud you are riding? It's so marvelous. Son Wukong proudly patted the Nimbus cloud. This is the Nimbus cloud. It flies incredibly fast, and only those with a pure heart can ride it. Upon hearing this, Kiki's eyes lit up. Can I give it a try? Son Wukong smiled, of course. Without hesitation, Kiki leaped onto the Nimbus cloud, settling securely upon it. Son Wukong was not surprised at all, thinking to himself, Kiki has a pure heart, so she can certainly ride it. Kiki excitedly patted the cloud, her face alight with joy. Wow, this is amazing. It's so much faster than walking. Sun Wukong mounted the Nimbus cloud and patted her shoulder. All right, hold on tight. We are about to depart. Kiki quickly wrapped her arms around Sun Wukong's waist, exclaiming, okay, whoosh. Wow, this is so fast. Kiki shouted with delight. It's much quicker than walking by myself. Sun Wukong chuckled. Of course, the Nimbus cloud is incredibly swift. Throughout the journey, Sun Wukong sat upright, his hands firmly grasping his legs, making sure not to move unnecessarily. After all, he did not want to be mistaken for Kiki's future husband like in the original tale. Kiki, lost in the thrill of riding the Nimbus cloud, gazed around excitedly, taking in the fleeting scenery, completely immersed in this fantastical flying experience. The Nimbus cloud soared through the azure sky, with an endless ocean sprawling beneath them. Waves rolling and white foam crashing against the shore, the air infused with a faint salty breeze. Sun Wukong circled over the sea several times with Kiki, surrounded entirely by water, with no land in sight. Kiki, feeling a bit puzzled, asked, Brother Wukong, where exactly are we going? Sun Wukong scratched his head. I'm not quite sure, but Master Roshi's home is on one of these small islands. Let's keep looking. The Nimbus cloud continued to glide over the ocean, and finally, a tiny island appeared on the horizon. The island featured a single pink cottage, surrounded by a few coconut trees, with pristine white sand beaches and crystal-clear waters, resembling a paradise. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. Found it. That's Master Roshi's home. Kiki gazed at the beautiful island in awe, exclaiming, wow, it's so beautiful here. Sun Wukong descended the Nimbus cloud, landing steadily on the beach, and jumped down to survey the surroundings, thinking to himself, indeed, this is a vacation paradise. This old man knows how to enjoy life. Just as he was about to knock on the door, the sound of slippers shuffling came from inside. The door slowly creaked open, and Master Roshi emerged leisurely, accompanied by his old friend, the sea turtle. As Master Roshi stretched lazily and looked up, he was momentarily taken aback. Oh, isn't that the little imp riding the Nimbus? Squinting his eyes, he scrutinized Sun Wukong from head to toe. Then his gaze shifted to the girl standing beside him, Chi-Chi. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he remarked, wait a moment, why has that girl beside you shrunk? Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. What do you mean shrunk? She has always been this size. Chi-Chi, hands on her hips, retorted indignantly, hey, I'm not small. I am Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King. What? Master Roshi was taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, bursting into hearty laughter. Oh, so you are the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Ha! After a thorough examination of Chi-Chi, he exclaimed in astonishment, goodness. Who would have thought that such a delicate daughter could come from that hulking figure of a father? The sea turtle nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. With a father as robust as the Bull Demon King, one would expect children of equal heft. Chi-Chi's expression darkened, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot. What do you mean by that? My father is incredibly powerful. Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Indeed, Master Roshi's sharp tongue had not dulled with age. Chi-Chi, hands on her hips and head tilted in skepticism, gazed at Master Roshi. So you are the legendary Master Roshi? Are you truly as formidable as they say? Master Roshi stroked his beard, puffing out his chest with pride. Of course, I am Master Roshi, a legendary figure in the martial arts world. Chi-Chi frowned, clearly unconvinced, and blinked in disbelief. You don't look like a master at all. Perhaps your reputation is merely inflated. Master Roshi's mouth twitched in irritation. Cough, how could that be? In my heyday, I was. Chi-Chi abruptly waved her hand, uninterested in his boasting. Stepping forward boldly, she pointed at Master Roshi. Do you dare accept my challenge? Sun Wukong, standing nearby, became intrigued, crossing his arms. This should be interesting. A fight will reveal all. Master Roshi squinted at Chi-Chi, considering her to be just a little girl. Mused to himself, what can a mere child possibly achieve? He thus placed his hands behind his back, adopting an air of superiority, and declared, well, since you wish to challenge me, I shall oblige. Let the contest begin. Without giving Master Roshi a moment to utter more words, Chi-Chi swiftly grasped the metallic blade atop her helmet, yanking it out with a flourish and hurling it forward. Whoosh! A flash of cold light surged towards Master Roshi's face at lightning speed. What? Master Roshi barely had time to react. His pupils dilated in shock. And it was too late to evade. Bam! The hilt struck Master Roshi squarely on the forehead, sending him tumbling backward, flipping in the air before crashing down onto the beach. Ouch! The sea turtle was left dumbfounded, while Sun Wukong stifled his laughter. Chi-Chi, hands on her hips, wore a smug expression. Just as I thought, a boastful old man. As Master Roshi picked himself up, rubbing his head and coughing awkwardly, he stammered, cough. Well, I haven't exercised in quite some time. At last, Sun Wukong could contain himself no longer, bursting into raucous laughter. Ha! Grandpa, you are utterly pathetic. The turtle hermit's face flushed with indignation, feeling that his authority had been gravely challenged. Ahem, that was merely a minor mishap. This time, I shall be more serious. Kiki, having regained her grip on the metallic blade, eagerly declared, do you wish to try again? The turtle hermit immediately waved his hands. No. My old bones cannot withstand it, haha. Son Wukong continued to laugh heartily, while Kiki wore a proud expression, clearly not intimidated by the legendary martial arts master. Enough of this bickering. I have come to borrow the banana fan, Son Wukong stated directly. The turtle hermit paused, stroking his beard, and asked curiously, the banana fan? What do you need that for? Son Wukong explained. The castle of the Bull Demon King is ablaze, and we must use the banana fan to extinguish the flames in order to enter. The turtle hermit suddenly understood, nodding. Oh, I see. Yes. I do recall having such a treasured fan. It should be in my house. Let me search for it. With that, he ambled into the room, rummaging through cabinets, drawers, and boxes. Bang. Crash. Oh no, that's not it. Ahem. Why is there so much dust? The sounds of chaotic searching echoed throughout the room, causing even the sea turtle to retreat to a corner, trembling in fear. Kiki stood at the doorway, arms crossed and a puzzled expression on her face. Does he truly possess the banana fan? After a while, the turtle hermit emerged, covered in dust, spreading his hands and awkwardly chuckling. It seems the banana fan is lost. Son Wukong crossed his arms, wearing an expression of I knew it. He thought to himself that this old man was indeed unreliable. Kiki, infuriated, jumped up and down, exclaiming, you old fool. How could you misplace something so crucial? The turtle hermit sheepishly scratched his head. It's been so long. I must have placed it somewhere and forgotten. Kiki, arms still crossed and fuming, muttered, humph. You are truly unreliable. Chapter 9, Turtle School Qigong. The turtle hermit straightened his appearance, clasped his hands behind his back, cleared his throat, and assumed an air of wisdom, proudly declaring, ahem, while the banana fan may be lost, extinguishing a fire is a trivial task. I shall undertake it personally. Kiki looked at the turtle hermit skeptically. Are you capable of that? Don't let yourself get burned before the fire is out. The turtle hermit, immediately displeased, scowled and retorted, what do you know? You young girl, my strength is unfathomable. Extinguishing fires? A piece of cake. With that, he turned and walked towards the seaside, whistling. Not far off, a gigantic seagull slowly approached and landed beside the turtle hermit. Unhurried, he mounted the bird, adopting a relaxed posture with his hands on his hips, saying leisurely, you all return first. I shall arrive shortly. Son Wukong shrugged and pulled Kiki onto the flying nimbus. All right, we shall depart first. Whoosh. The nimbus transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring swiftly towards the direction of Frying Pan Mountain, while the turtle hermit leisurely rode the seagull. Trailing behind, as if on vacation, Son Wukong and Chi-Chi swiftly returned to the blazing Pampot Mountain, where the flames continued to rage and the heat waves rolled in. The Bull Demon King stood at a distance, anxiously scanning the scene. Upon spotting Son Wukong and Chi-Chi's return, he rushed forward with an eager expression, inquiring, so, did you bring back the banana fan? Descending from his nimbus cloud, Son Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Well, we lost the banana fan. The Bull Demon King's smile instantly froze, his entire demeanor becoming statuesque, his eyes wide as saucers, and his voice transformed in pitch. What? Lost it? Chi-Chi, arms crossed and exuding exasperation, replied, yes, that old codger misplaced the fan. The Bull Demon King nearly exploded with rage, his mustache bristling as he bellowed. What are we to do about this fire? My castle, my treasures. Son Wukong flashed a grin, his tone imbued with mystery. Although we don't have the banana fan, we brought back something even more formidable. The Bull Demon King paused, perplexed, and asked, something more formidable? What? With hands on his hips, Son Wukong laughed. Master Wu Tian has come in person. What? The Bull Demon King was immediately struck with shock, his pupils quaking at the mention of Master Wu Tian. The legendary martial arts deity had come personally to assist his disciple in extinguishing the flames. Flap, flap. The wings of a seagull gently flapped as Master Rashi leisurely descended before them. He gracefully hopped off the seagull's back, stretching his limbs, ready to display an air of mastery, when his gaze suddenly caught sight of a striking figure. Bulma. At that moment, Bulma stood nearby, arms crossed, her fair skin glowing alluringly in the fiery light, her slightly furrowed brow evoking a blend of arrogance and impatience. Master Rashi's eye sparkled, a smirk creeping onto his face, imbued with a familiar lecherous glint, as he thought, this girl is simply adorable. Her figure is splendid. Just as he intended to make a characteristic lewd gesture, suddenly, bang! A colossal shadow abruptly knelt before him, blocking his view. Master Wu Tian, caught off guard. Master Rashi blinked in surprise, and upon focusing, he realized that the immense figure before him was none other than the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King dropped to his knees, his face brimming with excitement, tears nearly spilling over as he clasped his fists in reverence, exclaiming, Master Wu Tian, you have finally arrived. Master Rashi? Bulma? Chi-Chi? Dad, what are you doing? Master Rashi's previously lascivious gaze transformed into one of shock and embarrassment. The Bull Demon King, oblivious to Master Rashi's discomfort, spoke in a trembling yet fervent tone. Disciple Bull Demon King, it is an honor to see Master Wu Tian once more. I have cherished your teachings throughout the years, and it is truly a privilege to meet you today. The muscles on Master Rashi's face twitched as he nervously scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Ha. Bull Demon King, it's been a while. Son Wukong stifled his laughter nearby, thinking, this old man intended to take advantage of Bulma. Yet he is now completely blocked by the Bull Demon King's massive frame. How delightful. Chi-Chi gazed at her father with a look of utter bewilderment, exclaiming, Father, at your age, do you not feel ashamed to kneel before others? The Bull Demon King immediately retorted with righteous indignation, Silence. This is my most revered master. Although Master Rashi harbored 1,000 reservations, witnessing the Bull Demon King's earnest act of reverence compelled him to maintain his dignity as a martial arts master. And he feigned composure, nodding slightly. Ahem. Well, Bull Demon King, I shall, out of great compassion, assist you in extinguishing the flames. Standing to the side, Son Wukong and Bulma silently observed this comical scene, struggling to stifle their laughter. Master Rashi, pretending to be profound, stroked his beard, leaped onto a rock, and stood erect. Turning his back to the audience, striking a pose of a sage. All eyes were fixed upon him, awaiting his next move. Slowly, Master Rashi extended his hand, unfastened his robe, and flung it aside, revealing a frail physique. His skin sagged, muscles were thin, and his ribs were prominently visible, giving the impression of a desiccated old man, so frail that one might worry he could be swept away by a gust of wind. The crowd fell silent for a few seconds. Bulma, gazing at Master Rashi's emaciated form, twitched her mouth in disbelief, expressing, Is this truly the physique? He couldn't even carry a bucket of water. Chi-Chi, equally disdainful, whispered, Can this old man really extinguish the flames? The Bull Demon King, however, was flushed with excitement. His fists clenched, eyes gleaming as he shouted, Here it comes. Here it comes. Master Wu Tian is about to unleash his ultimate technique. Son Wukong paid no mind to Master Rashi's skeletal physique, his focus unwavering as he anticipated. At last, I shall witness the legendary Kamehameha. I must learn it. The air vibrated with energy as Master Rashi's body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging instantaneously, transforming his previously frail frame into that of a muscular titan. His physique morphed into a mountain of muscle, veins protruding from his arms, each muscle distinctly defined, exuding explosive power. What? He has transformed. Bulma gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before her. Wow, this old man is actually formidable. Chi-Chi was equally astonished, having deemed him unreliable moments ago. She was now utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Wukong's gaze intensified, fixated on Master Rashi. Master Rashi raised both hands, gradually assuming the stance for the Kamehameha. The atmosphere around them grew heavy, as if the very air trembled under Master Rashi's formidable presence. A visible swirl of blue and white energy coalesced between his hands, rotating like a vortex, growing ever more radiant. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here it comes. Here it comes. A tremendous surge of energy converged, causing the surrounding sands to levitate. The Bull Demon King's whiskers were swept upward by the fierce winds as he exuberantly proclaimed, This is the ultimate secret technique of my master. Bulma felt the ground beneath her quaking, instinctively clutching her hair, exclaiming in astonishment, This energy is overwhelming. Gong! Boom! A resplendent wave of blue and white light suddenly erupted between the palms of Master Rashi, surging forth like an enraged dragon toward the burning castle. Boom! In the next moment, the colossal energy wave tore through the inferno, instantly consuming, disbanding, and evaporating the flames. The entire castle was obliterated by the terrifying shockwave, reduced to mere dust, leaving no trace behind. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept across the entire Frying Pan Mountain, toppling everyone to the ground, while the dust on the surface was swept away by the howling wind. The flames vanished. The castle disappeared. The heart of Frying Pan Mountain transformed into a barren plain. Silence. An eerie silence. Everyone's eyes widened, jaws agape as if they could swallow a Dragon Ball. Bulma. Chi-Chi. Ox King. Goku, well? The Ox King stood in stunned silence for a full 5 seconds before suddenly reacting, bursting into tears. Master, you've destroyed my castle. Master Rashi retracted his hands, sighed in relief, and returned to his lean form, calmly stating, Ahem, the fire is extinguished, no need for thanks. Bulma, thanks? You've obliterated someone's home. Humph, how about that? Were you not astonished by my ultimate technique? Master Rashi thought to himself, reveling in how to boast about his greatness. Suddenly, Goku excitedly shouted, I've learned it. The air froze instantly. All eyes turned toward Goku, including the still wailing Ox King. The astonished Bulma and Chi-Chi, and even the seagull paused mid-air in shock. Master Roshi's mouth twitched, and after a 2-second pause, he burst into laughter, his face displaying disdain. Haha, kid, don't joke around. It took me decades to master this Kamehameha technique. Do you think you can learn it just by watching? Goku scratched his head and grinned. I think it's pretty simple. Master Roshi's smile faltered momentarily, his eyes twitching slightly. Humph, then give it a try. Goku, uninterested in further discussion, walked aside, fixating on a massive rock, and assumed the initial stance of Master Roshi's technique. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the Ox King widened their eyes. Wondering, no way? Is he really going to try? Master Roshi bore a look of amusement, crossing his arms and shaking his head with a smirk. Humph. The youth are so arrogantly ignorant. Kamehameha. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared between Goku's palms. Everyone. Wave. The light rapidly intensified, transforming into a swirling sphere of blue and white energy. The energy gathering frantically, visible currents of air swirling around, as if the very atmosphere began to tremble. Everyone. Wave. Bulma's mouth fell open. Chi-Chi's eyes widened. The Ox King was too stunned to speak, while Master Roshi's eyes bulged like saucers. His mouth agape, as if to swallow a Dragon Ball. Technique. Boom. A brilliant blue and white energy wave erupted suddenly from the palm of Son Wukong, instantly crashing into the massive boulder. Boom. The stone was obliterated into dust under the terrifying energy impact, shattering with a thunderous roar, sending sand and stones flying, and causing the ground to tremble. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in stunned amazement, forgetting to breathe, as the atmosphere became steeped in an extraordinary shock. Particularly, Master Roshi was completely frozen, his beard almost standing on end, and his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Master Roshi extended a trembling finger towards Son Wukong, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to articulate a single coherent word. Son Wukong scratched his head and mumbled, "Hey, I still don't feel very skilled. This is a bit less powerful than Master Wu Tian's Kamehameha from earlier." Uffed. Master Roshi stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, his expression shifting from shock to utter despair. What kind of monster is this little brat? Chapter 10, A Childhood Engagement? I decline. Truly, he is the grandson of Gohan. The Ox King rushed forward, slapping Son Wukong on the shoulder. Huh, little Wukong. You are just like your grandfather, a natural-born martial arts prodigy. Only then did Master Roshi regain his senses, his eyes wide as he stared at Son Wukong, incredulously asking, Wait, you are Gohan's grandson? Son Wukong nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, my grandfather is Son Gohan. Master Roshi squinted, quickly understanding, as waves of emotion surged within him. No wonder this boy possesses such extraordinary talent, even mastering the Kamehameha in an instant. He is indeed Gohan's grandson. With this realization, his expression softened, and he sighed, gently inquiring, Is Gohan doing well? Son Wukong scratched his head and casually replied, Oh, Grandpa passed away. What? Master Roshi's expression shifted dramatically, leaving him stunned, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Gohan is dead? Son Wukong nodded calmly. Yes, he was trampled by a giant gorilla. Master Roshi? Ox King? Bulma, Chi-Chi? The air became thick with tension, and the expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly complicated as they processed the absurdity of this cause of death. After a moment of silence, Master Roshi sighed, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. Ah, Gohan, you are my most esteemed disciple. I never expected it to end this way. Wukong, you are undoubtedly a martial arts genius rarely seen in 300 years. From this day forth, I wish to take you as my disciple. Join the Turtle School and accept my formal guidance. What do you say? Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged startled glances. Huh? Master Roshi wants to take Wukong as a pupil? The Ox King was even more excited, exclaiming, Little Wukong, quickly accept. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Son Wukong decisively declined. No, I'm not interested. Master Roshi? Ox King? Bulma? Chi-Chi? Master Roshi's eye twitched uncontrollably, unable to suppress his inquiry. Are you sure? You are the grandson of my most esteemed disciple, Gohan. Joining the Turtle School will undoubtedly. Son Wukong waved his hand nonchalantly and remarked, Thank you for your kindness, Master Wu Tian, but I have no intention of joining the Turtle School. I prefer to cultivate on my own. After all, I am a Saiyan and do not wish to squander time learning these things. Master Roshi's lips twitched slightly, sensing that his martial dignity had been challenged. The Bull Demon King was utterly taken aback, exclaiming, Little Wukong, do you realize how many people aspire to be under Master Wu Tian's tutelage? How could you refuse? Son Wukong shrugged nonchalantly, scratching his head. Well, I dislike following others in training. I want to go solo. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Master Roshi muttered, You little rascal. Bulma could not help but laugh, covering her mouth and saying, Ha, refusing to train under that old lecher is the right choice. Chi-Chi, bewildered, murmured, How is Brother Wukong even more audacious than me? The Bull Demon King opened his mouth, only to shake his head in resignation. Sigh, let the lad be. Honestly, instead of searching for the Dragon Balls, here we are, wasting time talking, Bulma grumbled as she rummaged through the debris. Although the castle had been reduced to rubble by the Kamehameha, shards of broken tiles and remnants of wood still lay scattered around. Bulma searched carefully, her eyes fixed on the ground, hoping to find that familiar orange orb. Surely it hasn't been shattered? She frowned, pulling out the Dragon Ball radar for a quick glance, and discovered that the light signal was nearby. She quickened her pace, clearing away several stones from a pile of rubble. Suddenly, a familiar glimmer caught her eye. Found it! Bulma exclaimed excitedly, bending down to retrieve a sparkling Dragon Ball from the debris. Haha, another Dragon Ball. Son Wukong dashed over joyfully. Wow, you really found it. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Bulma beamed with pride. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us set off. We only have one Dragon Ball left. The Bull Demon King suddenly waved his hand grandly, declaring, wait a moment. Son Wukong turned back in confusion. Huh? What is up? The Bull Demon King, grinning widely, patted his chest and said, Little Wukong, you and Chi-Chi are of similar age and both come from martial families. I think you two are quite compatible. Why not arrange a betrothal right now? The air fell silent for a few seconds. Uffed. Bulma nearly choked, almost bursting into laughter. Huh? A betrothal? Chi-Chi, who had been observing from the side, blushed fiercely at the remark, her small hands nervously clutching her clothing, her head lowered as she shyly stole a glance at Wukong. Whispering to herself, engaged to Wukong. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she suddenly found that this handsome boy with black hair and eyes seemed rather appealing. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, clapping son Wukong on the shoulder. So little Wukong? Marrying my daughter means you will be my son-in-law, and we will be one big happy family. Son Wukong retorted, a big happy family? No way. His heart surged with indignation. After all, he aspired to dominate the universe. And how could he be constrained by family ties? Coughing lightly, son Wukong gently pushed aside the hand of the Bull Demon King and, with a serious expression, stated, Uncle Bull Demon King, I am not currently considering marriage. My sole focus is on cultivating my strength. The Bull Demon King's smile abruptly froze. What? You refuse? Chi-Chi looked up, her face a picture of shock and disbelief, her eyes instantly glistening with tears. Brother Wukong, you don't want to? Son Wukong scratched his head, exuding a sense of helplessness. It's not that I don't want to, but I simply do not wish to be bound by such matters at this moment. Chi-Chi's eyes turned red, her lip quivering as she pouted, resembling a forsaken little kitten. Do you dislike me? Son Wukong hastily waved his hands. No. Chi-Chi bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression tinged with disappointment as she suddenly turned and ran away, covering her face. Wah, Son Wukong. Bull Demon King. Bulma. The Bull Demon King, utterly astonished, watched Chi-Chi's retreating figure, then fiercely smacked Son Wukong on the head. You little rascal. Do you have any idea how sought after my Chi-Chi is? You actually turn her down. Son Wukong cradled his head, looking aggrieved. Ouch. I truly do not wish to marry so soon. Bulma crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips. Wukong. You've stirred up trouble. The Bull Demon King continued to mutter. Little Wukong, have you truly not considered it? Chi-Chi is. Well then. Uncle Bull Demon King, we still have Dragon Balls to find, so we must be off. Son Wukong seized Bulma, leaping onto the motorcycle. And with a swift press of the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life and sped away. Hey, you young rascal. The Bull Demon King's words were left hanging as he watched the motorcycle kick up a cloud of dust, rapidly disappearing over the horizon. The motorcycle raced along the road, with Son Wukong and Bulma dashing away from the scene of chaos, heading towards the direction of the Dragon Balls. As the sky gradually darkened, a small town emerged ahead, twinkling with lights, and the streets appeared quite prosperous. Bulma jumped off the motorcycle, stretching lazily, her bunny girl outfit particularly eye-catching under the streetlights. She glanced down at her attire, nodding in satisfaction. Humph, how about it? Wukong, don't I look adorable in this? Son Wukong cast a brief glance and replied casually. It's all right, I suppose. Bulma immediately placed her hands on her hips in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by all right? This is the latest fashion. However, just as they stepped into the town, the street was suddenly engulfed in chaos. Rabbit ears. Oh no, it's the rabbit army. Run. Bang. 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 Panic swept through the crowd as people frantically shut their doors and windows, shops hastily pulled down their shutters, and pedestrians scattered in all directions. Even a stray cat was terrified enough to leap into a trash bin for cover. Within mere seconds, the entire street fell into an eerie silence, where even the whispering wind could be heard. Bulma blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why is everyone running away? Wukong, do you think I'm not cute? Chapter 11. Sending the rabbit army to their demise. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the end of the street. Two men clad in white uniforms, adorned with long rabbit ears, emerged wielding weapons, leisurely surveying the desolate street. One member of the Rabbit Legion glanced around in confusion. Strange. Weren't there many people here just a moment ago? Where did they all vanish to? The other member shrugged, his gaze suddenly falling upon Bulma, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. Oh, This girl. The two scrutinized Bulma, their attention fixating on her rabbit ears, before exchanging knowing glances. One member whispered, "Do you recognize this woman? Is she one of ours in the Rabbit Legion?" The other furrowed his brow. "I've never seen her before. But those rabbit ears, could she be a newcomer sent by headquarters?" With this thought, both men approached with mischievous grins, blocking Bulma and Goku's path. "Hey, young lady. Where do you hail from? Are you a new recruit for our Rabbit Legion?" Bulma wrinkled her brow in disdain, scoffing, "Puffed. Who do you think you are? Don't flatter yourselves." The expression of the Rabbit Legion members darkened instantly, the atmosphere turning decidedly unfriendly. One, infuriated, retorted, "You insolent girl. How dare you speak to us like that? It seems you are unaware of the Rabbit Legion's might." The other sneered, "Humph, since you're not one of us. Don't blame us for being rude. You're quite the beauty. We could take you back for our boss to enjoy." They lunged forward, attempting to seize Bulma. Startled, she swiftly hid behind Son Goku, anxiously exclaiming, "Goku, teach these two scoundrels a lesson." Son Goku, witnessing the audacity of the Rabbit Legion members trying to abduct Bulma, wore a scornful smile, clenching his fists, seeking death, "Are we?" With a resounding crash. The two members barely had a moment to react before a tremendous force struck them in the face. They flew backward like cannonballs, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily into a nearby wall, leaving two human-shaped indentations in its wake. Splayed against the wall, their eyes rolled back, they promptly lost consciousness. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "Phew, you scared me. Thank goodness you're here, Goku." Goku shrugged, dismissively stating, "TCH, those two were pathetic." It was hardly entertaining. Suddenly, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air as a luxurious car plastered with rabbit stickers came to a halt before them. The door swung open, revealing a man wearing sunglasses and a white suit, sporting rabbit ears, who stepped out with a leisurely stride, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Entirely unassuming of trouble, Bulma frowned at the sight of him. Who is this? He looks even stranger than those two. Goku, narrowing his eyes, immediately recognized him as the leader of the Rabbit Legion. The rabbit leader removed his sunglasses, squinting lazily as he asked, "Hey, kid, have you seen my little brothers?" Son Wukong casually pointed at the two humanoid specimens embedded in the wall, remarking, "Oh, those two fellows? They are right there." The rabbit leader followed Son Wukong's gesture, momentarily taken aback. His two subordinates were now completely embedded in the wall, hanging at odd angles, their eyes rolled back, drool trickling from their mouths, utterly unconscious. The rabbit leader thought, "This is it. He must be furious now." However, to his surprise, the rabbit leader did not exhibit anger. Instead, he chuckled, dusting off his suit, and strode confidently towards Son Wukong, extending a hand with a gentle tone. "Oh, young brother, you possess quite a skill." Son Wukong narrowed his eyes slightly, refraining from extending his hand, instead regarding him with caution. The rabbit leader continued, "I am a reasonable person. Since you have defeated my subordinates, it indicates your strength. I wish to avoid conflict. How about we shake hands and make amends?" "Humph, shake hands. Do not jest. I am well aware of your peculiar ability. Anything you touch transforms into a carrot. If I were to extend my hand, I would likely become a Saiyan-flavored carrot in the next moment." Consequently, Wukong swiftly drew his Rui Jingu Bang from behind, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he coldly declared, "I have no interest in reconciling with villains. Take this." Boom. The Rui Jingu Bang descended with lightning speed, wielding destructive force, and crashed forcefully upon the rabbit leader. Bang! In an instant, the earth trembled, a powerful shockwave surged outward, and the ground was hollowed out, sending dust into the sky. The rabbit leader, unable to utter even a scream, was obliterated by the strike, reduced to ashes. Silence enveloped the air. The entire town plunged into a hushed stillness as the wind swept through the ruins, stirring up wisps of dust. Bulma stared in disbelief at the spot that had been turned into a deep pit, rendered speechless for a moment. He just died?" Son Wukong clapped his hands, a relaxed expression adorning his face as he stated, "Such a treacherous individual is better off eliminated. Obliterating him is the most straightforward solution." Bulma's lips twitched in incredulity. "You are far too ruthless." "Obliterated him?" Son Wukong replied nonchalantly. "Huh? Should I have left him to turn more things into carrots?" Bulma fell silent, contemplating. True, his ability is rather revolting. His demise certainly brings peace of mind. Thus, the rabbit army was utterly vanquished. Son Wukong waved his hand lazily, saying, "Well then, with the rabbit army dealt with, let us continue our search for the Dragon Balls." Bulma sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "All right, you truly are a violent little rascal." As Son Wukong and Bulma traversed the desert, the sun scorched the earth, and dry winds lifted layers of yellow sand. Bulma, holding the Dragon Ball radar, furrowed her brow as she focused on the glowing points on the screen. A slight smile creeping across her lips. "Wukong, we are almost there. The Dragon Ball is just ahead." Son Wukong, riding on his Nimbus cloud beside her, crossed his arms and grinned. "Great, let us hurry." Just then, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air echoed from afar. Bulma suddenly lifted her head, only to see a rocket hurtling towards her motorcycle like a shooting star. Ah! She exclaimed in shock, hastily swerving to evade it. Goku leaped into action, brandishing his power pole with a swift motion, delivering a powerful sweep. Bang! The rocket was struck with precision mid-air, detonating in a burst of flames, sending shockwaves that stirred up clouds of yellow sand. Bulma's motorcycle jolted dangerously, nearly toppling over. She quickly steadied herself, her heart racing as she shouted, "What the heck? Who's ambushing us?" The air thickened with tension as the sand swirled around. Bulma gazed up sharply, and through the haze, two towering robots emerged, their metallic exteriors glinting coldly under the sun. Goku squinted his eyes, recognizing their forms, his gaze sharpening. It's them? These two robots, one tall and slender, the other stout and robust, exuded an aura of formidable strength. Inside the cockpit sat none other than two members of the invincible trio from the Dragon Ball universe. Mai and Shu. From their control room, Mai looked down at Goku and Bulma, shouting through a megaphone, "You little brat, hand over the Dragon Balls, or we'll reduce you to ashes." Goku licked his lips, gripping his power pole with renewed determination. "Oh? You think you two little twerps can steal the Dragon Balls?" Bulma quickly tugged at Goku's sleeve, whispering a warning. Hey, even if they seem weak, their robots pack quite a punch. Don't underestimate them." Goku chuckled lightly, swinging his power pole. They're just robots. I'll crush them with ease." Chapter 12. Pilaf is pathetic. Without further ado, the battle commenced. Goku soared into the air, raising his power pole like a bolt of lightning, and brought it crashing down onto Shu's robot. Bang! The immense force shattered the robot's left arm, metal fragments scattering as electrical currents crackled. Shu screamed in terror from the cockpit. "No, it can't be. How could this brat destroy my robot with one blow?" Goku didn't grant Shu a moment to react. Gripping his power pole with both hands, he spun around and delivered a heavy strike to the robot's chest. Boom! The colossal steel body was punctured, its core system exploding in a fiery blaze that engulfed the entire robot. Aya! Shu barely had time to scream before being consumed by the flames, reduced to nothingness. Mai watched in horror as Shu met his dreadful fate, her face drained of color, cold sweat streaming down her forehead. Frantically maneuvering the robot backwards, she stammered, "Is this guy a monster? I don't want to die. No way. I'm done playing with you." Mai suddenly yanked on the control stick, directing the robot to make a frantic retreat, activating escape mode. The thrusters ignited beneath her, and in an instant, they transformed into a small black dot, vanishing into the horizon of the desert. Bulma stared in awe at Mai's hasty retreat. Her mouth agape, that girl can run pretty fast. Son Wukong retrieved his Rui Bang, snorting dismissively, "I can't be bothered to chase her. She won't stir up much trouble anyway." Bulma pouted and shrugged, saying, "Fine, let us spare her life." Son Wukong clapped his hands and turned to Bulma. "All right, let us continue our search for the Dragon Balls." Bulma nodded, producing the Dragon Radar, her face lighting up with a smile. Indeed, the next Dragon Ball is just ahead. Beneath the crimson sky painted by the setting sun, Xiaowu piloted her robot clumsily back to a foreboding castle. As the hatch opened, she trembled while climbing out, her legs weak, her complexion pale, and her forehead glistening with cold sweat, as if she had just escaped from the depths of hell. Gritting her teeth, she staggered into the castle's grand hall. In the center of the hall, King Pilaf lounged leisurely on his golden throne, legs crossed, a cigar dangling from his mouth. "Xiaowu," she gasped, her voice trembling. The king, Ash is dead." "What?" Pilaf straightened abruptly, dropping his cigar onto the ground, his expression darkening ominously. "What did you say?" "Ash is dead." Xiaowu swallowed hard, suppressing her fear, and nodded urgently. "It was that little brat named Son Wukong. He is too powerful. He smashed Ash's robot to bits with a single blow. Ash didn't even have a chance to escape. He was reduced to ashes." Pilaf's eyelids twitched, his face growing increasingly grim as he slammed his hand on the armrest of his throne. How infuriating. A mere child, and yet so difficult to deal with. Humph. Since he is so arrogant, let him walk into his own trap. Rising from his seat, Pilaf declared in a low voice, "The castle is fraught with traps. If that little brat dares to enter, he shall find no way out." Xiaowu grit her teeth, nodding in anger. "Exactly. I want to witness that guy being crushed by our mechanisms." King Pilaf smirked coldly, waving his hand. "Prepare everything. Traps, poison gas. Activate all mechanisms of the mechanical army." "Yes, sir." Son Wukong and Bulma raced swiftly, finally arriving at the exterior of Pilaf's castle. The castle loomed ominously, its towering walls adorned with dark red decorations, exuding an aura of foreboding. Bulma took out the Dragon Radar, her eyes fixed on the flashing light on the screen, her excitement evident. "Wukong, the Dragon Ball, is inside." Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from the castle's broadcasting system, Pilaf's triumphant laughter echoing throughout the castle. "Waha! Foolish little brat, you have finally arrived." Son Wukong and Bulma looked up to see Pilaf's face displayed on the enormous electronic screen atop the castle. gazing down at them with smug satisfaction. Did you think you could easily invade my castle? Dream on. I have set countless traps. If you dare to enter, prepare to become corpses. Wahaha. Xiao Wu's voice also came through the broadcast, laced with malicious mockery. That's right. If you have the guts, come on in. Let us see if you can make it out alive. Bulma furrowed her brow, muttering softly, are these guys out of their minds? They revealed all their traps. They truly are a bit unhinged. Sun Wukong, weary of engaging in idle chatter with these individuals, casually flexed his wrist, his gaze turning icy as he strode purposefully toward the castle. You choose to remain hidden within, do you? Then I shall take it upon myself to demolish your fortress from the outside, and see if you dare to emerge. With a fierce shout, Sun Wukong swung his Rui Jingu bang with great force against the castle walls. The ground trembled with a resounding boom, shaking the entire structure violently. Dust swirling around as bricks shattered and fissures erupted in the earth beneath. Pilaf, the notorious thief, and his companion, Mai, were struck with terror as they observed Sun Wukong through the surveillance screens, their expressions turning pale. What on earth? This little imp is defying all conventions. With each thunderous blow, the castle quaked, bricks crumbled, and the walls tilted precariously, as if on the brink of collapse. Inside the command room, Pilaf and Mai were tossed about, furniture rattling, instruments blaring, and chaos reigned supreme. Mai clutched the edge of the table, her complexion ashen, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Pilaf, if this continues, our castle will truly be reduced to rubble. Pilaf, equally unsteady, gritted his teeth and bellowed in fury. This little brat, is he here to seize the Dragon Balls, or to demolish our home? Mai's eyes brimmed with dread as she stammered, Master. Should we consider a hasty retreat? Retreat? Nonsense. Pilaf's anger surged, his mustache bristling as he slammed his palm on the table, his eyes ablaze. I shall take to the battlefield myself. With that declaration, he leapt into the mech chamber, swiftly entering a fully armed giant robot. Seeing Pilaf prepare to confront Sun Wukong, Mai felt a surge of relief, ready to breathe a sigh of relief. Mai. Pilaf suddenly turned, his gaze sinister. You will join me. Mai froze, her complexion shifting dramatically, her legs trembling as she nearly collapsed. What? I can't do this. With a malevolent grin, Pilaf replied, You refuse? Humph. If you do not comply, I shall toss you to the crocodiles. Mai's vision darkened as despair enveloped her. No, please. Despite her reluctance, she was forcibly shoved into a smaller mech by Pilaf. With a thunderous crash, both Pilaf's and Mai's robots leapt from the castle's summit, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Sun Wukong halted his assault and looked up at the imposing mech that had suddenly descended before him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. At last, you've chosen to reveal yourselves? Pilaf's robot loomed high, its arms bristling with heavy weaponry, casting a condescending gaze upon Sun Wukong as he laughed triumphantly. Huh. No matter your strength, you shall never triumph over my super battle mech. Mai, trembling at the controls, felt terror well up within her, her voice barely a whisper. Why did I have to come out? We stand no chance. With a fierce cry, Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the Rui Jingu bang, his figure akin to a bolt of lightning as he leaped high, bringing his weapon down with immense force upon Pilaf's robot. The impact echoed with a deafening roar. The Rui bang struck with the force of a divine hammer, instantly impacting the shoulder of the mech, distorting and deforming the entire mechanical arm, while sparks flew from within its circuitry. Warning. Left arm damaged. Warning. Left arm damaged. The alarm blared frantically within Pilaf's control console. Ah! Pilaf exclaimed, his body swaying chaotically within the cockpit, panic surging through him. How can this little brat's attack be so exaggerated? Goku continued his assault. With a sweeping motion, the Rui bang crashed into the joint of Pilaf's robot's leg. Crack! The massive mech's leg shattered instantly, losing balance and crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, creating a colossal crater. Pilaf, Xiao, witnessing her robot being obliterated in an instant, was left utterly dumbfounded, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she frantically attempted to control her machine, her voice trembling. Huh? No. I must escape. However, Goku's gaze was already fixed upon Xiao. As her robot turned to flee, Goku leaped with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful strike to the back of the robot. Boom! The entire mech erupted in a fiery explosion. Xiao's cockpit was ejected, her body spinning wildly through the air, ultimately landing face first on the ground, sprawling out in a starfish position, her vision filled with stars, utterly despondent. Goku landed gracefully, stowing away the Rui bang and nonchalantly dusting off his hands, remarked with a casual air, "Tch, so weak." Pilaf and Xiao were left in sheer shock, staring at the wreckage of their two mechs, their mental fortitude completely shattered. Pilaf's lips twitched uncontrollably as he pointed a trembling finger at Goku, nearly on the verge of tears. Is this even human? What on earth is this little monster? Chapter 13, The Wish. Bang! Goku swung the Rui bang fiercely, aiming directly at Pilaf's head. Pilaf watched in horror as the menacing black stick descended with a terrifying whoosh, petrifying him in place. his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Ah, swish. The Rui Bang halted just above Pilaf's head. A fierce gust of wind blowing his hat to the ground with a resounding thud. Pilaf's complexion turned deathly pale, his body rigid. Beads of cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Gulp. Pilaf's throat convulsed, frozen in place, his legs giving way, and he lost control of his bladder. Oh, please don't kill me. Goku regarded Pilaf coldly, a smirk playing on his lips as he retracted the Rui Bang and stated calmly, if you wish to live, hand over the Dragon Ball. Pilaf nodded vigorously, trembling as he retrieved a shimmering Dragon Ball from his pocket, presenting it to Goku with both hands, exclaiming, take it, take it, hurry please spare me. Goku accepted the Dragon Ball, glancing at it and noting the engraved star signifying it was a one-star ball. All right, you may leave now. Upon hearing this, Pilaf felt as if he had been granted an immense reprieve, scrambling to Xiao Wu's side, hoisting the still-dazed girl onto his shoulder, and fleeing with all his might. Ah, please spare us, Lord Goku. We will never dare to provoke you again. Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at the retreating figures of the two men, unable to suppress a laugh. Ha ha. These two guys are just too cowardly, aren't they? Son Wukong, clutching the Dragon Balls, shrugged. Well, they are just too weak, right? This is fantastic. We have gathered all the Dragon Balls. With a look of excitement, Bulma poured out the bag containing the Dragon Balls, and 7 shimmering orbs rolled onto the ground in an instant. At last, Bulma had collected all the Dragon Balls. What wish do you intend to make? Bulma crossed her arms, grinning smugly. Humph, of course, I want a handsome boyfriend. Son Wukong paused for a moment, then grinned widely, pointing at himself. Hey, isn't a handsome boyfriend right in front of you? Bulma blinked, looking down at the shorter Wukong, her lips twitching slightly as she compared their heights. Her expression one of disbelief. You? How tall are you even? Son Wukong immediately puffed out his chest, defiantly stating, I'm 12 years old this year. In a few years, I'll definitely be super handsome. Bulma examined the young Wukong from head to toe, reluctantly acknowledging that his features were indeed quite delicate. But his youth rendered him devoid of the aura that a handsome man should possess. Humph. Bulma pouted, chuckling, never mind. We'll talk about it when you grow up. Son Wukong, with utmost seriousness, looked at Bulma and said, Bulma, why not let me have the wish? Bulma blinked, curiosity piqued. What wish do you want to make? I want to become stronger. There are too many dangers on our adventures. I need to enhance my strength to protect you. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her heart stirred. Upon reflection, if Wukong were stronger, she would feel safer, and they wouldn't have to fear any foes in the future. All right then, it's yours. Come forth, dragon. Boom. The sky instantaneously darkened like ink, a fierce wind surged, and thunder clashed, as golden lightning streaked through the clouds, enveloping the world in an aura of mystique. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated brilliant golden light, their glow shooting up to pierce the dark heavens. Roar! A sound that shook the heavens and the earth reverberated in all directions, followed by a massive green dragon spiraling rapidly through the clouds. Its golden eyes resembling 2 blazing suns, majestic and enigmatic. Its colossal form loomed above the dark clouds, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its presence. The dragon had finally descended. Bulma covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, is this the dragon? Son Wukong was equally awestruck by the mysterious scene before him, but he quickly regained his composure, clenched his fists, and gazed up at the dragon with uncontainable excitement. The dragon looked down upon them, its golden eyes shimmering with supreme authority, its deep voice rumbling like thunder. State your wish. Any wish, I shall fulfill. Son Wukong looked up at the dragon, his lips twitching slightly. Any wish could be granted? He couldn't help but scoff internally. Yeah, right, what a boast. I remember the Earth-S dragon has many limitations. Reflecting back, he recalled that although the Earth-S dragon appeared formidable, it actually had a plethora of restrictions. As he pondered this, Goku stroked his chin, lost in thought. What wish would be most suitable for me? Bulma, brimming with excitement beside him, nudged him curiously. Noticing his prolonged silence. Hey, Goku, why aren't you making a wish? Goku snapped back to reality, raked his fingers through his hair, and furrowed his brow in contemplation. I must wish for something that the dragon can truly grant. A wish for excessive power is out of the question, as becoming a destroyer would likely be impossible. Perhaps a wish to double my combat strength might be feasible. Ah, I have it. Dragon, please bestow upon me a bracelet that allows me to adjust gravity at will. The broader the range, the better. With a thunderous roar, the dragon in the sky brightened. Golden light flickering amidst the dark clouds, its authoritative voice resonating throughout the heavens and earth. This wish can be granted. The dragon's form emitted a dazzling golden glow, and a brilliant beam shot forth from its mouth, gently descending into Goku's hands. Once the radiance dissipated, Goku looked down to find a black metallic bracelet resting quietly in his palm, inscribed with ancient, mysterious runes that emanated a subtle, enigmatic glow. Thrilled, Goku donned the bracelet on his wrist. Just as he was about to test its functionality, the dragon's commanding voice echoed. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. With a resounding boom, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of light and swiftly vanished across the globe. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, restoring clarity as if nothing had transpired. At last, Goku could now practice gravity manipulation whenever he desired. As a traveler from another world, he understood the significance of gravity in a Saiyans growth. Within the realm of Dragon Ball, intense gravity training is one of the most effective shortcuts for Saiyans to enhance their strength. Bulma, urging him on, exclaimed, "Hey, Goku, hurry up and give it a try." Goku nodded, pressing the button on the bracelet to adjust the gravity settings. Current gravity, 2 times. A wave of invisible pressure enveloped him instantaneously, causing Goku's body to slightly sink as his muscles felt the added strain. Goku furrowed his brow, gently lifting his arm, only to discover that his movements were somewhat slower than usual. The weight in his legs had also noticeably increased. However, it was far from debilitating. It merely required extra effort. As he attempted to take a step forward, the ground yielded slightly beneath him, though it was not exaggerated, just a subtle heaviness. Under twice the gravity, his stamina consumption escalated significantly. With his current combat power hovering around 10, although his movements were affected under this increased gravity, it was not to the extent that he could not function. With a period of adaptation, his speed and strength would gradually return to normal. Bulma, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but stifle a giggle. "Huh? Goku, you look like a sluggish turtle." Hearing this, Goku's mouth twitched in irritation. "A turtle? It's just twice the gravity. I'll adapt quickly." He attempted to sprint a few steps, but his movements were uncoordinated, his strides somewhat stiff. Indeed, he was slower than usual. With arms crossed, Bulma wore a mischievous grin. "Little turtle, moving so slowly." Goku gritted his teeth. "Just wait until I adapt. You'll see me chasing after you." "Little turtle, moving so slowly," she teased. Chapter 14. Bulma takes Goku home. "Bulma, where are you headed next?" She stretched leisurely, yawning with an air of relaxation. "Of course. I'm going home. I've used up all the Dragon Balls, and it's time for me to indulge in my life as a young lady." Goku scratched his head and chuckled. "Let me give you a ride." Bulma paused for a moment before shaking her head. "No need. I can ride my motorcycle back myself." Goku pouted, glancing at her motorcycle. "That's quite a long way. Won't you drive too slowly?" Bulma rolled her eyes. "How do you expect me to get back? Ride on your flying Nimbus?" Goku nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Exactly." Bulma's lips twitched as she pointed at herself. "I'm not exactly pure-hearted. I'd just fall off." Goku patted his small chest confidently. "It's simple. I can carry you." Bulma blinked, looking down at the small Goku, whose height barely reached her waist, and felt a wave of skepticism wash over her. "With those little arms and legs of yours, you can carry me." Goku puffed out his cheeks defiantly. "Don't underestimate me. I'm really strong." With that, he crouched down, gesturing for Bulma to hop on. Bulma scrutinized him for a few seconds before tentatively climbing onto his back, wrapping her arms gently around his shoulders. "If you can't carry me, don't blame me if I step on your head." Goku adjusted his posture and leaped onto the flying Nimbus. Whoosh! The golden Nimbus transformed into a streak of light, swiftly ascending into the sky, carrying the two of them through the blue heavens towards West City. Bulma felt the rushing wind against her face, her hair billowing wildly, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so fast." Goku, carrying her, laughed. "Haha, this isn't even fast yet." Bulma clung tightly to Goku, fearful of falling, while marveling, "Hey, Goku, for such a small frame, you really have some strength." Goku beamed proudly. "Of course, I'll get even stronger in the future." West City gradually came into view. Towering skyscrapers stood tall, streets were wide, the crowd bustled, and flying cars zipped by, enveloping the entire city in a sense of technological advancement and modernity. Goku's eyes widened with excitement as he gazed around. "Wow, is this really West City?" Seeing this world-class metropolis up close, it felt like a realm entirely different from the magical city of his past life. Bulma smiled proudly. "So what do you think? Are you impressed by the splendor of West City?" Goku nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "There are big houses everywhere, and so many strange machines flying around." Bulma pointed ahead, where a massive dome-shaped complex came into view, its walls adorned with a prominent logo. "That's it, the Capsule Corporation." Goku looked over as the Nimbus gradually descended, landing steadily on the lawn in front of the Capsule Corporation. Bulma gently hopped off, stretched, and turned to Goku with a smile. "Goku, would you like to come in and play?" Goku scratched his head, blinking. "I'm hungry." Bulma was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, you're still only thinking about food, aren't you? Don't worry, there's plenty to eat at my place." Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he patted his stomach. "Then let us go inside and take a look." The automatic door slowly slid open, revealing a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, a pipe clenched between his teeth, with unkempt hair, none other than Dr. Brief. Initially, he had merely stepped outside to glance at the weather, but was astonished to see his precious daughter returning home with an unfamiliar young boy. The doctor paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to Goku, and fell silent for a heartbeat. Then, with a sputter, he nearly expelled the pipe from his mouth. Bulma, you brought home a little boy. Bulma rolled her eyes. What do you mean, brought home? Goku is a friend I met during my journey. P.S. Just giving me a ride home. Dr. Brief stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes. A little boy you met on your journey, bringing you home? Bulma, could it be that you've secretly brought home a son-in-law? Goku, Bulma. In the next moment, a glamorous figure burst forth from the house. My darling daughter has returned. Oh dear, who is this little boy? Could he possibly be my future son-in-law? A lady, adorned in an extravagant outfit, her hair meticulously styled, sporting sunglasses and vibrant lipstick, dashed out. It was Mrs. Brief. She excitedly scanned Goku, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and gossip as she bristled with enthusiasm. My goodness, Bulma, how long have you been adventuring? And you've already brought home a little boyfriend? That's quite efficient. Goku's lips twitched slightly as he observed this peculiar pair of parents, inwardly contemplating. Truly, they haven't changed a bit. Bulma instantly flared up. Mom, you two, stop saying such things. Goku is just a little kid. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief exchanged knowing glances, wearing expressions that said, we understand. The doctor stroked his beard. Oh, a little kid, you say? Then that means he is the future son-in-law. Mrs. Brief clasped her hands together, her face alight with dreams. Oh my, it seems we are about to welcome a new member into our family. Unable to contain his laughter, Goku responded, Doctor. I can't say whether Bulma will marry me in the future, but your family is certainly quite amusing. Bulma's face turned crimson as she kicked Goku lightly. You're still laughing. Be quiet. Goku swiftly dodged, grinning as he said, oh dear, with how excited you are, could it be that you actually like me? Bulma retorted, you go die? Mrs. Brief, thoroughly entertained, chuckled, Goku, little brother, you certainly know how to tease. My daughter might be in for a challenge. Bulma was on the verge of a breakdown. Mom, please stop saying that. Dr. Brief laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. All right, enough joking around. Come inside. Mrs. Brief nodded in agreement. Yes, Goku, you must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you. As Bulma sat down, she remarked with a smile, Humph, Goku, you're in for a treat. My mama's cooking is top-notch. Dr. Brief leisurely picked up a knife and fork, smiling. Indeed, since you are Bulma's friend, feel free to indulge yourself without hesitation. Gazing intently at the sumptuous feast laid before him, Wukong's eyes ignited with fervor. Haha, I shall not hold back. The scene descended into chaos. Like a ravenous beast starved for 3 days, Wukong seized his chopsticks and began to devour the food with astonishing speed, leaving behind mere afterimages. Crunch, crunch. He voraciously gnawed on meat. Gulp, gulp. He slurped the soup. A woo. He stuffed an entire rice ball into his mouth. Dr. Brief's pipe fell into his plate, while Mrs. Brief covered her mouth, her face a portrait of shock. Is this little rascal even human? The food before Wukong seemed to vanish instantaneously, leaving the plates at the other end of the table empty. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, astonished. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a terrifying appetite. What sort of stomach does this boy possess? Mrs. Brief exclaimed. Goodness, Wukong, dear brother, are you truly not a wild man? Wukong, with an innocent expression, replied, but I'm still not full. Everyone else. Mrs. Brief snapped back to reality and hurriedly called for the kitchen robot. Quickly, bring out 10 more servings. This child will clear the table. Night fell. Wukong reclined on the soft, expansive bed, his hands resting behind his head, leisurely gazing at the ceiling, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Residing at Bulma's home for training had indeed proven to be a wise choice. Not only was there an endless supply of delectable food, but also a comfortable bed and an array of high-tech devices. In stark contrast to the harshness of the mountains, where he had to hunt for sustenance amidst the elements. This was paradise. With no worries about food or clothing, this was the ideal place for training. Wukong gently stretched his body, feeling the dual gravitational pressure from his weighted wristbands. Although the effect of the gravity bands diminished somewhat during sleep, his body continued to undergo adaptive training, ensuring that even rest would not be time wasted. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes glimmered as a bald figure flashed in his mind. Krillin. According to the original timeline, Krillin should be seeking Master Roshi for training at this moment, right? Krillin, still merely an ordinary monk with a power level in single digits, while he himself, with the training of the gravity bands and the innate advantages of a Saiyans physique, would surely surpass his former self at a much faster rate without even attending Master Roshi's school. In less than a year, the World Martial Arts Tournament would commence. Wukong envisioned the arena, the opponents, and the cheers of the crowd. Hey, first place is a sure thing. Chapter 15, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Time flowed onward, and the eve of the World Martial Arts Tournament approached. During his training at Capsule Corporation, Wukong's strength had surged dramatically, as he continually adapted to higher gravity. His battle power had far surpassed that of ordinary Earth martial artists. At this moment, Wukong stood in the training ground, flexing his wrists while feeling the weight of 5 times normal gravity pressing down on him. I've completely adapted. Wukong clenched his fists, exerting a bit of force. causing the surrounding air to tremble faintly. His muscles brimmed with explosive power, and compared to just a few months prior, he felt utterly transformed. His battle power must have exceeded 200 by now. In the original storyline, when Goku participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, his combat power was below 100. However, upon glancing down at his diminutive stature, he furrowed his brow slightly and couldn't suppress a disdainful snort. Humph. If it weren't for the fear that an abrupt increase in gravity might hinder my growth, I would have easily adapted to 10 times the gravity by now. Indeed, Goku was not incapable of accelerating the enhancement of gravity. Rather, he deliberately slowed his training pace, taking into account his height. After all, growing taller was a significant concern. What if he trained too rigorously and rendered himself permanently short? Would he need to make a wish to the dragon to grow taller? That would be akin to Frisia's foolishness. Shaking his head to dispel such terrifying thoughts, he regained his confident smile. My strength will secure the championship at the tournament with ease. Bulma piloted the latest model of a flying vehicle, hovering above Capsule Corporation. Through the cockpit glass, she called down to Goku below, "Goku, stop dawdling and come up. We're off to the tournament venue." Goku stood on the ground, stretching and loosening his body. At last, the day had arrived. With a spring in his step, he leaped effortlessly into the co-pilot's seat, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the scenery outside. Bulma skillfully maneuvered the craft, pressing the acceleration button. Whoosh! The vehicle transformed into a streak of silver light, soaring towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The registration area for the tournament was bustling with activity, as martial arts masters from all walks of life gathered in a lively throng. Amidst the crowd, a short, shiny-headed little monk stood at the registration desk. "Could you please register me? My name is Krillin." After the staff completed the registration, the turtle hermit stealthily approached, lowering his voice to say, I'd like to register too." The staff member looked up, surprised to see an elderly man in a suit, wearing sunglasses and sporting a mustache. "You? At your age? You wish to participate?" The turtle hermit nodded earnestly. Cough, cough. "I'm not as old as you presume. Just write down turtle." The staff shrugged and, after registering him, handed the number tag to the turtle hermit. Clutching the tag, he secretly mulled over his thoughts. "I can't let those youngsters take the prize. I must give it my all." Just as he reveled in his secret delight, a child's voice rang out, "Grandpa." The turtle hermit instinctively turned around, only to see a familiar figure running towards him, Goku. The expression on the turtle hermit's face shifted dramatically. This aura. As Goku approached, the turtle hermit's heart raced, enveloped by an inexplicable sense of pressure. Goku waved excitedly, his face beaming with sunshine. "Grandpa, you're here too." Yet, the turtle hermit felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead, his eyes narrowing slightly. What is it about this kid's aura that feels so overwhelmingly oppressive? Being a seasoned martial arts master, the turtle hermit keenly sensed that Goku's energy far surpassed his own. Moreover, this aura fluctuated in intensity, occasionally surging forth unexpectedly, as if Goku had yet to fully master it. Could it be that Goku has not yet learned the art of controlling his energy? Master Roshi took a deep breath, maintaining an outward calm, though tumultuous waves surged within him. In less than a year, has this young lad's power escalated to such heights? Master Roshi forcibly suppressed his astonishment, striving to maintain a composed demeanor as he chuckled while stroking his beard. "Ah, Goku, it has been quite a while. You appear to be even stronger than before." Goku scratched his head and replied with a grin, "Of course. I've been training hard during this time." Master Roshi gazed deeply into Goku's eyes. This martial arts tournament is bound to be more intense than ever before. "Hey, Goku, who are you chatting with?" Bulma approached Goku, arms crossed, her radiant blue hair gently swaying in the sunlight. The moment she appeared, Master Roshi's gaze shifted from Goku, his eyes widening in surprise, and a trickle of drool escaping his lips as he instantly transformed into a lecherous old man. "Oh my goodness, Bulma, my dear." Master Roshi's hands contorted into claw-like shapes, a lascivious grin spreading across his face as he suddenly lunged forward. "It's been so long. Let me see if you've grown up, or rather, if you've become even more alluring." Bulma narrowed her eyes, her expression instantly turning icy. With a swift flick of her wrist, she delivered a resounding slap across Master Roshi's face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed throughout the registration area, momentarily silencing the crowd. Master Roshi's head snapped to the side, a vivid red handprint emerging on his cheek, his sunglasses askew. Bulma, hands on her hips, glared at him coldly. "You're still the same, utterly perverted. That slap was to knock some sense into you." Master Roshi stood frozen, the imprint of the slap radiating heat across his face. After a few seconds, he awkwardly turned his head, forcing a sheepish and lecherous smile. "Hee, Bulma, you're still as spirited as ever. It's been a while. Do give me some grace." Bulma rolled her eyes. "Grace? Not a chance." Goku exhibited no sympathy for Master Roshi's plight. "Old man, you really can't change this habit of yours." Krillin stood nearby, dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Master, you are a martial arts master. Yet you always suffer when you see beautiful women." Master Roshi rubbed his reddened cheek, internally lamenting his fate, deciding to focus on the tournament instead. You must be Son Goku, Krillin stated, his eyes glinting with determination as he scrutinized Goku from head to toe, a slight smirk forming on his lips. I've heard about you from Master Roshi. Goku lazily glanced at Krillin, stifling a yawn. Oh? And then? Krillin huffed softly, raising his chin defiantly. You rejected joining the Turtle School. I will defeat you in the arena and prove that the Turtle School is the strongest. A sudden hush fell over the crowd. Goku blinked, observing the confidently ambitious contender before him, his lips curling into a slight smirk, devoid of any combativeness. Only a hint of disdain and indifference. Weak. Too weak. Wukong casually scratched his nose, his tone as calm as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. Oh, then do your best. Krillin was taken aback. Furrowing his brow, what kind of reaction is that? Wukong shrugged his shoulders, squinting his eyes with a smile. It's nothing, really. I just find you to be rather weak, lacking any sense of challenge. Clinton's expression instantly stiffened, his fists clenching tightly, a surge of indescribable anger rising within him. How could this guy completely disregard me? Master Roshi watched with a shake of his head, inwardly sighing. Alas. This child is utterly oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead. This little bald-headed boy is likely to receive quite a thrashing from Goku. Stroking his beard, Master Roshi contemplated whether he should prepare some ointment for Krillin in advance. After Goku and his companions departed from the registration area, a figure cautiously emerged from the shadows. Glancing around nervously, fearful of being discovered, the troublemaker had finally left. This individual was none other than Yamcha. Yamcha initially intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, seeking to establish his reputation and demonstrate his prowess. However, upon catching a distant glimpse of Goku, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt utterly unwell. How could this brat also be here? In an instant, memories flooded Yamcha's mind of the time he was mercilessly beaten by Goku. Reduced to a state resembling that of a pig's head, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Surely, this fellow must be even stronger than before. If he were to strike him again, where would he hide his face? Yamcha, displaying remarkable wisdom, chose to conceal himself in a corner, stealthily observing until Goku and the others had wandered far away. Only then did he cautiously approach the registration desk. The staff member glanced up at him and inquired, "Registration?" Yamcha cleared his throat, feigning a calm demeanor. "Yes, please register me. My name is Yamcha." The attendant nodded, promptly completing the registration and handing him a number tag. Yamcha accepted the tag, yet a sense of unease lingered within him as he glanced back at the distant street, swallowing hard. Above all, it would be best to avoid any encounters with the Harbinger of Doom. Chapter 16, through the preliminary round. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. The contestants stood backstage, observing as the host passionately announced the rules of the competition. In this martial arts tournament, the regulations are as follows. All participants will be divided into 4 groups, with the top 2 from each group advancing to the quarterfinals. The contestants engaged in spirited discussions, many of them sizing up their potential rivals, as the atmosphere grew tense and fervent. At this moment, the host began to announce the group assignments. First group, second group, third group, fourth group. As the list was revealed, Wukong cast a glance and realized that he, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Yamcha had all been placed into different teams. This implies that they will not encounter each other in the preliminary stages. Rather, they must advance individually before they may potentially face one another in the quarterfinals. Master Roshi stroked his beard, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Phew, it is fortunate that I was not placed in the same group as Goku. Otherwise, this old body of mine would have no chance of reaching the top 8. Krillin clenched his fists, filled with fighting spirit. It seems that I must first secure victory in the preliminaries to earn the opportunity to face Goku. Yamcha silently exhaled a sigh of relief. A light sheen of perspiration glistening on his forehead. That was close. As long as I don't encounter a formidable opponent in the preliminaries, I still have a chance to advance. The preliminaries of the World's Martial Arts Tournament commenced with fervor. Various battles erupted fiercely as contestants unleashed their signature techniques in a bid to secure a place among the top 8. On one of the platforms, Goku stood at the center, facing a burly man with muscles bulging like a mountain. The man crossed his arms, casting a disdainful gaze upon Goku, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ha! What is the organizing committee thinking? Even a little brat like you is allowed to compete?" The burly man deliberately bent down, ridiculing Goku. "Hey, little one, are you sure you're not just here to play? Perhaps you should hurry back home for your milk instead of embarrassing yourself here." Laughter erupted from the spectators below, many echoing the burly man's taunts. For Goku appeared youthful and his physique was not particularly imposing, hardly resembling a force to be reckoned with. Goku, however, remained unperturbed. He merely tilted his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "What are you laughing at?" The burly man frowned. Bang! In an instant, a blur flashed past. Goku's figure materialized beside the burly man, delivering a powerful punch to the opponent's arm. Crack! The sound of shattering bones reverberated throughout the arena. As the man's expression transformed from arrogance to sheer agony, his eyes bulging and mouth agape, unable to emit a cry of despair, his body flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the ground outside the platform, stirring up a cloud of dust. The referee stood in stunned silence for several seconds before regaining composure. Trembling as he raised his hand, Son Goku wins. The crowd erupted in astonished chatter. My goodness, this boy named Son Goku is incredibly strong. What was that speed? I didn't even see how he threw a punch. He sent his opponent flying with a single blow. Who exactly is this guy? In the distance, Master Roshi, came Senin, observed this scene, his expression darkening slightly as he stroked his beard in quiet astonishment. Goku's speed is astounding. On another platform, however, the battle was unfolding quite differently. Krillin faced an opponent who was also bald but considerably taller, a former senior from the temple where Krillin trained, known for having bullied him throughout their childhood. At this moment, Krillin found himself being mercilessly pummeled on the arena. Bang, bang, bang. Krillin was driven back by a relentless barrage of punches, his face and body bearing the marks of numerous strikes, yet he dared not retaliate, passively shielding his head and allowing his adversary to rain down blows. Ha! Krillin, you're still as useless as ever, taunted the bald senior, his face twisted in a mocking grin. With your cowardice, how dare you participate in the world's martial arts tournament? Do you remember? Back in the temple, you were nothing but a waste. Ha! A coward like you should just go home already. The surrounding audience could not help but murmur amongst themselves upon witnessing the scene. Wow, this bald kid is incredibly weak. He doesn't even dare to fight back. Is he here just to spectate? TSK, how could someone like him possibly advance? Upon witnessing this, Goku's gaze turned icy in an instant. Such a level of inner demons cannot be overcome. One is unworthy of ascending to the pinnacle. Clint is not incapable of fighting back. Rather, it is the terror within that paralyzes his defiance. Should Clint fail to liberate himself from the shadows of his past, he shall forever remain beneath the feet of others. On the arena, Clint kneels, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his heart still rife with turmoil. Witnessing Clint's disheveled state, the bald senior brother swells with pride, his tone becoming increasingly arrogant. Ha! Indeed, a coward. Clint, you remain the same worthless being. Do you think that by apprenticing under a pitiful master you can grow stronger? That so-called Master Wu Tian is nothing but a farce of a martial artist. Following him, you shall eternally be a waste. An abrupt silence enveloped the air for a moment. Clint's pupils constricted sharply, his entire body trembling violently. You may insult me, but you shall not insult Master Wu Tian. Boom! An unprecedented fury ignited within Clint's heart, his gaze suddenly sharpening with fierce intent, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Before the bald senior brother could react, Clint sprang from the ground, his body a mere blur. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated. Clint's fist struck mercilessly against the senior brother's abdomen, this blow encapsulating all his wrath. Imbued with immense power, the senior brother's eyes bulged in shock, his smug expression frozen, a wail escaping his lips as he was propelled like a cannonball. Bang! He flew out of the arena, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The staff stood in stunned silence for several seconds before finally announcing, Clint wins. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard and chuckling. Not bad, not bad. At least I didn't teach this lad in vain. In the arena, Yamcha crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized his opponent, a burly man with a face full of excess flesh, who grinned menacingly, looking tough. Kid, if you know what's good for you, jump down yourself. Otherwise, I'll leave you searching for your teeth. The hulking man boasted, swinging his fists, muscles bulging, exuding an intimidating presence. Yamcha merely smiled lightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Oh, is that so? Then let us see you try. Enraged, the opponent roared and charged at Yamcha, swinging a fist the size of a sandbag straight for Yamcha's face. Wolf-Fang fist. Yamcha instantly launched his attack, his figure blurring into a series of afterimages within his opponent's vision, and then, bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of powerful strikes landed upon his foe, who barely caught a glimpse of Yamcha's form before being sent flying by a torrent of punches, crashing to the ground, unconscious. The referee stood momentarily stunned before quickly declaring, Yamcha wins. Meanwhile, on Master Roshi's platform, the opponent was a towering brute, exuding tremendous strength. But he clearly underestimated the elderly figure before him. Old man, don't blame me for lacking mercy. If I break your bones later, don't come crying to the referee. The opponent grinned widely. Master Roshi chuckled. Hee, young man, do not be overly confident. The opponent charged forth, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Master Roshi's chest. Bang! The fist struck as if hitting thin air, and unexpectedly, the figure of Jackie Chan vanished without a trace. What? The opponent was taken aback, glancing around in confusion. In the next moment, a gentle tap on the back of his head rendered him rigid, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. The other competitors? The referee, momentarily stunned, quickly declared, Jackie Chan is the victor. The list of the top 8 has been officially revealed. As the host approached the stage to announce the matchups, the arena erupted in excitement, with spectators eagerly discussing the thrilling confrontations that lay ahead. Top 8 matchups: Klin vs. the Barbarian. Can Klin triumph over this opponent renowned for brute strength and prove his own prowess? Yamcha vs. Jackie Chan, known as Master Roshi. Will the seasoned martial arts master Yamcha recognize Jackie Chan's true identity? Namu vs. Lan Fan. Namu, the enigmatic ascetic, will face off against the alluring Lan Fan. Who will prevail? Kinnan vs. Wukong. Wukong confronts the muscle-bound Kinnan. Will this battle become a one-sided domination? Wukong stood among the crowd, arms crossed, casting a glance at his opponent Kinnan, a hulking figure brimming with confidence. The true battle was finally about to commence. Chapter 17. The top 8 matches. Who will endure the embarrassment of defeat? On the arena, Klin and the Barbarian took their positions as the referee raised his hand. The match begins. Ugh. Klin's face instantly paled as he covered his nose and staggered back several steps. What in the world? How long has this guy gone without a bath? A nauseating stench assailed Klin, leaving him dizzy and nearly gasping for air. The Barbarian stood proudly, hands on hips, roaring with laughter. Ha ha. The Barbarian thumped his chest. Boasting, does it smell? This is the unique masculine aroma of a barbarian. Once you get used to it, you'll come to love it. Klin's face turned a sickly green, tears welling in his eyes. Love it? No way. In the competitor's area, Wukong, with arms crossed and an air of calm, observed Klin swaying on the stage, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, it seems Klin has already lost his sense of smell before the fight even started. Yamcha furrowed his brow, instinctively shifting away. Is it really that foul? How did someone like this even pass the preliminaries? Bulma, seated in the VIP area, covered her nose with a handkerchief, her expression one of distaste. Ugh, someone get this guy off the stage. Otherwise, the entire martial arts tournament will turn into a battlefield of stench. On the stage, the Barbarian grinned widely, raising his hand to scratch his armpit and leaning in to take a whiff, displaying a look of sheer enjoyment. It smells delightful. Klin, ugh no. Klin could no longer contain himself, his face ashen, nearly raising his hand to surrender. But, just as the Barbarian laughed heartily and advanced toward Klin, he clenched his teeth, roaring within, no, I cannot lose to this guy. I must endure. Boom. Klin's gaze sharpened as he suddenly vanished, reappearing beside the Barbarian. With a powerful side kick, he struck directly at the opponent's waist. Bang. The Barbarian's expression froze as his body was propelled like a cannonball, soaring through the air in a perfect parabolic arc before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Referee. Audience. The referee quickly regained composure and raised his hand high. Klin wins. The arena erupted in cheers. Klin leaned on his knee, panting heavily, relief flooding his eyes as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. This was undoubtedly the most repulsive battle of my life. Yamcha, visibly shaken, remarked, thank goodness it wasn't me facing that guy. I might have suffocated. Round 2. Yamcha vs. Jackie Chan. The match commenced. On the stage, Yamcha crossed his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on Jackie Chan, known as Master Roshi in disguise, who stood across from him, hands behind his back and exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Yamcha frowned, pondering, who is this old man? I've never heard of him before. Regardless, I must secure victory in this match. Clenching his fists tightly, he ignited with determination. With a sudden battle stance, he propelled himself forward, unleashing his signature move, the Wolfang Fist. Accompanied by a flurry of rapid strikes, Yamcha's fists transformed into claw-like projections, roaring with the ferocity of a tempest as they surged toward Jackie Chan. Smack. 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 Yamcha's blows were effortlessly deflected by Jackie Chan. Wow, what? Yamcha's pupils constricted, his face contorting in utter disbelief. Young man, you're not quite there. Jackie Chan chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. With a deft pinch of his fingers, he seized Yamcha's incoming punch. Boom. In the next instant, Jackie Chan flicked his wrist, sending Yamcha hurtling away. Aya! Yamcha tumbled through the air, landing awkwardly on the edge of the ring, kneeling on one knee with a grimace etched across his face. How could this be? I put forth all my strength, and it was utterly futile? Jackie Chan stood relaxed, his hands behind his back, smiling serenely. Young man, relying solely on brute force is insufficient. Martial arts are not that simple. With gritted teeth, Yamcha clenched his fists tightly, seething, damn it, here I come again. He charged at Jackie Chan once more, his speed heightened. Jackie Chan merely sidestepped, evading all attacks effortlessly, showing no sign of distress whatsoever. Your speed is lacking. Jackie Chan commented with a smile. Yamcha, gritting his teeth, leaped high, delivering a powerful kick. Your strength is also insufficient, Jackie Chan countered, blocking with one hand and gently tapping Yamcha's ankle. Boom. Yamcha lost his balance, crashing to the ground in a most ungraceful manner. The audience erupted in laughter, Bulma covering her mouth as she stifled her giggles. Yamcha is having a rough time. Yamucha's face flushed crimson as he roared in frustration. I haven't lost yet. Jackie Chan maintained his tranquil demeanor, lightly adjusting his sunglasses, chuckling. Young man, I'm not trying to discourage you. It's just that you truly lack the ability. With that, he extended a finger. Boom. With a mere gentle tap, Yamcha was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily out of the ring. The referee raised his hand and announced loudly, Jackie Chan wins. Krillin, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, who on earth is this Jackie Chan? How is he so formidable? Master Roshi, Jackie Chan, strolled down from the ring, chuckling as he adjusted his sunglasses. Hee, young one, you're still a tad too inexperienced. In the third match, Nameless vs. Lan Fong, the competition commenced. Nameless, tall and slender, possessed a calm demeanor, his hands pressed together, exuding an air of solemnity akin to that of an ascetic monk. Lan Fong, alluring and enchanting, donned a form-fitting qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her face adorned with a captivating smile. Oh dear, my opponent is a serious monk. She teased, taking a step closer and speaking in a sultry tone. You wouldn't truly want to hit a woman, would you? The audience erupted in a chorus of excited screams. It's Lan Fong. How beautiful. The juxtaposition of a monk against a beauty made this bout utterly fascinating. Lan Fong flashed a slight smile, suddenly striking a provocative pose, delicately lifting the hem of her qipao to reveal her long, fair legs, casting a flirtatious glance at Nameless. Oh monk, are you still going to fight? The male spectators erupted into a frenzy. Aya, Lan Fong, I adore you. I would forfeit this match for you. Monk, stop fighting, just concede. Monk, you fool. How can you remain indifferent? The audience descended into a state of ecstatic madness, yearning to rush in and take a hit themselves. Yet, Nameless remained utterly unmoved, not even opening his eyes, as if completely unaffected. Lan Fong, momentarily taken aback, continued to sway her hips enticingly, inching closer to Nameless, and softly blew a breath towards him. Hee, are you truly not stirred? With a sudden snap, Nameless opened his eyes, his gaze cold, and raised his hand to deliver a powerful strike. Boom! The force of his palm, laden with overwhelming energy, struck Lan Fong squarely in the abdomen. Her eyes widened in shock as she was propelled into the air, crashing heavily outside the ring with a muffled thud. The referee stood stunned for a full 3 seconds before reacting, quickly raising his hand to declare, Nameless wins. A profound silence engulfed the arena. The audience was left speechless. Yamcha and Krillin shared in the stunned silence. Nameless gazed down at the unconscious Lan Fong sprawled outside the ring, his hands pressed together as he softly intoned, Ba. The climactic battle of the top 8. The final match, Kenan vs. Son Wukong. Kenan, towering and muscular, stood on the ring like a moving fortress. He cracked his neck with a series of pops, casting a disdainful glance at the youthful Wukong across from him. Little brat, seeing your age, I suggest you concede quickly, lest you be turned into a meat patty. Wukong tilted his head, a slight smile on his lips. Oh, is that so? The referee raised his hand. Begin. Boom. The ring erupted with a fierce gust of wind. Everyone witnessed Wukong's figure vanish in an instant. What? Kenan's pupils dilated, and before he could react, Wukong reappeared right before him. Bang! Wukong's fist slammed into Kenan's abdomen. The sound of cracking bones resonated throughout the arena. Kenan's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, unable to even emit a scream, as he instantaneously transformed into a projectile, hurtling straight off the stage. Boom! Kenan crashed heavily onto the ground outside the arena, causing the floor to crack and a cloud of dust to rise. A profound silence enveloped the venue. In the audience, everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside, having forgotten to breathe. A second kill? What in the world? Had the match not just begun? Kenan was already sent flying. The referee stood frozen for a full 5 seconds before suddenly snapping back to reality, hastily raising his hand and announcing loudly, Son Wukong wins. Instantly, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Bulma, standing in the VIP section, wore a slight smirk. Humph, my Wukong is indeed formidable. Krillin, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, swallowed hard. Wukong is just too strong. Yamcha, pale-faced, couldn't help but take a step back. This fiend is not human. Master Roshi's mouth twitched slightly, his heart shaken. Has this kid truly grown to such an extent? Chapter 18, The Semifinals, Master Roshi's Final Glory. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially entered the semifinal stage. The host excitedly announced the upcoming matchups, Krillin vs. Master Roshi. The first match, Krillin vs. Master Roshi. The contest commenced. Krillin assumed his stance, fists clenched tightly, his expression exceedingly serious. Mr. Roshi, I can tell you are an incredibly skilled master, but I am determined to win. Master Roshi chuckled, stroking his beard, inwardly nodding. This lad shows promise. He has indeed made considerable progress during this time. However, to defeat me? Little bald head, you are a tad too optimistic. Master Roshi casually adopted a peculiar stance, exuding an air of relaxed readiness. Come on, kid. Without hesitation, Krillin charged forward. Hiya! Bang! 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 Krillin's fists rained down upon Master Roshi like a tempest, yet. Snap! 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 Master Roshi effortlessly blocked each strike with one hand, not even shifting his stance. Krillin's expression shifted as he leaped into the air, delivering a spinning kick aimed at Master Roshi's side. Bang! Master Roshi slightly turned, effortlessly evading, extending a single finger. Tap! A gentle poke sent Krillin spiraling through the air, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. The audience gasped in astonishment, while Yamcha, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, "Who exactly is this Master Roshi?" This is far beyond the level of an ordinary martial artist. On the stage, Krillin struggled to rise, internally shaken. Something's off. This old man's style resembles that of Master Potato. Shaking his head, Krillin grit his teeth and charged once more. This time, he unleashed his most powerful combo. His body spinning at high speed, launching a fierce punch. Master Roshi smiled leisurely, suddenly sliding away, vanishing from Krillin's attack trajectory. Bang! Master Roshi lightly slapped Krillin on the head. Krillin's eyes bulged, his head spinning like a top for several revolutions. Oh! Dazed and disoriented, Krillin swayed precariously, nearly toppling over. Jackie Chan stood to the side, arms folded, wearing a serene expression. "Young man, you are lacking." Krillin, infuriated, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it!" Again. Bang! Jackie lightly kicked Krillin in the stomach, sending him flying like a deflated ball. He tumbled through the air several times before crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Ouch! Krillin grimaced in pain, desperately clutching the edge of the platform, barely avoiding being thrown out. Bulma, in the VIP section, laughed uncontrollably. Ha! The disciple of Master Roshi is no match. This match is too amusing. Goku, resting his chin on his hand, observed with great interest. Indeed, Krillin still has a long way to go. Krillin struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, fixating his gaze on Jackie, increasingly convinced of his suspicions. No, this Jackie is indeed Master Roshi. Master Roshi, stop pretending. I recognize you. Jackie twitched at the corner of his mouth, cold sweat pouring down. The audience erupted in astonishment. What? Jackie is Master Roshi? Jackie quickly waved his hands. What are you saying, little bald head? I am Jackie Chan, not Master Roshi. Krillin gritted his teeth. No, I will not be mistaken. You old codger, how dare you hide your participation from me? Watch me defeat you. With that, Krillin charged forward once more. But bang, 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 bang. Jackie retaliated with a flurry of strikes. A left hook, a right jab, a spinning kick. Krillin was battered like a rag doll, receiving a barrage of blows that left him shattered. Ultimately, Jackie delivered a light slap to Krillin's head, causing him to see stars as he spun out of the ring. Wah! The referee quickly raised his hand, announcing loudly, "Jackie Chan wins." The crowd erupted in cheers. Bulma laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Ha! Poor Krillin. Yamcha, with a look of dread, remarked, "Thankfully, I've already lost once. Otherwise, it could have been worse." Goku remained composed. Yes, it's reasonable for a master to beat his disciple. Jackie, Master Roshi, jumped down from the ring, laughing heartily. "Young man, you are still too inexperienced." Krillin lay on the ground, bruised and battered, his eyes vacant. In the second match, Nam announced, "Son Goku." The match began. Nam clasped his hands together, his gaze solemn, emanating an aura of strength. "Son Goku, you are formidable. I can sense the power within you. In this match, I will give it my all." Goku blinked, smiling gently. "Oh? Then you'd better hurry. Otherwise, I might have to make my move." The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Bulma, standing in the VIP section, excitedly waved her tiny fists, shouting, "Goku, go for it. Defeat him quickly." Goku turned back, winking at Bulma, and replied with a smile, "No problem." Nam slowly assumed a combat stance, his legs slightly bent, his energy coalescing to its peak. Nam's sky-piercing fist. In an instant, Nam transformed into a blur, launching himself toward Goku like an arrow loosed from a bow, his fist cutting through the air with tremendous force, aimed directly at Goku's face. Just as Nam's fist was about to strike Goku, bang! A terrifying gust of wind erupted. Goku's figure abruptly vanished. Nama's fist struck nothingness, his eyes widening in shock, pupils constricting sharply. What? In the next moment, Goku's silhouette materialized behind Namu. It was over. Goku gently raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow. Bang! Aya! Namu's pupils dilated as his entire being was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, tumbling through the air a dozen times before crashing out of the ring. Boom! Namu landed on the ground outside the arena, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, what the heck? What just happened? Namu was instantaneously defeated. This is utterly absurd. The audience gaped in astonishment, completely oblivious to how Goku had struck. The referee, momentarily stunned, rushed to the edge of the ring to assess Namu's condition before raising his hand high and declaring loudly, "Son Wukong wins." The crowd erupted in shock. Bulma leapt up in excitement, pumping her fists and shouting, "Goku is the best." Krillin lay on the sidelines, his expression vacant. "I'm still being pummeled. And Goku has already advanced. Is this the gap in talent?" Yamcha stared in disbelief, utterly flabbergasted. What on earth is this demon? Is he even human? Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This kid has surpassed the level of Earth's warriors. The raucous martial arts tournament venue remained abuzz with excitement, everyone eagerly anticipating the upcoming finals. In an inconspicuous corner, Namu bowed his head, silently packing his belongings. His fingers clutched tightly to his bag, his gaze filled with desolation. I have failed. I did not seize the championship, nor did I secure the prize money. I came here filled with hope, aiming to win funds for the village to resolve its long-standing water shortages. The villagers are still waiting for me. Yet I have nothing to bring back. Namu sighed deeply, overwhelmed with self-reproach. Kid, don't look so glum. Namu looked up to find it was Jackie Chan, who had just triumphed over Krillin. Master Wutian? Namu was momentarily taken aback. Although this man was disguised as Jackie Chan, his performance in the match made it easy to deduce his true identity. You recognized me. Jackie stroked his beard, chuckling. You've done well to reach this stage. Do not be too hard on yourself. Namu lowered his head, offering a wry smile. But I have let the villagers down. I did not win the championship. Nor did I obtain the prize money. This journey has been utterly meaningless for the village. Jackie remained silent for a moment before producing a small capsule from his sleeve and tossing it to Namu. Instinctively, Namu caught it. Looking at it in confusion. What is this? Jackie smiled leisurely. Open it and see. Boom. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and in the next moment, a large number of water-filled barrels appeared on the ground. Namu's eyes widened in astonishment, completely stunned. This is so much water. Jackie laughed heartily. This water will suffice for your village for quite some time. Take it with you. Namu was momentarily stunned, his eyes trembling slightly. A hint of choked emotion in his voice. Is this truly real? Can this water really save our village? Jackie-chan nodded, a benevolent smile adorning his face. Of course, I am not as stingy as some young people. Thank you, Master Wutian. You have saved the entire village. Chapter 19. Champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament has finally reached its pinnacle battle. Son Wukong, Jackie Chan, known as Master Roshi. The championship match begins. Wukong stood leisurely, a mischievous grin playing on his lips, arms crossed defiantly. Old man, you cannot possibly stand against me. Jackie Chan, Master Roshi, nearly fainted from indignation, veins bulging on his forehead, pointing at Wukong and rebuking. You insolent brat, how dare you look down upon me? Wukong shrugged nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Then show me your true skills. Do not waste my time. You little rascal. Jackie Chan lunged forward, his body immediately swaying erratically, his steps bizarre, as if intoxicated, limbs flailing uncontrollably, yet miraculously he did not fall. Turtle School Drunken Fist. A gasp erupted from the audience. Is this Drunken Fist? It looks incredibly impressive. This footwork is so unpredictable. Can Wukong decipher it? Bulma tilted her head. This technique can't possibly be effective, can it? Suddenly, Jackie Chan stumbled, his body leaning as if he were about to fall. But in that fleeting moment, bang! Jackie Chan spun abruptly, his foot sliding at an odd angle, delivering an exceedingly peculiar drunken punch aimed straight at Wukong's face. Take this. The punch was utterly erratic, its trajectory impossible to predict. Wukong slightly tilted his head. Slap. With a casual motion, he deftly slapped Jackie Chan's head. Bang! Jackie Chan's drunken punch lost all balance, and he spun like a top, ultimately crashing down in a rather undignified manner. Wawa! The entire audience gasped. Bulma burst into laughter. Haha! Krillin stood in stunned silence. That was too easily countered, wasn't it? Jackie Chan lay on the ground, bewildered for 3 seconds, before springing up, a look of vexation on his face. You little rascal. How could you evade that so effortlessly? Wukong scratched his head, looking exasperated. Old man. Your drunken fist is indeed quite formidable, but I can see through your movements. Jackie Chan. Wukong flashed a cheeky smile. The footwork of drunken fist is indeed elusive, but your muscles subtly tense before you strike, allowing me to sense the direction of your attack beforehand, making it quite easy to evade. Jackie Chan, you insolent brat. I shall show you what true surprise feels like. Suddenly, Jackie Chan stood firm, stomping his feet on the ground with great force, his hands slowly rising, palms glowing with an eerie electric light. Come on, kid. Take this move. Universal Thunder Palm. In an instant, Billy. A dazzling surge of electricity erupted violently from Jackie Chan's palm, forming a colossal electric net that enveloped Wukong with the force of a thunderbolt. The current surged wildly, enveloping the entire arena in a dazzling blue electric glow as ferocious lightning erupted and sparks flew from the ground. The audience gasped in horror. What a terrifying shock is this? Son Wukong was trapped. He couldn't escape. Oh dear, could it be that Son Wukong will be electrocuted? Bulma abruptly covered her mouth, anxiously shouting, Wukong, Are you alright? Jackie Chan, witnessing Wukong being completely engulfed by the current, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Proudly placing his hands on his hips, humph. You little rascal, weren't you quite arrogant? Let us see how bold you remain. Experience the might of the heavenly palm. The electricity raged on for a full 10 seconds, leaving the arena charred black. As the electric light gradually faded and the smoke cleared, Wukong stood there, arms crossed, utterly unharmed. In fact, he leisurely picked at his ear and casually remarked, "Old man, are you giving me a massage?" A stunned silence fell over the crowd. What? He is completely unscathed? Jackie Chan froze, his eyes nearly popping out. What? How can you possibly be unharmed? Wukong scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, my body is quite sturdy. This little current feels just like soaking in a hot bath to me." Jackie Chan's jaw twitched, nearly splitting apart. "You monster! You little brat! This time, I won't let you see even a shadow of me." In an instant, Jackie Chan vanished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several phantoms of Jackie Chan suddenly appeared on the stage, flickering at high speed, their trajectories utterly unpredictable. The audience was dumbfounded. So fast. They couldn't see Jackie Chan at all. This is the true essence of a martial arts master. Surely, Son Wukong is about to be struck? Krillin looked on in terror. I can't even discern his movements at this speed. Yamcha was equally astonished. Could it be that Jackie Chan is truly about to turn the tide? As Jackie Chan's figure flickered rapidly, Wukong merely raised a single finger and casually pointed. Right here. What? Jackie Chan's expression changed drastically in an instant, but it was too late. Wukong threw a punch into the air. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted. A scream resounded across the arena. Ah! Everyone witnessed a shadow flying out from midair, spinning wildly before crashing onto the stage, rolling over several times, and finally landing sprawled on the ground, motionless. It was Jackie Chan. The audience was in shock. Krillin. Yamcha. Wukong scratched his head and sighed lightly. Oh, old man. You do move quite fast, but your aura was completely exposed. I saw right through it. Jackie Chan lay on the ground, utterly defeated. You little rascal. You actually managed to discern my position? Wukong grinned widely. Of course. Jackie Chan. The spectators were left speechless, unable to utter a word. This little brat is utterly absurd. Jackie Chan's speed was astonishing, yet Son Wukong managed to see through it? What kind of creature is Son Wukong? Krillin, drenched in sweat, could not help but swallow hard. Just how powerful is Wukong? Bulma smirked, pride radiating from her. Humph, my Wukong is undoubtedly the strongest. Jackie Chan, sprawled on the arena, was utterly overwhelmed. He braced himself against the ground, gritting his teeth as he rose, his eyes filled with despair. Darn it, you little brat. This time, I will definitely hit you. Solar flare. In an instant, a blinding white light engulfed the entire arena, consuming it in a terrifying glow. The audience cried out in panic, hastily covering their eyes. Ah, it's too bright. My eyes. This move is ruthless. Krillin collapsed to the ground, frantically rubbing his eyes. Wow, this is blinding. Even Bulma could not help but turn her head, frowning in complaint. That old man is using such a treacherous technique. Jackie Chan sneered, elated within. Now you surely can't see me, right? Wukong, you cannot escape this time. Bang! A terrifying roar erupted from the arena. Everyone heard a scream. Aya! Once the blinding light faded away, all stood in shock. Jackie Chan flew through the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena, face first into the ground. The audience. Krillin. Yamcha. Referee. Wukong remained on the stage, one foot still poised in a kicking motion, his expression one of helplessness. Old man, did you really think your sneak attack would succeed? Jackie Chan. I'm at my breaking point. Is this little brat even human? No. I cannot concede defeat like this. You little rascal, this time I will use all my strength. Jackie Chan, disguised as Master Roshi, gathered his energy with ferocity, a terrifying blue energy wave expanding wildly, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently. Kamehameha. Boom. A massive blue beam erupted, hurtling towards Wukong. The violent energy engulfing the entire arena. The audience gasped collectively. It's too powerful. Can Son Wukong truly withstand it? Bulma felt a surge of anxiety. Wukong. Krillin stared intently at the arena, fists clenched tightly. Can he block it? In the center of the arena, Wukong stood firm, merely extending one hand. Clap. His palm confidently caught Jackie Chan's Kamehameha. Jackie Chan. Audience. Krillin. Yamcha. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Jackie Chan's eyes widened, unable to comprehend the sight before him. The Kamehameha, unleashed with all his might, was effortlessly blocked by Wukong's single hand. Old man, your technique is commendable. Then, Wukong gently clenched his fist, and Jackie Chan's Kamehameha instantly shattered. Dissipating into the air, Jackie Chan was stupefied. What? The audience erupted in sheer astonishment. Could this be real? Goku managed to block Jackie Chan's Kamehameha with a single hand? What manner of creature is this young boy? Krillin was left paralyzed on the ground. Horrified. Has Goku grown so powerful that I once dared to provoke him? Yamcha was drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, I lost early, otherwise I would have been the one obliterated. Bulma leaped with excitement, waving her fists. Goku, you're the best. Jackie Chan stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Goku seized the moment, vanishing and reappearing instantly before Jackie. Old man, it's over. Bang! A swift chop landed precisely on Jackie's neck. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the stage. Goku then kicked the old man off the platform. The referee was stunned for a solid 5 seconds before abruptly regaining his composure, rushing to the stage and raising his hand to announce, Son Wukong wins. The champion is crowned. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Incredible. This individual is undoubtedly the strongest champion in history. How terrifying. Bulma dashed onto the stage, leaping into Goku's arms, exhilarated. Goku, you did it. Goku scratched his head and grinned. Of course. Krillin lay on the ground, his gaze vacant, while I was being pummeled by Jackie. Goku resolved it with a single move. Yamcha wore a face of despair. I shall never participate in the martial arts tournament again. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament concluded flawlessly. Chapter 20, The Red Ribbon Army. On the stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku stood at the center, basking in the deafening applause. The host rushed over with palpable excitement, holding a bulging bag, and announced in a booming voice, Congratulations to Son Wukong, the champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament. Please come forward to claim your prize. Instantly, thunderous applause filled the arena. Bulma excitedly waved her tiny fists. Goku, hurry and claim your reward. Krillin gazed enviously. Wow, the prize money. If only I could get my hands on it. Yamcha sighed quietly. Alas, it's not my turn. Goku scratched his head and approached the host, receiving the hefty bag of prize money. Upon opening it, his eyes sparkled with gold. Wow, so much money. A total of 500,000. Well, this could certainly fund a lavish feast. After the World Martial Arts Tournament concluded, Master Roshi, Jackie Chan, approached slowly, rubbing his neck, which Goku had struck, a look of resignation on his face. Goku, you have truly opened my eyes. Goku turned to Master Roshi, scratching his head. Old man, didn't you already know how formidable I am? Master Roshi shook his head in resignation. Indeed, but I never anticipated you would be this powerful. You must understand. In our era, the mightiest martial artist was my master, Master Mateto. The crowd gasped in unison. Krillin's eyes widened. Master Mateto? Teacher Wu Tian's master. Yamcha hid in a corner. That legendary martial arts master? Bulma furrowed her brow. What does this Wutedu? Is he stronger than my Goku? Master Roshi nodded slowly. Indeed. Wutedu was once at the pinnacle of martial arts, having trained both me and Master Karen. He is recognized as the strongest on Earth. And you, Goku, have now reached a level akin to that of Master Wutedu. Goku merely smiled, though his thoughts diverged from this notion. Wutedu, a legendary figure from a bygone era, was hailed as the mightiest martial artist on Earth. In his old age, he could effortlessly defeat the minions of Demon King Piccolo, making him a true legend in the martial arts realm. However, Goku was acutely aware that his current strength far surpassed that of Wutedu. Old man, you might not realize that I am still wearing a gravity training device set to 5 times Earth's gravity, he mused, glancing at the weighted gear on his wrist with a slight smirk. If I were to remove this weight, I could dispatch Wutedu in less than a second. Goku couldn't suppress a chuckle in his heart. Perhaps it's best to let the old man hold onto some hope. What if the truth is too much for him to bear? Master Roshi regarded Goku thoughtfully, stroking his beard, before suddenly inquiring, Goku, will you be participating in the next martial arts tournament? Goku blinked, scratched his head, and grinned mischievously. Of course I will. Such a splendid opportunity for showing off cannot be missed. Krillin's face fell instantly, his spirit deflating as he stared despondently at his hands, utterly disheartened. Then what is the point of even playing? Master Roshi sighed in resignation. Alas, at the next tournament, we can only vie for second place. Krillin held his forehead, lamenting, there is no hope left at all. From a distance, Yamcha, having overheard, suddenly dashed out from the shadows and knelt before Master Roshi. Master Wutedu, please take me as your disciple. Master Roshi was taken aback by the unexpected gesture, appraising the kneeling Yamcha before him and nodding slowly. Your skills are decent, though you lack a certain perceptiveness. Yamcha paused, quickly grasping the implication. He promptly produced a collection of items, offering them with both hands. These are exquisitely provocative magazines. I gathered them from the desert. All are limited edition treasures. Please accept them as a token of my admiration. In an instant, Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with delight as he unconsciously reached for the magazines, nearly drooling. Oh ho, this is a limited edition collector's item. I didn't expect you to have such discernment. Very well, very well. Master Roshi swiftly tucked the magazines into his robe and patted Yamcha on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Excellent. From this day forth, you are a member of the Turtle School. Yamcha's eyes lit up with excitement as he stood, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. Krillin and Goku exchanged glances, while Bulma remarked, This old man truly is something. As the group bid a heartfelt farewell, each embarked on their new journeys. Bulma turned to Goku with a smile. So, where are you headed next? Goku, you should return home. I am off to confront the Red Ribbon Army. What? Bulma's smile instantly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Where do you think you're going? Goku replied with an air of nonchalance. To the Red Ribbon Army, of course. Bulma, taken aback, grasped Goku's hand, her face a mask of shock. Are you out of your mind? That's the most notorious private army in the world. They wield a vast arsenal, and their influence stretches globally. Even governments dare not provoke them. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Goku scratched his head, grinning widely. I'm not going to get myself killed. I'm going to seize the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed. Then take me with you. I want to see what the Red Ribbon Army is really like. Goku shook his head decisively. No way. Bulma, hands on her hips, protested. Why not? Goku replied. Because I intend to crush the Red Ribbon Army, and it would be inconvenient to take you along. Bulma blinked, staring incredulously at Goku's face, trying to ascertain if he was joking. Goku, do you even know what you're saying? That's an entire army. Thousands of soldiers, tanks, planes, battle robots. How could you possibly defeat them? Goku appeared utterly unfazed, stretching lazily. They're just a bunch of lackeys. I can take care of them easily. Bulma thought to herself. Has this guy lost his mind? Oh well, there's no stopping him. Taking a moment, she looked at Goku earnestly. Be careful. Goku patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. I won't be taken down by the likes of them. Bulma nodded reluctantly, boarding her aircraft and flying towards West City. Goku stood still, watching her retreating figure with a slight smile. All right, now I can let loose. With a powerful leap, Goku soared into the sky. Indeed, he had mastered the art of flight. Pausing in midair, he reveled in the rush of the wind against his face, feeling a swell of pride. In the past, I had to rely on the flying Nimbus. Now I can fly on my own. How convenient. Not only that, Goku had also completely overcome the weakness of his tail. Previously, if it were caught, his strength would diminish instantly. However, through rigorous training, he had fortified his tail to be as powerful as any other part of his body, no longer fearing surprise attacks from foes. I'm coming for you, Red Ribbon Army. Goku's energy surged explosively, transforming into a shadowy streak as he shot towards the heavens, vanishing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sounds of explosions and gunfire. Goku furrowed his brow, focusing intently. Ahead, he spotted a massive airship under siege by countless Red Ribbon Army fighter jets. The airship bore the unmistakable emblem of Emperor Pilaf. This individual was crucial for locating Piccolo in the future. He couldn't let him perish now. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku accelerated towards the fray. The Red Ribbon Army's fighter jets relentlessly unleashed missiles, their firepower ferocious, as countless shells detonated around the airship, creating a scene reminiscent of a world war. Boom! Just as a fighter jet was about to bombard Pilaf's airship, a shadowy figure streaked across the sky. With a single punch, Wukong obliterated a fighter jet, leaving the pilot to exclaim in sheer terror. A swift kick demolished another aircraft, while a powerful palm strike shattered yet another. In a seamless motion, he seized one jet and hurled it into another, achieving a double kill. Wukong transformed into a harbinger of aerial destruction, decimating the entire fleet of fighter jets within mere seconds. The sky descended into an eerie silence. Inside the airship, Pilaf and Mai remained bewildered, crouching in fear. What on earth just happened? They gasped, recalling the chaos that had just unfolded. Slowly, they lifted their gazes toward the radar, only to find all the red dots had vanished. Suddenly, a familiar grin appeared on the screen. Wukong, with an innocent smile, greeted, "Hi, Pilaf." Pilaf, taken aback, shouted in disbelief, "What the hell? Why is this menace here?" Mai, her legs trembling, leaned against the wall. "We're finished." Wukong, playfully wiggling his fingers, cheerfully requested, "Now, hand over the Dragon Balls." Pilaf's face turned pale as he muttered, "Why does he always come to snatch them whenever I have the Dragon Balls?" Mai quietly reminded him, "Your Majesty, resisting is futile." With his heart racing and a torrent of frustration coursing through him, Pilaf reluctantly gritted his teeth and tossed the Dragon Balls out of the airship. Wukong effortlessly caught them and waved at the screen, saying, "Thank you." Pilaf retorted, "Thank you, my foot." After securing the Dragon Balls, Wukong casually picked up a dazed leader of the Red Ribbon Army from the wreckage. This individual was Hiruba, a minor figure with some authority at certain bases. Wukong's gaze hardened as he lifted Hiruba and commanded, "Take me to your base." In an instant, they vanished into the horizon, heading straight for a Red Ribbon Army stronghold. Chapter 21, The Menace. A secret base of the Red Ribbon Army lay nestled within a valley encircled by towering mountains. The perimeter was fortified with heavy machine guns, missile launchers, and automated turrets, rendering the defenses exceedingly robust. In the base's monitoring room, alarms blared as the radar screen lit up with urgency. "Look, an enemy is approaching from above," a soldier exclaimed in terror. The commander whipped around to the monitor, his pupils dilating in shock. On the screen, a young boy clad in a blue martial arts uniform, sporting a tail, floated ominously above the base, resembling a deity of war under the blazing sun. "What the hell? How can this kid fly?" Wukong surveyed the base below, a smirk forming on his lips. Since you are the little leader here, let your subordinates catch you. With that, he flung Hiruba from the sky. Ah! Boom. Hiruba's body crashed through the roof of a building like a cannonball, causing half of it to collapse instantly. Chaos erupted within the base. What just fell? The soldiers cried in confusion. Soldier, it is Lord Hiruba. Soldier, quickly, save the people. Goku, with his arms crossed, leisurely floated in the air, as if nothing had transpired. Well then, it is your turn. Open fire. Target down. With the commander's furious roar, the entire base's weapon systems were instantly activated. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of missiles sliced through the sky, while the ground's laser cannons, heavy machine guns, and automated turrets unleashed a frenzied onslaught towards Goku. The sky was instantly shrouded in a dense curtain of bullets. The cacophony of artillery resembling the onset of nuclear war. Ha! That little brat is finished. The soldiers watched excitedly, convinced that Goku was doomed. However, as the smoke cleared, all eyes widened in disbelief. Goku remained unscathed, floating effortlessly in the air. Not a speck of dust on his clothing. He casually stretched and yawned. Ah, is this all the strength you possess? This level of firepower is merely a tickle to me. The entire base fell into a deathly silence. Soldiers. 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 A monster. The soldiers crumbled, their legs turning to jelly as their weapons clattered to the ground. Is this still a human being? The commander broke into a cold sweat, his lips trembling. What a joke. This fellow must be a monster. Even our strongest firepower cannot harm him. Goku frowned slightly, glancing down at the base with an expression of impatience. This is dull. It is time to end this. Slowly extending his right hand, palm facing down, he aimed at the entire base. In an instant, boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across the land. A blinding beam of light shot forth from Goku's palm. In a heartbeat, the entire base was engulfed in a blue-white radiance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire valley was obliterated by an overwhelming surge of energy. The mountains crumbled, the earth fractured, and a devastating whirlwind surged through the air. The soldiers didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes in the explosion. As the light of the explosion gradually faded, the entire area had transformed into a realm of annihilation. The once towering military base was reduced to mere dust. Not a single fragment remained. A vast, bottomless pit, several dozen kilometers in diameter, had formed on the ground. From the heights above, the entire landscape had been irrevocably altered. The former valley had morphed into a terrifying abyss of hell. Goku stood aloft, surveying the devastation he had wrought, scratching his head and muttering. It seems I may have been a bit heavy-handed. However, the members of the Red Ribbon Army should have sensed my goodwill by now, right? Goku's lips curled into a slight smile, brimming with combat fervor. To the next base, I come. To the north, a world blanketed in ice and snow. Here lies the frigid land, the northern base of the Red Ribbon Army. Misruta? The base is nestled atop a snowy peak, a colossal high-tech military stronghold. Its periphery adorned with automated turrets, gigantic laser cannons, and towering defensive walls that seem impervious, resembling an unassailable fortress of steel. Within the confines of the base, General White sits in the command room, his gaze fixed on the screens, his expression cold and a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. The little brat has finally arrived. General White seizes the intercom, his voice dripping with mockery as he shouts, "Hey, little brat, stop lurking around outside. If you have the guts, come in and fight." The echo of his voice reverberates throughout the base, causing every soldier to grip their weapons tightly, bracing for battle. High above, Goku hovers in the sky, rolling his eyes at General White's provocations, his expression one of incredulity. Come in and fight? What a joke. Do you really think you can stop me? Goku extends his right hand, palm facing Misruta, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. You all are not even worthy of letting me in. It would be better if I sent you all packing. Boom. A terrifying blue-white energy wave erupts from Goku's palm, slicing through the air, hurtling towards Misruta. General White's expression shifts dramatically, leaping from his chair, his pupils dilating and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is this? Boom. Misruta cannot withstand even a second, being instantly engulfed by the overwhelming energy. The entire base is reduced to a blaze of fire and dust, vanishing entirely from this world. On the icy ground, only a massive smoking crater remains, surrounded by shattered ice, the chilling wind howling, as if no structure had ever existed here. A beam of golden light emerges from the swirling smoke, slowly descending from the sky. Goku's eyes flash, and in an instant, he vanishes, reappearing beneath the Dragon Ball. Reaching out, snap, he firmly grasps the orb. Another one secured. All right, where's the next base? With that, Goku's figure flickers and disappears into the horizon. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, a vast military base concealed deep within the dense forest, security is tight and the lights are ablaze. Commander Reed sits in the main seat of the command hall, his expression grim as he stares at the large screen, which displays footage of Goku's exploits in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The scenes show Goku effortlessly absorbing the Kamehameha wave and decisively defeating Jackie Chan, Master Roshi, ultimately claiming the championship. Every moment sends cold sweat cascading down the brows of the senior officers present. This little brat is absurdly strong. No wonder our bases are being destroyed one after another. He is not an ordinary child, but a monster. Commander Reed clenches his hands tightly, his expression darkening further. Since conventional forces are ineffective against him, we shall unleash our most formidable assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Immediately contact Tao Pai Pai and inform him that the target is the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku. Goku traverses the vast sky, arriving over an endless expanse of ocean. The Dragon Ball lies just beneath the surface. The Red Ribbon Army is attempting to dive into the depths, seeking the Dragon Ball. Once again, it is the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Wukong did not rush into action. Instead, he found a comfortable position in the air, crossed his legs nonchalantly, and swayed his tail leisurely, quietly awaiting their approach. After all, it was only a matter of time before it belonged to him. Why the haste? He could simply wait for them to retrieve it and then seize it directly. As Wukong hummed a little tune, he swayed about in the air, exuding an air of confidence as if he had the Crimson Ribbon Legion firmly in his grasp. Suddenly, deep beneath the sea, a submarine was making its way into the distance. Wukong's eyes sparkled with mischief, a sly grin creeping across his lips. It seems they have found the Dragon Ball. Since you wish to flee, allow me to assist you on your journey. Boom! A blazing blue-white beam of light sliced through the sky, piercing the endless ocean, and surged straight toward the submarine. Inside the submarine, the commander had just exhaled in relief. Haha! Quickly, bring the Dragon Ball back to headquarters. The commander will surely reward us. Before he could finish his sentence, the radar alarm blared ominously. Beep, beep, beep. High-speed energy attack detected. What? Boom. A terrifying wave of energy struck the submarine, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. Fiery light erupted underwater, the sea boiled and churned. The explosion generated a catastrophic shockwave, raising towering waves that surged skyward like a tsunami. The submarine was reduced to ashes, leaving no debris behind. The explosive force stirred up the seabed silt, and amidst the tumultuous water, a brilliant golden Dragon Ball was propelled into the sky. Wukong's eyes gleamed. He vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared beside the Dragon Ball, reaching out to grasp it firmly, another one in hand. Wukong pocketed the Dragon Ball and lifted his gaze toward the horizon. All right, on to the next one. Chapter 22, The Child of the World Aral. Karen Tower. Situated in the heart of a vast plain, is a towering structure that ascends straight into the heavens, its pristine white facade piercing the clouds, with a shroud of mysterious mist swirling above. This tower is not only a legendary holy site, but also a coveted place of training for many martial artists. Wukong's journey was not directed at the tower itself, but rather at the Dragon Ball. Beneath Karen Tower, the air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, and sprawled across the ground lay a group of soldiers clad in the uniforms of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, all devoid of life. Blood seeped into the earth, staining a wide area crimson. Wukong slowly surveyed the battlefield, raising an eyebrow slightly, his tone laced with surprise. Oh? So it's already been resolved. In the distance stood a formidable figure, a burly Indian man with dark skin and tribal war paint adorning his face. Dressed in traditional hunting attire and wielding a bloodied spear, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. Behind him stood a young boy with two small braids, his wide, clear eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at Wukong descending from the sky. The burly man regarded Wukong warily, his eyes sharp as a hawk. Who are you? Me? Wukong chuckled lightly, swaying his tail. I am the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The burly man remained on guard. Yet the young boy could not contain his excitement. Daddy, this big brother can fly. Goku floated nonchalantly in midair, his tone casual as he remarked. You all possess considerable strength. Even the one wielding a spear has been vanquished. The burly man let out a low grunt, gradually sheathing his spear. His voice still grave and solemn. I am Bora. This is the home of my son Upa and me. These intruders dare to invade this sacred place, attempting to seize what does not belong to them. As its guardian, I shall not allow their scheme to succeed. Upon hearing this, Goku nodded lightly, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Impressive, he mused. Upa puffed out his small chest with pride, declaring, of course, my father is the mightiest warrior. Goku's gaze fell upon the Dragon Ball in Upa's grasp, his eyes glinting with mischief, a smirk gracing his lips. Bora's expression instantly hardened as he shielded Upa behind him, casting a sharp look at Goku. Do you covet this Dragon Ball as well? Tilting his head, Goku chuckled at Bora's wary demeanor. Of course. Bora snorted coldly, tightening his grip on the spear. Are you akin to those invaders? Goku shrugged helplessly. Hey, you've got it all wrong. I'm not like those Red Ribbon Army scoundrels. Yet, Goku was disinclined to engage in further banter. After all, the Dragon Ball lay tantalizingly within reach. In an instant, Goku's figure vanished. Bora's pupils constricted as he instinctively tightened his grip on the spear, but whoosh. Goku reappeared before UPA in a flash. UPA, caught off guard, suddenly found his hands empty. Huh. He looked down to discover that the Dragon Ball he had been clutching so tightly was gone. Huh. Thanks. Goku's laughter echoed from above, and Bora and UPA quickly looked up to see Goku suspended in the air, hanging upside down, the Dragon Ball in his hand. A triumphant grin adorning his face. Hey, come chase me. Haha. Bora's expression darkened as he violently swung his spear, taking a slight step back to assume a battle stance. His eyes gleaming like those of a ferocious beast. Goku leisurely floated in the air, swaying his tail with a smug look. What's the matter? Can't catch me? UPA's eyes widened, astonished as he gazed at Goku. Dad, he can really fly. Bora Goku burst into hearty laughter. I'm done playing with you. I must search for the next Dragon Ball. With that, he stowed the Dragon Ball into his pocket and vanished like a streak of light into the horizon. Bora's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging as he simmered with indignation at Goku's audacity. That little rascal. Bora gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his fury, yet he had already placed Goku on his most watchful list. Meanwhile, UPA blinked his large eyes in bewilderment, gazing at the direction in which Goku had vanished, tilting his head as he pondered. But, Dad, I don't think that young man seems like a bad person. Bora took a deep breath, speaking in a grave tone. UPA, one must not judge by appearances. In that fleeting moment, his speed exceeded our comprehension. Such a person must not be underestimated. UPA nodded, albeit not entirely understanding. Yet he felt that Goku was different from those truly wicked individuals. Goku, hands clasped behind his back, flew leisurely through the air, heading towards the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army must be dwindling in numbers, I suppose. Suddenly whoosh, an unidentified flying object sped towards them from afar. Goku looked up to see a man clad in a pink robe, sporting black braids, standing atop a rapidly moving pillar, charging fiercely in his direction. Oh, is that not Tao Bai? An unexpected scene unfolded. Bang! An unknown object shot up from the ground at an astonishing speed, striking Tao Bai with pinpoint accuracy. Tao Bai, caught off guard, rolled his eyes and plummeted from the sky. Ah! Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the ground was struck, creating a large crater, with Tao Bai's head buried deep in the earth, leaving only his trembling legs visible. Goku, what on earth? Goku descended to the ground and approached to confirm that Tao Bai was thoroughly stuck in the soil, unable to move for the time being. As Goku pondered what had caused Tao Bai's sudden downfall, a melodious laugh rang out. Oh ho ho! Goku turned to see a delightful little girl standing nearby, clad in purple overalls, sporting oversized glasses, and wearing a hat with a whimsical inscription, gazing at him with innocent curiosity. The moment Goku laid eyes on her, a jolt of recognition surged through him as his mind raced to recall. This is none other than Aral, the true embodiment of invincibility in this world. Goku's mouth twitched, and his gaze turned peculiar. Hey, was it you who caused that fellow to crash down? Aral tilted her little head, blinking her big eyes, and grinned. Yes, I just threw a big poop up there. It went boom, so impressive. Goku, so it was a big poop? Goku, observing Tao Bai still lodged in the ground, doubled over in laughter. Ha! How unfortunate. Whoosh! Tao Bai suddenly sprang from the ground, dirt still clinging to his head, his expression twisted with rage, fists clenched, brimming with fury. Who dares to ambush me? The great Tao Bai. He scanned his surroundings, quickly spotting Goku and Aral standing nearby. You two little brats, was it you who did this? Goku shrugged, feigning innocence, casually pointing at Aral. It was her. Aral blinked innocently, extending her little hand to point at Goku, her face a picture of grievance. It was him. Goku, it was her. Aral, it was him. Goku, it was her. Aral, it was him. Tao Bai. Tao Bai's veins throbbed, his face dark as coal, feeling an unprecedented humiliation to his intellect. Are you two little brats toying with me? Tao Bai roared, fury boiling over. Since you dare to mock me, you shall all perish. Dodon Ray. A terrifying beam of energy shot forth from his fingertips, striking Aral with unerring precision. Bang! Aral was sent flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tao Bai laughed uncontrollably, hands on hips, exuding an air of triumph. Ha! This is the consequence of offending me. Just as Tao Bai reveled in his self-satisfaction, a youthful and exuberant voice suddenly rang out. Wow, uncle, your fingers can shoot fireworks. How beautiful. Show me some more. Yay. Tao Bai. Tao Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed into the smoke. Wukong crossed his arms, stifling laughter as he watched the unfolding spectacle. Tao Bai, how dare you attack the child of the world? You are doomed. No, impossible. My Dong wave actually failed. Chapter 23. The end of Tao Bai. Tao Bai fixed a furious stare on Alale, trembling all over, his mouth slightly agape, as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? Glancing at his own fingers and then back at Alale, who was unscathed and smiling innocently, his entire worldview began to shatter. What kind of monster is this little brat? How could she withstand even the Dong wave? Impossible. Veins bulged on Tao Baibai's forehead, refusing to accept the reality. Humph. Even if you can endure it, that kid cannot. Dong Dong wave. With a swift motion, a blazing energy beam shot forth from Tao Baibai's finger, aimed directly at Wukong's heart. This strike was unleashed with full force, absolutely lethal. Smack. The Dong Dong wave struck Wukong's chest with precision. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Tao Baibai's mouth. Now let's see how you survive this. Suddenly, his smile faltered. The so-called invincible Dong Dong wave hit Wukong as if it were striking nothingness, leaving no trace of injury. Tao Baibai's eyes widened in shock, his entire being frozen. His mouth agape enough to swallow 3 Dragon Balls. What? Taking a step back in disbelief, Tao Baibai's body trembled violently, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. How is this possible? You actually. Wukong tilted his head, examining his chest, brushing off the dust from his clothes with an innocent smile. Hey, uncle, why did you shoot the fireworks towards me? Tao Baibai, Tao Baibai was on the brink of collapse. What on earth were these 2 little brats? What kind of monsters had he provoked? Wukong tilted his head, curiously observing Alalay. Alalay blinked her large eyes, gazing back at Wukong with intrigue, letting out a soft "oh." The 2 locked eyes, an enchanting atmosphere enveloping them. Alalay's aura was indeed peculiar. In her mind, she pondered, this big brother is amazing. He just stood there and withstood that uncle's fireworks. Both stared wide-eyed at each other, filled with immense curiosity. Meanwhile, Tao Baibai was drenched in cold sweat, his expression shifting wildly. No, I can't get entangled with these 2 monsters any longer. Seizing the moment when Wukong and Alalay were lost in their gaze, Tao Baibai stealthily retreated, pushing off the ground, and his figure shot backward. Tao Baibai was making a run for it. As long as he could survive. Upon returning, one must devise a means to eliminate them. Tao Baibai had scarcely soared 10 meters above the ground when bang, a brilliant beam of light suddenly shot forth, piercing the air with uncanny precision and striking Tao Baibai's body. Boom. The terrifying energy wave instantaneously engulfed Tao Baibai's form, igniting the entire sky in flames. Tao Baibai did not even have time to emit a cry of anguish before being reduced to ashes midair, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. Wukong casually blew on his fingers, his expression indifferent. No prey can escape my grasp. Aral blinked, gazing at the charred remnants of Tao Baibai, her eyes brimming with astonishment and exhilaration. Oh my, how astounding. Aral bounced over to Wukong, her face alight with admiration as she circled him several times, as though assessing some extraterrestrial being. Observing Aral's reaction, a thought suddenly stirred within Wukong's mind. This little girl must possess extraordinary strength. Should I give it a try? Aral tilted her head, inquiring, what is your name, big brother? Wukong smiled. I am Son Wukong, the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, Wukong, big brother. You can fly. How impressive. Aral exclaimed. Let us compare our strength. Without a trace of skepticism regarding how Wukong knew her name, Aral blinked innocently. Compare strength? Really? Wukong nodded. Indeed. Just like this. He squatted down, extending a hand to demonstrate the arm wrestling stance. We shall test our strength by pushing each other's wrists down. Aral, tilting her head with curiosity, observed Wukong's posture. Oh, what kind of game is this? Wukong explained, it is called arm wrestling. Whoever can push the other's hand down wins. Aral, bubbling with excitement, exclaimed, that sounds delightful. Yay. The 2 crouched on the ground, their palms clasped together, ready for the contest. Are you prepared? Begin. Hia. Wukong instantly tensed every muscle in his body, unleashing all his might as he pressed against Aral's wrist. However, Aral's hand remained utterly unmoving. Veins bulged on Wukong's forehead. His jaw clenched tight, his tail stiffened, and his body trembled slightly as his arm muscles swelled with exertion. Yet, Aral's hand remained as immovable as stone. Wukong. Aral blinked, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Wukong and innocently asked, Huh? Wukong, why aren't you using any strength? Wukong. Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being momentarily petrified. I have exerted all my strength. How can this be? Noticing Wukong's lack of response, Aral innocently added, Shall I use a bit of strength then? In an instant, Wukong's heart raced, sensing impending doom. Bang! Wukong's wrist was instantly forced down. Not only that, but he was also hurled backward by a terrifying force, flying several meters like a projectile, rolling on the ground multiple times, and finally burying headfirst into the earth. Wukong. Alalay stood in place, clapping her hands in delight and exclaiming, Wow, this is so much fun. Brother Goku is so light. Goku, struggling to extricate his head, was covered in dust, his expression blank, and his mind echoed with disbelief. How could I, of all people, be bested by a little girl? Truly, she is the child of the world. Just as Goku rose from the ground, still reeling from the shock of defeat, Alalay suddenly exclaimed, Yay, let's play another game. Grabbing Goku's arm, her large eyes sparkled with anticipation. How about a game of toss? Goku's lips twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Toss. Alalay enthusiastically waved her tiny fists, It's where I throw you into the sky, and then I catch you. It's super fun. Goku replied, what nonsense is this? I lost at arm wrestling. What if you throw me out of the universe? What about my dignity as a traveler? He decisively pulled away from Alari's grasp and waved his hand. No way. I have important matters to attend to. Alari looked puzzled. Huh? What important matters? Goku flicked his tail and grinned. I'm off to the Red Ribbon Army to seize their Dragon Balls. Alari tilted her head in thought, then placed her hands on her hips and declared, oh, Brother Goku is so impressive. Goku took to the skies, soaring into the distance. Alari, let us play next time. Alari waved her hands from the ground, her eyes filled with a hint of reluctance. Yes. Brother Goku must come to Penguin Village to play next time. Yay. Goku waved back as his figure grew smaller, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was unusually relaxed. In the conference room, Commander Red sat in the highest chair, casually crossing his legs. Humph, Son Goku, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Merely a little brat who hasn't even sprouted hair, he remarked, lightly tapping the table, his demeanor self-satisfied. Tao Pai Pai is the world's greatest assassin. He will undoubtedly dispatch that little brat with ease. Indeed, the surrounding officers nodded, smiles of anticipation gracing their faces as if they could already envision Son Goku's corpse being brought back. With Tao Pai Pai's intervention, failure was not an option. Humph. No matter how strong that little brat is, before Tao Pai Pai, he is nothing more than a corpse. When the time comes, we will not only reclaim the Dragon Balls, but also teach that arrogant brat what it means to oppose the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 24. The Annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. Who did it? In the command room of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the radar operators stared wide-eyed at the screen, fixated on a rapidly moving target, shouting in shock, report. An unidentified flying object is approaching at an incredible speed. It is estimated to reach the headquarters in 30 seconds. The higher-ups of the Red Ribbon Army grew tense, but Commander Red's face lit up with joy as he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, huh? It must be Tao Pai Pai returning. All anti-aircraft systems, do not engage. Allow him to land directly. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officials of the army collectively sighed in relief. Beside Commander Reed stood his capable aide, the imposing Officer Brunk, who inquired with a hint of confusion, Commander, with the Dragon Balls nearly within our grasp, what wish do you intend to make? At this, a glimmer of excitement ignited in Reed's eyes as he clenched his fists, gazing longingly out of the window. I wish to grow taller. The moment those words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the command room. Brunk's pupils dilated in shock, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a response for what felt like an eternity. The other officers were equally petrified, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and perplexity. After a prolonged pause, Brunk could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Commander, we have lost so many comrades. Our base has suffered devastating losses, and the entire corps is on the brink of annihilation, all for you to grow taller. Reed's expression shifted slightly, his anger boiling over as he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, how could you towering giants ever comprehend the plight of us shorter individuals? With indignation, he leaped onto his chair, hands on his hips, and pointed an accusatory finger at Brunk's face, bellowing, you monstrous beings, born standing at a height of 1.8 meters, will never understand the humiliation we short ones endure daily, gazing up at you. I shall use the Dragon Balls to elevate myself to 2.5 meters, so that everyone will look up to me. The room was filled with stunned silence. Brunk, wearing a look of utter disbelief, slumped weakly into his chair, his gaze vacant. Just then, a soldier from the radar room suddenly shouted in terror, Commander, that high-speed target is not tofu. What? Reed spun around sharply, and on the command room's large screen, a dark figure broke through the clouds, hurtling toward headquarters. It was a black-haired youth clad in a martial arts uniform, a belt cinched around his waist. The boy's form drew nearer and nearer. Brunk's eyes widened in horror as he gasped, it's Son Goku. Reed, bewildered, responded with a perplexed expression. Brunk's exclamation resonated like thunder, leaving the officers in the command room completely stunned. Quick, activate all air defense systems. Reed's voice trembled as he tumbled from his chair, shouting, launch all surface-to-air missiles. Reduce Son Goku to ashes. Instantly, the entire headquarters was thrust into a state of combat readiness. Alarms blared throughout the base. Numerous anti-aircraft turrets ascended. Hundreds of surface-to-air missiles locked onto Son Goku in an instant, their hatches opening. All artillery aimed at the small figure in the sky. Fire! Reed commanded with authority. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, a relentless barrage of missiles filled the sky, resembling an apocalyptic storm trailing long tails of fire as they surged toward Goku. Hovering in midair, Goku crossed his arms and looked down at the dense swarm of missiles with a smirk of disdain. Oh, here we go again? With a steely gaze. His aura erupted, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Faced with hundreds of high-speed missiles, Goku did not flinch. He merely raised one hand slowly. Huh. Boom. A resplendent shockwave erupted explosively from Goku's palm, the terrifying energy transforming into an invisible wave that engulfed the entire sky. All missiles detonated in midair in an instant. Countless flames blossomed around Goku, resembling a vibrant display of fireworks. The shockwave from the explosions only served to amplify Goku's fearsome presence. What? Commander Reed's mouth hung agape, as if he could fit 2 Dragon Balls inside. While Bronk's complexion turned ashen, all the officers of the Red Ribbon Army were left aghast, beads of cold sweat streaming down their foreheads as if they had seen a ghost. This is impossible. That was an arsenal capable of obliterating a large city. He single-handedly destroyed all the missiles. Goku slowly retracted his hand, casting a disdainful gaze down at the base. A cold smirk creased his lips, and his voice echoed chillingly across the battlefield. Is this all you are capable of? Commander Reed, Bronk, all soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, allow me to present a gift. Buzz. A terrifying blue energy sphere ignited at Goku's fingertips, continuously contracting and condensing. Its internal energy so volatile it warped the space around it. What is this? Commander Reed's complexion turned pale as he instinctively sensed the aura of death. Trembling as he retreated, Bronk's pupils constricted in horror, barely managing to stay upright. Humph. Goku flicked his fingers lightly. Whoosh. The blue energy sphere shot towards the headquarters at supersonic speed. Boom. In an instant, the entire headquarters was engulfed by the horrifying energy. Commander Reed. Bronk. Commander Reed, Bronk. And all the soldiers could not utter a single scream before they were evaporated into ashes amidst the searing light. The entire base was instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Not even a fragment of debris remained. The explosive shockwave swept across the land, leveling the ground, with the aftershock even extending miles away. The sky was torn asunder by the terrifying energy, the earth trembled, fierce winds roared, and flames ravaged the horizon. The Red Ribbon Army was utterly annihilated. Humph. Finally cleared away. The world would no longer bear the existence of this nefarious organization. 4 Dragon Balls were propelled high into the sky, their ascent guided by flames and shockwaves, resembling 4 brilliant stars carving golden trajectories through the air. Perfect. With remarkable agility, Goku swiftly extended his hand, deftly grasping each of the 4 Dragon Balls. The 7 Dragon Balls were complete. Goku transformed into a streak of light, rapidly departing from the obliterated headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. This location would soon attract global attention. He needed to find a tranquil spot to summon the Eternal Dragon. A small island in the ocean would suffice. Goku adjusted his course, soaring swiftly towards the distant sea, leaving a long trail of white energy in his wake. News media worldwide were in an uproar. During live broadcasts, major news channels showcased the annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army's various bases. On screen, several areas that were once military strongholds had now been reduced to colossal, bottomless craters several kilometers in diameter. Experts from various countries were left astounded as they analyzed the situation. News Report 1. This morning, multiple bases of the Red Ribbon Army were attacked, leaving all facilities utterly destroyed and no signs of life whatsoever. Not even a single intact fragment could be found. News Report 2. Satellite imagery indicates that the magnitude of these explosions far exceeds that of known nuclear weapons, yet there is no radioactive contamination. Could this be some form of new superweapon? News Report 3. Several eyewitnesses reported seeing a light streaking rapidly across the sky. What could it possibly be? Experts worldwide fell into a frenzy of speculation, with some even suggesting it might be an extraterrestrial assault. At the Kame house, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha were seated on the couch, their faces frozen in shock as they gazed at the television, which displayed a bottomless, massive crater. The broadcast revealed aerial footage from satellites, a site that once served as a base for the Red Ribbon Army, now transformed into a charred wasteland. Reporter on site. Terrified, this was once the northern base of the Red Ribbon Army, and it has now vanished. Upon arrival, the investigative team dispatched by the local government found no signs of life, only a silent land of death. Krillin, utterly bewildered, stammered, "Who could have possibly done this?" Yamcha gulped, his complexion pale. Could it be that someone used a nuclear weapon against the Red Ribbon Army? Master Roshi squinted, stroking his beard with a grave expression. That is impossible. If it were a nuclear weapon, there would have been radioactive fallout. However, as the reports state, there are no traces of radiation at the scene. Krillin felt his mind nearing a breaking point. So who exactly has the power to annihilate the entire Red Ribbon Army in one fell swoop? The 3 of them fixated on the screen, struggling to comprehend who in this world possessed such terrifying power. Master Roshi's thoughts drifted to one individual, King Piccolo. In West City, within the opulent living room of Bulma's home, the television was broadcasting global news. The footage displayed, the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army had become a charred ruin. Experts were astonished. Was it a nuclear attack? Or an unknown supernatural phenomenon? The world was thrown into chaos, with government agencies conducting urgent investigations. Bulma, casually sipping coffee while perched with her legs crossed, glanced at the news. Upon witnessing the horrifying crater on the screen, her coffee cup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. What? I almost spat out my coffee. She sprang from the sofa in shock. What on earth is happening? The Red Ribbon Army is the most infamous warlord organization in the world. How could they be wiped out so suddenly? Bulma quickly recalled the words Goku had spoken during their farewell a few days prior. Bulma, you should head home. I need to go to the Red Ribbon Army. At the time, she thought Goku was being reckless. The Red Ribbon Army was one of the most dangerous armed forces globally, and a child venturing there would surely be courting death. Yet now, this news lay before her, the complete obliteration of the Red Ribbon Army. Even their headquarters had become a deep pit. Bulma stood there in a daze, her entire being bewildered, her lips twitching as she murmured, did Goku truly annihilate the Red Ribbon Army all by himself? What a joke. Clutching her head, she felt as though the entire world had turned upside down. Just how powerful is he? This transcends the realm of humanity. The more she contemplated, the more terrifying it seemed. She couldn't help but grasp her flowing blue hair, murmuring frantically to herself. This guy is nothing short of a monster. If he gets angry, what if he casually obliterates West City with a single Kamehameha wave? Oh my goodness. Bulma plopped back onto the sofa, her body collapsing in exhaustion. Her arms crossed as she sighed in resignation. Well, I suppose it's only natural for my man to be a bit formidable. Watching the reporters on television still in shock, the corners of her mouth curled upward, and inexplicably, a sense of pride blossomed within her. After all, it is Son Goku. Chapter 25, A Wish Once More. On a remote island, far from human habitation, the environment was exquisite. The azure sea glistened, coconut trees swayed in the breeze, and seabirds circled the sky, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. Yes, this shall be the place. Goku descended upon the sandy shore, carefully placing the 7 Dragon Balls onto the ground. They sparkled under the sunlight. At last, I can make a wish. Arise, Shenron. Boom. Dark clouds swirled furiously, the wind howled, and the sky transformed into a pitch-black abyss in an instant. A bolt of golden lightning surged skyward. A colossal figure gradually materialized amidst the dark clouds. Roar. Shenron, descend. Shenron gazed down upon Goku, his authoritative voice resonating throughout the cosmos. Speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire. Goku, hands on his hips, tilted his head back to look at Shenron, a grin spreading across his face. Shenron, it's good to see you again. Shenron, though maintaining an impassive facade, couldn't help but ponder, this kid is back again. How long has it been since we last met? And he has already gathered the Dragon Balls once more? Goku scratched his head and replied with a smile. This time, my wish is quite simple. I desire an extraordinary ability that allows me to survive in any environment. Whether it be the cosmos, the depths of the ocean, or even toxic lava. Shenron's golden eyes suddenly radiated a brilliant red light, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Your wish shall be granted. As soon as the words left his mouth, a beam of golden light shot from Shenron's eyes, enveloping Goku. Buzz. Goku instantly felt a gentle warmth enveloping him, as though every cell in his body was undergoing a metamorphosis. His lung structure transformed, rendering him independent of air. His skin and cells fortified, impervious to toxins, extreme heat, cold, or the vacuum of space. His bones and muscles gained the ability to adapt to the most extreme environments, ensuring his survival anywhere. Wow, this is fantastic. In future battles, I won't fear being blown to bits. After fulfilling the wish, Shenron began to fade away. Your wish has been realized. Farewell. Goku smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. Whoosh. In an instant, Goku's figure vanished, leaving behind a fleeting shadow in the air. Just as the 7 Dragon Balls were about to scatter across the world, Goku appeared high above, seizing them with unimaginable speed. This time, you won't escape, he declared. The Dragon Balls are precious artifacts, best reserved for future use. The Eternal Dragon pondered. This is the first time someone has managed to snatch the Dragon Balls before I could flee. What manner of creature is this? Goku chuckled heartily as he tucked the 7 Dragon Balls into a capsule. Since the Eternal Dragon has bestowed upon me this new ability, let's give it a try. Goku gazed upward at the endless firmament. Above the azure sky lay the vast cosmos, a forbidden realm for the Saiyans, as they could not survive in the absence of air. But now, everything had changed. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Goku propelled himself forward. Boom! The ground shattered, and a terrifying shockwave surged outward. Waves were driven back hundreds of meters, coconut trees on the island were uprooted in an instant, and the beach was torn apart, creating a deep chasm. Amidst the deafening sonic boom, Goku's figure transformed into a meteor, soaring skyward. The sky, the stratosphere, the atmosphere, outer space. Goku ascended at breakneck speed, surpassing the limits of humanity, breaking through the boundaries of biology, surpassing the limits of the Saiyans. Wow, is this the universe? Yet, it was eerily silent here. Suspended in space, Goku gazed in awe at his surroundings. There was no air, no wind. Only the vast expanse of the starry river, countless brilliant stars, and the Earth's radiant blue glow. In times past, a Saiyan could not have survived in such conditions. But now, Goku felt no discomfort whatsoever. This is incredible. I can truly move freely in the cosmos. Excitedly, Goku waved his limbs, tentatively moving in space. Discovering he could still act as freely as he would in the air, a swift punch resulted in a resounding boom. The force of his punch created an invisible shockwave that erupted in the cosmos, instantly clearing a swath of cosmic dust spanning dozens of kilometers, shattering a massive meteorite into countless fragments. When I grow stronger, perhaps I can indeed obliterate a planet with a single punch. In West City, within Bulma's opulent mansion, a sudden knocking echoed against the window. Bulma turned to see Goku's smiling face outside. Bulma, I'm back. Bulma, taken aback, rolled her eyes and retorted, you idiot. Can't you use the front door? Get in here. Goku leaped into the room, landing on the couch with his legs crossed, appearing utterly relaxed. Bulma fixed her gaze on Goku, narrowing her eyes as her tone shifted to something peculiar. Goku, you didn't have anything to do with the Red Ribbon Army, did you? Of course, that was me. Huh. Bulma exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide as she pointed at the enormous crater on the television. You mean to say that the one who annihilated the Red Ribbon Army was you? I couldn't possibly believe it. Goku nodded nonchalantly, a smug smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was me. Allow me to recount the events as they transpired. At that moment, I had flown to their stronghold. And just as my presence was detected by their radar, they mistakenly believed it to be the return of Tao Pai Pai. However, upon my arrival, they were utterly paralyzed with fear. Whizzing through the air were hundreds of missiles, yet with a mere flick of my wrist, I obliterated them all. With a single, forceful strike, their headquarters was reduced to a deep crater. Not a single soul was left unscathed. They all turned to ash. That vast pit you see on television was created by my hand. Bulma, staring blankly at Goku, her mind momentarily short-circuited. She stood there, petrified. Why, you mean to say that you single-handedly annihilated the entire Red Ribbon Army? They were far too weak. It was hardly worth my time. Goku replied nonchalantly. Bulma, what do you mean not worth it? This is the most infamous terrorist organization on the globe. Her mouth twitched uncontrollably, and after a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she lunged towards Goku, seizing his shirt, and shouted, Hey, hey, hey. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of your actions? The entire world is in an uproar. The military is investigating this supernatural disaster. You have become the greatest enigma on the planet. Goku, being shaken by Bulma, blinked innocently. Huh, are you trying to make me dizzy? Bulma, frustrated, she released her grip, rubbed her temples, and sighed in resignation. Oh, fine, fine. After all, you are inherently a prodigy. I've grown accustomed to it. Goku scratched the back of his head and said, Bulma, haven't you always known how formidable I am? Bulma rolled her eyes and retorted, Yes, yes. You are indeed a monster. Yet, despite her words, a small smile crept across her lips, her eyes betraying a sense of pride and satisfaction. After all, he is my man. Bulma, still fuming, plopped back onto the sofa, picked up the remote, and switched off the television. No longer wishing to see any news regarding the demise of the Red Ribbon Army. Forget it. What are your plans now? Goku rubbed his stomach and blinked innocently. I'm going to eat. Bulma, exasperated, thought to herself, as expected. With a sigh of acceptance, she headed into the kitchen. All right, you are now a global catastrophe incarnate. I suppose I can't let you starve. Goku beamed with delight and followed her eagerly, exclaiming, Bulma, you're the best. Upon hearing this, Bulma hesitated for a moment, a hint of a smile breaking through her irritation. Despite his monstrous nature, there was something endearing about him. Goku, what is up? Bulma narrowed her eyes, a playful smirk forming on her lips, laced with curiosity. Did you make a wish with the Dragon Balls? Goku paused, taken aback. You caught me. Bulma shot him a disapproving glance. Of course. You've just taken down the Red Ribbon Army. You must have acquired the Dragon Balls. Now tell me, what wish did you make? Goku blinked, a mysterious smile dancing on his lips. Well, about that. Bulma's eyelids twitched, sensing something amiss. Hey Goku, you didn't wish for something ridiculous, did you? Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Of course not. But would you care to take a guess? Bulma, taken aback, thought to herself, this brat dares to tease me? Could it be a wish to become stronger? Wukong shook his head. Not at all. Could it be for more food? He continued to shake his head. I'm not foolish. Wishing for that would be a loss. Bulma, exasperated, crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes at Wukong. If you don't tell me, I might get angry. Seeing Bulma puffing out her cheeks, Wukong couldn't help but burst into laughter, finally revealing, actually, I wish to be able to survive in any environment, be it the universe, the deep sea, or even toxic gas. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning to stone. Wait, what did you just say? Wukong, hands on hips and brimming with pride, declared, even if someone were to blow up the planet, I wouldn't die if I fell into space. I could even go play in the universe. Bulma exclaimed, what an absurd wish. After a long pause, she finally regained her composure, desperately trying to digest this information. She suddenly grabbed Wukong's shoulders and shook him furiously. Do you realize how ludicrous this wish is? Dizzy from the shaking, Wukong blinked and replied, Is it really that absurd? Bulma was both amused and infuriated as she pointed at Wukong, shouting, "Of course it is. You've essentially shattered the rules of biology. Humans cannot survive without air. Living beings cannot exist in a vacuum. And yet, you've turned yourself into some kind of cosmic monster?" Chapter 26. The Cat Sage. A few days later, Wukong announced, "Bulma, I'm going to train outside for a while." Bulma, engrossed in fine-tuning her new invention, looked up and rolled her eyes. "Didn't you just wipe out the Red Ribbon Army? What more do you need to train for?" Wukong grinned and scratched his head. "Becoming stronger is the most important thing." Bulma sighed, leaning against the workbench, arms crossed and a hint of resignation in her tone. All right. I already knew you couldn't sit still. Where are you planning to go?" "I'm heading to Corin Tower. I've heard there's a powerful cat sage up there." Bulma replied, "Fine, go ahead, just don't destroy the tower." Wukong laughed heartily and waved. "I'll come back to play with you." With that, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, disappearing beyond the horizon of West City. Soon, a towering white spire appeared in the distance, piercing the clouds and seemingly stretching into infinity. Ordinary martial artists would need to surpass human limits in both strength and perseverance to ascend this tower, and many would give up along the way. But Wukong thought, "I can fly." With a swift motion of his hands, he accelerated beneath him, turning into a flash of light, racing toward the tower's summit. At the top of Corin Tower stood a small, circular building surrounded by a protective railing. Several peculiar jars were placed around, each reflecting different scenes. Some jars displayed the present world, others showcased the past, and some even revealed glimpses of the future. The most enigmatic of jars conceals a secret passageway leading to an ice labyrinth. Within it lies a collection of wondrous beans, each no larger than a thumb, exuding a marvelous energy. Wukong blinked curiously and leaned closer, picking up a bean and taking a bite. Crunch. In an instant, he felt invigorated, all fatigue vanishing. Wow. Is this the legendary celestial bean? How extraordinary. This mythical sustenance, when consumed, not only restores the body swiftly, but also wards off hunger for 10 days. Just as Wukong was about to take a few more celestial beans, a cane suddenly struck his hand with a sharp crack. "Hey, kid, don't eat recklessly." Wukong was taken aback and turned to see a short, plump, furry white cat leaning on a cane, wearing a displeased expression. Wukong pointed at the cat sage, showcasing his comedic talent. "Huh, how did a fat cat end up here?" The cat sage thought to himself, "This brat can't possibly speak, can he?" The cat sage narrowed his eyes, flicked his tail, and leisurely leaned against his cane, speaking nonchalantly. "I am the guardian of this tower, the cat sage. What brings you here, little imp?" Wukong grinned widely, scratching his head. "I am Son Wukong, champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. I have come here to train." The cat sage scrutinized Wukong thoughtfully and remarked, "Oh, you flew up here?" Wukong, hands on his hips, boasted, "Of course. Only a fool would climb. I can fly." The cat sage mused. "Will those martial artists not be infuriated by your words?" "You are quite amusing, little imp," observed the cat sage, leaning on his cane while scrutinizing Wukong, using his mental prowess to probe into Wukong's thoughts, attempting to discern what kind of martial artist he truly was. The cat sage's eyes widened slightly, and his previously relaxed demeanor abruptly stiffened. He found himself unable to penetrate Wukong's mind. The cat sage's tail twitched slightly, and he immediately regarded this youth with newfound respect. This boy is no ordinary individual. Suppressing his astonishment, the cat sage feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Little imp, you're not here to drink the ultra-sacred water, are you?" Upon hearing the phrase ultra-sacred water, Wukong immediately waved his hand dismissively, curling his lip in disdain. "Not at all." The cat sage was taken aback. "Oh, are you familiar with what ultra-sacred water is?" Wukong, hands on his hips, grinned confidently. "Of course. Ultra-sacred water is just ordinary water, right?" The cat sage thought, this boy has boldly unveiled the truth. In the past, martial artists toiled tirelessly to ascend the Corin Tower, all for the sake of that legendary ultra-sacred water. They believed that by drinking the sacred water, they would gain strength, yet the true reason for their enhancement lay in the fortitude and physical conditioning they acquired during the climb, thus surpassing their limits. But this boy, the cat sage, gazed intently at Wukong, his eyes flickering slightly. Not only had he not been deceived, but he also grasped the truth from the outset. It seems his aspirations extend beyond the sacred water, aiming for a higher realm of training. The cat sage chuckled softly, gently tapping his cane, and asked with keen interest, "What brings you here?" Goku asked, crossing his arms, his smile fading into a more serious expression as he met the gaze of the cat sage. "I have come to master the control of my energy. Though my aura is formidable, it remains chaotic, and I am unable to wield it with precision. I seek your guidance in mastering this energy." The cat sage paused, observing Goku's aura with keen interest. Indeed, Goku's energy was immensely powerful, yet it was wildly untamed, akin to a ferocious beast that, despite its might, lacked the finesse to harness its full potential. A smile crept onto the cat sage's lips. "Ah, young one, it seems you possess a commendable self-awareness." Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Of course, I aspire to be the strongest martial artist. I cannot rely solely on brute force. The cat sage nodded thoughtfully, silently marveling at the boy's remarkable talent and his acute awareness of his limitations. Compared to those who obsessively pursue mere strength, Goku's capacity for growth far surpassed that of other martial artists. Is it true that these 3 jars reveal the past, present, and future? Goku inquired, tilting his head as he tapped one of the jars, producing a crisp sound that echoed slightly. The cat sage leisurely leaned on his staff. Indeed, it is true. A martial artist must accurately comprehend their past, present, and future to tread the path of true strength. That sounds rather complex. Let's start with my past, Goku declared as he opened the first jar. A faint glow flickered, and the surface of the liquid rippled, soon forming a familiar scene. Nestled amidst the mountains and forests stood a wooden cabin. A younger version of himself, barefoot, was playing outside with a white-haired elder, his adoptive grandfather, Gohan. Goku's eyes widened with joy as a warm smile graced his face. It's Grandpa. In the memory, his youthful self ran about innocently on the grass as Gohan, beaming with delight, taught him martial arts, saying, "Goku, you must truly feel your strength. The wisdom my grandfather imparted to me was indeed profound." Goku chuckled, but he did not linger long in nostalgia. He swiftly closed the jar, allowing the vision to fade. All right, the past is the past. Now, let's see the present. Goku opened the second jar, and once more, the liquid's surface undulated, quickly forming a vivid image. A familiar figure appeared within the jar. Huh. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that the reflection was none other than his current self. Like gazing into a mirror, he stood atop Korin Tower, staring intently at the image within the jar. The tower's railing, the Senza bean jar, and even the distant clouds were vividly portrayed. Huh, I can truly see the present. It's just like a mirror, Goku exclaimed, shaking his hand excitedly, mirroring the action of his reflection in perfect synchrony. The cat sage smiled faintly. Have you only just come to this realization, young one? Goku rubbed his head, grinning. This is far more fascinating than an ordinary mirror. But soon, an audacious thought began to take shape in Goku's mind. What if I were to open the jar of the future? As a time traveler, would I be able to glimpse what lies ahead? Goku's heart quickened with anticipation as he slowly reached out to unveil the third jar. To his dismay, there were no images within. The surface of the liquid rippled momentarily before settling into tranquility, reflecting nothing at all. Goku blinked and leaned in closer, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized it for some time. How peculiar. Why can't I see anything? He tentatively extended a finger and gently prodded the liquid. But the result remained an abyss of nothingness. Could it be that as a time traveler, the future simply does not exist? The cat sage observed Goku silently and remarked, "Little one, why are you so astonished? Did you truly believe you would inevitably witness the future?" Goku, enlightened by the cat sage's words, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Well, not exactly. I just thought that if one could see the past and present, surely the future would be visible as well." The cat sage replied with a profound tone, "The future is not predetermined. It is woven from the fabric of your choices. When you stand at the crossroads of fate, each step you take may alter the future. Perhaps this is why you are unable to perceive it." Goku tilted his head, somewhat perplexed, yet he nodded in agreement. That does seem to hold some truth. Chapter 27, Breath Control. Perception and Mastery of Breath. The cat sage leapt atop the Korin Tower and gestured around. "Goku, close your eyes and feel the energy that surrounds you." Heeding the advice, Goku scratched his head in confusion but complied, attempting to concentrate his mind. The sound of the wind rustling at the tower's peak, the distant undulations of the clouds, the faint yet steady aura emanating from the cat sage, and the subtle energy waves released by the Senza beans, all began to converge in Goku's awareness. Gradually, he found himself entering a state of tranquility. "Oh, I can sense the cat sage's energy and the minute fluctuations in the air." The cat sage nodded and then shifted his tone to a serious one. "Your energy is unstable, akin to a tempest upon the sea. It is beyond your control. Thus, the first step is to stabilize your energy, shielding it from external influences, keeping it calm and orderly." Goku scratched his head. "How do I accomplish that?" The cat sage smiled gently. "Practice the breathing of energy. Follow my rhythm, and slowly adjust the flow of your energy." Demonstrating, the cat sage exhibited an exceptionally stable breathing pattern, each breath harmoniously guiding the flow of energy, creating a profoundly serene cycle. Goku endeavored to keep pace, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, allowing the energy to circulate through his bloodstream, pervading his entire being. He instructed himself not to let it become agitated or dissipate. After merely a few minutes, Goku exclaimed, "Ah, this is so difficult." He became frantic as his energy surged erratically, sometimes flaring up, other times retracting, utterly failing to attain the flawless stability of the cat sage. The cat sage squinted his eyes and gently shook his head. "Little one, controlling energy is far more challenging than merely augmenting strength. You must not be impatient." Goku clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and his expression grew earnest. "All right, I'll give it another try." The initial phase of training lasted several hours. during which Wukong finally managed to stabilize his breath, preventing it from wildly fluctuating. Wukong, next we shall engage in the practice of sensing targets with your chi, instructed the cat sage. Wukong grinned. No problem. How do we train? The cat sage did not respond, instead walking to the side to retrieve a piece of black cloth, which he waved about. Close your eyes, little one. Wukong blinked in confusion. Huh? Why? The cat sage, growing impatient, insisted. Less chatter, just close them. Although puzzled, Wukong obediently shut his eyes. In an instant, the cat sage covered Wukong's eyes with the cloth, binding it securely, plunging him into complete darkness. Hey, I can't see anything. Wukong twisted his head and waved his hands, but it was pitch black, utterly devoid of sight. Wukong, now that you cannot see, you must rely solely on your chi to sense my position, said the cat sage, flicking his tail. The sound of a bell rang out, and Wukong's ears perked up, immediately detecting the chime. What is that? The cat sage lazily swayed his tail. I've tied a bell to my tail. Your task is to sense me with your chi and attempt to catch me. Wukong's excitement surged. That sounds easy, does it? The cat sage smirked. And in the next moment, whoosh, a white blur vanished in an instant. The cat sage transformed into a hazy shadow, moving at a terrifying speed across the carrying tower. Although Wukong heard the bell's sound, it fluctuated from left to right, from near to far, rendering him incapable of discerning its direction accurately. Wow, so fast. Wukong lunged in one direction, but missed completely. The cat sage's voice floated from the opposite side. Little one, did you merely rely on sound to judge? Stabilizing himself, Wukong furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Indeed, I was using my ears to locate you. The cat sage nodded. Listening can provide direction, but what if someone intentionally interferes with you, or you find yourself in complete silence? Wukong scratched his head, pondering, when suddenly an epiphany struck him. I understand. I can't rely solely on my ears. I must use my chi to sense your position. The cat sage nodded approvingly. Little one, it seems you're not entirely foolish. Wukong relaxed his body, shifting away from mere auditory reliance, and began to feel the cat sage's presence through his chi. The flow of wind, the fluctuations in the air, the undulations of energy. While the cat sage continued to move swiftly, the bell on his tail rang out crisply. Yet Wukong no longer listened. He focused intently on the subtle currents of chi in the air. There, Wukong suddenly lunged towards a direction. Smack! He still missed. The cat sage's voice wafted from the other side, laced with amusement. Hee hee, little one, you've grasped the feeling, but you're still a bit off. Unfazed, Wukong grew even more excited. Let us go again. He persistently tried, each attempt bringing him closer to the cat sage. Relying on his chi perception, he gradually reduced the margin of error with each step. For the first attempt, he missed by half a meter. On the second try, he was off by 10 centimeters. By the third attempt, his fingertips nearly grazed the bell. The cat sage couldn't help but feel astonished. How remarkably adaptable this little fellow is. Just as the cat sage was pondering, he caught it. With a sudden leap, Wukong seized the perfect moment to strike, flawlessly grasping the cat sage's tail. The cat sage exclaimed in surprise. Wukong, brimming with excitement, tore off the cloth strip, his face beaming with triumph. Ha! Cat sage, this time you can't escape. The cat sage, momentarily taken aback, narrowed his eyes, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. Heh, little brat, your energy has finally stabilized. However, that alone is insufficient. Wukong scratched his head. What's next? The cat sage squinted and replied slowly. Next, we shall practice how to utilize your energy. Although your energy is potent, it is quite wasteful. If you can master it completely, your strength will at least double. Wow, let's get started. Wukong exclaimed eagerly. The cat sage raised his staff and waved it casually. Instantly, a faint yet sharp surge of energy sliced through the air, leaving a shallow crack on the ground. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh. Leaning leisurely on his staff, the cat sage remarked. Energy is not solely for unleashing powerful attacks. It can be controlled to the utmost precision, even to the extent of slicing through a single strand of hair. Wukong scratched his head. That sounds a bit challenging. The cat sage smiled gently. Shall we conduct an experiment? He produced a feather from behind him and placed it before Wukong. Use your energy to lift this feather so that it floats in midair. Wukong replied, bewildered. Huh? He scratched his head, somewhat disbelieving. Cat sage, you can't be serious. What is the point of practicing this? The cat sage scoffed. Just give it a try. With confidence. Wukong raised his hand and unleashed a surge of energy. Bang! The feather was reduced to ashes. The cat sage facepalmed. You foolish monkey. I told you to lift the feather, not obliterate it. Wukong chuckled sheepishly. I must have used too much force. The cat sage sighed and retrieved another feather. Speaking calmly, to learn the application of energy, you must achieve a balance of control. If you cannot even manage a feather, you will never master your energy. Wukong blinked, realizing the complexity of this training, and immediately adopted a serious demeanor, taking a deep breath and focusing intently. All right, let's try again. 5 hours later, Wukong finally learned to use a gentle surge of energy to keep the feather afloat. The cat sage nodded in satisfaction. Wukong, Merely lifting the feather is not enough. The application of energy is not just about control, it must also involve precision strikes. The cat sage produced a small pebble and placed it before Wukong. Use your energy to knock the pebble down, but do not let it fly away. Wukong, full of confidence, unleashed a powerful energy wave. Bang! The pebble vanished. The cat sage sighed. Wukong rubbed his nose. Cat sage. Could you please give me another pebble? The cat sage rolled his eyes and produced a small stone. Little ghost, take your time, do not be impatient. Use the gentlest breath to nudge it. Wukong, with utmost caution, released his energy and gently pushed. The stone trembled slightly, but did not topple. Success was within reach. The cat sage nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now, be more precise. Let it fall without rolling away. As Wukong practiced, he gradually mastered the fine control of his energy. 5 days passed, and he had become proficient in harnessing his energy, ensuring it no longer leaked or erupted uncontrollably. He could now conceal his presence at will. Like a stealthy leopard poised to strike. The cat sage observed Wukong and couldn't help but nod slightly in approval. This lad was progressing even faster than I had anticipated. Cat sage, Wukong exclaimed, striking a combat stance. I want to test my new skills. Let us have a match. The cat sage leaned on his staff and replied leisurely. Oh, are you certain about that? Wukong grinned broadly. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. The cat sage thought to himself. This little rascal dares to boast? However, little ghost, even if your energy surpasses mine, have you truly grasped the essence of it? The corners of the cat sage's mouth lifted slightly as he flicked his staff. Come, let me see if you have indeed mastered it. I'm coming. Wukong charged forth. His speed multiplied several times over. Whoosh. In an instant, he was before the cat sage, delivering a powerful punch. The cat sage's expression shifted as he leaped lightly to evade the strike. Wukong smirked, swiftly changing direction, delivering another punch head-on. Bang! The cat sage was knocked back, landing on the ground, gently rubbing his arm, a complex expression in his eyes as he regarded Wukong. This lad's current strength is beyond my capability to contend with. Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Cat sage, you can't escape now. The cat sage chuckled, suddenly thrusting his staff down to the ground. Whoosh! His figure vanished in an instant. Wukong narrowed his eyes, instantly entering a state of energy perception. The fluctuations of the air, the tremors of the energy, the constrictions and flows of the energy. A smile played on Wukong's lips as he swiftly turned and hurled a punch in the direction of the cat sage. Bang! The cat sage's figure reappeared just as Wukong's punch struck, mere inches from his forehead. The cat sage's pupils constricted as he was filled with astonishment. This lad not only mastered the concealment of energy, but also accurately sensed a master of my caliber. The cat sage gently withdrew his energy, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Wukong, you have won. Wukong blinked, halting his actions, tilting his head in confusion. Huh? Aren't you going to continue? The cat sage smiled gently. You have completely mastered the use of energy. There is nothing more I can teach you. From this day forth, you have truly stepped into the realm of a martial arts master. Chapter 28, Power Detector. The cat sage smiled slightly, pointing to the top of the tower. Wukong, if you wish to progress further, you may go to the Temple of the Gods. Wukong blinked in surprise. The Heavenly Temple? The cat sage nodded. Simply insert the Rui stick at the pinnacle of Corinta, allowing it to extend indefinitely, and you shall reach the palace of the deities. No rush. I shall go later. Wukong reflected on Bobo's formidable battle power, rumored to be 1,000, realizing he was not yet a match for him. No way am I looking for trouble now. Cat sage. The cat sage was about to retreat indoors for a cup of tea when he heard Wukong's voice and turned back in curiosity. What is it? Wukong pointed at the Senzabine jar, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. I've been training here for so long. Will you not grant me a few? The cat sage narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Little brat, how many do you desire? A few hundred, perhaps? The cat sage's expression turned incredulous. What? A few hundred? He was nearly incensed by Wukong's audacious demand. Do you have any idea how precious Senzabines are? A few hundred? Are you planning to sell them? Wukong hastily waved his hands. No way. I truly value Senzabines, but I often find myself in battles and tend to get injured. The cat sage regarded him skeptically. Really? Wukong nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I aim to seek out stronger opponents. How can I not prepare a sufficient supply of Senzabines? The cat sage sighed, realizing this lad was indeed a battle fanatic and would likely consume the beans rapidly. Reluctantly, he approached the jar, scooped a generous handful of Senzabines, placed them in a small pouch, and handed it to Wukong. Here are 100. Do not be greedy. Wukong accepted the pouch and counted, furrowing his brow. Huh, only 100? The cat sage's gaze sharpened. If you find it insufficient, you need not take it. Wukong immediately clutched the pouch tighter. Just kidding. 100 is quite good. The cat sage snorted. Remember, Senzabines are not to be consumed like mere snacks. Each one is invaluable. Wukong nodded repeatedly. I understand, I understand. The cat sage observed Wukong's exuberance and shook his head in resignation. Go on, little brat. I hope you do not deplete the Senzabines too quickly. Wukong grinned widely and waved at the cat sage. Goodbye, cat sage. I shall return once I grow stronger. Whoosh. This training session had yielded remarkable results. Moments later, Wukong soared above West City, gazing down at the bustling metropolis. Ah, I have arrived at Bulma's home. He dove down, landing gracefully in Bulma's yard, casually brushing off the dust from his attire. I'm back. Bulma was in her laboratory tinkering with a new invention when she heard the commotion outside. Frowning, she asked, Mom, who is out there? Mrs. Brief glanced out the window, astonished. Oh, it's Wukong. Upon hearing this, Bulma dropped her screwdriver. What? Wukong? Bulma dashed out of the lab, finding Wukong standing in the yard, leisurely swinging his tail, a radiant smile gracing his face. Wukong, didn't you go to Corinta to train? Why are you back so soon? The training is complete. Bulma furrowed her brow, hands on her hips. You've only been gone for a few days. Wukong proudly patted his chest. I am a genius. I mastered the use of ki in just 5 days. Bulma stared in disbelief. What? 5 days? With a hearty laugh, Goku exclaimed, Bulma, would you care to witness my newly acquired skill? Bulma, wearing a look of resignation, replied, all right, since you insist, go ahead and perform. A sly smile crept across Goku's face as, in an instant, he vanished from sight. Bulma stood frozen, bewildered, scanning her surroundings. Hey, Goku, where did you go? After a brief moment, Goku reappeared behind her, a smug expression plastered on his face. What do you think? Am I fast or what? Startled, Bulma promptly smacked him on the head, exclaiming, Goku, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Rubbing his head, Goku feigned innocence. I merely wished to showcase my achievement. Bulma sighed in exasperation. You rascal. Fine. Since you're back, let's eat first. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Waha, Bulma, you are the best. I've been subsisting on sins of beans these past few days. I was nearly starving. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Sins of beans? 1 bean keeps you from hunger for 10 days. Goku proudly jangled his pocket. The cat sage gifted me 100. Bulma couldn't help but wonder. You didn't rob the cat sage, did you? Goku replied earnestly. How could I? I earned them through sincerity. Bulma rolled her eyes. I suspect the cat sage was merely eager to rid himself of your incessant chatter. Goku remained silent. Bulma sighed. Enough of this chatter, let's eat. Goku instantly dashed to the dining table, exclaiming, Wah, I want 30 bowls. After finishing his meal, Goku, rubbing his belly, leaned back in his chair with a satisfied grin. Waha, it's been ages since I felt this full. Although sins of beans stave off hunger, they can't compare to a feast at Bulma's. Bulma shot him a disapproving glance. All right, now that you're full, keep the noise down. It's deafening. Suddenly, Goku remembered something and leaned closer to Bulma, speaking earnestly. Bulma, could you assist me in creating a device to measure energy levels? Bulma blinked in confusion. Measure energy? What do you mean? It's for assessing a person's battle power. The stronger the energy, the higher the battle power. If we had a device that could calculate battle power based on energy intensity, it would be incredibly convenient. Bulma pondered, stroking her chin. Oh, that does sound intriguing. If we could create it, we'd know an opponent's battle power without having to guess. Goku nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly. A smile graced Bulma's lips as she confidently declared, leave it to me. I'll have it ready in 3 days. Goku beamed. Bulma, you're the greatest. 3 days later, Bulma approached Goku, proudly holding a compact battle power measuring device. Goku, your battle power tester is ready. Goku leaped with excitement. Wow, really? Let me see. Bulma presented the device, explaining, this instrument scans the intensity of the target's energy and converts it into a specific battle power value, displayed directly on the screen. Eagerly, Goku aimed the device at himself. Beep, beep, beep. A number rapidly appeared on the screen. Battle power, 2500. Goku was momentarily taken aback. Huh, this is incorrect. My battle power should be around 250, not 2500, Goku remarked, blinking in confusion. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Oh, could there be an error in the calculation? Goku pondered for a moment. Perhaps the formula is flawed. Consequently, Bulma refined the assessment method. Goku pointed the device at himself once more. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 250. Goku grinned widely. This time it's accurate. Bulma, let me measure your battle power. Bulma paused for a moment, then crossed her arms with a confident smirk. Ha. Go ahead. After all, I am a genius scientist. My battle power should be impressive. Goku aimed the device at Bulma. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 2 Goku. Bulma. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. After a prolonged silence, Goku burst into laughter. Ha. Bulma, your battle power is only 2. Bulma's expression darkened immediately. What did you say? Goku laughed so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. Ha. I could defeat you with a mere sneeze. Enraged, Bulma seized a wrench from the table and hurled it at Goku. You cheeky monkey. Dare to laugh again. Goku swiftly dodged. Bulma, don't be angry. A battle power of 2 is still commendable. Get lost. Bulma shouted, brandishing the wrench and chasing Goku around the room. Goku laughed heartily while nimbly evading Bulma's wrench attacks, narrowly escaping each time. Bulma's face flushed red with anger. You insolent monkey. If you keep laughing, I will smash your device. Goku quickly dashed to a corner of the room, still holding the battle power tester, and mischievously grinned. Bulma, are you truly upset? Bulma, hands on her hips, glared at him furiously. Of course. How dare you mock my battle power of only 2? Goku shrugged, but it's the truth. Who told you not to train? Bulma gritted her teeth. Who said I don't train? I am a renowned scientist. I can invent all sorts of things with my intellect, which is far superior to solving problems with brute force. Goku scratched his head, thinking she had a point. After all, she had indeed created the device. Yet, he couldn't help but tease her. But what if one day someone picks a fight with you? Would you even be able to defeat an ordinary strongman? Bulma's eyes widened in fury as she grabbed a screwdriver from the table and threw it at Goku. You're going to regret that. Goku swiftly dodged, but Bulma's throw shattered a vase. Crash. They both froze momentarily, and Bulma looked down at the shards scattered across the floor, her expression shifting dramatically. Goku, slightly panicked, said, Hey, Bulma, you broke it yourself. Don't blame me. A dangerous smile crept onto Bulma's face. Goku, don't you dare run. Hearing those words sent shivers down Goku's spine, and he immediately dashed toward the door. Bulma, let us talk this over. Bulma picked up an enormous wrench, shouting, Son Wukong. 1 minute later, Bulma sat triumphantly in a chair, leisurely sipping a drink. Wukong found himself bound to a chair. A pot lid precariously balanced atop his head, and several strips of tape affixed to his body, his expression one of sheer exasperation. Bulma, could you at least be reasonable? He implored. Bulma huffed, her legs crossed, and a smug demeanor plastered across her face. Reasonable? You shouldn't have mocked my battle power just now. Wukong's lips twitched in disbelief. It was just a joke, don't take it so seriously. Raising an eyebrow, Bulma casually remarked, Well, tell me, am I clever? Wukong nodded vigorously. Clever indeed. The smartest scientist in the world. Bulma, satisfied, inquired further, and am I beautiful? Wukong continued to nod emphatically. Beautiful, yes. The most stunning woman in the world. Only then did Bulma set down her drink, rise from her seat, and wave her hand dismissively. All right, since you recognize your mistake, I won't hold it against you. Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. However, Bulma abruptly grabbed the battle power tester, adjusting its settings to display a reading of 500. Shaking it triumphantly. Look, my battle power is even higher than yours. Wukong's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the absurd number on the device, his mouth twitching in disbelief. You're cheating. Altering the data is no skill. Bulma raised an eyebrow in defiance. Didn't you say a battle power of 2 was embarrassing? Now that mine exceeds yours, do you concede? Wukong, nearly in tears, protested. Bulma, this is hardly fair. With hands on her hips, Bulma exuded confidence. Humph, now do you see my prowess? You must show me respect from now on. Defeated, Wukong sighed in resignation. All right, you're the greatest. Bulma flashed a victorious smile. Now we're getting somewhere. Come on, call me your majesty. Wukong retorted, in your dreams. Bulma persisted. Not going to say it. I'll reduce your battle power to 1. Wukong complied. Your majesty, you are indeed the greatest. Bulma laughed heartily. Now we're talking. Thus, the battle power tester was officially born, alongside Bulma's successful fabrication of her battle power. Wukong mused, I should hasten to train, otherwise, I'll forever be at Bulma's mercy. Bulma smirked. Remember this, you smelly monkey. I am the world's smartest scientist. Chapter 29. Bulma's wish time flew by. And before long, a year had passed. Throughout this year, Wukong trained diligently, constantly challenging himself with increasingly difficult trials. From enduring 5 times gravity, he gradually acclimated to 6, then 8, and ultimately, he broke through to 10 times gravity. At last, he had adapted to 10 times gravity. In this moment, Wukong's muscles had become more robust, and his energy was far more stable and potent than it had been a year prior. He raised his fist and casually swung it a couple of times, the air crackling with audible bursts of energy. My strength has visibly increased. Excitedly, he picked up the battle power tester and aimed it at himself. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 500. A battle power of 500 on Earth already marked him as a formidable fighter. However, with the gravity on planet Vegeta being 10 times greater, and Saiyans naturally stronger than Earthlings, Wukong pondered, with this level of battle power, I might struggle against even a common soldier on planet Vegeta. However, tenfold gravity seems to be a watershed moment. In the original tale, Goku experienced remarkable growth in combat prowess while training on King Kai's planet under such conditions. By the way, the Dragon Balls are available. Should I make a wish? Goku pondered for a moment and decided to ask Bulma if she had any desires. Bulma, the Dragon Balls are ready for use. Do you have any wishes you want to fulfill? Bulma, engrossed in her work, replied without looking up, wishes? I don't really want anything. Goku tilted his head, somewhat surprised. Huh, didn't you always want to make a wish with the Dragon Balls? Bulma paused her work, leaning back in her chair with a slight smirk. I have wealth, a mansion, and technology. I can have whatever I desire to eat. What more could I wish for? Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, you certainly lack for nothing. Suddenly, A mischievous idea struck Goku, and he leaned closer to Bulma with a grin. You could wish to remain forever 18. Bulma was taken aback. What? Goku nodded earnestly. Didn't you say women fear aging the most? The eternal dragon could surely keep you looking 18 forever. Bulma froze, her eyes widening in astonishment at the unforeseen potential of the Dragon Balls. Wait a moment. Are you saying I could maintain the state of being 18 forever? Goku beamed. Of course. The eternal dragon's powers are immense. This should be a trivial matter. Bulma. She glanced at herself, acknowledging her youthful beauty at present, but the thought of aging and wrinkles sent a shiver down her spine. No. I cannot accept the inevitability of aging. Bulma sprang to her feet, gripping Goku's shoulders with fervor. Goku, hurry. Summon the eternal dragon. I want to be 18 forever. Ha ha ha. I knew you would love that wish. Let's set off right away. Bulma exclaimed, excitedly grabbing the dragon radar. Bulma. There's no need to rush in finding the Dragon Balls. Bulma paused. Huh, what do you mean? I already collected the Dragon Balls. Goku revealed, pulling out a capsule, and 7 Dragon Balls clinked onto the ground, emitting a soft, golden glow. Bulma, you little rascal have been carrying the Dragon Balls this whole time. Goku patted his chest with pride. Of course, when the Eternal Dragon scattered the Dragon Balls last time, I jumped up and caught them all. Bulma's mouth twitched in disbelief. You are simply cheating. Goku scratched his head. This way, we won't have to search for them later. We can wish any time. How convenient. Bulma sighed, facepalming. All right, just summon the Eternal Dragon. Hey, Bulma, let's not summon the Eternal Dragon at home, shall we? Bulma, brimming with excitement, frowned at Goku's suggestion. Huh, why not? Hurry up, I can't wait. Goku's mouth twitched. The Eternal Dragon is quite intimidating, and there are too many people in West City. Bulma, it does seem a bit frightening. Goku grinned. Let's find a more open space to summon the Eternal Dragon. Bulma rolled her eyes. Fine. Just carry me there quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku instructed Bulma to leap onto his back, and they soared into the air. Whoosh! With Bulma on his back, Goku transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the distant sea. Moments later, he landed on a remote, uninhabited island, where the gentle sea breeze caressed them, surrounded only by coconut trees and soft sandy shores. Bulma dismounted, exclaiming, Hey, this place is lovely. It's so spacious. Quickly, summon the dragon. Goku grinned widely, placing the 7 Dragon Balls upon the sandy beach. Come forth, Shenron. Boom. The sky darkened instantaneously, fierce winds howled, and lightning crackled as a golden light shot skyward. Roar. The magnificent Shenron emerged from the radiance, spiraling above, surveying Goku and Bulma. State your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it. Goku, hands on his hips, gazed up at the imposing dragon with a familiar mischievous grin. Shenron. It's me calling you again. Ha. Shenron paused for a moment, his eyes flickering slightly, seemingly pondering this familiar voice. Why is it you again? Though Shenron maintained an outwardly solemn demeanor, internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Is this kid summoning me too frequently? Is there no one else on Earth with wishes? Bulma shot Goku an exasperated glance, hands on her hips as she quipped, Goku, your tone makes it sound like Shenron is your pet. Shenron, striving to uphold his dignity, replied in a deep voice, state your wish. I am quite busy. Bursting with excitement, Bulma rushed forward and shouted, Shenron, I want to be forever. Suddenly, she halted mid-sentence, her expression shifting to one of contemplation. Goku blinked, curious, Hey, why did you stop? Don't you wish to be forever 18? Bulma furrowed her brow, resting her chin in her hand, looking conflicted. Goku, I just thought of something. If I remain 18 forever, what would that mean? Goku. Bulma continued to frown. If I were always 18, wouldn't that mean I would never mature? Remaining a young girl forever feels a bit odd, right? Goku stroked his chin. That doesn't sound too bad. After all, you don't want to grow old. Wait, I can wish differently. Bulma's eyes lit up suddenly. Shenron, I wish to maintain my youth, never to age, but to grow freely. Shenron's crimson eyes gleamed instantly. Rumbling with power, that wish can be granted. A cascade of golden energy enveloped Bulma, and she felt a lightness throughout her being, rejuvenated. Moments later, Shenron withdrew the light, stating slowly, your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shenron's form gradually dissipated, the 7 Dragon Balls soaring into the sky, transforming into 7 beams of light. Goku's eyes widened, a familiar mischievous smile spreading across his face. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Whoosh! In an instant, Goku's form vanished, becoming a streak of light, darting through the air with blinding speed, launching a flurry of strikes. Clap, 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 clap. In less than a second, Goku effortlessly grasped all 7 Dragon Balls in his hand. Got them! Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls in Goku's grasp, utterly flabbergasted. How did you manage to catch them again? Goku, brimming with pride, patted the Dragon Balls and declared, I succeeded last time, so of course I can do it again. Bulma, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead and remarked, you are truly going to disrupt the rules, Aren't the Dragon Balls supposed to be scattered? Goku scratched his head, replying, this way is more convenient. I want to have to search the world again next time. Bulma's lips twitched in disbelief. Goku neatly stored the Dragon Balls in a capsule and said earnestly, from now on, if you need to make a wish, just find me. I'll deliver it for free. Bulma sighed. You're even more miraculous than the Eternal Dragon. The sky cleared, the sea breeze wafted gently, and a serene calm enveloped the surroundings. Bulma touched her face, feeling unusually invigorated. Haha, Goku, you truly succeeded. I really won't age anymore. Goku, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Bulma, you'll never need to worry about wrinkles again. Bulma nodded with joy, but suddenly a thought crossed her mind, causing her expression to shift slightly. Wait, if I won't age, what about you? Goku blinked. Huh? Me? I've never really aged much anyway. Saiyans have an exceptionally prolonged youth. Even in their 30s or 40s, they still look young. Bulma thought to herself, that's not fair. Goku scratched his head, at least you won't age. We'll still be the same. Bulma rolled her eyes and, with her hands on her hips, declared, I suppose you're clever. Humph. I'll always be a stunning beauty. Goku grinned widely. You've always been a stunning beauty, Bulma. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted defiantly, humph. At least you know how to flatter. Goku burst into laughter. Huh? This wish is truly amusing. Bulma tossed her hair and proudly replied, of course. After all, it was my idea. Chapter 30. Goku, you won't stop growing, will you? Time flew by, and another year had passed. Throughout this year, Goku trained daily with a gravity training device, progressing from 10 times gravity to ultimately breaking through to 20 times gravity. In the wilderness, Goku slowly rotated his wrist, his breath steady and formidable. Finally, I have fully adapted to 20 times gravity. Goku retrieved a power level scouter and aimed it at himself. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 12,000. Goku gazed at this number, a slight smile gracing his lips, yet he felt no overwhelming excitement. While a power level of 12,000 was invincible on Earth, in the eyes of the universe's strongest beings, it was hardly noteworthy. Frisia's initial power level was a staggering 530,000. And I'm only at 12,000. There's still a vast gap. But it's alright. I'm only 14 years old. At that moment, Goku recalled something, a smirk forming on his lips. The Dragon Balls could be used again. Let us make a wish, albeit a modest one. Goku placed the Dragon Balls on the ground, hands on his hips, and shouted, come forth, Eternal Dragon. Boom. Instantly, the world transformed. The sky darkened, lightning crackled, and fierce winds swept across the wilderness. A dazzling beam of golden light soared into the sky, and a magnificent dragon emerged, spiraling majestically through the clouds. With a thunderous roar, the colossal dragon suspended in midair gazed down upon Goku with its crimson eyes. Speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it. Oh, dragon, it is I who has summoned you once more. Laughed Goku. Why is it always you? Have you mistaken the Dragon Balls for a family heirloom? The dragon pondered, suppressing its inner sarcasm while striving to maintain its regal demeanor. State your desire. Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully and declared, Dragon, I wish to see the full moon without transforming into a rampaging gorilla. The dragon's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly evaluating the feasibility of this wish. After a brief pause, it responded, your wish can indeed be fulfilled. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped Goku, and he felt a peculiar energy flowing into his being, as if some chains had been unshackled, yet his body remained entirely at ease. The dragon proclaimed, from this day forth, even upon gazing at the full moon, you shall not transform into a rampaging gorilla. Wonderful. At last, I need not fear losing control. Goku exclaimed, the wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon, having fulfilled its duty, prepared to disperse the 7 Dragon Balls across the globe as per usual. However, Goku, quick on his feet, leapt into the air. Where do you think you're going? In less than 5 seconds, Goku skillfully seized all 7 Dragon Balls in one swift motion. Got them, the dragon remarked. I suspect you may be unwell. Goku, beaming with pride as he cradled the 7 Dragon Balls, declared, no need to search for them next time. The sky cleared, and the wilderness returned to tranquility. Goku hummed a cheerful tune as he flew back to West City, heading straight for Bulma's home. Upon entering, Bulma, hands on her hips, looked skeptically at him. Goku, was that you summoning the dragon again when the sky suddenly turned dark? Goku nodded earnestly, indeed. I made a wish. Bulma sighed in exasperation. You're at it again. Do you plan to treat the dragon as a wish-granting service at your convenience? Scratching his head, Goku replied, well, the Dragon Balls are in my possession, so they belong to me. Rolling her eyes, Bulma acquiesced, fine, fine. What did you wish for this time? With utmost seriousness, Goku stated, I wish that from now on, I wouldn't transform into a rampaging gorilla upon seeing the full moon. Bulma blinked in confusion. Wait, you mean you transform into a gorilla? Goku, you can turn into a gorilla? How was I not aware of this? Goku, appearing entirely unfazed, explained, I am a Saiyan. All Saiyans transform into gorillas upon witnessing the full moon. Bulma responded incredulously. Could you repeat that? After a few moments of stunned silence, Bulma struggled to digest this information and asked in astonishment, Wait, you mean to say you transform into a gigantic gorilla? Goku nodded vigorously. Exactly. A supersized one. Incredibly strong. My fighting power increases tenfold. However, once transformed, I have no recollection of my actions. Bulma, even more perplexed, questioned, When have you ever transformed before? Why have I never seen it? With a wide grin, Liu Kang exclaimed, When I was very young, I transformed into a gorilla and accidentally trampled my grandfather. Bulma. Stunned, Bulma gasped. You said what? You trampled your grandfather? Liu Kang gestured dramatically, stomping his foot with a thunderous crash. Just like that, I flattened him with one step. Bulma thought to herself, what a terrifying childhood. Scratching his head, Liu Kang chuckled innocently, but back then, I was too young to realize it was me. Bulma, still in shock, asked, How did you find out later? Liu Kang shrugged. I remembered as I grew up that I must have become a gorilla and trampled my grandfather. I can't just say I knew the plot, right? Bulma, you seem rather pleased. Do you comprehend the horror of what you've done? In the blink of an eye, 11 months had elapsed. In West City, within Bulma's courtyard, Liu Kang gazed down at the gravity training device. The screen clearly displayed 30 times. A smirk played upon Liu Kang's lips, revealing a familiar triumphant smile. He had finally fully adapted to the immense gravitational force. Stretching his body, he lightly clenched his fist, causing the air to tremble, and the surrounding grass to bow beneath the gusts. Liu Kang took out his power level scouter and aimed it at himself. Beep beep beep. Power level, 23,000. Liu Kang fixated on this figure, grinning broadly, unable to resist a moment of self-congratulation. Humph, the championship of the martial arts tournament is surely secure. I shall defend my title. No one can take my championship away. With hands on his hips, Liu Kang began to rehearse his introduction. Hello everyone. I am Son Goku, the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. In just a few days, I will be the dual champion of both the 21st and 22nd tournaments. The more Liu Kang pondered this, the prouder he became, his laughter uncontrollable as he envisioned future scenarios. In the future tournament venue, the host, microphone in hand, would ask, May I have your name? Liu Kang, with utmost seriousness, would wave his hand, making a grand entrance. Son Goku, champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. What is your profession? Martial artist, champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. What are you most proud of? Defending my title as champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. What is your dream? I am the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma approached, witnessing Liu Kang enthusiastically rehearsing his introduction, growing more animated with each word, her mouth twitching in disbelief. This guy is at it again. Liu Kang, is it really necessary to be this proud? Liu Kang paused. This is the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Everyone must know. Bulma rolled her eyes. All right. You are the champion. You are the strongest. Inside the room, Bulma had specially ordered several new martial arts uniforms for Liu Kang. Excitedly, Liu Kang flipped through the new attire, but soon noticed a peculiar issue. Hey, Bulma, why are there so many colors? Bulma raised an eyebrow. Of course, I prepared several colors according to the trends. Blue, red, white, orange, take your pick. Liu Kang scratched his head and cast aside all non-black garments, seizing his black martial arts uniform. I want everything in black. Bulma was taken aback. Why? Liu Kang proudly fastened the black belt and gazed into the mirror, revealing a contented smile. The black martial arts uniform looks much cooler. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Is that so? She crossed her arms and quipped. Liu Kang, are you starting to care about style? That's not like you. Liu Kang laughed heartily. Of course. I want to look impressive. I will wear this uniform and become the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma shrugged. All right then. As long as you're happy. But Liu Kang, why are you growing so slowly? Liu Kang paused, looked down at himself, and touched his head. Is that so? Bulma placed her hands on her hips and shook her head. I feel like you haven't grown much these past few years. Are you sure you're not going to be short? Liu Kang exclaimed in disbelief. What? Bulma flashed a mischievous smile and teased. Should we summon the dragon to grant you a wish to grow taller? Liu Kang replied. Don't joke around. Bulma shrugged. But you really are growing too slowly. Liu Kang earnestly explained. I haven't reached puberty yet. Saiyans develop rapidly only after the age of 15. Bulma blinked. Really? Liu Kang nodded vigorously. Of course. After 15. I will shoot up significantly. Chapter 31. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. At Kame House, Krillin donned his brand new martial arts uniform, brimming with energy. Yamcha stood confidently nearby, already contemplating how to showcase himself in the competition. Puar transformed into a small cat wearing sunglasses and a scarf, proudly declaring, Don't I have a star-like presence? Blonde Launch slipped into a sizzling tight outfit, a small handgun strapped to her waist, exuding a commanding queenly aura. A competition? I'm not interested, but watching handsome guys is certainly enjoyable. Master Roshi sported sunglasses and a brand new suit, standing energetically amidst the crowd. Ha! Let the world witness the strength of my disciple, the mighty turtle hermit. Suddenly, Master Roshi hesitated, unwilling to leave. Krillin inquired, Master Roshi, everyone is ready. Why aren't we setting off? Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and replied nonchalantly, well, I need to use the restroom first. The others stared in disbelief. Launch, hands on her hips, retorted, you old man, why didn't you go earlier? Master Roshi replied earnestly, you young ones wouldn't understand. At my age, one must always be prepared. Launch drew her handgun and fired a shot into the air. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and come back. Master Roshi broke into a cold sweat. Yes, Miss Launch. I'll be right there. Once Master Roshi concluded his personal business, everyone finally boarded the plane, setting off towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The plane flew smoothly for a while, but suddenly, Master Roshi clutched his stomach, looking distressed. I need to use the restroom again. The others exclaimed in confusion. Krillin exclaimed, Master Roshi, didn't you just go? Yamcha covered his face, exclaiming, what is happening? Have I eaten something bad? Master Roshi, looking quite distressed, replied, age takes its toll, and my digestion is rather rapid. The blonde Launch erupted, hold it in. There's no place to relieve yourself on the plane. Master Roshi immediately broke into a cold sweat. But I can't hold it. Launch, cold and unyielding, pulled out a grenade, twirling it in her hand. If you dare to let it out on the plane, I'll blow you to bits. Master Roshi could only remain silent. Yamcha crossed his arms, a smirk of schadenfreude on his face. Good luck, Master Roshi. Krillin, filled with sympathy, advised, hang in there, Master Roshi. Survival is paramount. Roshi lamented, woe is me. My life is so hard. The venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was bustling with excitement. Experts from around the globe had gathered to register, and the crowd outside was immense, with countless spectators eagerly anticipating this premier fighting spectacle. Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and Launch arrived at the registration desk. Krillin and Yamcha skillfully inscribed their names. Unlike last time, Master Roshi boldly filled in the name Jackie Chan. The staff member glanced up at the elderly man with sunglasses and a white beard, slightly furrowing his brow. Mr. Chan, are you sure you wish to register? At your age, can your body handle it? Adjusting his sunglasses, Master Roshi replied earnestly, young man, do not underestimate the elderly. My leg techniques are exceptionally refined. Krillin and Yamcha couldn't help but chuckle nearby. The registrar shrugged in resignation. Well then, I wish you good luck. After completing their registrations, the trio stood aside, observing the other contestants. Blonde Launch, looking puzzled, asked, why aren't we heading back to the hotel? What are we doing standing here? Krillin smiled. We're waiting for Goku. Launch frowned in confusion. Who is Goku? Yamcha looked at her in astonishment. Launch, you don't know Goku? Launch tilted her head, looking perplexed. Am I supposed to know him? Is he famous? Krillin couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Goku was the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Launch raised an eyebrow. Oh, is he that impressive? What does he look like? Yamcha scratched his head. Well, considering you've always been at the Turtle Hermit's house, you probably haven't seen Goku. Launch crossed her arms and pouted. Humph, we'll see when he arrives. If he is not handsome, I'm not interested. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances and couldn't suppress their laughter. Haha, just wait until Goku arrives. You might be in for a surprise. Hey there, old turtle. You're still alive? A tall, thin old man, adorned with a black top hat and clad in a green martial arts uniform, approached with a cold smirk, followed by two younger men. One was tall with 3 eyes, arms crossed, exuding disdain, while the other was short, pale, with red circles on his cheeks, appearing Navi, yet not to be underestimated. It was Master Shun, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu, making their official entrance. Ha ha ha, old turtle, after all these years, you still bring your useless disciples to the tournament? Master Roshi leisurely adjusted his sunglasses, a smirk dancing on his lips as he spoke with a teasing tone. Well, if it isn't you, the bald crane, what brings you here? Surely, you're not here to pick up the scraps for your disciples? The crane hermit's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he retorted, old turtle, this time I brought true experts. Any one of them could easily crush your disciples into dust. Master Roshi chuckled heartily. Is that so? I hope they are not all talk like you, with fists that are utterly ineffectual. At that moment, Tien Shinhan crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Krillin and Yamcha. Is this the might of the turtle school? Just as my master said, it's utterly unimpressive. Krillin furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing ominously. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? Tien Shinhan let out a dismissive chuckle. I'm not targeting you. I'm simply stating that all of you are worthless. Any of us from the Crane School could sweep you aside effortlessly. Yamcha stepped forward, teeth clenched and glaring fiercely. Don't get too cocky. At the martial arts tournament, I will personally defeat you. Tien Shinhan scoffed, waggling a finger in front of Yamcha. You? Huh. I could take you down with just one finger. Yamcha seethed with anger. Just wait and see. Don't be so arrogant. Dumpling, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly raised his hand, a naive smile lighting up his face. Tian Shinhan, don't bully them. They look really weak. Krillin thought to himself, did this guy just call us weaklings? Upon spotting Tian Shinhan, Launch's eyes sparkled, and she exaggeratedly covered her face. Oh my. This three-eyed handsome is quite striking. Yamcha was taken aback. Hearing Launch's remark, Tian Shinhan frowned slightly. Woman, I'm not interested. Blonde Launch immediately flared up, pulling out a gun and aiming it at Tian Shinhan. What did you say? Do you believe I'll force you to withdraw early? Krillin shouted, Sister Launch, don't act rashly. Observing Launch's volatile demeanor, Master Roshi quickly pulled her aside, awkwardly chuckling. Hey, let us wait for Goku. We shouldn't waste too much breath on them. The crane hermit sneered, brushing his sleeves. Humph, old turtle, let us hope your disciples don't embarrass themselves. We shall meet on the arena. After a while, a whistling sound echoed through the sky. Long time no see. Everyone looked up, spotting a streak of black light descending rapidly. Boom. Goku landed gracefully on the ground, cradling Bulma in his arms. A relaxed smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the crowd. Krillin, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and the others were instantly filled with joy. Goku. Master Roshi's eyes caught sight of Bulma, and they lit up with excitement, nearly causing a nosebleed. Oh my, that girl Bulma has become even more beautiful. Just as Master Roshi intended to approach and say something, perhaps to steal a few more glances. Goku's expression darkened instantaneously as he released a hint of his aura towards Master Roshi. The air suddenly thickened. An overwhelming aura pressed down upon Master Roshi. Boom. Master Roshi's legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, frozen in place. What a terrifying aura. The turtle hermit felt an ominous presence looming over him, making even the act of breathing a laborious endeavor. This little rascal's power has increased once more. He must not be provoked. Absolutely not. The turtle hermit was drenched in cold sweat, awkwardly offering his apologies. Ahem. Goku, I meant no offense. Goku squinted, retracting his aura, and replied nonchalantly, Humph, old man, don't stare so intently. The turtle hermit nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I shall not dare again. Krillin and Yamcha stood to the side, witnesses to this peculiar exchange, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. They observed the turtle hermit, who had been fine moments ago, suddenly kneel down and apologize with an awkward expression. Hey, teacher, why are you kneeling? Krillin inquired. Yamcha chuckled. Is this a greeting for Goku? Ha. The turtle hermit's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, insisting, I merely needed to, stretch my knees, you see? Krillin. Yamcha, what on earth is going on? Blonde Launch had been fixated on Goku, initially expecting him to be an exceptionally handsome man. However, to her dismay, this Goku turned out to be a short little brat. Launch rolled her eyes dramatically, her face filled with disdain as she waved her hand dismissively. Humph. Just a little punk. I thought he was some dashing gentleman. Instantly disinterested, she turned away, not wishing to engage with Goku. Goku, is that not Launch? Hey, why the sudden change of heart? Krillin quietly explained, Launch prefers handsome guys. Oh, Goku mused, glancing down at his black martial arts uniform and touching his charming little face. Strange, he thought. Am I not quite handsome? Chapter 32. The preliminary rounds commence. In the arena for the world's foremost martial arts tournament, there were no spectators, only competitors and judges. The area was divided into 4 platforms, with participants already positioned by their respective platforms, awaiting the commencement of the preliminaries. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and the turtle hermit, who had registered under the guise of Jackie Chan, found themselves assigned to different platforms. Krillin and Yamcha were perplexed by the turtle hermit's inexplicable need for makeup, yet they chose not to confront him, allowing the old man to amuse himself. Heh, those turtle school fools certainly enjoy clustering together. A scornful voice cut through the air as Tien and Kairatsu approached once more. What's this? Have my words rendered you mute? Krillin frowned. Don't get too arrogant. In the martial arts tournament, strength is what truly matters. Tien scoffed, indeed. And that is precisely why you should concede quickly, lest you suffer a severe beating. Yamcha, burning with anger, stepped forward to confront Tien once again. Enough. Let us settle this on the platform. Stop with the empty bravado. Tien's expression turned cold as he let out a light chuckle. Very well. I am eager to see just how long you turtle school trash can endure. Just then, Tien's gaze fell upon Goku and Jackie Chan standing nearby. A slight frown creasing his brow, filled with curiosity. Who are these two? They appear rather foolish. The dumpling tilted its head, blinking its eyes. Tianjin Fan. I've never seen them either. Tianjin Fan glanced around, his face contorted with disdain. Is this martial arts competition open to every Tom, Dick, and Harry? Yamcha's eyes widened in shock as he bellowed. You don't even recognize the champions from the last tournament? Tianjin Fan paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What? Those two, the last tournament's champions. What a joke. Is this martial arts competition a children's playground? The dumpling looked at Goku and Master Roshi, bewildered. Tianjin Fan. Are they really that formidable? Tianjin Fan waved his hand dismissively. The level of the last martial arts tournament was merely mediocre. The champions and runners-up were these two? Ha! With that, Tianjin Fan turned away, his laughter echoing in the air. In the leisure area, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Bulma, launch! And Poir sat leisurely under a sunshade, sipping chilled beverages, reveling in the calm before the competition. Sigh, the match hasn't even begun. And I wonder how Goku is faring. Launch rolled her eyes. What is there to worry about with that little brat? I'm more interested in seeing if there are any handsome men around. Poir rested on the table, wagging his tail. I hope Yamcha wins the match. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted. Ladies, with the sun shining so brightly, isn't it rather dull to sip drinks alone? A gaunt old man clad in a green martial arts uniform and topped with a black hat approached, a smug expression on his face. It was Master Crane. Bulma shot him an impatient glance. Who are you? Can't you see we're chatting? Master Crane smirked, a hint of contempt on his lips. Humph. I am the master of the Crane School, far superior to that old turtle. Since you choose to associate with those weaklings from the Turtle School, why not join me? I'm far wealthier than that old man. Bulma. Launch. Poir. The air froze for 3 seconds. Go to hell. You lecherous old man. With a swift motion, Blonde Launch drew a submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Take this, old man. I don't need your filthy money. To everyone's astonishment, Master Crane effortlessly waved his hands, catching every bullet mid-flight. Not only that, he crushed them all, scattering the remnants on the ground. Launch. Gripping her gun, seethed with rage. Damn it. That old geezer can catch bullets with his bare hands. Master Crane let out a cold snort. Humph, ungrateful woman. You'll regret this. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Launch gritted her teeth in frustration. That bastard. If it weren't for the rules here, I'd have blown him to bits. This old man truly was arrogant. Perhaps Goku should deal with him? Bulma flipped her hair, suddenly pulling a small device from her pocket, scanning Master Crane's retreating figure. Power level, 120. Bulma rolled her eyes and let out a disdainful scoff. Humph, is that all? I expected something more impressive. Launchi inquired, what on earth? What did you just point at that bald crane? Bulma proudly waved her device. This is my invention, a scouter that measures a person's battle power. Launchi's eyes lit up. Oh, can you measure mine? With a smile. Bulma aimed the scouter at Launchi and pressed the skin button. Battle power, 6. Bulma exclaimed. Wow, Launchi, you're quite formidable. Launchi raised her chin with pride. Humph. Of course. I possess innate strength. Purr, curious, leaned in. What about me? Can you measure my power? Bulma nodded and pointed the scouter at Purr. Battle power, 2. Purr lamented. Oh no, I'm so weak. Bulma chuckled and handed the scouter to Launchi. Would you like to measure the others? Let us see their battle powers. Launchi eagerly took the scouter. Sure. I want to see just how weak everyone here is. She began scanning the nearby passers-by. Battle power, 1. Battle power, 2. Battle power, 3. Launchi pouted. Humph. As expected, they're all just ordinary people. How dull. Bulma shrugged. This is the World Martial Arts Tournament. The true fighters are in the preliminaries. The preliminaries commenced. A karateka stood in the center of the ring, fists clasped, bowing solemnly to Yamcha. I am a master of the Eastern Flow Karate. Allow me to showcase the true art of combat. Yamcha, leaning back with his arms crossed, replied languidly, all right. Let us get on with it. I'm on a tight schedule. The karateka did not attack immediately. Instead, he produced several thick wooden boards from seemingly nowhere. The onlookers in the contestant area furrowed their brows, curious about his intentions. Yamcha raised an eyebrow. What are you planning to do? The referee also looked perplexed. The match has started. Why are you bringing wooden boards? Weapons are not allowed. The karate master, with a serious demeanor, struck a pose. Before we begin the match, please enjoy my karate demonstration. Huh. Crack. The wooden board was instantly split in two, pieces scattering everywhere. The contestants frowned, unable to suppress their murmurs. What was this guy thinking? Did he believe this was a performance? Yamcha's expression darkened. Are you here for the tournament or a street show? The karate master stood tall. If I can break such sturdy boards with my bare hands, it indicates my strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. You can still concede. An awkward silence fell over the contestant area. Yamcha's lips twitched in frustration as he fought the urge to lash out. Fine. Since you're so confident, I suppose I should demonstrate as well. He lightly flexed his wrists and approached the karateka. Bang. Yamcha unleashed a powerful punch directly to the karateka's abdomen. The karate master widened his eyes, his complexion instantly paling, his body curling into a shrimp-like posture, his legs trembling, and his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the karate competitor was sent sprawling off the ring, landing heavily on the ground, unconscious. The referee declared, Yamcha wins. Yamcha clapped his hands, twisted his neck, and gazed at the fallen karateka, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he calmly remarked, breaking boards is impressive, but that has nothing to do with fighting. The other competitors collectively inhaled sharply, silently vowing to refrain from foolish antics during the match, lest they suffer a similar fate. Then came the underground boxing champion. With a thunderous entrance, a colossal giant, towering at 3 meters with bulging muscles, strode onto the stage. His arms were thicker than the head of the boxer, adorned with a fierce wild bull tattoo across his chest, causing the ring to tremble with each heavy step he took. Whoa, this guy is enormous. The competitors gasped in astonishment. The underground champion laughed heartily, pointing his hand, as large as a fan, at the boxer with a look of utter disdain. You expect me to compete against someone as tiny as you? Rolling his eyes, the boxer retorted, enough of your chatter, let us get started. I want to have lunch soon. The underground champion scoffed, swinging his massive fist through the air with arrogance. Little one, don't bother struggling. I am the underground champion. I have never lost in either black market fights or ring duels. Even professional fighters can't last 10 seconds against me, let alone a small fry like you. Ha ha ha. Considering this, the boxer rested his chin on his hand. Oh, underground champion? That sounds quite impressive. The champion grinned broadly, of course. In the underground arena, I am invincible. The boxer smiled faintly. Then you should stay underground. Why come up here? The competitors burst into laughter. The underground champion's face darkened with rage. You seek death. With a furious roar, he swung his enormous fist down towards the boxer. The competitors stared wide-eyed. With such a massive frame, if that punch connected, the little one would surely meet his demise. In the midst of the astonished gazes, the boxer raised a hand, effortlessly pinching the underground champion's fist between 2 fingers. Huh. The champion was bewildered, his entire arm immobilized, unable to move an inch. What is happening? Why can't my fist come down? Cold sweat trickled down the champion's face as he exerted all his strength to retract his fist, but it remained steadfast. The competitors were left in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? The boxer slightly lifted his head, revealing a resigned smile. It's time to end this. With a sudden motion, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the underground champion's abdomen. Bang! The underground champion flew backward like a cannonball, soaring off the ring and crashing heavily onto the ground, unconscious. The referee announced, Klin wins. Chapter 33, The Clash of Tien Shinhan and Yamucha enter Tien Shinhan. His opponent is a formidable sumo wrestler, weighing no less than 300 kilograms, clad in traditional sumo mawashi, his legs as stout as pillars. The sumo wrestler gazes at Tien with a confident smile, declaring, You are far too slender. I am a professional sumo wrestler. My weight is my weapon. On the ring, I am invincible. With my sheer mass, you cannot budge me. Prepare to be crushed. The onlookers murmur amongst themselves, intrigued by the spectacle of such contrasting physiques. This sumo wrestler appears quite formidable. Upon hearing the sumo expert's taunts, Tien Shinhan merely smiles and suddenly rips off his shirt, with a resounding rip. His upper body is unveiled, revealing chiseled muscles, as solid as steel. 8 distinct abdominal muscles are clearly visible. The spectators gasp in awe, exclaiming, Wow! This fellow's physique is nothing short of perfection. It's sculptural. The sumo wrestler's expression shifts slightly. Humph. No matter how much muscle you possess, it's futile. In terms of weight, you are still far behind. Tien crosses his arms, chuckling coldly. Oh, is that so? With a thunderous roar, the sumo wrestler channels his power, charging at Tien like a tank. I'm a professional sumo wrestler. Even seasoned fighters cannot surpass me in raw strength. Prepare to be sent flying. Bang! The wrestler's shoulder crashes into Tien's chest. All eyes are glued to the scene, expecting Tien to be sent sprawling, but the next moment, everyone is left dumbfounded. Tien stands his ground, not even swaying an inch. Meanwhile, the sumo wrestler's expression changes dramatically. What? His shoulder struck like an unyielding iron wall, rendering my arm numb, as if my bones were shattering. How is this possible? Tien smirks. Aren't you feeling confident? Go on, continue. The sumo wrestler, drenched in cold sweat, stammers, In no way. Are you a monster? Tien slightly raises his hand, fingers splayed, gently resting on the sumo wrestler's shoulder. Boom. With a sudden surge of power, Tien effortlessly lifts the 300-kilogram sumo wrestler with one hand. The spectators exclaim in disbelief. What? He.S. lifting that hefty giant with a single hand. Thud. In the next instant, Tien slams the sumo wrestler onto the ring, causing the arena to tremble. The wrestler's eyes roll back, and he collapses unconscious. The referee announces, Tien Shinhan wins. The spectators stand in stunned silence, unable to fathom the event that just transpired. Incredible. This man's superhuman strength transcends the limits of humanity. A professional sumo wrestler, thrown aside with a single hand? Son Wukong versus King Choppa. How could that little rascal Son Wukong possibly defeat King Choppa? King Choppa is the mightiest fighter, with unparalleled strength. No one can triumph over him. Is King Choppa truly that powerful? Of course. Do you not know? The mighty King Choppa can shatter boulders with a single punch and send elephants soaring with ease. He once achieved an astounding victory streak of 99 matches in the fighting arena. Is this for real? How extraordinarily powerful. It sounds far more formidable than the underground champion we just heard about. Upon overhearing the crowd's fervent praise for King Choppa, Goku, the reigning champion from the previous tournament, furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. What is going on? Am I not the last champion? Why does it feel like so few people remember me? Goku stroked his chin, increasingly perturbed, and decided to announce loudly, "Greetings, everyone. I am Son Goku, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament." A sudden silence enveloped the competitors' area. The contestants exchanged bewildered glances. Son Goku? The last champion? Is that true? Surely, this must be a joke. How could the champion be this little brat? Wait, do you all recall the final match of the last tournament? I don't remember. I didn't watch the finals. Me neither. So who was the champion again? It can't possibly be this kid. Goku, overhearing their conversation, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Hey. Don't you martial artists even watch the finals? Fine, I'll introduce myself once more. With a mighty swing of his fist directed at the audience below, he declared loudly, "I am Son Goku, the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament." The contestants stood in stunned silence. Suddenly, a heavy thudding sound approached, and a brawny giant, muscles bulging, slowly ascended the stage. "Kid, you're quite noisy," he remarked. Goku looked up, tilting his head in curiosity. "What's the matter? Do you have a problem with that?" King Joppa smirked. "Humph, you'd best concede quickly, or I assure you, I will show no mercy." Goku scratched his head and blinked. "Really? If you're so formidable, why didn't you claim the last championship?" King Joppa froze, his expression darkening instantly. "You." Below the stage, the contestant who had previously boasted about King Joppa quickly shouted, "Joppa, don't listen to this brat. Just knock him out with one punch." King Joppa's countenance soured, his fists clenched, muscles tensed, as he charged towards Goku with a roar die. He swung his colossal fist down upon Goku. Goku effortlessly sidestepped, avoiding the blow entirely. Boom! King Joppa's fist smashed into the stage, causing the entire platform to tremble. Goku, standing leisurely to the side, remarked, "Are you nearsighted? You missed me from so close." Fuming with rage, King Joppa swung his fist again at Goku. Goku met his attack head-on. Boom! The arena fell into silence. King Joppa's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face flushed crimson, mouth agape, but unable to utter a sound. Boom! Goku's punch sent King Joppa flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendering him unconscious. The referee declared, "Son Goku wins." The contestant who had praised King Joppa stood dumbfounded, completely petrified. What? King Joppa lost just like that? No way. Another instant defeat? As Wukong descended from the arena, he placed his hands on his hips and chuckled. "Now you see that I am the reigning champion, don't you?" Tianjin Fan, arms crossed, regarded him with a cold gaze. Narrowing his three eyes, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, followed by a soft hum. "Curious?" Jiaozi inquired. Tianjin Fan, "What do you think? That little brat possesses some skill. Yet, it is not substantial," he replied. "Really?" Jiaozi exclaimed. Tianjin Fan cast a glance at the unconscious Joppa Wong sprawled outside the ring and remarked, "That brute is merely a brawler, his strength hardly worthy of mention. The ability to defeat him indicates this little one has some merit, but he is not yet deserving of my attention." As the preliminaries concluded, lunchtime arrived, and the contestants flocked to the dining hall provided by the martial arts tournament to replenish their energy in anticipation of the afternoon matches. Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jackie Chan, known as Kame Sennin, sat at a large table, joyfully feasting. Krillin, munching on a chicken leg, exclaimed, "The preliminaries were even easier than I anticipated." Yamcha, sipping soup, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the current opponents are lackluster. The true warriors will likely emerge in the main event." Crunch, crunch. Wukong swiftly devoured the delicacies on the table, leaving the other contestants in astonishment. Is this fellow's stomach a black hole? Does he eat that quickly? Is the appetite of the previous champion truly this terrifying? Just as the atmosphere remained relatively lighthearted, a crash. A plate shattered on the floor, shattering the tranquility of the dining hall. Everyone turned to see Tianjin Fan standing before the table, his expression dark and brooding. "Is this all you provide for me? This garbage?" The contestants gasped, many startled by Tianjin Fan's furious outburst. "What is happening? Has this fellow lost his temper?" With an icy demeanor, Tianjin Fan pointed at the food before him. "Such fare is unworthy of a true martial artist. It fails to even serve as adequate nourishment, a complete waste of time." Yamcha, who had been enjoying his meal, felt his mood sour upon hearing Tianjin Fan's loud complaints. He set down his chopsticks, rose to his feet, and strode towards Tianjin Fan, unabashedly stating, "Hey, if you don't want to eat, then don't. Who is forcing you? Why shout about it?" Tianjin Fan cast a disdainful glance at Yamcha, his eyes filled with contempt. "Are you addressing me?" Yamcha retorted, arms crossed, with a mocking smile. "Of course. What did you think? Just because you find the food unpalatable, you think you can complain loudly? Who do you think you are? The number one in the world?" Tianjin Fan's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing slightly, his tone frigid. "So, you seek trouble?" The air instantly turned tense as their gazes clashed, igniting fierce sparks. The other contestants halted their meals, watching the two in astonishment. Are these two about to fight here? The martial arts tournament hasn't even begun, and they wish to brawl first. Krillin set down his chopsticks, his expression serious. "Yamcha won't actually throw a punch, will he?" Wukong, chewing his food, watched with keen interest, mumbling, "They won't come to blows." As the tension between the two escalated, Master Rashi, known as Jackie Chan, finally intervened. He leisurely approached the two, extending his hands, one to hold back Yamcha, and the other to restrain Tien Shinhan, smiling as he spoke. All right, young men, there's no need for rashness." Yamcha furrowed his brow. "Jackie, don't stop me. This guy is too arrogant." Tien Shinhan scoffed. "You'd best not interfere, or I'll take down both you and your old man." "Huh, if you wish to fight, by all means, but remember this. The martial arts tournament has rules. Engaging in a brawl outside of the competition will result in disqualification." These words instantly halted both combatants. Yamcha's expression shifted, and he clenched his teeth. Damn it. Tien Shinhan also frowned slightly. Though he was not afraid of Yamcha, he understood that for the sake of the tournament, they could not afford to fight here. Ultimately, they exchanged a cold glance, neither saying another word, each merely huffing before returning to their respective places. Upon sitting down, Yamcha remained visibly displeased. "TCH, that guy is insufferable. He'll regret it sooner or later." Krillin chuckled. "Don't be angry. Just wait until the ring to take him down, right?" Yamcha sighed and picked up his chopsticks. "Fine, let us eat first. The match hasn't even begun." After Tien Shinhan returned to his seat, his expression was icy, as if the earlier conflict had never occurred. "Tien, you really almost fought just now," Din whispered. Tien Shinhan closed his eyes, coldly replying, "Humph, when the time comes, I'll crush them myself." Chapter 34, Yamcha's Broken Leg. The 8 competitors advancing to the finals gathered in the Grand Hall, awaiting the draw for the quarterfinals. Soon, the final matchups were announced. Yamcha versus Tien Shinhan, Turtle School versus Crane School, a fateful battle. Master Rashi versus Wolfman, an experienced martial artist against a mysterious creature. Krillin versus Din, a bald-headed duel. Puff versus Goku, who Goku hardly regarded. Yamcha versus Tien Shinhan. Yamcha declared, "Humph, it's finally our turn to face off." He rolled his neck, crossed his arms, and wore a confident smile. "TCH, you struggled even in the preliminaries. You truly dare to stand before me?" Tien Shinhan sneered at Yamcha, his gaze filled with disdain. Yamcha, incensed by this remark, glared at Tien and retorted through gritted teeth, "Don't underestimate me. Humph, a waste is always a waste. Even if you talk tough, you're still worthless." Tien Shinhan coldly snorted, his eyes reflecting deep scorn. Yamcha's muscles bulged with anger. "The match begins." "Huh." Yamcha unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, targeting Tien's face and abdomen. Tien Shinhan, with a smirk, effortlessly sidestepped, his footwork remarkably precise, dodging each attack with impeccable timing. Bang, bang, bang. Yamcha's fists grazed Tien's skin but failed to land a blow. With a hint of disdain, Tien Shinhan remarked, "Humph, is that your speed?" Yamcha, furious, retorted, "Damn it, let us see how long you can keep dodging." Smack. Yamcha suddenly executed a swift low sweep kick. Tien Shinhan lifted one leg effortlessly to evade the attack, simultaneously driving his right knee downward. Bang. Yamcha's entire lower leg was forcefully slammed onto the arena floor. In pain, Yamcha quickly rolled over and leaped up, creating distance while his expression turned serious. This guy's reaction speed is astonishingly quick. Tien Shinhan gazed at him coolly, his tone dripping with disdain. "Have you finished your probing? Now it's my turn." Bang. Tien Shinhan suddenly dashed forward, his form as swift as lightning, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yamcha's face. Yamcha hastily raised his arms to block, but Tien Shinhan's strength was terrifying. Yamcha was sent stumbling back several meters, the surface of the arena bearing the scratches of his retreat. How can this guy be so strong? Yamcha was astounded, his arms slightly numb. Tien Shinhan closed in again, a relentless barrage of punches raining down like a storm. Bang, 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 bang. Yamcha frantically retreated, struggling to evade Tien Shinhan's onslaught. But he still took a punch to the shoulder. Ugh. Yamcha was propelled sideways, flipping twice in the air before barely stabilizing himself and landing awkwardly. Tien Shinhan smirked slightly, coldly remarking, "You dodged fairly well, but at this level, you might as well head home and drink some milk. You bastard." Yamcha took a deep breath, quickly assuming his stance, his hands forming claw shapes as an aura surged around him. "Huh." Tien Shinhan raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Are you finally going to show your true abilities?" Yamcha erupted in a burst of speed, his figure transforming into a blur as he launched a high-velocity assault on Tien Shinhan. New Wolf Fang Fist. Pop-a-pap. The onslaught of the Wolf Fang Fist descended like a torrential storm, each blow infused with fierce energy, relentlessly pounding Tien Shinhan's body. The audience gasped in astonishment. Wow, Yamcha's speed is incredible. Can Tien Shinhan withstand it? Bang, 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 bang. Tien Shinhan didn't even furrow his brow, nor did he take a step back. As Yamcha unleashed his furious assault, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Why is he showing no reaction at all? Tien Shinhan casually rolled his neck, a mocking smile adorning his face. "Are you done? Now it's my turn." Tien Shinhan suddenly struck with a palm, precisely hitting Yamcha in the chest. Clap. Yamcha's face turned pale, his eyes almost rolling back. Seizing the opportunity, Tien Shinhan followed up with a powerful kick to Yamcha's abdomen. Boom. Yamcha was sent flying to the edge of the arena, crashing heavily onto the floor, his face contorted in agony. Tien Shinhan walked over slowly, coldly stating, "Aren't you brimming with confidence? Why is it so difficult for you to even stand? Don't get cocky. I haven't lost yet." Yamcha struggled to rise, his palms suddenly spreading wide as he concentrated a blue energy sphere. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave surged toward Tien Shinhan. Clap. Tien Shinhan caught the Kamehameha with a single hand. How is this possible? Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the situation. His power is far too weak. Boom. Tianjin Fan exerted a sudden force, directly rebounding Yamcha's Kamehameha. Yamcha was propelled backward by his own attack, his body tumbling through the air. A smirk curled at the corner of Tianjin Fan's mouth as he leaped high and delivered a powerful kick. Crack. Yamcha's right leg was shattered by Tianjin Fan's strike. Ugh. Yamcha cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, utterly unable to rise. The referee declared, Tianjin Fan is victorious. The audience erupted into a fervent uproar. Many spectators gaping in disbelief at the brutal scene unfolding on the stage. Good heavens, Yamcha has been thoroughly defeated. Tianjin Fan is astonishingly formidable. Is this fellow a monster? The expressions of Master Roshi, Krillin, and others shifted dramatically as they beheld Yamcha sprawled on the ground, his right leg grotesquely bent and immobile, clearly broken. Tianjin Fan slowly approached the fallen Yamcha, gazing down upon him with a cold smile. Humph, the strongest of the turtle school, and yet so feeble. With such a level of skill, daring to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? It is truly laughable. You had best return and train for a few years, otherwise. Next time you step into the ring, your life may very well be at stake. Yamcha. In the audience, Puar and Launch rushed forward. Puar, eyes brimming with tears, transformed into a blue carpet, swiftly lifting the injured Yamcha, while Launch anxiously followed beside. Quickly, we must get Yamcha to the hospital. Launch exclaimed, worry etched on her face. Oh no, Yamcha, hold on. Tianjin Fan observed this scene with a sneer, disdainfully shaking his head, arms crossed, turning to leave. Humph, a bunch of weaklings. Truly a waste of my time. In the corner, Goku stood with arms crossed, lazily yawning, seemingly indifferent. Just like the original storyline, nothing surprising. The organizers were compelled to announce, due to damage to the arena and a contestant's serious injury, the next match will be postponed until tomorrow. In the hospital room, Yamcha lay on the bed, his right leg encased in a thick plaster cast. Master Roshi and Krillin stood by the bedside, gazing at the pitiful figure with varied expressions. Krillin, filled with concern, asked, Yamcha, how do you feel? Is your leg all right? Yamcha managed a bitter smile, guilt and self-reproach evident in his eyes as he murmured, I'm sorry I couldn't defeat Tianjin Fan. I thought I had grown stronger, yet before him, I was utterly defenseless. Yamcha clenched the bed sheets tightly, gritting his teeth. Tianjin Fan is far stronger than I had anticipated. Krillin offered reassurance. Don't be disheartened. You gave it your all. Tianjin Fan is indeed very powerful. Yamcha took a deep breath, looking at Master Roshi and Krillin. Master Roshi, Krillin, you must defeat Tianjin Fan. Do not allow this guy to become arrogant. Master Roshi nodded with a smile. Rest assured, this old man will not so easily concede. Krillin clenched his fists, saying earnestly, Yamcha, leave the upcoming matches to us. In a luxurious restaurant near the martial arts tournament, Goku leisurely dined on a large platter of grilled meat while enjoying a date with Bulma. Goku, could you possibly slow down? Bulma sighed, rolling her eyes. Ah well, going on a date with you is certainly unlike any ordinary outing. Goku swallowed a hefty bite of meat and grinned. This is the best date ever. Far more entertaining than a stroll or a movie. Bulma chuckled lightly and casually inquired, shouldn't we visit Master Roshi in the hospital? Goku shrugged, oh no need. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't you care at all? Goku continued chewing nonchalantly. I'm not one of Master Roshi's disciples. Bulma remarked, you're truly cold-hearted. Goku spread his hands. You know how warm-blooded I am better than anyone. Chapter 35. Master Roshi has disappeared as night fell. The hotel housing the contestants of the world's greatest martial arts tournament sank into silence. On the 20th floor, in Goku's room, everything appeared tranquil. Uncharacteristically, Goku had chosen to sleep alone, requesting a separate room from Bulma. While Bulma found this peculiar, Goku merely smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation. In the dead of night, a shadow silently emerged onto the balcony of the 20th floor. It is important to note that this was indeed the 20th floor. Yet, the figure glided in like a specter, making scarcely a sound. With a chilling gaze and a sharp dagger in hand, the shadow crept closer to the bed. There, young Goku lay soundly asleep, his breath steady, utterly unguarded. Tonight marks your demise, little one, the figure thought with murderous intent. Raising the dagger without hesitation and plunging it down. Thud. The dagger struck the mattress with force, sinking deeply into it. But Goku had vanished. Alarmed, Master Roshi sensed something amiss. A chill raced up his spine as the shadow realized the peril. Panic surged within. This is bad. There's an ambush. I must retreat immediately. The figure spun around, sprinting towards the balcony, desperate to escape the way it had come. Where do you think you're going? A cold voice echoed. Like a whisper from the Grim Reaper. The shadow jolted, its face turning pale. Goku stood there, arms crossed, gazing coldly at him. When did you discover my presence? The figure stammered. Goku smirked slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Because I'm aware of the script, Master Roshi. Master Roshi's expression twisted in a mix of rage and terror. But this was not the time for shock. He immediately summoned his energy, lunging towards the balcony. Get away from me, he shouted, attempting to flee. Not so fast. Goku's figure flickered and instantly appeared behind Master Roshi, gripping his shoulder firmly. Curse you. Master Roshi struggled violently, but could not break free. Goku let out a cold huff, suddenly exerting his strength and launching Master Roshi into the air. Whoosh. The body of Master Roshi was suddenly flung thousands of meters into the sky, soaring towards the clouds enveloped in the night. Ag! As he tumbled through the air, Master Roshi's expression changed drastically, filled with sheer terror. How could this little brat possess such formidable strength? Goku raised a hand, gathering a dazzling blue and white energy wave in his palm. If you come to assassinate me, you must be prepared to face death. Prepare to perish. Boom! An unremarkable energy wave shot into the sky, striking Master Roshi midair with pinpoint accuracy. He had no time to escape, and his body was instantly engulfed by the energy wave. Ag! Boom! A colossal fireball erupted in the night sky, illuminating the entire city. Master Roshi was utterly reduced to ashes. Truly unaware of his own mortality, Goku clapped his hands, as if he had merely been tidying up refuse. Glancing at the night sky, he noted that the explosion's glow had vanished, leaving the heavens shrouded in darkness once more. Master Roshi, that pitiable old man, had disappeared from the world. Goku returned to his room, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he murmured to himself. Consider this a burial for Tao Pai Pai as well. In the adjacent room. What sound is that? Bulma, groggy from sleep, opened her eyes to sense an odd movement in the room. She turned over and faintly perceived a small shadow creeping up beside her bed. In an instant, Bulma was fully awake. Sitting up and turning on the bedside lamp, she found Goku perched on her bed, curled up in the corner with the blanket, gazing at her with an innocent expression. Bulma, exasperated, spoke with irritation. Goku, did you not say we would sleep separately tonight? Goku, looking pitiful as he hugged his knees, feigned distress in a soft voice. I had a nightmare. I'm scared. Bulma. You're scared? Unable to suppress her eye roll, her mouth twitched in disbelief. You are Son Goku. What could possibly frighten you? Goku's eyes darted around, and he pretended to burrow deeper into the covers. I dreamt that Bulma turned into a monster and ate me. It was terrifying. Bulma, do you think I want to throw you out right now? Goku immediately grasped Bulma's arm, nuzzling her in a petulant manner. I'm so scared. Let me stay here. Bulma was utterly speechless. You are definitely doing this on purpose. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma narrowed her eyes, a mischievous grin emerging. All right, since you're scared, I'll make you a little more frightened. With that, she seized Goku's tail. Ag! Bulma, let go of me. Goku's entire body went limp, collapsing onto the bed like a noodle, writhing in agony. Now you know fear, don't you? Let us see if you dare to climb onto my bed again. Bulma, with a wicked smile, intensified her grip on Goku's tail, intent on subduing the mischievous monkey. Just as Bulma relished her triumph, I'm just kidding. Whoosh! Goku suddenly sprang up, unleashing a surge of power, bouncing around like a wild monkey. Ag! Bulma gasped in shock. Bang! Wukong pounced upon Bulma, pinning her to the bed, his hands pressing down on either side as he grinned mischievously at her. Bulma, you are rather naive. My tail has been well trained. No matter how you grasp it, it will be of no use. Bulma, firmly restrained by Wukong, felt her face flush with embarrassment. Hey, Son Goku, you are making it hard for me to breathe. Get off me. Yet Wukong showed no urgency to comply, instead wearing a cheeky grin as he remarked, Oh dear, my tail truly hurts. Shouldn't you compensate me? Bulma, instantly incensed, seethed through clenched teeth. Compensate your head. Get lost. Summoning all her strength, she swung her fist and struck Wukong squarely on the head. Bang! Wukong exclaimed, ouch. Seizing the opportunity as he winced in pain, Bulma swiftly freed herself and kicked him off the bed. Thud! Wukong rolled twice on the floor, sprawled out with a wounded expression as he rubbed his head. Bulma, clutching a pillow, huffed angrily. Let us see if you dare to feign innocence again. Wukong, lying on the ground, scratched the back of his head. It was quite comfortable lying down. Bulma fiercely grasped the pillow and hurled it at him once more. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, the contestants began to rise, preparing for the new day's competition. Tianjin Han. Tianjin Han. A frantic voice echoed down the corridor as Jiaozi knocked urgently on Tianjin Han's door, his face a mask of worry. Open the door. Something's wrong. What are you doing? Tian Jinhan frowned, sleepily opening the door. What's the matter? Jiaozi, on the verge of tears, his small face awash with panic, replied, Tian Jinhan. Master is missing. A sudden heaviness settled in Tian Jinhan's heart. What did you say? Jiaozi hurriedly explained, I just went to find Master, but there was no one in his room. I waited for a long time, yet he still hasn't returned. Tian Jinhan's expression darkened, a wave of foreboding washing over him. The two immediately set out to search for the whereabouts of Master Rashi. Upon checking Master Rashi's room, they discovered the bed was cold, indicating he hadn't slept there at all. His belongings, clothes, shoes, were all present, suggesting he hadn't left on his own accord. Master didn't return to his room last night, Tian Jinhan thought, his heartbeat quickening as his anxiety deepened, replaying the events of the previous night. Master Rashi had left the hotel under the cover of darkness. He had quietly followed him but lost track at a crucial moment, never to see him again. Even more disturbingly, Master Rashi's presence had completely vanished. Tian Jinhan's fists clenched slightly as a dreadful suspicion began to form in his mind. Could it be that the blinding light from last night signified Master S' fate? Jiaozi, observing Tian Jinhan's increasingly troubled expression, couldn't help but ask nervously, Tian Jinhan, what's wrong? Have you thought of something? Tian Jinhan remained silent for a moment, taking a deep breath before murmuring, Master may not return. Jiaozi was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? Tian Jinhan offered no reply, his gaze darkening as he stared into the distant sky, a horrifying premonition stirring within him. Chapter 36, Clever Tactics of the Werewolf. Ladies and gentlemen, the second match of the quarterfinals is about to commence. The host stands at the center of the arena, brandishing the microphone with fervor. Jackie Chan versus the werewolf. The audience erupts in cheers. A towering werewolf, covered in a coat of brown fur, strides onto the stage. Humph. At last, it's my turn to shine. The werewolf flexes its sharp claws, baring its fangs with a tone of arrogance. You, old man, are no match for me. You might as well concede now, or I want to hold back later. Gasps of shock ripple through the crowd. As the werewolf's taunts leave many spectators worried for Jackie Chan. How brazen. Yet, Jackie Chan is the reigning runner-up. Surely, he won't be so easily defeated. With a leisurely gait, Jackie ascends the stage, exuding an air of calm. He stretches nonchalantly, appearing utterly unfazed by the impending contest. Young ones are always so hasty. It's quite unfortunate. In a match, one must maintain composure. My old bones can't withstand your bluster, he remarks. The werewolf's brow furrows, sensing the condescension. And fury wells up within him. You insolent fool. Since you find this so trivial, prepare to witness my prowess. The match begins. A whoa. The werewolf leaps ferociously, claws slicing through the air, aiming for Jackie's head. Die, old man. Jackie, unhurried, scratches his head and subtly shifts his body, effortlessly evading the werewolf's strike. Smack. The claws narrowly miss Jackie's nose, leaving him unscathed. What? Your attacks are rather sluggish, Jackie quips, waving his hand dismissively. Enraged, the werewolf swings again, launching a frenzied assault. Bang, bang, bang. Jackie dances with agility, his movements light and graceful, resembling a ballet. The audience gasps in awe. Wow, Jackie's footwork is astonishing. Such speed is beyond what one would expect from an elder. After a flurry of attacks, the werewolf finds himself breathless, while Jackie remains composed, barely breaking a sweat. Jackie sighs, young man, your punches are overly chaotic. Your fundamentals are weak. The werewolf bellows in frustration. Curse you. How long will you evade me? Jackie smiles gently. Very well, it's time for me to strike. With a swift motion, Jackie plants his foot and instantly appears before the werewolf. Bang! Jackie delivers a single punch, landing squarely in the werewolf's abdomen. Ugh! The werewolf's eyes bulge as he is propelled into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground beyond the ring, rendered unconscious. The werewolf is out of bounds. The victor is Jackie Chan. The audience stands in stunned silence before erupting into raucous applause. Wow! Incredible! Jackie Chan truly deserves his title as the previous runner-up. This level of opponent is no match for him. In the contestants' resting area, Tian Jinhan crosses his arms, his gaze steady, fixated on Jackie's retreating figure. That old man appeared to throw just one punch, yet he actually delivered three. Krylin, dumpling. Clin flexed his neck, cracked his knuckles, and a mischievous grin crept upon his lips. I never anticipated that my opponent would be such a little dumpling. Jiaozi looked up at Clin, his expression calm as he retorted, Humph, I think your head resembles a dumpling more, don't you? Bald and shiny. Clin. The audience erupted in laughter. Haha, Jiaozi has a point. Clin's head is indeed quite shiny. Clin's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, You're the bald one. Completely white. Not a single hair. Jiaozi scoffed, proudly removing his hat. Humph. Who says I have no hair? To everyone's surprise, a single thin strand of hair stood upright on Jiaozi's head, fluttering in the breeze. Clin. The audience burst into laughter. Wow, Jiaozi actually has hair. But it's just one strand. Can that even be called hair? Clin face-bombed, utterly exasperated. For heaven's sake, you have just one strand of hair. It's no different from being bald. Jiaozi beamed with pride. But I'm not bald. You are. Frustrated, Clin charged forward, ready to throw a punch. Take this. Whoosh. Jiaozi inexplicably floated into the air. You can't hit me. Clin's punch missed, and he nearly stumbled in embarrassment. Damn it. Jiaozi gleefully floated around, occasionally performing flips. His face painted with mockery. Can you fly? I bet you can't. Ha ha. Clin shouted, get down here. Jiaozi crossed his arms, looking smug. Not a chance. Clin stomped his feet in frustration, utterly powerless. The audience roared with laughter. The scene was undeniably hilarious. Ha ha. Clin can't even touch Jiaozi. Could this competition continue? Suddenly, Clin summoned his strength, sprinting across the stage with remarkable speed, shifting his position continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiaozi hovered in the air, his gaze fixed on Clin's figure. But soon, his expression turned bewildered. Hey, wait a moment. Where did the little bald head go? Jiaozi's eyes struggled to keep up with Clin's speed. Tianjin fan. Witnessing this, shouted loudly, Jiaozi. Clin is to your left. Jiaozi paused, his face blank. Which way is left? Tianjin fan. You fool. Clin, moving swiftly across the stage, immediately grasped that Jiaozi was confused about directions. A wicked smile crept across Clin's face as he chuckled inwardly. Ha, this guy is dim-witted. My chance has arrived. Thus, Clin abruptly halted and called out, Hey Jiaozi, let us play a game. Curiously, Jiaozi stopped mid-air, tilting his head. What game? Clin feigned mystery. I'll ask you a math question. Do you dare to answer? Jiaozi laughed confidently. Haha, I'm not stupid. Ask away. Clin, what is 22 equal to? Jiaozi paused, lowering his head to count on his fingers earnestly. 22 equals, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, Tianjin fan, watching from the sidelines, turned pale, exclaiming in frustration, Jiaozi, don't fall for it. However, Dumpling was completely immersed in the world of arithmetic, oblivious to the calls of Tianjin rice. A flicker of determination crossed Clin's eyes as he sprang into action. Dumpling suddenly regained his senses. Little Baldy, you are deceiving me. With a swift motion, Dumpling extended his arms, unleashing an invisible wave of psychic energy. Clin suddenly clasped his stomach, his complexion paling to a ghastly green. What in the world is happening? Clin felt a sharp cramp in his abdomen, as if cursed. Drenched in sweat, he collapsed to the ground. Dumpling chuckled triumphantly. My psychic powers are formidable, rendering you unable to stand. This insufferable ability is utterly inescapable. Must I concede defeat? No. Surely there must be a way. A spark of inspiration struck Clin. Hey, Dumpling. Clin gasped, shouting loudly. Dumpling, brimming with pride, replied. Ha. Little Baldy, are you about to surrender? A peculiar smile crept on Clin's face. No, I wish to pose you another math question. Dumpling was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Another math question? Clin nodded. Indeed, this one is a tad more challenging. Do you dare to answer? Dumpling's eyes lit up. Haha, of course I dare. Ask away. Clin, what is 55 equal to? Dumpling immediately lowered his head, counting on his fingers. 55, let me calculate. Outside the ring. Tianjin rice was so furious he nearly spat blood. Dumpling, don't fall for it. Clin suddenly broke free and lunged forward. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely in Dumpling's abdomen. Dumpling's pupils dilated. Boom! Dumpling was sent flying by Clin's punch, tumbling off the stage and crashing to the ground. The referee rushed onto the platform, announcing loudly, Dumpling is out of bounds. The victor is Clin. The audience fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted in laughter and cheers. Ha. Clin is so cunning. Dumpling is rather foolish. Falling for arithmetic tricks time and again. Clin, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Intelligence is indeed a part of one's combat power. Dumpling lay on the ground, utterly bewildered. But what is 55 equal? Tianjin rice covered his face. I do not know this fool. Clin approached Dumpling, arms crossed. A smug smile on his face. Hey, Baldy, 55 equals 10. Have you finished your calculations? Dumpling blinked in confusion. Huh? Wait a moment, I'm still counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clin, Tianjin rice. The entire audience. Clin couldn't help but scoff. Hey, I already told you the answer. Why are you still calculating? Dumpling, with utmost seriousness, looked up at Clin. You're lying. I'll figure it out myself. Clin, Tianjin rice's face turned pale. Veins bulging, he roared in anger. Dumpling, you fool. 55 is 10. Why would he deceive you? Dumpling, looking utterly perplexed. Huh? But let me check my calculations. Clin, exasperated, scratched his head and sighed. Fine, I'll go celebrate my victory now. Chapter 37. Son Wukong, I will slay you. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-anticipated final showdown of the top 8 has officially commenced. The reigning champion of the martial arts tournament, Son Wukong, faces off against the superstar of the fighting world, Puff. The arena erupted with excitement. A figure soared down from the highest structure of the tournament, performing a spectacular aerial somersault, gracefully landing on the stage. Upon landing, He knelt on one knee, striking a striking pose with both hands, his hair billowing in the wind. Reminiscent of a cinematic superhero, the female fans erupted in fervor. Wow, Puff is incredible. The epitome of perfection. Puff stood up, slowly shedding his cape to reveal a physique sculpted from solid muscle. He twisted his neck and showcased several bodybuilding poses. The contours of his muscles were flawless. His back rippling like rock, veins bulging in his arms, exuding an astonishing sense of power. Boom. Puff casually elbowed the wall at the edge of the stage, and it crumbled instantaneously. The audience gasped in awe. The female fans screamed even more wildly. Wow, Puff is so strong. Such is the allure of manhood. Puff smirked, turning to Wukong, and confidently asked, "Have you ever seen such perfect muscles?" After his display, Puff anticipated that Wukong would be awestruck or exhibit a look of terror. However, Wukong merely crossed his arms and yawned lazily. Ugh, this is so boring. Puff. Wukong picked his nose and casually remarked, "Are you going to fight or just pose? You're making me drowsy." Puff. The audience, Wukong. Show him who's boss. Bulma shouted from the sidelines with her hands on her hips. Hearing Bulma's voice, Wukong grinned and replied, "All right." Puff assumed a fighting stance, ready to unleash a fierce attack. Boom. Wukong delivered a kick. The speed was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. Bang. Puff's body contorted into a bow shape, launched skyward. Whoosh. A shadow cut through the sky. Puff rocketed upwards as if propelled by a rocket, swiftly becoming a mere speck before vanishing beyond the horizon. The audience. Bulma. Did it end right after I shouted? Host. I haven't even begun my commentary. Tianjin fan. This guy's strength. The martial arts arena fell silent. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wukong clapped his hands, as if he had accomplished something trivial, turning to the host and lazily stating, "Announce my victory." "Will you?" "Host, huh? What?" "Puff." "Puff has disappeared." Wukong nodded. "Yes, he flew far away. He probably won T-return." The audience. Moments ago, they had been fervently cheering for Puff, but now they stood frozen in disbelief. Puff just flew away like that. I merely blinked, and the match was over? What was that speed? I could hardly comprehend it. Son Wukong is truly terrifying. Tianjin fan fixed his gaze upon Wukong's silhouette. Tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him. I could have executed that kick too. Yet, I could never replicate such effortless grace. Suddenly, it dawned upon Tianjin fan that Son Wukong might be far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Puff has gone out of bounds. The victor is Son Wukong. The entire arena fell into a hushed silence. Bulma, exasperated, facepalmed. "Wukong, you are excessively brutal." Wukong shrugged. "I won't allow anyone to outshine me." Krillin remarked, "I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for Puff." Ladies and gentlemen, the exhilarating moment has arrived. After an intense quarterfinal, the 4 contenders advancing to the semifinals are Tianjin fan, Jackie Chan, known as Master Roshi, Krillin, Son Wukong. Now, let us proceed to the draw for the semifinals. The lottery ceremony. The clash of destinies. The 4 contestants stood at the center of the arena as the host presented the draw container, allowing them to draw their numbers in turn. Krillin clasped his hands together, murmuring, "Please, don't let me face Wukong." Wukong languidly scratched his head. "Whatever. I'll win regardless." Tianjin fan crossed his arms, his sharp gaze fixed on Wukong, still pondering the power of that earlier kick. Jackie Chan, Master Roshi, calmly stroked his beard. "Well, I shall observe the situation. The first semifinal match is Tianjin fan versus Jackie Chan. The second semifinal match is Son Wukong versus Krillin." The audience erupted. "Wow, Krillin, this is it." He was utterly defeated. "Krillin, you finally have your chance for revenge." "Krillin, why must it be me?" Tianjin fan furrowed his brow, directing a cautious glance at Jackie Chan, Master Roshi, internally acknowledging, "This old man does not seem ordinary. I must tread carefully." Jackie Chan stroked his beard. "Young man, are you prepared?" The match was temporarily halted, and the contestants retreated to the resting area to recalibrate and ready themselves for the upcoming semifinals. Wukong leisurely perched upon a stone, relishing a rice ball while swinging his legs, exuding an air of relaxation. A cold voice pierced the atmosphere. "Son Wukong." Wukong looked up to find Tianjin fan standing before him, his eyes icy, radiating a menacing aura. "Did you kill Master Crane?" The arena fell into a profound silence. Krillin and Master Roshi ceased their movements, holding their breath, awaiting Wukong's response. Wukong nonchalantly chewed on his rice ball, displaying no sign of tension, replying with an air of indifference, "Yes." Tianjin fan's pupils constricted sharply, his heart momentarily halting. "What?" Wukong continued nonchalantly, "I killed Tao Bai Bai. And when Master Crane sought vengeance, I ended up killing him instead. It was that simple." Tianjin fan's entire being jolted, his expression transformed dramatically. "Master is gone." As Wukong absent-mindedly wiped the remnants of his meal from the corner of his mouth, he casually remarked, "Indeed, last night he attempted to assassinate me with a knife. But I discovered his intentions. Since he sought my demise, I have preemptively sent him on his way." Tianjin fan exclaimed, The grudge of killing a master is one that cannot be overlooked. Son Wukong, I shall slay you. His body trembled with rage. Fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. Noticing Tianjin Fan's violent agitation and fury, Wukong lazily stretched and replied, if you wish to exact revenge, feel free to give it a try. However, I must warn you in advance, you will meet the same fate as Master Roshi. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth. His eyes ablaze with wrath, veins bulging on his forehead, and his breath quickening. Krillin sensed the tension in the air and quickly stood up, anxiously observing Tianjin Fan. Master Roshi narrowed his eyes and cautioned in a low voice, Tianjin Fan, it would be wise not to act recklessly here. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath, ultimately refraining from making an impulsive move, yet the murderous intent in his gaze was unmistakable. I cannot act rashly. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, I shall defeat you fairly and make you pay the price. Wukong lazily rolled his eyes in response. Oh. Tianjin Fan cast one last piercing glance at Wukong before turning to leave. Master Roshi and Krillin stealthily approached one another, exchanging glances filled with deep confusion and unease. Master Roshi whispered, Wukong, were you serious just now? Krillin frowned, adding in a hushed tone, did you really kill Tao Pai Pai and Master Crane? Wukong scratched his head nonchalantly. Yeah. Master Roshi and Krillin exchanged incredulous looks, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. Wukong grinned. Tao Pai Pai was a hired assassin from the Red Ribbon Army, sent to kill me, but I turned the tables on him. As for Master Crane, he probably learned of this and sought vengeance, but he was no match for me and was swiftly eliminated. Quite simple, really. Master Roshi and Krillin thought to themselves. It sounds as if he crushed two ants. Rubbing his chin, Master Roshi furrowed his brow. Tao Pai Pai was indeed a villain, so his death is not particularly surprising. However, Master Crane, despite his faults, was Tianjin Fan's master. Wukong waved dismissively. Whose fault is it if one lacks strength? Master Roshi sighed. Ah, you young rascal. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck Krillin, recalling a news story from 3 years prior. Major news outlets had frantically reported that the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army and their various bases had been reduced to vast, bottomless pits. To this day, no evidence had surfaced to identify the perpetrator. Krillin's eyes widened in realization, and a chilling possibility dawned upon him. He swallowed hard, staring at Wukong, his voice trembling. You didn't also destroy the Red Ribbon Army, did you? Wukong paused for a moment, then laughed even more heartily. Ha, indeed. As a champion of justice, I cannot tolerate such filth in my sight, so I eradicated them all without a second thought. Krillin, Master Roshi, Chapter 38, The Shaking Resolve of Tianjin Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, the semifinals have officially commenced. The first showdown, Tien Shinhan versus Jackie Chan, known as Master Roshi. The crowd erupted in cheers, the atmosphere electrifying. Tien Shinhan slowly approached Jackie Chan, his gaze frigid, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. His heart burned with the flames of vengeance as he yearned to swiftly dispose of this elder and confront Son Wukong. Humph, an old man. Do not waste my time. Tien Shinhan coldly declared, his tone dripping with disdain. Surrender quickly, lest I inflict severe injuries upon you. Heh, young man. You are still far too arrogant. Jackie Chan, Master Roshi, smiled faintly, leisurely stretching his neck and wrists, appearing utterly harmless. I am not an ordinary old man. Overcoming me will not be so simple. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists tightly, his fighting spirit surging. Enough talk, let us begin. Boom. Tien Shinhan stomped the ground, which instantly shattered, propelling him toward Jackie Chan like a cannonball. Jackie Chan subtly shifted his feet, assuming a Tai Chi-like combat stance. Fists and feet clashed. A battle of brute force. Bang. Tien Shinhan launched a punch. Jackie Chan parried with his opposite hand. Thud. Jackie Chan struck Tien Shinhan's ribs with an elbow, but Tien Shinhan swiftly dodged to the side. Boom. Tien Shinhan executed a sweeping kick, and Jackie Chan nimbly leaped to evade the attack. The two exchanged blows, fists and feet intertwining, creating sparks. Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth and shouted, Old man, your speed is impressive, but your strength cannot compare to mine. Bang. Tien Shinhan suddenly landed a heavy punch to Jackie Chan's abdomen. Jackie Chan let out a grunt, sliding back several meters, but quickly regained his footing. Heh, young man, your punch is commendable. Yet, it still lacks finesse. Jackie Chan retaliated fiercely, delivering a powerful blow straight to Tien Shinhan's chest. Tien Shinhan crossed his arms in defense, yet was still pushed back several steps. The audience gasped, this is astonishingly fierce. Krillin wiped sweat from his brow. Tien Shinhan's attacks are too intense. Can Master Roshi withstand it? Yamcha frowned, leaning on a cane to observe. Not necessarily. Master Roshi's techniques are exceptionally intricate, employing softness to overcome hardness. Tien Shinhan suddenly stomped the ring, causing it to crack, and his figure vanished in an instant. Boom. Jackie Chan reacted instantly, disappearing from his spot, a mere afterimage pierced by Tien Shinhan's fist. Yet it was but a decoy. The two darted across the ring at blinding speed, their punches intertwining, creating a flurry of phantoms. In the audience, all that could be seen were countless blurred images on the ring, rendering it impossible to discern their true forms. Bang 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 bang. Tien Shinhan's fists flew like lightning, delivering hundreds of strikes in a single second. Jackie Chan held his ground, countering with a series of rapid palm strikes, neutralizing the force. Boom! Tien Shinhan unleashed a whip-like kick, and Jackie Chan crossed his arms in defense, yet was still jolted back several meters. Steadying himself, Jackie Chan smirked. Kid, your strength is commendable, but I will not be defeated by you. Enough chatter. Prepare to face my technique. Tien Shinhan suddenly leapt into the air, both fists raised, unleashing a terrifying shockwave, striking fiercely toward Jackie Chan. Bang, bang, bang. After yet another fierce clash, Tien Shinhan and Jackie Chan finally separated, retreating several paces from each other. Both men were panting heavily, with minor abrasions adorning their faces. Tien Shinhan, breathing heavily with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clenched his fists tightly. What on earth is this old man's origin? How is he able to hold his ground against me like this? Jackie Chan, alias Master Roshi, exhaled slightly. This kid certainly possesses some skill. With a cold huff, Tien Shinhan was about to charge forward again when Jackie suddenly seized his shirt and ripped it off. With a whoosh, Jackie revealed a gaunt physique resembling that of a mere skeleton. The audience was left bewildered. Tien Shinhan thought, is this old man serious? Frowning, he felt a twinge of unease. Despite the old man's frail appearance, he dared not let his guard down. Suddenly, he lunged forward and attempted to grapple Jackie, seeking to overpower him through sheer strength. Jackie, undeterred, wrapped his arms around Tien Shinhan, and in an instant, they were locked in a fierce struggle. Akin to a wrestling match, the two men twisted and turned, their muscles taut, veins bulging, as the ring creaked under their weight. Bang, bang, bang. Tien Shinhan and Jackie locked each other's throats, countering, throwing, and breaking free in a tumultuous display of combat, reminiscent of a raw grappling contest. The audience was left spellbound. What kind of match is this? Why has it devolved into wrestling? Are these two truly serious? With gritted teeth, Tien Shinhan unleashed the full force of his muscles, attempting to subdue Jackie. However, Jackie adeptly utilized his soft strength, skillfully extricating himself from Tien Shinhan's grip and swiftly turning the tables. Their foreheads pressed tightly together, neither yielding, muscles intertwined, sweat flying in all directions. With a resounding clash, the two finally collided their foreheads together, creating a thunderous sound that reverberated through the ring. Both men staggered back, clutching their heads, gasping for breath. Jackie rubbed his forehead, slowly lifting his gaze to Tien Shinhan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Kid, you possess considerable strength. Tien Shinhan's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Jackie. Yet internally he felt a shock. This old man, so thin, was able to match him for so long. Jackie nonchalantly shook his wrist, suddenly shifting from combat mode to a tone imbued with depth. Tien Shinhan, you are fixated on brute strength, but do you truly comprehend the essence of martial arts? What do you mean? Tien Shinhan retorted. Jackie, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a resonant clarity. Martial arts is not merely about combat and victory. It is a path of self-transcendence. A true warrior does not rely on hatred to fight, but seeks to discover their own way. Tien Shinhan's forehead throbbed with tension, his countenance darkening. Enough. He seethed, fists clenched tightly, flames of fury igniting within him. You have no right to lecture me, you old fool. Spare me your pretentious wisdom. I will not be swayed by your rhetoric. Jackie calmly stroked his beard, still bearing a hint of a smile. Oh, is that so? Tien Fan's fury erupted completely, his aura surging with intensity, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Enough of this nonsense. I shall silence you with my strength. He bellowed, charging at Jackie Chan and delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Jackie was struck squarely, sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Dust billowed, and the platform shook. Jackie lay motionless. The countdown began. 1, 2, 3. Huron clenched his fists, anxiety etched on his face. This is bad. Master Wutian has been knocked down with a single blow? Yamcha gritted his teeth. Tien Fan's power is indeed terrifying. Can Master Wutian stand again? 4. Tien Fan coldly regarded Jackie's fallen form, a sneer curling his lips. Humph, what a facade. Is this truly your strength? 5, 6, 7. Huron suddenly cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting, Master Wutian, please get up. You are Master Wutian. Tien Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Master Wutian? 8. Tien Fan stared in shock at Jackie on the ground, his mind a cacophony. Could this old man truly be Master Wutian? 9. Just as the audience anticipated the match's conclusion, a resounding clap echoed. Jackie sprang up, performing a remarkable leap. That was close, he exclaimed, rolling his shoulders and neck as if he hadn't been injured at all, a carefree smile on his face. The audience gasped. Tien Fan was bewildered. Is this old man made of iron? Huron rejoiced. Wonderful. Master Wutian is back on his feet. Yamcha declared. I knew this old guy wouldn't be so easily defeated. Tianjin Fan seethed. You scoundrel. You feigned defeat to deceive me. Jackie gently stroked his beard. Boy, do you still not understand? Tianjin Fan replied, huh? Jackie continued. You have relentlessly pursued immense power. Yet have you ever contemplated what you truly desire? Tianjin Fan frowned. Of course it's suitable. The martial arts my master taught me are meant to make me the strongest. Jackie chuckled. Ha ha, do not deceive yourself. Are you truly willing to become a cold-blooded warrior, living solely for slaughter and vengeance? Tianjin Fan paused, his heart quivering slightly. Jackie asserted. Martial arts is not merely a contest of strength, but an elevation of spirit. If you remain consumed by hatred, your martial way shall never genuinely strengthen. Tianjin Fan clenched his jaw, his voice low. Do not think you can sway me with such words. Jackie narrowed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Heh. Your heart is already wavering, is it not? Enough. Tianjin Fan roared, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within, his fists clenched tightly, his aura surging once more. Do not preach your philosophy to me. It is not your place to dictate my path in martial arts. Jackie-chan sighed. Ah, you truly are a stubborn lad. Tian Shinhan snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Enough chatter. I shall silence you with my strength. Old man, weren't you quite the talker? Show me your true prowess beyond mere words. Come on. Suddenly, Jackie-chan raised a hand slowly, gesturing gently. I concede. What? You concede? The audience erupted in astonishment. Jackie-chan, the competitor, has conceded? Tian Shinhan's 3 eyes narrowed, taken aback. What? Are you fooling me? You actually concede? Jackie-chan lightly brushed off the dust from his clothing, adopting a demeanor of calm self-assurance. Young man, you are indeed formidable. I see no need to continue this battle. Tian Shinhan's forehead bulged with veins, and he shouted in fury. What nonsense is this? Just moments ago, you spoke of martial arts, and now you choose to surrender without a fight. Jackie-chan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked at Tian Shinhan. My mission has been accomplished. What mission? Jackie-chan smiled faintly. You have begun to question your own martial path, have you not? Tian Shinhan's expression faltered, his pupils trembling. Your heart no longer steadfastly believes in the martial way of Master Rashi. You are not a bad person. You are merely treading a misguided path. And now, you have begun to doubt this path. Tian Shinhan suddenly looked up, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. Nonsense. Jackie-chan chuckled heartily. Patience. Once the martial arts tournament concludes, you shall ponder this at your leisure. Chapter 39. Various methods to defeat Tian Shinhan. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the second semi-final match. Last tournament's champion, Son Wukong, facing off against his old rival, Krillin. Bulma sat in the audience, pulling out a power-level detector, aiming it at Krillin on the stage. As numbers swiftly appeared on the screen. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 120. Bulma blinked, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Oh my. Krillin actually possesses a power level of 120, significantly stronger than the average person. The match began. Krillin suddenly stomped the ground, his form launching towards Wukong in an instant. Hi-oh! His speed was so great that he left afterimages in his wake. Bang, bang, bang. Krillin unleashed a flurry of punches, attacking Wukong with wild ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Wukong swayed gently, moving with such speed it seemed as though he anticipated all of Krillin's attacks. Damn it, let's see how you handle this. Krillin leaped high, gathering energy in his palms. Kamehameha. Boom. A massive blue energy wave shot towards Wukong. The audience held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. Smack. Wukong effortlessly blocked Krillin's Kamehameha with a single hand. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Krillin, wow, what? Wukong's lips curled into a slight smirk as he gently pushed forward with his palm. Boom. Krillin's Kamehameha was sent hurtling back towards him. Krillin, in a state of sheer terror, dodged as the arena was suddenly blasted into a massive crater. The audience gasped in unison. Good heavens. Just how powerful is Son Wukong? As Krillin emerged from the haze, disheveled and panting heavily, Wukong casually stretched, yawned, and remarked nonchalantly, Krillin, it's over. In an instant, Wukong vanished, moving so swiftly that the spectators could scarcely comprehend his speed. Before Krillin could react, Wukong had already appeared behind him. With a gentle yet forceful palm strike to Krillin's back, he sent him soaring off the stage. Krillin is out of bounds. The victor is Son Wukong. The audience sat in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Lying on the ground, Krillin stared blankly. I lost? Just how strong is Wukong? Tian Shinhan watched Wukong intently, veins bulging on his forehead, a chill running down his spine. This individual was even more formidable than he had imagined. Master Rashi stroked his beard and sighed. This lad has surpassed the limits of humanity. Due to the extensive damage inflicted upon the arena during the fierce battle, the Martial Arts Tournament Committee decided that the finals would be held the following day. Wukong stretched once more and turned to Bulma. The arena is wrecked. So there's nothing else to do today. Let's head back. Bulma nodded in agreement. All right, let's return to the hotel and rest. Tomorrow, I will watch you send that arrogant Tien flying. Tien and Kaiatsu also returned to their hotel. As soon as Kaiatsu entered the room, he flopped onto the bed and lazily remarked, Tien, you must defeat Son Wukong tomorrow. Give it your all. Tien ignored Kaiatsu, instead slowly levitating into the air, sitting cross-legged. With his eyes shut tight and a somber expression, chaotic images replayed in his mind. Boom. Master Shen was struck by Wukong's Kamehameha, his body exploding into a shower of sparks in the night sky. Tien's brow furrowed deeply, and his body trembled slightly. Master. The voice of Master Roshi echoed in his mind. Martial arts is not about slaughter and hatred, but about transcending oneself. Tien's expression darkened further, torn between the horrific sight of Master Shun's demise and Master Roshi's words. His heart was engulfed in turmoil. Am I fighting for revenge, or to become stronger? Tien's breaths grew increasingly rapid, his brow furrowed tightly, his inner resolve wavering. Under the night sky, Wukong and Bulma lay side by side on the large hotel bed, both wide awake, animatedly discussing how to torment Tien the following day. Twirling her fingers mischievously, Bulma grinned. Wukong, I think you shouldn't defeat Tien too quickly. Let the audience savor it a bit. Shouldn't you surprise him? Wukong blinked. What do you have in mind? Bulma's eyes gleamed with mischief as she chuckled slyly. You could pull his pants down on the stage, Wukong exclaimed. That is too cruel. Tien would go mad. Bulma erupted into laughter, clutching her stomach. Ha, that is the point. Consider this. With such a multitude of spectators present, if he were to stand on the arena bare-bottomed, would he not faint from sheer embarrassment? I believe this idea merits some contemplation. Goku's eyes sparkled with mischief as he continued. In that case, I shall add a bit of flair. For instance, Trick 1. While Tien is engaged in serious combat, I will feign being knocked away, then swiftly roll and hide behind him, seizing the opportunity to yank off his trousers before he realizes. Trick 2. While pretending to be serious in battle, I will suddenly shout, look outside the arena. Master Roshi has been resurrected. The moment Tien turns around, bam. A punch sends him flying out of the ring. Trick 3. Just before the match begins, I shall approach Tien solemnly, take a deep breath, and blow forcefully on his bald head, exclaiming dramatically, wow, how smooth. Even shinier than Master Roshi's noggin. Trick 4. Wait. Your shoelaces are untied. As Tien looks down, bang. A swift kick sends him sprawling. Bulma laughed heartily, pounding the bed. Ha ha. Goku, you are undoubtedly the supreme master of mischief. Goku, hands on his hips, chuckled triumphantly. Well, winning against him is a certainty. How I win will depend on my mood. Bulma, clutching her stomach and gasping for breath, added, I can hardly wait to see Tien's expression tomorrow. He is bound to be in utter disarray. Goku slapped the bed with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, it's settled then. Tomorrow's match will be a blast. The two continued to frolic on the hotel bed, their laughter echoing into the night until they gradually succumbed to slumber. Far above in the distant sky, a massive black airship glided ominously, emblazoned with a colossal symbol of evil, radiating a sinister aura. Within the ship, seated upon the central throne was an elderly figure, his skin withered and yellowed, towering in stature. Clad in tattered robes, his gaze was dark and penetrating. Coldly surveying the scene before him, King Piccolo. Beneath the throne, his two loyal subordinates, Drum and Piano, stood attentively. Before them were two seemingly out-of-place individuals. Pilaf and Mai. Pilaf beamed with excitement, laughing exuberantly. Ha! King Piccolo, we have rescued you from the depths of the sea. With your power, we shall effortlessly conquer the world. Henceforth, the realm shall belong to the Pilaf gang. Mai nodded vigorously, equally animated. Yes, yes. I shall rule the southern continent. King Pilaf can govern the north. King Piccolo, do choose any territory you desire. Ha ha ha. You two dare to be so brazen in my presence? Pilaf's laughter abruptly ceased, the air growing cold as he recoiled, nervously chuckling. Your Majesty, you must have misheard. We were merely a bit overly excited. King Piccolo's gaze remained icy, fixed intently on Pilaf and Mai. So, you two have come to beseech me for assistance in your quest for world domination? Pilaf quickly waved his hands, a forced smile plastered on his face. Your Majesty, we undoubtedly believe in your power. However, we have come bearing grand news. King Piccolo narrowed his eyes, an edge of impatience in his tone. Oh? What news? Have you heard of the Dragon Balls? The expression of King Piccolo shifted slightly, his brow furrowing. Dragon Balls? Of course, I am aware of those 7 orbs. They can summon the eternal dragon and grant any wish. Pilaf nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. Yes, yes indeed. My lord, all the Dragon Balls are currently in the possession of a little rascal named Son Goku. King Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply, his tone turning icy. What did you say? Pilaf, growing increasingly animated, gesticulated wildly. This Son Goku is the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, and he is currently competing. King Piccolo gently tapped the armrest of his throne, his laughter growing more sinister and foreboding. Ha! The expressions on the faces of Drum and Piano turned grave, for they understood that King Piccolo's true ambition had finally been awakened. If I gather all 7 Dragon Balls, I shall restore my youth, reclaim my peak, and dominate the entire world. This Son Goku appears to be a splendid quarry. King Piccolo rose slowly, his shadow stretching magnificently upon the wall, exuding an unparalleled aura of intimidation. Let us go and confront this little imp, and simultaneously reclaim the Dragon Balls that rightfully belong to me. Chapter 40. The Defending Champion. Esteemed audience, the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Today, we shall witness the pinnacle clash of this world martial arts tournament. Last season's champion, Son Goku, faces the challenger, Tien Shinhan. Surrounding the arena, tens of thousands of spectators were ablaze with enthusiasm, their cheers resounding fervently. Tien Shinhan had triumphed over Jackie Chun yesterday, showcasing terrifying strength. This time, the championship is undoubtedly his. But Son Goku is the reigning champion. He annihilated Krillin just yesterday. His power is immense. I wager on Son Goku's victory. Tien Shinhan's three eyes appear quite formidable. The audience engaged in heated discussions, none daring to predict the victor. Master Roshi stroked his beard thoughtfully. Tien Shinhan possesses considerable strength. Yet Goku has transcended human limits. This battle will undoubtedly be a sensational spectacle. Yamcha clenched his teeth. Humph. Tien Shinhan dealt me severe injuries. I certainly hope Goku gives him a thorough beating. However, Tien Shinhan is indeed quite capable. Krillin tightened his fists. Goku was able to block my Kamehameha with one hand. I bet on Goku's victory. In the contestants' area, Tien Shinhan sat in meditation, his demeanor stern and resolute. Kaiatsu excitedly grasped Tien Shinhan's arm. Tien, go for it. You must win. Tien Shinhan slowly opened his eyes, filled with a fierce determination. Son Goku, I must defeat you. Contestants, please ascend the stage. Goku ambled towards the arena with his characteristic nonchalance. Tien Shinhan ascended the stage step by step, his gaze sharp and brimming with lethal intent. The World Martial Arts Tournament. The final showdown. At the sidelines, Bulma retrieved her power level detector, aiming it at Tien Shinhan for a reading. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 180. Bulma pursed her lips and shrugged. Oh dear, Tien Shinhan's power level is slightly higher than Krillin's, but it's nothing extraordinary. She turned to Goku, cheerfully calling out, Goku, hurry up and finish so you can come shopping with me. Krillin. Yamcha. Audience. Tianjin Fan's expression darkened instantly upon hearing these words, his fists cracking ominously, rage burning fiercely in his eyes. Humph. This woman is utterly arrogant. I must show you just how vulnerable Son Wukong truly is. Wukong yawned lazily, stretching his limbs. Tianjin Fan, I advise you to concede, lest you embarrass yourself further. What audacity! Do not underestimate me. Tianjin Fan stomped the ground, causing the arena to tremble, and charged at Wukong with astonishing speed, his fist aimed squarely at Wukong's face. Die! Wukong grinned widely. It seems the time has come. Tianjin Fan's punch, imbued with a tempestuous force, was about to collide with Wukong. Bang! Wukong ducked swiftly, narrowly evading the blow as Tianjin Fan's fist swung through empty air. Tianjin Fan. You let your guard down too much. Whoosh! Wukong seized the opportunity, yanking down Tianjin Fan's trousers with a swift motion. Gasp! Tianjin Fan. The audience below erupted in bewilderment. Tianjin Fan felt a sudden chill as he looked down, realizing his trousers had vanished, leaving him clad only in bright red underwear. After a brief moment of silence, the arena exploded with laughter. All the spectators were in fits of hysterics. Ha ha! Look! Tianjin Fan is wearing red underwear. My eyes are going to be blinded. Ha ha ha! Who knew a martial arts competition could be this amusing? Master Roshi clutched his belly, tears streaming down from laughter. Ha! This kid is too mischievous. Ha! Krillin was laughing so hard, he was gasping for breath. Ha! I could barely catch my breath. This scene is utterly outrageous. Yamcha wore an awkward expression, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Wukong truly has no limits. Bulma collapsed in laughter on the ground. Ha ha! Wukong, you're magnificent. Puar spun joyously in the air. Ha ha! Launch, the blue-haired version, looked utterly bewildered. Is this how martial artists fight? Dumpling stared blankly at Tianjin Fan on the stage, his mouth agape, lost for words. Tianjin Fan. Wukong, hands on his hips, raised Tianjin Fan's trousers high with a mischievous grin, swaying them side to side. Tianjin Fan. Do you want your trousers back? Tianjin Fan's face flushed crimson, trembling with rage, steam practically billowing from his body. Son Wukong, return my trousers. Tianjin Fan's face was aflame. And clad in that vibrant red underwear, he charged at Wukong. Wukong easily dodged, causing Tianjin Fan to miss and tumble to the ground in a comical heap. The audience was in complete uproar, laughter echoing through the arena. Ha ha ha! Tianjin Fan is chasing after his trousers in his bare legs. This scene is absolutely priceless. Is this truly the World Martial Arts Tournament? The host clutched the microphone, trembling uncontrollably, his face turning beet red. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen. The developments of this match have, exceeded our expectations. Krillin was doubled over in laughter on the ground. Ha ha! The current state of Tien Shinhan will likely be remembered as one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of the martial arts tournament. Enraged, Tien charged towards Goku, aiming to seize his pants. With a deft flick, Goku sent the pants soaring to the opposite side. Tien, suddenly pivoting, Tien lunged for the pants, just as he was about to grasp them. Whoosh! Goku swiftly swatted the pants into the air. Tien's three eyes fixated on the pants as he leapt, attempting to catch them mid-flight. Crack! Goku materialized above the pants, firmly grasping them in his hand. Tien! How infuriating! With a sigh of resignation, Goku remarked, all right, seeing you in such a pitiful state, I suppose I'll return them to you. With that, he flicked his arm, tossing the pants back to Tien. Tien hastily caught the pants, fearing they might be snatched away again, and with lightning speed, donned them. The audience gasped. Oh no, such a pity. If only we could have a bit more fun. Ha ha ha. This is undoubtedly the most comical scene in the history of the martial arts tournament. Once fully dressed, Tien's eyes bulged with rage, seething with fury. Son Goku, you shall pay for your earlier transgression. Goku, hands on his hips, wore a smug expression. Finally ready? Hurry up and attack. I can hardly wait to thrash you. Yaha. Tien unleashed a full-powered assault, charging at Goku with fists propelled by a furious wind, aimed straight for Goku's face. The audience held their breath, tension reaching its peak. Master Roshi observed gravely. Tien's energy has intensified. Krillin clenched his fists anxiously. Can Goku withstand this? Smack! Goku nonchalantly extended a hand, casually throwing a punch. Boom! Tien was propelled backward like a cannonball. Crash! Tien collided violently with the edge of the ring, rolling off and landing heavily on the ground. The audience responded with disbelief. The host nearly dropped the microphone, frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. Silence enveloped the arena. One could hear a pin drop. Master Roshi gaped, mouth agape. Is it really over just like that? Krillin. Poir, that was too swift. Launch covered her mouth. How brutal. Kaiatsu, Tien Shinon. Finally, the audience regained their composure and erupted into frenzied cheers. What? Is that it? Goku sent Tien flying with a single punch. Is this truly the battle of humans? Incredible. The previous champion truly lives up to his reputation. The arena erupted in thunderous applause. The victor is Son Goku. Wayo. Goku, grinning proudly, remarked, this championship was surprisingly easy. Bulma rushed onto the stage, embracing Goku. Goku, you're simply amazing. Master Roshi mused. This kid has truly ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts. Tianjin Fan lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his gaze vacant, utterly unable to comprehend that he had been defeated by a single punch. How could this be? How could I not withstand even one blow? Jiaozi rushed over, exclaiming, Tianjin Fan, are you all right? Tianjin Fan's lips twitched as he murmured, I am unwilling to accept this. The World Martial Arts Tournament had concluded, with Goku triumphantly crowned champion. I am Son Goku, the champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments. The audience erupted in a chorus of awe. Wow. Bulma teased with a smile, congratulations, Mr. Champion. You've basked in your glory long enough. Goku scratched his head and laughed heartily. This proves I am the best in the world. From this day forward, every time I introduce myself, I shall carry this glorious title. Son Goku, champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments. A grand entrance. Chapter 41. The arrival of Demon King Piccolo. The World Martial Arts Tournament has concluded splendidly. Let us once again congratulate Son Goku, the champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments. The crowd roared with applause, thunderous cheers resounding. Goku, beaming with pride, approached the podium. Humming a cheerful tune, in high spirits, the host respectfully presented him with a substantial check. Goku, this is your champion prize of 500,000 Sony. Goku took the check, scratching his head in confusion. Why is it just a piece of paper? Shouldn't it be a large bag of gold coins? Bulma rolled her eyes and snatched the check from his hands, exclaiming, you fool. In modern society, we use checks. This money will be managed by me. Goku protested. Wait. Why? This is my prize. Bulma placed her hands on her hips. What do you know about financial management, you wild child? You'll definitely spend it all on food. Hand it over, and I'll save it for you. Goku pleaded. Can you at least give me some pocket money? Bulma pondered for a moment before retrieving a few thousand Sony, saying, Here, go treat yourself to a nice meal. Goku's excitement soared. Thank you, Bulma. Krillin gazed at Goku enviously. 500,000 Sony. If only I could win the championship. Yamcha sighed. Stop dreaming. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, a strange aura enveloping the arena. Boom. A colossal black airship tore through the sky, hovering ominously above the tournament grounds. A gigantic character for demon gleamed ominously on the vessel. Master Roshi, who had been leisurely stroking his beard and watching Goku boast, was instantly petrified upon seeing the symbol on the airship. No, it can't be. This emblem, this terrifying symbol, could it be? Master Roshi trembled violently. his face pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. Piccolo the Demon King. Boom. Master Roshi staggered backward, his legs buckling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged bewildered glances. Yamcha questioned, "What do you mean, Demon King Piccolo?" Krillin stared blankly, "Master Roshi, you can't be scared silly, can you?" As the airship's door slowly opened, Pilaf emerged with a smug expression, holding a megaphone. "Ha ha! You worthless fighters of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tremble before me. Let me introduce you to the new ruler of the world. The most illustrious sovereign in history, King Piccolo, makes his grand entrance." As he steps forth from the airship, he stands suspended in the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon those below. Master Roshi is utterly frozen, his expression one of terror, trembling uncontrollably, his lips quivering as words fail him. How is this possible? Was he not sealed away? Why is he here? King Piccolo has returned to life. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan are left bewildered. Tien gazes up at the ominous figure in the sky, his body paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The oppressive, malevolent aura is akin to an invisible hand, gripping his heart with an iron fist. He swallows hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What is this presence? How can such a terrifying entity exist? Moments ago, I could hardly withstand a punch from Goku, yet now, this creature's aura instills within me a sense that I am unworthy of even attempting to resist. Tien's eyes are fixed on the silhouette above, his chest heaving. A tempest of emotions raging within. Bulma, noticing the palpable fear among them, especially Master Roshi's pale complexion and Tien's tense posture, not to mention Krillin's profuse sweating, pouts slightly and retrieves her scouter to gauge King Piccolo's power level. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 220. Bulma rolls her eyes, exasperated. Is that all? This guy's power level is merely 220. Why the panic? Meanwhile, Pilaf stands on the deck of the airship, pointing emphatically at Goku in the center of the arena, his voice brimming with excitement. "My king, it's that little brat. The Dragon Balls are in his possession. If we eliminate him, our wish will be granted." King Piccolo narrows his eyes, fixating on Goku with a chilling glare. "Humph, a mere child dares to collect the Dragon Balls before me? Whoever dares to obstruct my dominion over the world shall meet their demise. Go, kill him and retrieve the Dragon Balls." His minion, Drum, a towering figure with skin of a deep hue and a face marred by grotesque wrinkles, hears the command. With a cold smirk, he unfurls his wings and ascends into the air, diving towards Goku. Boom. Drum's massive form casts a shadow over Goku, his wings stirring a tempest that raises clouds of dust, exuding a fierce and savage aura. "Little brat, hand over the Dragon Balls. I might grant you a swift death." Goku blinks, unfazed, gazing at Drum with an air of nonchalance. "Oh, you intend to kill me?" Drum sneers. "Not just to kill you. I shall tear your body into pieces." Boom. Drum's fist clenches tightly, propelled by the gale, as he strikes towards Goku's face. Bang. Drum's fist collides forcefully with Goku's visage, sending shockwaves through the air as the arena floor fractures beneath them. All eyes widen in disbelief, breaths held in suspense. Krillin gasps internally. Oh no. Has Goku let his guard down? Did he really take that punch head on? An eerie silence envelopes the atmosphere. The wind whistles through as dust gently settles. The onlookers fix their gaze at the arena's center, where Drum's fist remains poised against Goku's face. However, Goku remained unscathed. The expression on Drum's face shifted instantaneously, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, cold sweat pouring down. What? This is impossible. Goku slightly tilted his head, lazily glancing at Drum with an eerily calm demeanor. Is that all? Just this? Drum? Goku extended a single finger, gently flicking Drum's fist. Bang! Drum's fist shattered in an instant, his entire arm exploding. Ah! Drum screamed as he was sent flying, crashing heavily outside the ring. Rolling over a dozen times, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with sheer terror. After a brief silence, the martial arts arena erupted with deafening cheers. What is happening? Contestant Son Goku actually sent that monster flying with a single move. My goodness, this is even more thrilling than the previous finals. Ha ha ha, I thought the minions of King Piccolo were formidable, to be taken out with a single blow, faster than when Goku fought Tien Shinhan. This is the true champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This battle is truly exhilarating. Goku directly sent that monster flying. Even more thrilling than Tien Shinhan's defeat. I now suspect that the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament was merely a warm-up. The real spectacle has only just begun. Drum lay on the ground, one arm severed, blood continuously dripping, his face contorted in pain. Damn it. Drum suddenly stood up, glaring at Goku with fury, his muscles bulging, exuding an aura of murderous intent. I will tear you apart. Boom. Drum unleashed a sudden burst of energy, a tempest swirling around him, dark magical energy surging as he charged furiously at Goku. Thick black mist coiled around his remaining arm, as if intending to shatter Goku into pieces. Son Goku, die. Boom. Drum's colossal fist, enveloped in raging magical energy, came crashing down upon Goku's head. Bang! Here we go again. You truly are oblivious to the situation. Goku gently extended his hand, meeting the blow with his own fist. Instantly, the air seemed to tear apart, the entire arena shaking violently. Crack! Drum's body, beneath the force of Goku's punch, could not withstand the impact. Ugh! Drum's form began to disintegrate from the point of contact, crumbling like dust. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of all, Drum's body completely erupted, reduced to ashes. Master Roshi's eyes widened, cold sweat streaming down his face. He was gone with a single punch? Krillin stood in shock. Am I imagining things? That monster just turned to dust? Tien Shinhan swallowed hard, feeling his understanding of reality being shattered once again. This guy is truly a monster. On the airship, Pilaf was about to shout well done. But instead, he watched in disbelief as Drum was turned to ash, his expression frozen in shock. Little Marin trembled in fear. Pilaf. King Drum has been annihilated. King Piccolo, hovering in the sky, darkened in countenance, his gaze becoming dangerously intense. This little brat is rather interesting. Chapter 42. King Piccolo's wrath ends in death. The great demon King Piccolo descended slowly, landing at the center of the arena, his dark cloak billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of majesty and terror. The malevolent monarch had officially arrived. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Wow! The great demon King Piccolo has come down personally. This is going to be thrilling. The monster was just defeated in an instant, and now he is here himself. Goku, take him down. Goku, crush him. We support you. Destroy this green-skinned fiend. Master Roshi's expression darkened, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Had events escalated to this point, with Piccolo himself entering the fray? Krillin gasped in disbelief. Is Goku really going to face the great demon king head-on? This is a creature even Master Mateto feared. Yamcha clenched his teeth, pondering. Though Goku seemed to handle the last opponent with ease, this time he faces Piccolo himself. Can he prevail? Tien Shinhan gripped his fists tightly, gazing at Goku's back with a complex expression. If even the great demon king was no match for him, just how formidable had Goku become? In the arena, Goku stood with his arms crossed, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, you finally decided to step into the ring, Piccolo. I imagine you were a bit disappointed when your underlings turned to dust in an instant. Piccolo's eyes turned icy, a slight smirk appearing on his lips, his voice low and laced with malice. You're quite bold for a little brat. Goku shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, I am the champion of both the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts tournaments. Piccolo was taken aback. Goku waved the capsule containing the Dragon Balls in his hand, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Piccolo, weren't you looking for the Dragon Balls? They're right here. Come and get them if you dare. Piccolo's pupils constricted slightly. You're asking for death, aren't you? Goku shrugged again, feigning indifference. Didn't you say that if I got in your way, you'd kill me? Enough talk. Let us get to it. Piccolo's expression darkened, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Humph. Although I have yet to regain my full strength, dealing with a brat like you will be more than sufficient. Die. With a sudden motion, Piccolo raised his hand, pointing his finger at Goku, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust and chaos. As the smoke cleared, everyone stood in astonishment. Goku remained unharmed, standing in place without a single scratch. Ouch. That tickles. Ha. Piccolo, your attacks are far too gentle. Put some force into it. Piccolo was incredulous. What? Goku didn't even flinch. How can he withstand such immense energy unscathed? The scene was utterly absurd. While Piccolo unleashed a furious assault, Goku merely laughed, as if being tickled. This was no longer a battle, it was mockery. Master Roshi was drenched in cold sweat. Goku's physical strength has reached such a level. Krillin's face twitched. Now I finally understand. Tien's swift defeat wasn't just a fluke. Tianjin Fan lowered his head, overwhelmed with doubt. I fear that I shall never surpass him in this lifetime. Piccolo, observing Goku unscathed, felt a weighty seriousness envelop his gaze. How could this little brat be such a monstrous entity? Goku yawned, stretched languidly, and waved at Piccolo. Stop merely emitting energy beams. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, I may be compelled to take action. The murderous intent in Piccolo's eyes intensified, and the atmosphere in the arena became palpably tense. You arrogant little brat. I shall show you what true terror is. The air in the arena trembled violently as a raging aura of malevolence engulfed the scene. Piccolo's power was finally unleashed in its entirety. Master Roshi's face turned pale. This is bad. Piccolo is serious now. His true power. Krillin swallowed hard. Can Goku really win? Tianjin Fan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on Goku's figure. Boom. Piccolo's silhouette vanished, transforming into a black blur that sped towards Goku at an astonishing velocity. Die. Goku slowly extended a hand. Clap. The crowd gasped in disbelief as Piccolo's attack was effortlessly caught between Goku's two fingers. Piccolo, is that it? You speak of true terror, yet you lack even the qualifications to stretch your limbs against me. Piccolo, what? Goku suddenly released his grip, delivering a gentle yet forceful punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Boom! The arena trembled as though it had exploded. Piccolo's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several walls, blood gushing forth. Aya! Piccolo lay amidst the rubble, his chest heaving violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Barely clinging to life. Cough, cough. How is it possible that I have lost in such a manner? Goku approached slowly, a sneer of disdain upon his face. There is nothing impossible. Your era has come to an end. Piccolo realized that his time was nearly up. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained. With eyes wide open, Piccolo summoned his last reserves of strength, opened his mouth, and forcefully expelled an egg. Humph! The egg soared away at great speed. Piccolo's eyes gleamed with malice, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. My child, remember to avenge me. But before Piccolo could finish his thought, the scene shifted dramatically. Goku's figure suddenly appeared in midair, effortlessly catching the egg that had been propelled forth. Piccolo, the audience, Master Roshi, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Pilaf. This kid's reaction speed is utterly absurd. Goku glanced at the egg in his hand, shrugged, and with a relaxed smile remarked, Piccolo, what are you doing? Sending me a keepsake? Piccolo, no, it can't be. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he succumbed to his demise. Piccolo is dead. The audience fell into a brief silence, which then erupted into chaos. Goku, 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 the Demon King Piccolo has been vanquished. How astonishing. Ha! In his final moments, he attempted to retain a backup plan, only to be intercepted by Goku. It was utterly hilarious. Master Roshi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exclaiming, at last, it is over. But that Goku truly is becoming increasingly outrageous. Krillin swallowed hard, stating, I genuinely suspect that Goku has surpassed the limits of humanity. Yamcha placed a hand on his forehead, agreeing, indeed. Even the Demon King Piccolo was no match for him. Tien Shinhan fell into a contemplative silence before finally sighing. It seems I can no longer keep up with Goku. On the airship, Pilaf, Mai, and Piano trembled in fear, their faces pale. Pilaf stuttered, pointing towards the arena, Piccolo is dead? Mai's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the deck, crying out, we're done for. Piano's expression was one of utter despair, cold sweat pouring down his face. We must flee immediately. Pilaf suddenly snapped back to reality, sitting down in shock before scrambling to the control panel, shouting, hurry, engage emergency evacuation. Run. Mai sprang up, frantically pressing the operation buttons, maximum power to the engines. We must escape. The airship's engine roared to life, ascending rapidly. Pilaf gritted his teeth, eyes filled with terror. Son Goku is terrifying. This creature is not human at all. Goku slowly raised his gaze towards the fleeing airship, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh, can you truly escape? Goku's palms slightly opened, and a dazzling blue energy began to gather. A seemingly ordinary energy wave coalesced in Goku's hand. The overwhelming energy fluctuations causing the very air around the venue to become scorching. Inside the airship, Pilaf was frantically pressing buttons. Faster. Max out the speed. Boom. A blinding blue beam shot into the sky, racing towards the airship at a terrifying velocity. Pilaf turned just in time to witness a massive energy wave charging toward them, his pupils dilating in shock. What? Boom. The energy wave struck the airship instantaneously. The vessel was engulfed by the terrifying energy, erupting in a violent explosion, scattering flames and debris across the sky. Pilaf, Mai, and Piano screamed in unison. Ah! The Pilaf gang was utterly annihilated. The audience once again fell into a hushed silence. Krillin swallowed hard. Did Goku really blow up the airship? Yamcha's lips twitched. He can't possibly be a true god, can he? Tien's expression was complex. This guy has become overwhelmingly powerful. Master Roshi gazed skyward, shaking his head in disbelief, sighing, alas, that Goku shows no mercy whatsoever. Chapter 43, The Arrival of the Sun Family's Caretaker. Goku cradled Bulma in his arms, leaping into the sky, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the horizon. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, Yamcha, the audience. In the air, Goku held Bulma tightly, his speed unparalleled. Bulma wrapped her arms around Goku's neck, a look of exasperation on her face. Goku, what on earth have you picked up? Goku replied, it's an egg spat out by the Demon King Piccolo. Raising an eyebrow, Bulma asked, what do you intend to do with it? Fry it or roast it? Or perhaps turn it into a salted egg? With utmost seriousness, Goku stated, this egg cannot be consumed, it must be hatched. Bulma, bemused, retorted, do you really see yourself as a mother hen? Goku carried Bulma to a remote cliff, floating in midair as they gazed down upon a colossal bird's nest. He gently placed the egg inside, nodding affirmatively. There, it will hatch soon. Bulma grimaced, you've placed a demon's egg in a bird's nest. Aren't you concerned about what might emerge? Goku shrugged, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. With a resigned eye roll, Bulma remarked, you truly are peculiar. Goku chuckled, lifting Bulma once more as they soared towards West City, leaving behind a silent cliff where only a gentle breeze caressed the nest. Caw! A gigantic, monstrous bird flapped its wings, returning to its lair. It landed beside the nest, ready to rest, when its gaze suddenly fell upon the unfamiliar giant egg. Tilting its head, the creature stared in bewilderment at the egg that had mysteriously appeared in its nest. Lowering its beak, it gently pecked at the eggshell, finding it hard and unyielding. Unlike its own, confusion washed over its eyes. Caw! Where did this thing come from? After a prolonged stare, the monstrous bird, unable to comprehend the situation, decided to sit upon the egg, intending to hatch it. Caw! It comfortably adjusted its position, wings enveloping the egg, and closed its eyes. Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared on the surface of the giant egg, releasing a wave of malevolent black mist. The bird jolted awake, its feathers bristling in alarm as it fixed its terrified gaze on the egg. Crack! Crack! The fissure widened, the shell began to tremble, and black mist swirled as a shadowy figure emerged from the shell. Little Piccolo was born. Though still diminutive, the newly hatched Piccolo possessed a fierce countenance. His crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. He stretched his neck, extending his arms, sharp claws glinting, and emitted a low growl. The monstrous bird instantly felt a profound unease. Caw! Caw caw caw! Something is amiss. This creature is not my offspring. The bird erupted in panic, flapping its wings frantically as it ascended into the sky. Little Piccolo looked up at the fleeing creature, a slight, bloodthirsty smile curling his lips. Ha! How dare you mistake the Demon King for your egg? Perish! Raising his hand, dark energy flickered at his fingertips and shot forth towards the monstrous bird in the sky. Boom! The bird barely had time to scream before being struck by the dark energy, engulfed in flames as it exploded in midair, leaving no trace behind. Humph! Is this my power? How intriguing! Little Piccolo lifted his gaze towards the horizon, his crimson eyes glimmering with the sinister aura of the Demon King Piccolo. One day, Goku, I shall personally end your life. Goku swiftly cradled Bulma in his arms and soon returned to their home in West City. Goku, what were you thinking when you placed the Demon King Piccolo's egg in the bird's nest? You could have simply crushed it. Bulma exclaimed, hands on her hips, her face a mask of confusion. Aren't you afraid that it might hatch into an even more terrifying creature than the Demon King Piccolo? Lazily, Goku sank into the sofa, nibbling on a snack with a grin. There's no need for that. Bulma frowned, incredulous. No need. Do you realize you left behind a demon spawn? Goku leisurely swung his legs, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Demons aren't solely malevolent. Bulma raised an eyebrow, perplexed. What do you mean? Goku stretched, his smile taking on a playful quality. You'll find out in a few years. Demons can be quite useful. Bulma, filled with skepticism, retorted, useful? What purpose does it serve other than to bring about the destruction of the world? Goku raised a finger. For instance, it could serve as a caretaker for children. Bulma blinked in disbelief. Are you serious? Goku extended a second finger. Or as a guardian to protect Earth. Bulma's eyes widened in shock. Goku, are you feeling alright? You want to keep a demon to help you raise children and protect the planet? Goku winked, a mysterious smile lingering. Don't ask so many questions. You'll understand in a few years. Bulma, visibly annoyed, crossed her arms and muttered, humph, always playing the mysterious card. Rolling her eyes, she turned to head back to her room, grumbling, you, with your endless schemes, have piqued my curiosity. Goku wore a knowing smile, for he understood the potential of Piccolo's egg and the opportunities it could present in the future. A few days later, in the laboratory, Goku called out, Bulma, could you lend me a hand? Bulma, engrossed in calibrating a new device, replied without looking up, what is it now? Do you want me to create something for you? Goku grinned, settling beside her as he fiddled with the Dragon Balls. Could you make a box that can block radar detection to store the Dragon Balls? Bulma paused, raising an eyebrow. Are you worried someone might find the Dragon Balls? Goku nodded. Exactly. I'd rather avoid any future trouble with thieves. Bulma pondered for a moment, then smiled. No problem. I can whip that up in a few minutes. She expertly approached the workbench, searching through materials, swiftly retrieving some special alloys, a mini jamming device, and a shielding coating. With a series of clicks and clinks, within 5 minutes, a finely crafted little box emerged. Its surface, made of deep gray metal, appeared unremarkable. Bulma proudly patted the box. Done. This box has a special shielding layer and a signal jammer. Once the Dragon Balls are inside, not even my radar will detect them. Goku took the box, placing all 7 Dragon Balls within before sealing it shut. Bulma, give your radar a try. Bulma pulled out the Dragon Ball radar, pressed a button, and watched as the screen flickered continuously, failing to locate any signals from the Dragon Balls. Wait, it really can't detect them at all. Wukong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This would render his plan foolproof. From this moment forth, no one would ever locate the Dragon Balls using radar. Bulma rolled her eyes, exclaiming, you always come up with the most peculiar methods, but I must admit, this is quite effective. Bulma, he said, I'll leave this to you. Please conceal it. Taking the box, Bulma gazed at Wukong with confusion. Why hide it? Aren't you going to make a wish? Stretching lazily, Yukong replied. I don't have any wishes at the moment. Leaving it out in the open would be too conspicuous. It's better to hide it and retrieve it when needed. Raising an eyebrow, Bulma remarked, You truly are extravagant, having collected all 7 Dragon Balls, and you're just going to leave them like that? Yukong chuckled, scratching his head. Well, there's no rush. The Eternal Dragon can be summoned at any time, and since I don't have anything particularly pressing on my mind, why squander an opportunity? Bulma sighed, rolling her eyes again. Fine, I'll find a secure place to hide it, ensuring no one can discover it. Yukong nodded. Yes, make sure it's well hidden. Observing Yukong with a look of suspicion, Bulma questioned, You don't have some grand plan that necessitates hiding the Dragon Balls, do you? Yukong smiled mysteriously. Who knows? Bulma retorted, You, my friend, are always so enigmatic. At the Kame house, waves crashed against the sandy shore. White foam cascading and bringing with it the refreshing scent of the ocean breeze. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, Krillin sprinted along the beach, burdened by the weight of a heavy turtle shell. 1, 2, 3, huh? Yamcha relentlessly threw punches and kicked against the rocky outcrops, sweat streaming down his forehead. Take this, he shouted, unleashing a wolf-fang fist that shattered the boulder into fragments. Master Roshi sat calmly in a chair, sipping chilled fruit juice, quietly observing his 2 disciples as they trained vigorously. Wukong's formidable strength had spurred them on significantly. Haha, at least they finally found the motivation to strive harder. The sea turtle, lying on the ground, could not comprehend. With Wukong so powerful, no matter how hard they train, they'll never catch up. Will they? Catching up is one matter, but without relentless effort, they wouldn't even deserve to stand beside Wukong. Chapter 44, The Goddess Spaceship. Seasons changed. Spring giving way to autumn, and in the courtyard of Bulma's home, morning light poured in, filling the air with a subtle fragrance of fresh grass. In the center of the courtyard, Son Wukong, clad in a black martial arts uniform, was drenched in sweat, his muscular form glistening in the dawn light. Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and strikes, his speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Each movement stirred a fierce wind, causing the stone tiles beneath him to tremble. As his training session came to a close, Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and activated his battle power tester. Beep beep beep. Battle power, 45,000. Wukong gazed at the digits on the screen, a smile gracing his lips. As expected, the effects of training under 50 times gravity were extraordinary. Compared to a year ago, when he was at 23,000, his current battle power had nearly doubled. 10 times gravity marked a turning point, while 50 times gravity represented another level entirely. His body had now fully adapted, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength and speed. With the gravity training now preliminarily completed, it was time to embark on the next phase of his plan. A beam of light streaked across the sky. As Wukong soared through the skies at breakneck speed, the wind howled past his ears, and he gazed down upon the earth below. According to the memories of his previous life, the Namekian spaceship lay hidden in a desolate wilderness. In the distance, a barren landscape gradually came into view. A remote region on Earth overlooked by humanity, where fierce winds roared, dust danced in the air, jagged rocks jutted out, and silence reigned supreme. It must be nearby. Wukong traversed the wilderness, scaling rocky cliffs and leaping over hills, relying on his memories and instincts to locate the long-forgotten vessel. Suddenly, a vast and ancient pit appeared before him. Its diameter spanned several dozen meters, as if the earth had been torn asunder by some mysterious force, creating this remnant. Indeed, it was here. Having lain undisturbed for so many years, the pit's bottom was cloaked in a thick layer of weeds, effectively concealing the spaceship. Had Wukong not known something lay hidden here, even a passerby would have overlooked the secrets at the pit's base. Crouching down, Wukong reached out to tap the spaceship's hatch, his palm gliding over the metallic surface, brushing away a thick layer of dust. I hope it's still operational. Following the instructions etched in his memory, he declared aloud, Bibbidi babbidi boo. Yet, there was no response. Hey, why no reaction? Is it broken? Wukong furrowed his brow, examining the spacecraft's body closely. The metal surface had succumbed to rust. It couldn't possibly be out of power. This ship had been dormant for far too long, its energy depleted, and its systems long ceased to function. It would have to be taken back to Bulma for repairs. Wukong retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, aimed it at the spaceship, and pressed the button. With a pop, the vessel transformed into a beam of white light, swiftly shrinking into the capsule. Wukong held the capsule in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. This makes things much more convenient. All right, off to find Bulma and see if she can restore this ship. With that, Wukong leapt into the air, soaring towards West City. In the laboratory, with a flash, the colossal Namekian spaceship materialized in the lab's open space, occupying a significant portion of the area. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. A spaceship? She sprang to her feet and rushed to the vessel, scrutinizing it from every angle. Captivated by its alien technological design, Wukong, where on earth did you find this? Wukong scratched his head, feigning nonchalance. I was training in the wilderness and happened to stumble upon it. Bulma exclaimed, "You must be joking. You can't just find a spaceship lying around. Do you think I'm 3 years old?" Wukong's smile broadened. "Well, I was just wandering about and happened upon this thing." Bulma, utterly speechless, retorted, "Do you think a spaceship is just some scrap metal lying about?" She tapped the exterior of the ship, examining it closely, soon realizing that this was not Earth technology, but rather a product of a highly advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Whose ship could this possibly be? Wukong shrugged. "I have no idea. It was buried in the pit. I suppose it's been discarded there for quite some time." Bulma rubbed her temples and sighed with resignation. "Well, you always manage to acquire the most peculiar items. This spaceship's design is quite impressive, but it has fallen into disrepair, and its power source is completely depleted." She tapped the spaceship lightly. "However, leave it to me. Fixing it is merely a trivial matter. The real challenge lies in upgrading it." Goku's eyes lit up. "Really? It can be improved?" Bulma smiled with pride. "Of course. With my expertise, not only will I repair it, but I can also enhance its speed, making its journey several times faster than before. Truly, Bulma is remarkable. Then I entrust this to you." Bulma huffed, placing her hands on her hips. "Naturally. You are one of my own. Fixing a spaceship is nothing. Just give me some time, and please don't rush me." "No problem. I'll use this time to train. As soon as you finish, I'll head straight into space." As Bulma examined the structure of the spacecraft, a thought struck her. "Goku, if you're going to the universe, take me with you." Goku paused, taken aback. "What? You want to come too?" Bulma, hands on her hips, replied matter-of-factly. "Of course. Outer space is so cool. I'm a scientist. Exploring the universe is my dream. Plus, aren't you worried about getting bored all alone?" Goku scratched his head, his expression turning serious. "No way. There are too many dangers in the universe. It's already challenging enough for me to protect myself out there. Bringing you along would be a significant burden." Bulma huffed in defiance. "Humph. I'm not a liability. I can help you repair the spaceship, analyze data, and even satisfy your cravings." Goku shook his head firmly. "Bulma, this isn't about ability. It's a matter of safety. Do you have any idea how many powerful beings exist in the universe? Some can obliterate a planet with a mere energy wave." Upon hearing the words "obliterate a planet," Bulma's expression shifted slightly, her initial excitement gradually giving way to calm contemplation. "Is it really that dangerous? If so, why do you still want to go? The training environment on Earth is quite good, isn't it? You have the gravity training device, right? If you continue practicing, your combat power could increase rapidly. Earth indeed allows me to further enhance my strength, but I seek to venture into the universe for greater training opportunities. Rest assured, I will definitely return before the next World Martial Arts Tournament. After all, I aim to achieve a three-peat." Bulma was momentarily speechless at his words. This guy, even a journey to space must be tied to the martial arts tournament. The universe is so perilous. Can you truly guarantee your safe return? Goku patted his chest and grinned. "I am the strongest in the world. Don't underestimate me." Bulma rolled her eyes. "Fine. But you must promise to maintain regular communication with me. Don't just vanish without a trace." Goku nodded. "No problem." Bulma confirmed once more. "How long will it take for you to return?" Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Well, maybe a few months, maybe a year, perhaps even 2. But I will certainly be back on Earth before the World Martial Arts Tournament to claim the championship." Bulma gazed at Goku's proud demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle and scold him playfully. "You truly remain steadfast in your ambitions. All right, good luck. But remember, don't die out there in the universe. I don't want to be a widow." With a hearty laugh, Goku assured, "Rest easy. I won't die." Inside the laboratory, sparks flew as mechanical arms tirelessly operated, and engineering robots busily worked. Bulma, donning protective goggles, was meticulously overhauling the Namekian spaceship. The ship's fundamental design was commendable, yet its propulsion system was woefully outdated and required modification. Bulma aimed not only to repair the vessel, but to enhance its speed and energy systems, as well as to install a state-of-the-art artificial intelligence assistance system, ensuring Goku's cosmic journey would be seamless. In the courtyard, Son Wukong was drenched in sweat, fervently training. The gravity wristbands had been adjusted to 55 times Earth's gravity. And under such extreme pressure, every breath and every punch became a monumental test of his physical limits. Boom, boom, boom. Wukong's figure flickered around the yard, moving with incredible speed. With a single punch, a terrifying shockwave tore through the air, cracking the ground beneath him. Wukong's velocity escalated, creating afterimages in the atmosphere. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power detector emitted an alert, and the latest data illuminated the screen. Combat power, 50,000. After days of research and modifications, Bulma removed her goggles, stretched languidly, and gazed at the newly upgraded spaceship before her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Finally, it was done. Bulma seized the communication device to contact Wukong, who was deep in training. "Hey, Son Wukong, come here at once. The spaceship has been modified." Upon hearing Bulma's call, Wukong halted his movements, a look of delight spreading across his face. Awesome. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, rushing towards the laboratory. Bang. The laboratory door swung open forcefully as Wukong leaped inside, his eyes sparkling with excitement as they landed on the colossal spaceship at the center. Wow, this ship looks so much cooler than before. Bulma beamed with pride, of course. After all, this is my modified version, undoubtedly superior to the original. Wukong circled the ship, eagerly running his hands over its sleek hull. Bulma, you're amazing. This ship looks brand new. Bulma rolled her eyes playfully. Don't you know who I am? Come. Let me introduce you to the new features. Superliminal propulsion system. The outdated propulsion has been upgraded, increasing flight speed by at least 5 times, allowing us to reach our destination faster. Built-in artificial intelligence system. I've specifically crafted a smart assistance system that provides navigational support, crisis alerts, and can even self-repair minor damages. Cloaking detection feature. The ship's exterior is coated with a special energy shielding layer, making it undetectable by radar. This way, when Wukong travels through the cosmos, he won't be easily targeted by enemies. Supply system upgrade. Food reserves have been increased, and energy supplies are ample, ensuring long-term travel even in the far reaches of space. Chapter 45, Namek. The spaceship rested quietly in the center of the courtyard, its metallic shell reflecting a soft glow in the morning light. A hint of farewell lingered in the air. Bulma looked at young Wukong, her gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions. Though Wukong had grown taller, he still stood a bit shorter than her, remaining that familiar, mischievous lad. Bulma bit her lip, stepped forward, and opened her arms, enveloping Goku in a tight embrace. Goku was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. Bulma, why are you suddenly hugging me? Are you going to miss me? Bulma lightly punched Goku, her voice somewhat awkward. Who would miss you, you big fool? I'm just worried you'll get into trouble out there, and whether you'll make it back alive. Goku scratched his head and chuckled. Don't worry. I promised you that at the next World Martial Arts Tournament, I will definitely return to claim my 3rd consecutive championship. You battle maniac, always thinking about fighting, Bulma said, releasing her embrace and stepping back to watch Goku head toward the spaceship. Goku climbed up the ladder, glanced back at Bulma, and waved cheerfully. Bulma, I'm off. Wait for my return. Bulma raised her hand and gave a slight wave. Go on. Don't get lost. Goku turned and entered the spaceship, the hatch slowly closing behind him. As the system's alert sounded, the craft ascended gracefully, its thrusters emitting a brilliant blue light that ruffled Bulma's hair. Standing in the courtyard, Bulma gazed up at the spacecraft's ascent. Suddenly, the ship accelerated, slicing through the sky like a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Bulma remained rooted in place, staring at the empty sky, letting out a soft sigh. That big fool must come back safely. In the vast cosmos, the spaceship traveled at superluminal speeds, weaving through endless stars. Inside, Goku sat at the helm, fixated on the star map before him. He reached out, sliding his hand over the holographic display. Inputting his destination, Namek. Estimated travel time, 10 days. Just 10 days to get there. Goku leaned back in his seat, hands behind his head, unable to restrain a sigh of admiration. Bulma's technological prowess is truly astounding. Given a bit more time, she might even develop a ship capable of instant teleportation. Despite having achieved a battle power of 50,000, in this vast universe, such strength felt trivial. He needed to grow stronger quickly, otherwise, he would inevitably be overpowered by alien experts. Rising from his seat, Goku approached the viewport, gazing into the dark yet dazzling expanse of the cosmos. Countless stars twinkled in the distance, their light adorning the infinite void. In my past life, I must have been the first human to leave the solar system, right? Even with humanity's advanced technology back then, we could never truly escape the solar system. But now, I've effortlessly soared beyond its edge, entering the realms of the unknown. In the training room of the spaceship, the values on the gravity rings steadily increased. 56 times the gravity for rapid movement, enhancing evasion reflexes. 58 times the gravity for energy control training, maximizing power management. 60 times the gravity for extreme breakthroughs. Goku unleashed a powerful punch, creating a violent shockwave that caused the walls of the training room to tremble. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power detector updated its data. Battle power, 56,000. Finally, having adapted to 60 times the gravity, his battle power reached 56,000. Leaning against the wall, Goku reminisced about memories from his past life. The mightiest warrior of Namek is said to possess a combat power of around 40,000, and I now have the capability to effortlessly surpass him. It seems I am safe now. Goku flexed his muscles and exited the training chamber, making his way into the cockpit. He settled into the chair, gazing out at the vast expanse of stars ahead. In the distance, a green planet gradually came into view. Namek, at last, has arrived. Destination, Namek. Estimated landing time, 2 minutes. The automatic landing sequence was initiated. As Goku stared out the window, the outline of Namek became increasingly distinct, a green planet orbited by numerous satellites. Its surface adorned with vast oceans and undulating mountain ranges. Beep, beep, beep. The system alert sounded. We are about to enter the atmosphere of Namek. The spacecraft pierced through the atmosphere, trailing a white flame as it swiftly descended towards an expansive plain. With a thud, the ship landed steadily on the ground. Shaking slightly and kicking up a cloud of fine dust, the hatch gradually opened, and a refreshing breeze swept in. Goku stepped out of the vessel, his feet finally touching the soil of Namek. Looking around, he beheld a vast green meadow, shimmering lakes in the distance, and peculiar mushroom-shaped mountains scattered across the horizon. The sky was a pale green, the air crisp and imbued with a mysterious energy distinct from that of Earth. Wow, this place is even more refreshing than Earth. It feels as if the air is infused with energy. Goku gently pressed a concealed button on the exterior of the spacecraft. Boom. In an instant, the ship shrank, enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a small multifunctional capsule. How convenient this feature is. Bulma truly is remarkable. Goku tucked the capsule into his pocket, clapped his hands, and raised his gaze towards the horizon, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. As Goku tuned into the energies surrounding him, he quickly sensed the presence of formidable life forms on this planet. Several of these signatures were quite potent, hinting at the existence of true warriors. Among them, one energy towered above the rest, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. The auras of the ordinary Namekian villagers were calm and gentle, with combat powers merely in the dozens. The energies of the Namekian warriors were slightly more formidable, ranging from hundreds to thousands. However, the strongest aura was profound and powerful, nearing 40,000. Beneath the verdant sky, Goku darted through the landscape at incredible speed, the wind whipping behind him, leaving a long trail of airflow in its wake. If my guess is correct, that combat power of 40,000 must belong to the mightiest Namekian warrior, Nail. If it truly is Nail, then he is not to be trifled with. He is exceedingly wary of strangers, particularly extraterrestrials, especially those who intrude unexpectedly. If deemed an enemy, it is likely that a confrontation would ensue before 3 sentences could be exchanged. Haha, I might end up fighting him directly. Goku's speed intensified, the winds howling behind him, and the air shimmering from the intense friction. Ahead loomed a colossal peak, soaring into the clouds like a pillar of the heavens, standing tall upon the vast terrain. Gazing at the towering mountain, Goku nodded to himself. Indeed, this is the place. Naru and the Elder are right here. The peak of this mountain is exceedingly high and steep, resembling a colossal sword thrust into the clouds. Below lies a tranquil meadow, yet the mountain is suffused with an overwhelming warrior's aura. This is the training ground of Naru, the mightiest warrior of Namek, and simultaneously his sanctuary for protecting the Elder. Goku hovers in midair, gazing at the majestic mountain, a slight smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, as Goku approaches the summit, a green figure erupts like thunder, surging towards him with a violent gust of wind, astonishingly swift. Goku's eyes widen slightly. Wow, that was quick. Bang. The two come to an abrupt halt midair, confronting one another. Blocking Goku's path is none other than Naru, the strongest warrior of Namek. Clad in white warrior attire, his muscular physique is distinctly defined, arms crossed, his fierce gaze fixed on Goku, emanating a wild combat aura. Who are you? Why have you trespassed here? Goku tilts his head, grinning broadly as he waves his hand. I am Son Goku, the champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments, hailing from the distant planet Earth. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Naru furrows his brow, entirely unfamiliar with the title. Earth? I have never heard of such a planet. What is your purpose here? Goku momentarily falters, his smile fading as he feigns shock, exaggerating his retreat by 2 steps. Huh? You haven't heard of the World Martial Arts Tournament? It is the pinnacle of martial arts in the entire universe. I am the champion for 2 consecutive years. In truth, it is merely a competition on Earth, completely unrelated to the universe. Naru's expression turns stern. Enough with the nonsense. Leave this place at once. Goku shrugs indifferently, disregarding Naru's warning, and gestures towards the distant structure atop the mountain. I wish to meet the person inside that building. Naru's demeanor shifts dramatically, his gaze sharpening instantly. The atmosphere becomes taut, winds swirling violently, and the distance between them seems to diminish, an oppressive tension escalating. You wish to see the Elder? Naru's tone is grave, laced with intense vigilance. Goku grins, nodding casually. Indeed, that's him. Naru's aura surges violently, his icy stare locked onto Goku. You wish to see the Elder? You are not worthy. If you do not depart, I shall be compelled to take action. Goku scratches his head, a smile tugging at his lips as he clenches his fists. Are you suggesting we must fight then? The winds howl, and the battle is on the brink of ignition. Chapter 46, Toying with Naru. Are you certain you wish to challenge the 2-time champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, young one? The atmosphere grows tense as the winds howl. Goku, speaking nonchalantly, stretches his neck and rolls his wrists, loosening his muscles, casually remarking, You know, the last time someone fought me, it was that Demon King Piccolo, who looks somewhat like you, with green skin. Well, the result was that I effortlessly defeated him. If you believe yourself to be stronger than Demon King Piccolo, then feel free to challenge me. I shall show no mercy. Boom. Neru's aura surged dramatically. A tempest sweeping through the surroundings, his fists cracking ominously. Enough. You are far too arrogant. Boom. Neru erupted first, his form transforming into a streak of verdant light, appearing instantaneously before Goku, launching a ferocious punch aimed directly at Goku's face. Huh. Bang. Goku raised his arm, effortlessly blocking Neru's heavy blow, the immense force fracturing the air, shockwaves exploding around them. Goku felt a slight tingling in his arm and couldn't help but chuckle. Not bad. Your strength exceeds that of the previous King Piccolo. Neru's expression remained severe, not uttering a word, as he swiftly lifted his knee, charging towards Goku's abdomen. Bang. Goku quickly sidestepped, unleashing a sweeping kick aimed at Neru's waist. Neru reacted with remarkable speed, crossing his arms to absorb Goku's attack, his body retreating slightly. Goku was taken aback, then excitedly laughed. Oh, you can actually block that? Impressive. What is next? In an instant, both figures vanished, their speed exceeding the capacity of the naked eye to track. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky reverberated with deafening blasts of energy as Goku and Neru transformed into phantoms, engaging in a frenzied aerial battle. Bang, bang, bang. Goku unleashed a rapid hook, narrowly evaded by Neru. Neru retaliated with a heavy punch, Goku swiftly dodging to the side, countering with a knee strike. Neru appeared behind Goku, attempting a sneak attack, but Goku quickly turned to block. The very atmosphere trembled from the aftermath of their combat. Bang. A muffled collision echoed as Goku and Neru's fists collided, a horrific shockwave surging outward, tearing apart the clouds above. Neru's gaze hardened, abruptly altering his strategy, as he unleashed a torrent of energy orbs from his hands. Bang, 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 bang. Countless energy spheres descended upon Goku like a torrential storm, overwhelming in their abundance. Goku laughed heartily, gracefully dodging through the air, each orb whizzing past him. His movements were fluid, akin to an elegant dance. As he evaded, he deliberately struck exaggerated poses in midair, jesting. Oh, is that all you've got? You're shooting so slowly that you can't even touch my pant cuffs. Neru's expression darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing. Let us see you handle this. Neru suddenly brought his palms together, a colossal wave of energy coalescing, surging towards Goku. Goku gazed at the immense beam, blowing on his fingers, a mischievous grin appearing at the corners of his mouth. Finally, something substantial. Bang. The energy wave struck Goku directly, an explosion of light engulfing the entirety of the sky. Neru's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the epicenter of the explosion. Suddenly, Goku's relaxed voice emerged from the chaos. Oh, that tickles, Neru. That last move was quite good. Unfortunately, it lacked a little in power. Goku extended his thumb and forefinger, indicating a minuscule gap, teasingly saying, just a smidge more. Neru's expression darkened completely. You scoundrel! Neru roared, charging towards Goku in an instant, the force of his punch rending the air. Ignoring the oncoming Nelu, Wukong floated effortlessly in the air, his hands clasped behind his back, while he hummed a cheerful tune. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Nelu's fist crashed towards Wukong's face, but at the last possible moment, Wukong tilted his head slightly. The fist grazed his cheek without landing a blow. Furious, Nelu unleashed a barrage of punches. Wukong's body swayed at exaggerated angles, effortlessly dodging each strike, even striking whimsical poses mid-air. With his hands cradling his head, he moved as if dancing, and while leaning to the side, he yawned nonchalantly, poking Nelu's forehead with a finger as the wind from the punches whipped past him. Nelu, enraged to the point of turning a deeper shade of green, though he was already green, roared as he brought his palms together, gathering energy to form a colossal energy sphere. I will silence you for good. Feigning surprise, Wukong opened his mouth wide, exclaiming, wow, that looks rather impressive. In the next instant, he sat cross-legged in midair, propping his chin with one hand, looking utterly bored as he observed Nelu's energy build up. How much longer will you take? I'm nearly falling asleep here. Seething with rage, Nelu hurled the massive energy sphere at Wukong. The explosion reverberated, engulfing the area in smoke and dust. As the brilliance faded, Wukong stood at the epicenter of the explosion, nonchalantly brushing off the dust from his attire. Honestly, this new outfit was crafted specifically for me by Bulma. Now it's all covered in grime from your little stunt. Wukong tugged at his black martial arts uniform, complaining, could you at least aim a bit better? At least make it hurt a little. If this continues, I might lose interest in fighting. Nelu stood frozen, his expression crumbling in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Wukong stretched lazily, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. How about this? I'll remain here without retaliating, and if you can make me move even a little, I'll concede victory to you. What do you say? Infuriated, Nelu's face darkened, his aura surging violently. With a furious roar, he exploded forward at an astonishing speed, becoming a green streak of light aimed directly at Wukong. The impact of Nelu's fist struck Wukong's abdomen with tremendous force, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Yet, Wukong remained steadfast, not even a wrinkle appearing on his clothing. Witnessing Wukong's calm demeanor, Nella's mind shattered. Wukong smirked. Wow, that punch had some power, but it was nothing exceptional. Nella's veins bulged with rage. This is impossible. With a flurry of furious punches, each strike thundered against Wukong's frame. The blows rained down on his abdomen. Wukong remained unresponsive. The chest. Still, Wukong did not budge. The cheek. Wukong grinned. Nelu unleashed everything he had, each punch imbued with wild energy. Yet they struck Wukong as if hitting an indomitable fortress, yielding no effect whatsoever. Panic began to swell within Nelu as beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his fists began to ache. As Goku observed the scene, he could not help but stifle a yawn. Oh dear, are you even capable? I've been standing still. Yet you can't land a blow on me? With a resounding thud, Naru gritted his teeth and unleashed another heavy punch aimed at Goku's abdomen. However, to his surprise, Goku remarked, "Did you just touch me? Wait, that feels a bit ticklish." Naru's expression twisted into a grimace. "You." Goku feigned innocence, scratching his belly while grinning. "Are you tired from hitting me? Surely the strongest warrior of Namek cannot possess such feeble strength?" Naru's pupils trembled with rage, causing his entire form to quiver. "Son Goku, silence yourself." Boom. Naru once again released a powerful energy blast, engulfing the sky in blinding white light. As the energy exploded, dust enveloped the surroundings, shaking the very earth. When the brilliance dissipated, Goku lightly patted his chest, exhaling in exasperation. "Are you cutting corners? This technique feels even lighter than your previous punch." Naru's expression contorted in disbelief. "This is impossible. How can you be unscathed?" Goku grinned widely, tilting his head at Naru. "Shouldn't you consider changing opponents? I fear that if you continue, you might end up injuring yourself." "You." On the verge of despair, Naru's chest heaved violently. His complexion darkened, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. What manner of monster is this? Suddenly, a profound and benevolent voice resonated within Naru's mind. "Naru, cease your assault." Naru's pupils constricted sharply, his body jolting as he instantaneously regained his composure. "Elder, you this alien harbors no malice. His aura imparts a glimpse of an extraordinary future. Bring him to me." Naru's fury was instantly quelled, and after a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and retracted his energy. Goku, witnessing this, tilted his head and smirked with a hint of mockery. "Oh, no more fighting?" Naru shot a furious glare at Goku, his expression exceedingly displeased. "Humph, you're fortunate. The Elder wishes to see you." "Humph, do not presume you are truly strong. I merely wasn't serious." With a disgruntled huff, Naru turned and soared towards the structure atop the mountain, coldly instructing, "Follow me." Goku chuckled heartily, clasping his hands behind his head, leisurely trailing behind. "Why do I get the sense that you are making excuses? Claiming you weren't serious? You were almost in tears from frustration, weren't you? Be quiet." Naru's furious roar echoed ahead, his speed of flight increasing dramatically, eager to distance himself from Goku. Goku continued to grin mischievously, thinking to himself, "At last, I shall meet the Elder. This journey to Namek is becoming increasingly intriguing." Chapter 47. Unleashing Potential, a Tenfold Surge. Naru's countenance darkened, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Although he had suppressed his combat aura, his frustration simmered within. Goku could not resist teasing. "Weren't you fierce just a moment ago? What caused this sudden shift to compliance?" Naru gritted his teeth, wishing to flatten Goku's face. Yet, recalling the Elder's command, he could only suppress his anger, coldly replying, "Silence. Once we arrive, you shall speak with the Elder yourself." Upon reaching the summit, the two individuals were greeted by an ancient and enigmatic structure. This architectural marvel stood in stark contrast to the other villages of Namek, exuding a sanctity that enveloped the surroundings in an aura of tranquility. A group of young Namekians lingered outside the edifice, their curious gazes fixated on Goku as he approached. "Let us proceed," Naru murmured, guiding Goku into the building. Seated upon a grand throne was the Elder, his demeanor serene, features etched with lines of wisdom, and his eyes gently closed, as if he had transcended to a realm of profound enlightenment. Goku crossed his arms, scrutinizing the mysterious Elder. The Elder gradually opened his eyes, his gaze soft and warm as he regarded Goku. "Ah, an outsider warrior. Your essence carries an extraordinary energy. You are not an ordinary human." "Indeed," Goku replied. "I am a Saiyan. But fear not, for I am a good Saiyan, not one seeking trouble." Naru, still harboring his displeasure, let out a huff, but refrained from speaking. The Elder inclined his head slightly. "You have come to see me. What is your request?" Goku narrowed his eyes, raising two fingers. "I have two demands. First, I wish for you to help me unlock my potential. Second, I desire to make a wish with the Dragon Balls." The air thickened for a moment. Naira's expression shifted dramatically. "What nonsense is this? The Dragon Balls are the most sacred treasures of Namek. They shall never be entrusted to an outsider." Naira roared, his energy flaring as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Goku. Goku, feigning innocence, spread his hands. Hey, there's no need to be so agitated. I do not intend to misuse the Dragon Balls. I merely wish to fulfill a desire." "Unacceptable," Nairu retorted vehemently. "The Dragon Balls do not belong to outsiders. and we shall never relinquish them lightly. Goku stroked his chin, a mischievous grin forming on his lips as he mused. This matter is not so simple. Come now, do not be so stingy. I am the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, a person of principle. Nairu's face darkened ominously. What has that to do with anything? Goku replied earnestly, it is entirely relevant. As a righteous Saiyan, I assure you my wish would be noble. I have never encountered a righteous Saiyan, Nairu declared coldly, his gaze unwavering upon Goku. Goku shrugged, tilting his head with a smile. Well, your Dragon Balls are not disposable items. Once I use them, I shall return them to you. They will not be damaged. Nairu's forehead pulsed with tension. That is not the point. Goku blinked innocently, feigning a sigh. How about this? I wish for the Dragon Balls to make you a bit taller. Nairu's face turned an even deeper shade of anger. You little runt, be gone. Suddenly, the elder chuckled. You are indeed an amusing individual. Goku, puffed with pride, crossed his arms. Of course, though you are mischievous, I sense no malice within you. I can assist you in unlocking your potential, but regarding the Dragon Balls, we shall need to deliberate further. Nairu's pupils widened in disbelief. Elder, are you truly considering aiding this fellow? The elder chuckled lightly. His future may be intricately linked to the fate of our people. A sly grin crept across Goku's face as he cast a triumphant glance at Nairu. Nairu immediately sensed Goku's gaze, his complexion turning pale and his breath momentarily disturbed. Umph. Nairu clenched his teeth, his body trembling with suppressed rage. This fellow had just been subjected to my relentless onslaught, and now he audaciously flaunted his prowess before the elder? Goku shrugged, exuding an air of smug satisfaction, arms crossed, and eyes narrowed as he regarded Nairu. Well, did you not say I lack the right to meet the elder? Now the elder is actively aiding me in unlocking my potential. Does this not indicate that I am indeed quite remarkable? Nairu's fists cracked ominously as he glared fiercely at Goku. Observing Nairu's frustration, Goku decided to press further. Oh dear. Could it be that you are truly envious of me? After all these years under the elder's tutelage, I arrive and effortlessly unlock my potential, while you have gained nothing. I see now, you possess no potential to develop. Ha! Shut up. Nairu finally erupted, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Goku. Wishing he could throw him to the ground and pound him mercilessly, Goku laughed heartily, waving a dismissive hand. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us get started. The elder smiled slightly, a glimmer of profound appreciation evident in his gaze towards Goku. Come closer. The elder slowly extended his aged hand, gently placing it upon Goku's head, a wave of mysterious and gentle energy surging into Goku's body. As time passed, Goku felt his potential being gradually unearthed, accompanied by a wondrous sensation spreading through him. The elder's abilities transcended mere potential unlocking. He could also glimpse fragments of Goku's memories. The elder witnessed Goku's myriad experiences on Earth, the young Goku training in the remote mountains, the moment he first encountered Bulma, the fervent battles at the martial arts tournament where Goku triumphed over formidable foes to claim victory, and the magnificent sight of the Red Ribbon Army being obliterated. He even glimpsed the embarrassing moment when Goku, on the arena stage, removed his Tien Shinhan pants to reveal his red underwear. Additionally, he beheld the menacing figure of King Piccolo, the familiar Namekian, Kata's son. The elder's expression momentarily faltered, nearly retracting his hand. This boy is indeed a peculiar character. Just as the elder delved deeper, his consciousness seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. What is this? The elder furrowed his brow, slowly withdrawing his hand, his gaze complex as it rested upon Goku. Noticing the elder's reaction, Goku nonchalantly scratched his head. So, did you find my experiences intriguing? You are a truly unique entity. Perhaps your future will influence the fate of the entire universe. Goku waved his hand dismissively. Don't make it sound so mystical. Elder, have you helped me unlock my potential? The elder smiled gently, nodding slightly. Your potential has been fully unleashed. Now, feel it for yourself. Beneath the sky of Namek, a dark figure suddenly soared into the heavens, moving with such speed that it nearly created a vacuum. Goku erupted with an overwhelming surge of energy. Hiya! In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy burst forth. The air boiled, resonating with the very fabric of the universe. The atmospheric currents of Namek have become utterly chaotic, with fierce winds sweeping in all directions. The black martial arts uniform flutters violently in the gusts, its edges dancing, as the potent energy radiates from Goku, expanding wildly around him. The power level has surged to an astonishing 56, a tenfold increase from before. Indeed, the elder is formidable, having unlocked the potential of the Saiyan. Nairu stands at the doorway, utterly stunned. How can this guy's aura have transformed into something so terrifying? Just moments ago, Goku's energy, though powerful, was still measurable, but now, the oppressive force exceeds all comprehension. How can this little rascal possess such fearsome potential? Nairu's expression shifts dramatically, his teeth grinding, as a tumult of emotions surges within him. How infuriating. This lad is so young, yet has grown to such heights. Goku's gaze locks onto Nairu, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Just now, I stood there and let you strike at will. Weren't you quite bold then? What about now? Care to test your luck again? Naru, gritting his teeth in frustration, clenches his fists tightly, yet dares not make a move. The current Goku could easily swat him into the ground. Cursing internally, Naru suppresses his rage with a cold snort, vowing silently to train even harder. Goku withdraws his energy and slowly descends from the sky, standing before the elder. Naru, take Goku to the village to collect the Dragon Balls. The air thickens for a moment. Naru whips around, shock etched across his face as he stares at the elder. Hand over the Dragon Balls to this guy? Elder, please reconsider. Naru could scarcely believe how readily the elder had acquiesced to Goku's request. Goku blinks in surprise, a wide grin breaking across his face. I thought it would take a bit of persuasion, but the elder is so agreeable. Elder, did you perhaps see something in my memories that made you trust me? The elder does not respond directly. Instead, he closes his eyes slowly, his voice gentle yet profound. Your heart harbors no malice, and your future may bring new variables to the universe. I believe you will not misuse the Dragon Balls. Naru, still unwilling to concede, prepares to argue with the elder once more. However, the elder gestures slightly, indicating his fatigue and need for rest. Naru, gritting his teeth, ultimately remains silent, turning away in frustration, casting an annoyed glare at Goku. Goku shrugs nonchalantly, a smirk still gracing his lips. Don't glare at me, Naru. We're not going to have another fight on the way to the village, are we? I wouldn't mind letting you have another go. Naru snaps, shut up. Let us go. Fuming with rage, Naru leaps into the air, soaring toward the village, with Goku trailing closely behind, still wearing a hint of a mischievous smile. Finally, they are on the brink of acquiring the Dragon Balls. This journey to Namek is becoming increasingly smooth. Chapter 48, 3 Wishes. Naru's expression darkens, his eyes twitching with barely contained fury. What on earth is the elder thinking? Handing over the Dragon Balls to this guy? And making me escort him to collect them? It's utterly humiliating. As Goku soared through the sky, he adjusted his gravity bracelet while casting a sidelong glance at Nail, whose countenance was as dark as the bottom of a cooking pot. Nail, don't be like that. It's just borrowing a Dragon Ball, not stealing it, Goku exclaimed. Nail snorted dismissively, humph. The Dragon Balls are the most sacred treasures of Namek. We do not use them lightly, nor do we lend them to outsiders. Goku burst into laughter. Not using them? Then what are they created for? Nail clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. He forcibly suppressed his anger and replied in a low voice. There are 7 Dragon Balls on Namek, each guarded by a different elder. Each Dragon Ball is held by an elder who has the authority to decide whether to hand it over. Goku nodded. Oh, so it's not entirely up to you. Then, that's simple enough. If one elder refuses, I can just have a chat with them. Nail's expression darkened further. What wish do you intend to make with the Dragon Balls? Goku tilted his head in contemplation before grinning. That's a secret for now, but rest assured, it's not anything nefarious. Nail narrowed his eyes, his face etched with skepticism. It better be. Lord Nail, why have you brought an alien here? Nail's demeanor turned serious as he stated bluntly. The Grand Elder has commanded that he collect the Dragon Balls. What? The villagers gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes towards Goku. As Goku surveyed the crowd, he noted the unfriendly expressions on their faces and realized that he would need to exert some effort to win them over. Thus, he donned his brightest smile and switched to his charming mode. Greetings, friends of Namek. I am Son Goku, the champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments. Hailing from the distant Earth, your planet is truly magnificent. The air is fresh, the scenery delightful, far surpassing what we have on Earth. The village chief paused, taken aback by Goku's exuberance. Are you here to borrow the Dragon Balls? Goku immediately nodded. Indeed, I have long admired your Namekian heritage. I have heard tales of your kindness and benevolence, and surely, you would not refuse a courteous guest like myself, would you? The village chief thought, what an eloquent child. Sensing a shift in the chief's demeanor, Goku seized the moment. Moreover, I have heard that the elders of Namek are great wise figures. Upon meeting the Grand Elder, I was profoundly moved by his kindness and wisdom. As an elder of this village, you must be equally sagacious, am I right? The village chief stroked his chin, his expression slowly transforming from suspicion to appreciation. Cough, cough, that may not be entirely incorrect. He feigned seriousness, though the corners of his mouth began to curl upward. Goku continued to flatter him. Indeed, Elder, your grace is remarkable. Surely, your wisdom and kindness will prevent me from leaving empty-handed, no? The village chief chuckled and waved his hand. Since it is the Grand Elder's command, we have no reason to refuse. He then produced an orange Dragon Ball. Goku reached out to receive it. Thank you, Elder. You are indeed the wisest, most generous, and kindest village chief. The chief couldn't help but laugh. Haha. You are quite the sweet talker. Meanwhile, Nail watched, nearly on the verge of breaking down. How adept is this fellow at flattering others? In just a few words, he has secured the Dragon Balls. As Goku collected the Dragon Balls into his storage capsule, he cast a triumphant glance at Nail, wearing a smug smile. Nail, did you see that? No need for combat. Problems can be resolved with mere words. Nail, visibly irritated, retorted, "Humph. How on earth did you manage that?" Goku shrugged innocently. "You wouldn't understand. It's the art of communication. Let us move on to the next Dragon Ball." Nail scoffed internally, rolling his eyes, and took off towards the next village. Goku followed suit. In the second village, Goku continued to employ sweet words and effortlessly succeeded. In the third village, he showcased his terrifying battle power of 560,000, prompting the village chief to eagerly present the Dragon Ball with both hands. The fourth village saw a moment of hesitation from the chief, but Goku concocted a whimsical tale of saving the universe and secured the Dragon Ball without issue. In the fifth village, there was no need for conversation. Upon seeing Goku, the chief readily offered the Dragon Ball along with a basket of fruits. The sixth village found the chief absent, yet Goku quickly sensed his energy, flew over, and easily obtained the Dragon Ball. By the seventh village, the chief thought, "Since you're almost done collecting them all, why not just give it to you? This is going far too smoothly. I expected a fierce battle." Goku wore a grin of pride. Meanwhile, Nail stood silently beside him, his expression dark and unyielding. Goku arrived at an open plain and laid all 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. Finally, it was time to make a wish. "Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish." Silence enveloped the scene. The Dragon Balls lay quietly on the ground, unresponsive. Why isn't anything happening? Goku tried again, striking a more commanding pose. "Shenron, arise." Still, no reaction. Suddenly, he recalled that the Namekian Dragon Balls required summoning in the Namekian language. Goku turned to Nail. "Nail, do you know how to summon it?" Nail crossed his arms, scoffing dismissively, turning his head aside, embodying an attitude of indifference. Hey, don't pretend you don't know." Nail replied coldly, "Humph. The Dragon Balls are sacred relics of Namek. Only we Namekians know how to summon them. Aren't you the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Figure it out yourself. You really harbor a vengeful spirit." Goku, drenched in sweat, realized that after all his efforts to gather the Dragon Balls, he didn't even know how to summon the dragon, which was indeed quite embarrassing. "What should I do now?" "Hey, Nail, aren't you going to help?" Nail coldly huffed, continuing his aloof demeanor, tossing his head as if to signal his refusal to engage with Goku. "Humph, I wouldn't help someone like you summon Shenron. What a miser. If you want help, I'll find a way myself." Goku surveyed his surroundings and suddenly spotted a small Namekian child squatting on the ground playing with pebbles. This could serve as a translator. Goku quickly flew over, smiling broadly. "Hey there, little one, have you ever had candy?" The child blinked in confusion and shook his head. "Candy? What's that?" With a mysterious smile, Wukong retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to the child, saying, "Here, give it a try." The child gingerly accepted the candy and placed it in their mouth, their eyes lighting up instantly. "Hey, it's sweet. So delicious. Isn't it delightful? Do you know how to summon the dragon?" "Of course. You just have to recite the incantation." "Wonderful. Come help me chant it." Wukong led the child back to the Dragon Balls, and Nelu, witnessing this scene, was utterly taken aback. This guy is bribing a child. Can't he employ some proper methods? Wukong, with a smug expression, replied, "Well, if reasoning doesn't work, then let us try another approach." The child approached the Dragon Balls and began to chant the incantation to summon the dragon in the Namekian language, Takara Putora Paparu Popo. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind howled. The 7 Dragon Balls gleamed with radiant golden light, soaring into the heavens. A colossal bolt of golden lightning struck down, and a terrifying divine light coalesced at the center of the Dragon Balls, slowly revealing a massive shadow. Roar! The Namekian dragon Purunga had finally descended. Purunga's enormous red eyes shimmered with divine brilliance, and a deep voice echoed through the sky. "State your wishes, I can grant 3. Standing before the Dragon Balls, Wukong grinned mischievously. "Then I shall not hold back. For my first wish, I desire to obtain an ultimate physique, with unparalleled recovery abilities, immortal and indestructible." Wukong thought to himself, "In the original story, I nearly perished from heart disease. I cannot afford to falter this time." A flicker of light shone in Purunga's eyes. "Your wish can be granted." In an instant, a golden divine light enveloped Wukong, and his body underwent an indescribable transformation. Every cell seemed to be completely activated, his physique becoming immensely powerful, even allowing him to feel the energy within him flowing effortlessly, impervious to exhaustion from battle. Now, even if he were battered severely, as long as he was not struck down in one blow, he could recover infinitely. Nella's lips twitched in disbelief. This guy is becoming increasingly outrageous. For my second wish, I wish to learn instantaneous movement. Not that pathetic teleportation from Yardrat. I want true instantaneous movement. Purunga's eyes flickered once more. Your wish can be granted. A surge of wondrous information flooded Wukong's mind, his body trembling slightly as he suddenly grasped the perfect mastery of instantaneous movement. Haha, now this is true instantaneous movement. From now on, I can go wherever I wish with just a thought, even dodging attacks mid-battle. Nella's face darkened completely. This guy can go anywhere he wants now. This is even harder to deal with. For my third wish, I desire the ability to traverse dimensions freely. When faced with defeat, I can simply enter the dimensional space. This is the most perfect strategy. Paranga's eyes shone one last time. Your wish can be granted. Wukong felt a peculiar power surging within him, with a slight focus. His consciousness could perceive certain rifts, leading to different dimensional spaces. Ha ha ha, now I can go anywhere I desire. Nelu was utterly speechless, resting his forehead in exasperation. This guy is completely beyond control. A deep voice resonated from Paranga. 3 wishes have been granted, then I shall take my leave. The 7 Dragon Balls transformed into radiant light, soaring into the sky, dispersing across Namek. This wish was indeed worth it. With the immortal, indestructible ultimate restoration, combined with the Scion's near-death power surge, my battle prowess escalated at an astonishing rate. Genuine instantaneous movement, I can go wherever I desire. The liberty to traverse dimensions. If I cannot prevail, I can simply retreat. At this moment, I could traverse the cosmos with ease. Naru observed Goku's triumphant demeanor, his face turning pale as he inwardly cried out, Elder, are you truly certain this fellow is not here to conquer the universe? Although you wore a sour expression throughout, I still appreciate your guidance in seeking the Dragon Balls across the various villages, Goku cheerfully remarked. Naru scoffed, crossing his arms defensively, retorting, Humph, I merely obeyed the Elder's orders. I would never voluntarily assist you. Goku shrugged. Say what you will, I must return to see the Elder. With that, Goku vanished in the blink of an eye. Naru, cursed be this. The Elder closed his eyes in contemplation, seemingly aware of Goku's impending arrival. Suddenly, a presence manifested, and Goku's figure appeared. Elder, I have come to express my gratitude. The Elder opened his eyes, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Goku, I have sensed the power you have acquired. This is indeed a great boon. However, I am not one to accept benefits without reciprocity. Goku stood tall, clenched his right fist against his left chest, and solemnly declared, From this day forth, I owe a favor to the people of Namek. Should you encounter an insurmountable crisis in the future, even if it means traversing the universe, I shall come to your aid. The Elder blinked in surprise, then nodded gently. Pleased, this promise shall be etched in our hearts. At that moment, Naru flew in, overhearing Goku's vow, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Who asked you to protect us? We Namekians can handle our own issues. Oh, do not be so prideful. What if you encounter an unbeatable foe? Your planet has few warriors. Having external assistance would be prudent. Naru gritted his teeth. Humph, suit yourself. Completely flustered, Goku laughed heartily, earnestly nodding to the Elder. Very well. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Chapter 49, Mental Amplification Technique and Shadow Clone. Aboard the spaceship, Goku sat in the cockpit, legs crossed, contemplating his next training regimen. I have mastered instantaneous movement, and it surpasses the kind that requires gradual sensing of ki learned on Yardrat. However, their mental amplification technique and shadow clone technique are formidable combat skills. If I could learn them, my battle prowess would ascend to new heights. Yardrat, here I come. Estimated travel time, 30 days. 30 days. This journey is slightly longer than traveling from Earth to Namek, providing me ample time for training. The ship traversed the endless cosmos, and in a blink, the 30 days passed. Battle power, 5699. The ship's system voice announced. As the countdown to their destination approached its conclusion, 10, 9, 8. Wukong gazed through the spaceship's window, beheld the enigmatic planet of Adratat. The sky was adorned with a delicate lavender hue, while countless floating rocks and luminescent crystals embellished the landscape, creating an otherworldly realm unlike Earth, resembling a dreamscape. At last, they had arrived. Spirit amplification technique and phantom clone. Here I come. The spaceship's automatic landing system engaged, gently descending onto a vast plain of Adratat. Shortly thereafter, a group of beings clad in flowing purple robes began to hover toward him. The Elder among them, who exuded an air of wisdom, addressed Wukong softly, Stranger. Who are you? What brings you to Adratat? Wukong grinned widely, introducing himself. I am Son Wukong, hailing from Earth. I am also the champion of the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournaments. The Adratatians exchanged puzzled glances. One of them quietly inquired, What is the World Martial Arts Tournament? Scratching his head, Wukong replied, It's an extraordinary fighting competition, and I've won it consecutively. The Elder smiled faintly. I see. Judging by your aura, your prowess is indeed remarkable. With a cheerful demeanor, Wukong declared, I wish to learn the spirit amplification technique and the phantom clone. The Elder, showing no signs of surprise, nodded thoughtfully. We can sense your goodwill. The Adratatians are known for their hospitality. We may consider your request. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. The Elder regarded him with a slight smile. However, are you aware that these two skills demand exceptional mental control? Your combat abilities are formidable, yet your spiritual strength requires further cultivation. Training is my forte. Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically. The city of the Adratatians was a marvel of futuristic architecture, with floating structures and radiant pathways, all imbued with a sense of sci-fi wonder. He was ushered into a grand hall, where the Elder personally attended to him, arranging a sumptuous feast to honor their distant guest. Thank you so much. I have quite the appetite. Without hesitation, Wukong began to devour the food voraciously. The adjutators, witnessing his astonishing capacity, exchanged wide-eyed glances and whispered among themselves, is he truly consuming that much? Once satiated, Wukong patted his belly and burped contentedly. Turning to the elder, all right, having eaten my fill, it's time to train. The elder nodded, his tone calm as he responded, very well, let us commence. Time flew by, and before long, Wukong had spent half a year honing his skills on Adjutat. During this period, he mastered the spirit amplification technique and the phantom clone. Witnessing a significant enhancement in his spiritual power, high above, Wukong concentrated, instantly conjuring multiple clones, and with a swift motion, merged them back into his original form. The sensation was exhilarating. Suddenly, he recalled an anime from his previous life, Naruto, a smile creeping onto his lips. Isn't this akin to the multiple shadow clone technique? Imagine if I unleashed hundreds of myself in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wouldn't that leave the audience utterly astounded? Haha, this is delightful. What a splendid way to impress. Behold the extent of my mental prowess. Goku unleashed an overwhelming force of psychic energy, akin to an invisible tempest sweeping across the entire planet of Adrat. In an instant, every detail of the world materialized in Goku's mind. The molten lava deep beneath the surface flowed with palpable heat, while the fierce winds in the distant mountains allowed him to perceive the minutiae of every gust of air. In a nearby village, a child played with a stone, and Goku could discern the intricate textures adorning its surface. This sensation resembled that of a psychic master devouring the cosmos. With a casual wave of his hand, Goku unleashed a tremendous force that caused the very ground to quiver. Countless rocks, structures, trees, and even the flow of rivers twisted at the behest of his will. While psychic masters manipulate metals, I possess dominion over metals, rocks, water, storms, indeed, any substance and any energy. With a delicate motion of his finger, a towering mountain, 1,000 meters high, slowly ascended into the air, floating as if it were a mere toy. Suddenly, with a clenched fist, the colossal peak shattered into a cloud of dust, which swiftly reformed into a perfect sphere, spinning freely under Goku's command. Goku's mental strength had grown so formidable that he could regulate his emotions at will, whether calm, furious, excited, or even fearful. He could adjust them effortlessly. What would happen if I were to unleash my utmost rage? In an instant, Goku's emotions ignited, his gaze turned wild, and the energy within him surged violently. Half a minute passed, yet his hair remained jet black, showing no signs of change. What could be the cause? Goku furrowed his brow, veins protruding from his forehead, as he attempted to summon a more intense fury. But regardless of how enraged he felt, there were no indications of his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Could it be that my combat power is insufficient? Though he had devoted much of his time to honing his mental abilities, his combat power had reached 150. Goku calmed himself and reflected. In the original tale, Son Wukong possessed a combat power of 300 on Namek, and it was his extreme anger that catalyzed his transformation. Perhaps he needed to elevate his combat power further. This transformation into a Super Saiyan felt fundamentally flawed, akin to the discomfort of prolonged restraint. Perched upon a floating rock, Goku crossed his legs and rested his chin in contemplation, formulating a daring scheme. Although his combat power was 1.5 million, which was still insufficient for the Super Saiyan transformation, he was undoubtedly capable of overwhelming Frieza. Should I launch a surprise attack on Frieza now? Goku's mind raced, and an entire ambush plan quickly crystallized in his thoughts. Frieza typically assumed a pathetic first form, with a combat power of merely 530,000, less than half of his own. With his instant transmission, he could appear behind Frieza before he had a chance to react. A colossal energy blast would obliterate the universe's mightiest tyrant, reducing him to cosmic dust. This would effectively resolve a significant future dilemma, Goku mused, grinning widely. Haha. This maneuver is quintessentially crafty. As Wukong gestured in the air, he declared, I can teleport to Frieza's mothership and see what this fellow is up to. If he truly is in his weakest form, I shall not hold back. The universe's strongest emperor? Humph. Under absolute tactical domination, you won't even have the chance to transform. At the sacred temple of Yardrat, the elders and several Yardrat warriors had long awaited his arrival. With both hands clasped in a gesture of gratitude, Wukong beamed a sincere smile, saying, Thank you for your guidance over the past 6 months. It has enabled me to master the techniques of spirit amplification and phantom clone. These skills have proven immensely beneficial to me. The Yardrat elder smiled slightly and nodded, saying, Son Goku, your talent is beyond imagination. In the history of our planet, no one has ever acquired such powerful mental techniques in such a brief span. In the future, your path will undoubtedly surpass our wildest expectations. Another Yardrat warrior spoke up. You not only possess formidable combat strength, but your mental prowess has reached an astonishing level. Remember, power is merely a means, the mind is the essence. Upon hearing this, Wukong scratched his head and replied, I will remember. If ever you face a crisis that you cannot resolve, feel free to call upon me. I will teleport over to assist. The Yardrat elder gently nodded, smiling. You are our most esteemed friend. The gates of Yardrat will forever remain open for you. Wukong turned, waved his hand, and said with a grin, then I shall take my leave. Next, I seek some amusement. With that, Wukong's figure flickered and he vanished in an instant. Chapter 50. My lord, choose your alien beauties freely. In the depths of the cosmos, a massive trade spaceship was sailing, its hull adorned with the emblem of Frisia's army. This vessel was tasked with transporting resources, minerals, and even slaves, heading towards a base of the Frisia army. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was ablaze with revelry. A grand feast was in full swing. Various extraterrestrial beings indulged in drinking, gambling, and flirting with dancers, the entertainment area resounding with lewd laughter and raucous noise. I've suffered a tremendous loss this time. Had I known to keep that batch of slaves from the star, they would have made delightful playthings. A green-skinned extraterrestrial grumbled, holding a glass of liquor. On the central stage, several voluptuous alien dancers swayed their bodies, while surrounding warriors whistled and shouted unabashedly. Twist that waist some more. Haha. This is my type. Wow, that dancer's tentacles are impressive. Should I take her back to my quarters for a try? Haha. Fortune smiles upon me today. If I win some money, I shall take you all. Cheers, cheers. Losers, drink up. At another large table, several warriors were engaged in an alcohol-fueled contest. A blue-skinned individual was already flushed and nearly slumped over. The one-eyed extraterrestrial beside him patted his shoulder and taunted, haha, with such a weak tolerance. You dare compete with me? Better concede quickly and hand over your winnings. You bastard, pour me another. The blue-skinned warrior mumbled, raising a large cup of strong liquor to his lips in one go before collapsing onto the table, unconscious. Ha ha ha, useless, trash. Today, fortune has favored me. Quickly, hand over the list of slaves wagered earlier. The one-eyed alien erupted into wild laughter, seizing the stakes from the blue-skinned alien's grasp. Damn it, I too yearn for a female slave. What happened to that new batch from a couple of days ago? A horned alien licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with lewd desire. Forget it, they were snatched up by that cadre of high-ranking officials from SAB. We lowly soldiers stand no chance. I once set foot aboard Frisia's flagship, and the indulgences of those elites are simply enviable. Who cares? Aren't we enjoying ourselves now? Let us not dwell on the futile. Come, let us drink. The space around them shimmered slightly, and a shadow materialized within the confines of the spacecraft. Goku tucked his tail into his trousers. These rascals certainly know how to revel. The lights twinkled, and various aliens were indulging in boisterous merriment. The dancers on stage continued to sway energetically, while the nearby soldiers drank to excess, their mouths spewing vile curses. The casino area was abuzz with excitement. A group of gamblers were banging on tables, arguing incessantly, while a few inebriates had collapsed on the ground, snoring loudly. These fellows are so inebriated that no one even noticed my arrival? Goku scratched his head and stepped into the throng. One crimson-faced alien warrior, swaying with his drink, jested as he embraced a nearby dancer. Come, let me pour you another drink. Once you've had it, you'll come with me. Goku leaned closer, curious, and asked, Hey, what are you all drinking? The alien, without lifting his gaze, casually handed Goku a cup filled with a deep purple liquid. Quit the chatter. Just drink it. Goku sniffed it, wrinkling his brow. Ugh, this tastes odd. Do you all truly enjoy this? An alien beside him burst into laughter, slapping the table. Kid, stop asking so many questions. Just drink. After pondering briefly, Goku downed the drink in one gulp. Ugh. The moment it hit his throat, his face contorted. This concoction was far more potent than the strongest liquor on Earth. Ugh, what in the world is this? Goku grimaced, baring his teeth in distaste as he stuck out his tongue. In the casino area, Goku observed several aliens bickering loudly at the tables. Damn it, you're cheating. Nonsense. I won fair and square. Do you dare believe I could knock you out with a single punch? Goku watched their heated exchange with interest, unable to resist the temptation to join their gambling antics. Just then, a tall alien warrior staggered over, his gaze unfocused and a drunken grin plastered on his face. Hey there, not bad looking. Care to share some fun with me? Goku was momentarily taken aback, his expression bemused. Clearly. This fellow was too inebriated and mistook Goku for some exotic beauty. Goku's lips curled into a slight smile. Sure. In an instant, Goku flipped his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the warrior's face. Slap. The alien was sent flying, crashing into a nearby table, which toppled over, creating chaos in the casino area. Suddenly, the entire interior of the spacecraft fell silent, with all the aliens staring in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. What in the world just happened? As Wukong clapped his hands and blinked innocently, he remarked, Who led you to mistake me for someone else? The patrons in the casino area momentarily froze, and one individual finally snapped back to reality. Wait, who is this guy? The atmosphere aboard the spaceship grew increasingly peculiar. Hey, who are you? Inquired a one-eyed cosmic warrior, his face a mask of skepticism. I'm new here. You may not have heard of me. But my name carries considerable weight. Wukong paused, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he deliberately lowered his voice. I am the Demon King Piccolo. At this proclamation, the surrounding extraterrestrials exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions betraying confusion. The Demon King Piccolo? Never heard of him. Is that for real? This guy looks like a mere child. How could he possibly be a formidable demon? Whoever he is, if he dares to cause a ruckus on our spaceship, we should simply eliminate him. Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Wukong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly and continued his far-fetched tale with a straight face. You are quite uninformed. I just recently annexed an entire cosmic fleet. Lord Frisia personally recruited me to join. As Wukong spun his increasingly outrageous yarn, his demeanor remained unflustered, exuding an air of undeniable confidence. Is that true? Some cosmic warriors began to doubt. Sensing their skepticism, Wukong embellished further. Humph. Do you think only you are acquainted with Lord Frisia? Let me tell you, I share a close bond with him. The Lord has even stated, Demon King Piccolo, you are destined to be my right-hand man. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were taken aback. Did Lord Frisia truly say that? Could it be real? Goodness. Have we inadvertently offended a significant figure? Feigning a sense of mystery, Wukong sighed as he strolled back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. Oh, it seems you small fry have yet to be informed of my existence. Well, now that you are aware, let us maintain a level of decorum moving forward. He casually patted a cosmic warrior on the shoulder, reminiscent of an elder brother reassuring his younger sibling. The warrior, caught off guard, instinctively lowered his head, his face betraying a look of reverence. The surrounding soldiers, now fully convinced, realized that in Frisia's army, the emergence of new powerhouses was not uncommon, and they had no right to be privy to the hierarchy's shifts. Consequently, those who had initially intended to act turned their hands down, their faces adorned with awkward smiles. Ah, it is indeed an honor to meet you, Lord Demon King Piccolo. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Come, let us share a drink. Wukong laughed heartily, accepting a cup of wine and downing it in one gulp, casting a glance at the cosmic beings with a slight upturn of his lips. Well, since you're so accommodating, I shan't hold it against you. In that moment, the soldiers aboard the entire spaceship genuinely believed in the fabricated identity of the Demon King Piccolo. Wukong ambled around the ship's interior, secretly amused. This group truly believed my tall tales. Indeed, very few in Frisia's army possessed any intellect. As he wandered, Wukong arrived at a spacious cargo hold filled with various goods, metal crates, rare ores, energy cores. Yet, what truly caught his attention were the enormous cages deep within the hold. As Wukong raised his gaze, he beheld a multitude of cosmic maidens imprisoned within the confines of a cage. These women hailed from diverse races, yet each was, without exception, a stunning beauty of her kind, with alluring figures and exquisite features, their skin tones and physiques distinctively unique. Some possessed azure skin, their eyes shimmering like stars. Others boasted feline ears or wings, exuding an exotic charm. The girls within the cage all averted their gazes, their eyes filled with fear and despair, trembling as they seemingly resigned themselves to their fates. To where were these slaves being taken? Wukong inquired casually. The several cosmic warriors tasked with guarding the prisoners immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Wukong, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Lord Demon King, what brings you here? One exclaimed. These are premium specimens specially approved by King Frisia, the finest beauties from across the cosmos, destined for the noble auction house of the Legion. Another alien, grinning lewdly, added. However, since the Demon King himself has graced us with his presence, feel free to choose anyone you desire. Indeed. This is the regulation of the Legion. The strong may select first, while we insignificant characters lack such privilege. Upon hearing this, a dangerous smile crept across Wukong's face. Oh, choose freely. The guards, mistakenly believing Wukong was genuinely intrigued, nodded eagerly. Of course. Whichever one you fancy, just say the word. Wukong cast a glance at the maidens in the cage, who were surreptitiously observing this sudden appearance of the enigmatic Demon King. Some displayed terror in their eyes, while others wore blank expressions, as if their spirits had already withered. A slight smirk graced Wukong's lips, his gaze darkening as an idea formed in his mind. Chapter 51. The Rescue of the Female Slaves. These wretches are unworthy of pity. Wukong gently raised his hand, pointing at the group of cosmic maidens, and casually declared, I want them all. The guards paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. One blue-skinned alien thumping his chest and exclaiming, huh? The Demon King is indeed formidable. However, according to regulations, such a large number cannot be given away so easily. If you wish to take them, you must. Before he could finish, Wukong's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming psychic force surged through the entire cargo hold. Bang! The alien's body exploded instantaneously, not even a scream escaping his lips, as he was reduced to ashes on the spot. The cargo hold fell into an eerie silence. All the cosmic warriors widened their eyes, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Those who had just been lewdly laughing now turned as pale as ghosts, resembling ducks with their throats grasped, unable to utter a word. What? Wukong advanced step by step toward the cage, his indifferent gaze sweeping the surroundings. Enough idle chatter. Since they are mine, none shall obstruct me. The guards finally regained their senses, hastily drawing their energy guns and aiming at Wukong. You scoundrel! Who are you? Kill him! Inside the cargo hold, dozens of cosmic warriors sprang into action. Some brandished firearms, while others charged directly at Wukong, attempting to encircle him. Bang! 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 Amidst the deafening roar of explosions, the bodies of dozens of cosmic warriors detonated one after another in midair, blooming like fireworks. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, severed limbs scattered throughout the cargo hold, flames reaching skyward. Moments later, the cargo hold fell into an eerie silence, the air thick with the faint remnants of ash, leaving not a single intact corpse upon the floor. The enslaved women in their cages stared vacantly at the scene, their eyes wide with terror. Many trembled involuntarily, unable to fathom the brutality of the figure before them, who appeared to be little more than a boy. It's all cleaned up. Goku slowly raised his hand, a faint wave of energy emanating from his fingertips, shattering the chains of the cages. With the sound of metal fracturing, all the cage doors swung open with a resounding crash. Yet, the enslaved women did not immediately flee. They remained, gazing at Goku with a mixture of caution and disbelief. Who are you? A cat girl with pale blue skin stammered. Goku grinned, revealing his pristine white teeth. Me? I am King Piccolo. An abrupt silence enveloped the air. The women exchanged bewildered glances, utterly ignorant of the significance of that name. Goku stretched lazily, glancing at the cargo hold door, a faint smile gracing his lips. The others on the ship have sensed something amiss. It's about to get lively. In the next moment, the alarm blared loudly. Alert! Alert! Cargo hold compromised. Unknown enemies are releasing slaves. All combat personnel, proceed to eliminate. With the shrill sound of the alarm, chaos erupted within the spaceship. Countless cosmic warriors rushed towards the cargo hold, energy weapons charged and battleship-grade turrets locking onto the area. Boom! The cargo hold door was blown apart. Dozens of fully armed soldiers from the Frisia force stormed in, a dark wave of bodies, energy guns firing wildly like a tempest. The enslaved women, terrified, recoiled, crouching and covering their heads, screams echoing throughout the chamber. Bang! 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 Countless beams struck Goku, igniting a massive conflagration of fire and smoke. The floor of the spaceship was instantly scorched and pockmarked. As the smoke cleared, Goku stood unscathed, not a single shred of his clothing marred. A half-second of silence enveloped the scene, all soldiers' pupils dilated, staring in horror at the figure who remained unmoved, a smirk playing on his lips. Impossible. Goku flexed his fingers, lifting his gaze slowly, a glint of bloodthirsty coldness flashing in his eyes. My turn now, isn't it? Boom. His mental energy erupted instantaneously, sweeping through the cargo hold like a raging tide. Bang! The front line of dozens of cosmic soldiers exploded in unison, flesh and blood scattering, severed limbs raining down, transforming the ground into a sea of crimson. The remaining soldiers were paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle before them. They had never witnessed such a horrifying method of slaughter. In an instant, their minds went blank. What kind of monster is this? Run! Several cosmic soldiers, terrified, discarded their weapons and turned to flee. Goku flicked his fingers, unleashing a torrent of formidable mental power once more. Bang! 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 All soldiers attempting to flee were met with a gruesome fate, their bodies exploding one after another as they ran. Blood stained the metallic walls, rendering the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. The female slaves, witnesses to this horror, covered their mouths in shock, their terrified gazes fixed upon the seemingly youthful, black-haired boy, Goku, who was single-handedly annihilating the soldiers of Frisia's army with an almost divine presence. Goku glanced at the debris at his feet and licked his lips, muttering, "TSK, too fragile indeed." Yet, this was far from over. The ship's defense system had been triggered. High-level combat units detected. Activate ship cannons. The automated turrets began to lock onto the cargo area, energy cannons charging. Goku raised his hand slightly, fingers clenched. Boom. The ship's weapon systems erupted in a violent explosion, silencing even the alarms from the cockpit. The surviving soldiers were engulfed in despair, finally realizing they faced a true Dark Overlord. No. Bang. 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 More cosmic soldiers exploded into clouds of blood, leaving not a single enemy alive in the cargo hold. The area was cleared. Goku turned his gaze toward the female slaves, still huddled in fear in the corner, and flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. Do not worry. You are free now. The slaves remained unresponsive, their eyes fixed on Goku in disbelief, unable to comprehend their salvation. Without further explanation, Goku's immense spiritual energy surged forth, forming an invisible barrier that gently lifted all the girls. We must leave this wretched place quickly. With a smile, Goku vanished in an instant. Accompanied by a distortion in space, he transported the girls into the void of space outside the ship. The silvery vessel of Frisia's army continued to drift through the darkness of the cosmos, alarms echoing, red beams flickering across its hull. Goku coldly surveyed the malevolent ship, his expression growing icy. Such a thing is a blight that must be eradicated. His eyes flickered dangerously as a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted, enveloping the entire ship like an invisible hand of death. Boom! The ship exploded instantaneously. Flames engulfed the vessel, and a massive shockwave swept through the cosmos, scattering debris that soon turned to insignificant dust in the vastness of space. In that moment, all evil was vanquished. All right, it's done. Goku gently dusted off his hands and glanced at the girls shielded by his spiritual energy. They watched in wide-eyed astonishment, some covering their mouths, barely daring to breathe. Is this the power of a dark overlord? Goku withdrew his gaze and sensed the surrounding star systems, quickly pinpointing a planet suitable for life. Let us find a place for you all to settle. Space twisted once more, and Goku vanished with the hundreds of girls. They arrived on a vibrant planet. Beneath a blue sky, with clear lakes and lush forests, the air rich with the essence of life. The girls, buoyed by psychic energy, gently descended to the ground. Cautiously surveying their surroundings as the terror etched on their faces was gradually replaced by sheer joy. At long last, they experienced the long-awaited sensation of freedom. No more frigid cages. No more odious cosmic warriors. No more impending death. It felt as surreal as a dream. Yet, instead of reveling in their newfound liberation, the girls turned their gazes toward the raven-haired youth standing at the forefront. This gentleman, a girl with azure skin and an exquisite figure, stepped forward. Her eyes twinkling like stars, her voice tinged with a hint of trepidation and earnestness. Please, take us in. Upon hearing these words, all the girls knelt before him, united in their plea. Oh, kind sir, we implore you to shelter us. In that moment, all they sought was a sanctuary. Goku furrowed his brow, arms crossed, as he gazed at the celestial beauties before him, feeling a sudden dilemma arise within. Each girl, regardless of her race, was among the most stunning in her respective lineage, exuding exotic charm and possessing a unique allure. It was as if one stood before a living gallery of ethereal beauties. Merely witnessing this scene would stir the blood of any man. Goodness, this is too stimulating. Goku licked his lips, internally lamenting, at my age, as a Saiyan, I am in the throes of youthful vigor. If I were an ordinary man, I would likely be unable to maintain composure in such a situation. No, I, Son Goku, aspire to be the mightiest warrior. How could I indulge in mere beauty? As Goku prepared to decline, a captivating girl with violet hair gently bit her lip and alluringly proclaimed, Sir, we are willing to do anything for you, as long as you accept us. Indeed, sir, we are capable of anything. We will serve you, care for you, and please you. Whatever your desires, we will fulfill. Hearing this, Goku's reason nearly crumbled. What audacity, he thought. These girls, having just escaped a nightmare, were offering themselves so openly, leaving him with a whirlwind of emotions. In this ruthless universe, the weak could only plead for survival. Quickly regaining his composure, Goku muttered to himself, No, I cannot. My goal is to become the strongest warrior in the universe. With foes like Frieza, Majin Buu, Jiren, and the gods of destruction looming ever larger, I have no time to be ensnared by beauty. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself to refuse. Yet just then, Goku abruptly halted. As he surveyed the kneeling girls, a thought flickered in his mind. If I were to leave, would I not be akin to the Goku from the original story? As the saying goes, one loves the beauty as much as the kingdom. Besides, with the gravity training device, I could remain in a state of training wherever I went. This planet boasted a temperate climate, pleasant environment, and fresh air. It was truly a paradise for relaxation. Perhaps I could linger here for a few days? Chapter 52. The terrifying nature of the phantom clone. Goku strolled leisurely, hands behind his back, ultimately pausing before the girls, a playful smile gracing his lips. All right, since you all are so earnest. The girls' eyes sparkled with excitement as they lifted their heads. However, a mischievous smile crept upon Wukong's lips, for he declared, I am quite stringent, you know. If you cannot keep pace with me, you'll have to fend for yourselves. No problem. The girls exclaimed in unison. Wukong laughed heartily. Very well. I shall remain here for a few days to see if you possess any potential. The girls erupted in joyous cheers, their laughter resonating for the first time from the depths of their hearts. The sunset painted the horizon crimson, and the lakes on the planet shimmered like jewels. The breeze swept across the grasslands, carrying a delicate floral fragrance. Standing atop a massive rock, Wukong surveyed the breathtaking scenery of this planet, reflecting, this place is quite remarkable. Indeed, there are splendid locales within the cosmos. Not far away, the girls busied themselves, establishing a camp, gathering food and water, striving to create a new existence. Days passed, and the girls erected an expansive habitat. Thanks to the wisdom and capabilities of the various clans, they swiftly constructed rudimentary shelters and food storage facilities, even harnessing hydroelectric power. The forests teemed with game, and the rivers flowed with pristine water, while some girls excelled in agriculture, rapidly stabilizing their living conditions. Yet, more astonishing than this beautiful haven was the fervent adoration the girls held for Wukong. Our great demon lord is a benefactor to us all. The might of the great demon lord surpasses all reason. He is the true ruler of the universe. I shall follow the great demon lord for eternity. The girl's reverence for Wukong escalated to a near-religious fervor, with volunteers daily tidying his quarters and preparing meals, even proposing the construction of a temple in his honor. Wukong. While being adored is rather pleasant, this is somewhat excessive, isn't it? Surrounded daily by countless alien beauties, their gaze is fervent and their attentiveness meticulous. Occasionally someone would stealthily slip into his bed. This won't do. I can't afford to be rendered useless like this. Wukong could no longer endure. After all, he aspired to be the strongest warrior. He couldn't possibly play the role of a planetary emperor every day. How did I forget this? I could simply create a clone. Wukong's mental energy surged, and a formidable aura spread like a tide. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a clone of Wukong materialized out of thin air, possessing a combat strength of approximately 150,000. The power of Wukong's clone is about 110 of his original strength, with no limit to the number. And it can increase with the original's power. The drawback is that clones cannot train to enhance their strength. The clone stood on the ground, exuding an impressive presence. As the girls widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle, what kind of divine technique is this? My heavens! How can there be two great demon lords? The clone addressed the girls. From this day forth, let us live together here. The girls instantly erupted in joyous cheers, completely unprepared for Wukong to remain in such a manner. Meanwhile, the original Wukong strolled leisurely to a hillside, gazing down upon the flourishing habitat below. Finally, I can be free. Wukong turned back to glance, observing that his doppelgangers had already engaged with the girls, assisting in the construction of buildings and imparting skills for cultivation. In the blink of an eye, they were drawn into a room. Ah, such treatment surpasses even that of a king. Suddenly, Wukong soared into the sky, hovering amidst the clouds. I must take my leave. May you all live well. The girls, upon hearing his voice, looked up, their faces filled with reluctance at the sight of the black-haired youth suspended in the air. Lord Demon King, are you truly leaving? Wukong flashed a smile. My ambition is to become the strongest warrior in the universe. I cannot linger for too long. However, should you encounter any grave troubles, have my doppelgangers inform me, for I can return at any moment. The girls' eyes ignited with hope as they nodded in unison, yes. With a hearty laugh, Wukong's figure abruptly flickered and vanished into the horizon. In the ensuing days, Wukong fully grasped the essence of heroically rescuing damsels in distress. Indeed, this universe harbors an abundance of villains. Wandering through the cosmos, Wukong, utilizing his formidable mental prowess, precisely identified those notorious cosmic slave traders, black market auction houses, and the Frisia Force's trading posts. Wherever he arrived, he showed no mercy, unleashing a brutal onslaught without sparing a single foe. Thus, at a certain interstellar black market, an auction was underway for a beauty adorned with nine-tailed fox ears when suddenly, an invisible force obliterated the entire venue, turning buyers and sellers alike into mere fireworks. Wukong stood amidst the ruins, chewing on a blade of grass. On a spaceship dedicated to slave trading, Wukong materialized in the cockpit. With a mere wave of his hand, all criminals exploded collectively, causing the vessel to disintegrate. At a slave concentration camp, Wukong descended, lifting the entire base with one hand while unleashing a Kamehameha wave, sending the camp soaring into the heavens. Countless enslaved girls gazed at Wukong, their eyes gradually igniting with fervor. Lord Demon King, we implore you to take us in. Well, Wukong skillfully summoned his doppelganger. I have matters to attend to. Let my doppelganger accompany you. Thus, across various planets, Wukong's doppelgangers proliferated wildly. Many worlds echoed with the legends of the black-clad youth. As innumerable enslaved girls were liberated, united in their singular faith, the guardian deity of the universe, King Piccolo. Meanwhile, the true Wukong had long since drifted away, continuing his quest for the next target. The Frisia Force, your misfortune is imminent. On Planet 79, the headquarters of the Frisia Force, the atmosphere was tense, with all high-ranking officials too fearful to raise their heads, cold sweat dripping from their brows. Can you repeat that? Frisia squinted, seated upon his throne, his tail swaying slowly, a customary smile gracing his face. Yet, all present knew that the more Frisia smiled, the angrier he became. The cosmic warriors knelt on the ground, trembling, afraid to even breathe. Frisia, that being known as King Piccolo, he has obliterated at least 70 of our slave markets, auction houses, and trading points. Our supply fleets have been decimated, and thousands of our warriors have been slain. Boom. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness, the air around Frisia warping slightly, infused with a palpable sense of murderous intent. He chuckled softly, lifting a glass of red wine, swirling it gently, yet his voice pierced like frost. This fellow has disrupted so much of my business. Pray tell, what are you all good for? We have dispatched our most elite squad, but... Frisia raised a finger nonchalantly. Boom. The reporting officer exploded instantaneously, not even having time to scream before dissolving into a crimson mist, leaving only a charred crater on the floor. The other kneeling warriors turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down their faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Hee. What do you think I should do? Frisia tapped the armrest of his throne with his finger, his tone deceptively tender as if soothing an infant. Yet everyone understood that he was truly incensed. Dodoria swallowed hard, steeling himself to speak. My lord, the power of this demon King Piccolo is exceedingly strange. Our forces stand no chance against him. Perhaps we ought to. Enough. Frisia slowly rose, his tail whipping violently, causing the floor to shudder. His smile fading into a chilling grimace. Deploy the Jinyu force. A collective gasp echoed in the room. They were to summon the Jinyu force directly. Had the king's fury reached such heights? Frisia licked his lips, his gaze brimming with malice. Since he enjoys ruining my enterprises, I shall personally have a word with this demon King Piccolo. The entire base fell into a profound silence. All understood that the cosmos was on the brink of a bloody upheaval. In the void of space, Goku sat quietly on a meteorite, meditating, his mental energy gradually expanding. Sensing his ever-evolving power, with a deep breath, Goku's battle power surged from 1.5 million to 1.8 million. The most immediate change was, this is the terrifying aspect of the shadow clone technique. As my main body grows stronger, the clones enhance in power simultaneously, without any diminishment. At this moment, Goku's clones across various planets sensed the surge of strength within them, their fists clenched, eyes gleaming with intensity. Humph, the main body has grown stronger. And we have broken through as well. The battle power of the clones skyrocketed from 150,000 to 180,000 in an instant. The girls on each planet gazed in astonishment at the aura emanating from the clones, utterly amazed. Has the Demon King's power increased again? Chapter 53. The Jinyu Force deep within the cosmos. A colossal Frisia army battleship sped through space. The 5 elite members of the Jinyu Force, Captain Jinyu, Raikum, Berta, Jis, and Guldo, gathered in the ship's command room, encircling a star map. Captain, this is the 5th time we have returned empty-handed. Jis slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Every time we receive intel, we rush to the scene, only to find nothing, just the ground strewn with corpses and smoldering ruins. What manner of creature is this Demon King Piccolo? In a vast trading outpost of the Frisia Force, once hailed as one of the universe's largest black markets, the entire planet has now transformed into a desolate wasteland. Countless remnants of shattered warships drift aimlessly in the cosmos, while the ground is riddled with deep craters from explosions. Charred structures crumble, dismembered limbs lie scattered, and the air is tinged with a faint scent of blood. Jis and Buddha stand atop a partially ruined tower, surveying the lifeless battlefield below. Buddha furrows his brow, exclaiming, "Damn it, the entire outpost has been slaughtered. There were at least 20,000 soldiers stationed here. Yet not a single soul remains alive." Guldo, trembling with fear, gulps, "What manner of creature could do this?" Jinyu coldly regards the devastation, his gaze icy. Whoever he is, he has thoroughly enraged Lord Frisia. On another planet, silence prevails. The surface is marred by terrifying craters, blood and debris swirling amidst molten rock. And the air is thick with the scent of charred remains. All members of the Frisia Force, cosmic warriors, slavers, and traitors, have been utterly annihilated, with not a single survivor. Remarkably, Goku has chosen not to flee this time. Instead, he sits serenely atop a prominent boulder, eyes closed in meditation, a strange smile gracing his lips. This time, he will not escape. He wishes to gauge the true strength of Frisia's elite squad. Goku slightly opens his eyes, casting his gaze skyward, the smile on his lips growing ever colder. They have arrived. A colossal battleship tears through the void, descending with a thunderous arrival. Boom. The ship's hatch bursts open, and 5 figures plummet from the sky like shooting stars, landing firmly upon the ruins. The Jinyu Force has officially made their entrance. Jinyu stands at the forefront, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the sea of corpses, his expression dark. Humph, have we arrived too late once again? Raikum cracks his neck, his muscles creaking ominously. Captain, this place is in ruins. Do you really think that Demon King Piccolo would still be here? Jis scowls. Damn it, I'm tired of always cleaning up the mess. Suddenly, Buddha's expression sharpens as he fixes his gaze on a distant point, whispering, "Wait, there's someone." On a distant boulder, Goku stands, finally rising to his feet. Arms crossed, his black martial arts uniform billowing in the wind, the crimson boots making a faint scraping sound against the rubble. "Ah, you finally arrived," Goku casually remarks. Jinyu's eyes lock onto Goku, pupils narrowing as he scrutinizes the slender, black-haired youth before him. "You are the Demon King Piccolo?" Goku grins slightly, a gleam of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, that would be me." Raikum scoffs, his derision evident. "Humph, I expected something far more fearsome. Turns out you're just a kid?" Jis huffs. "Captain, no need for chatter. Let us eliminate him." With a sudden, commanding gesture, Jinyu's expression turns grave as he intones, "Battle formation, prepare." Yes, the 5 leap into action, swiftly adjusting their positions to form a standard battle formation. Raikum adopts a wide stance, left hand raised high while his right rests on his knee, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Gi's crossed his arms and extended one leg forward, his fiery red hair billowing in the wind. Bart supported himself with one hand on the ground, while raising the other high, striking a pose that symbolized speed. Guldo squatted at the front with arms wide open, a sinister expression adorning his face. As the captain, Jinyu stood at the center of the formation, arms crossed over his chest, his tail coiled around his waist, and a confident smile gracing his features. We are the Jinyu Force. Together, the five roared in unison, striking the most unique, classic, and eccentric battle poses in the cosmos. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, dust swirling around them as the background music played automatically. Are you all fighting, or just clowning around? The Jinyu Force. I've waited so long just to watch you perform acrobatics here. Goku shrugged, shaking his head, his tone laced with pity. Well, since this is your last pose, I suppose I will endure watching. Jinyu's face darkened immediately. How dare you mock our magnificent battle stance? Bart bellowed. You are disrespecting our fighting spirit. Raikum clenched his fists, his face filled with rage. I will tear you apart. Humph, this guy certainly has an intimidating presence. But whether he can actually fight remains to be seen in practice. Jinyu gently pressed a button, the red lens shimmering with light, precisely locking onto Goku's energy level. Beep beep. Battle power, 5,000. Bursting into laughter, the atmosphere turned light-hearted in an instant. Gi's laughed so hard he fell to the ground. Huh? Is this for real? He only has a battle power of 5,000. Bart laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. We thought he was some kind of monster. But it turns out to be this? Raikum extended his pinky, digging into his ear. His face twisted with disdain. Having all five of us go against him feels a bit unfair. Guldo winked slyly. How about we play rock, paper, scissors? What a splendid idea. The five quickly formed a circle, striking their signature pose for the game. Rock, paper, scissors. Moments later, Raikum raised his fist triumphantly. Haha, I won. This guy is mine. You're lucky, kid. Gi's pouted, crossing his arms in displeasure. Bart sighed. Well, it seems we can only wait for you to finish before it's our turn. Jinyu nodded, a smile lingering on his lips. All right, Raikum, remember, don't finish him off too quickly. We still want to warm up. Raikum grinned widely, flexing his wrists, his legs suddenly sinking as a ferocious aura erupted. Don't worry, Captain, I'll take my time with him. Goku's lips curled into a dangerous smile. What a bunch of fools. Humph, you're lucky to die by my hand. Raikum stomped the ground with a thunderous crash, propelling himself like a high-speed cannonball towards Goku. A terrifying gust of wind trailing behind him. Die. Raikum swung his massive fist, a wicked grin spread across his face as he charged toward Goku, the air shattering from the sheer force. At the moment when the fist was about to make contact with Goku's face, Goku moved with such remarkable speed that it seemed he had foreseen the future, effortlessly evading the blow. What? Raikum's pupils instantaneously contracted. Boom. Goku's right fist surged forward, delivering a straightforward punch that shattered Raikum's chest in an instant. The blow was so swift that it did not even disturb the air. Only a fleeting blur of light accompanied by the sound of flesh exploding. Raikum's body froze mid-air as he glanced down at the gaping hole in his chest, his mouth slightly agape as if he wished to utter something. Bang! Goku's fist unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Raikum's body suddenly swelled. Splatter. The next moment, Raikum's entire form erupted from within, blood, shredded flesh, and bones scattering like a detonated blood bomb, enveloping the air in a crimson mist. The powerful shockwave fractured the ground, prompting the remaining four members of the Jinyu Force to hastily raise energy barriers to avoid being splattered by the gore. Once the smoke cleared, nothing remained at the site. Raikum had left not even a trace. Jisis's expression froze entirely, his eyes bulging nearly from their sockets, drenched in cold sweat. Raikum was obliterated. Berta's fist trembled uncontrollably. He is certainly not a fighter with a power level of 5,000. Guldo's complexion turned deathly pale as he muttered frantically. This must be a joke. Raikum is the ace powerhouse of the Jinyu Force. Jinyu's face darkened completely, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as his lips twitched involuntarily. This is absurd. The scouter clearly registered only a power level of 5,000. Jinyu suddenly crushed the scouter in his hand, his gaze turning icy. This fellow is concealing his true power. Goku extended a finger, lightly flicking away the bloodstains on his sleeve, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Umph, is he truly that weak? I expected a longer diversion. Goku slowly lifted his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the remaining four, beckoning them with a casual finger. Next, Chapter 54, The Annihilation of the Jinyu Force. Guldo's face turned ashen, his body involuntarily recoiling as beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, his lips trembling. No, no. This guy is a monster. Jisis fought to suppress his fear, gritting his teeth and growling. Stay calm. Raikum was merely careless. We are the Jinyu Force. We cannot be defeated by a nameless nobody. Berta took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed, and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, we are the strongest team in the universe. Captain, Jinyu slowly began to speak, his voice low and chilling. "Jaisus, you go." The air fell into a deathly silence. Jaisus's pupils constricted sharply, his face paling to an extreme. What? You want me to go?" Jinyu said nothing further, merely fixing a cold, unyielding gaze upon Jaisus, his eyes conveying an undeniable command. Jaisus's complexion fluctuated, his fists clenched tightly, forcing down the fear within him as he stepped forward decisively. "Humph. Since the captain has commanded me, I shall show this brat the power of the universe's strongest warrior." As Jis unleashed his aura, his fiery red hair danced wildly in the wind, and waves of energy surged around him. "Humph, you little rascal, you merely ambushed like him. But before me, Jis." Yet, before Jis could finish his statement, Goku's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Ji's pupils constricted, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure. Bang! A cold hand landed squarely on Ji's face. "What?" Before Ji's terrified voice could escape, Goku's hand pressed down violently. Boom! Ji's entire body was instantaneously thrust into the ground. The earth shattered, a terrifying shockwave swept through the area, and dust swirled into the air. The atmosphere fell eerily silent. The remaining three stood frozen, not daring to breathe. After a prolonged silence, the dust began to settle. Bart's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. "JJS?" Jinyu's gaze was fixated on the pit where Jis had been forced into the ground, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Everyone beheld the horrifying scene. Jis was entirely buried beneath the earth, his skull shattered, eyes rolled back, blood flowing from every orifice, devoid of life. Another instantaneous kill. Goku shook his hand, brushed off the dust, and sneered dismissively. "Humph, worthless. Who's next?" Ji's lifeless body lay buried, blood seeping into the soil, his presence completely extinguished. The Jinyu force was reduced to Jinyu, Bart, and Guldo. The arrogance and confidence they once held had vanished, replaced by bone-chilling terror. Bart's forehead was slick with cold sweat, his lips quivering. "Damn it, that guy is a monster." Guldo trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat trickling down his bald head, his heart racing. Jinyu's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, his jaw set, his body taut with tension. Goku lazily flexed his wrist, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "You wouldn't dare tell me the Jinyu force has lost its nerve, would you?" Goku's voice, akin to a demonic whisper, sent shivers down the spines of the remaining three. Infuriated, Bart clenched his fists, inhaling deeply, igniting the last embers of his fighting spirit. "I am the universe's fastest warrior. My speed is unmatched across the cosmos." Bart erupted with energy, his legs propelling him off the ground, vanishing into thin air like a blue lightning bolt. Hurtling towards Goku at superluminal speed. "I will tear you apart." Bart zigzagged through the air, each sudden shift accompanied by sonic booms, creating ripples in space. "You will never catch me." Bart was brimming with confidence, proud of his unparalleled speed, believing that as long as he was fast enough, no enemy could touch him. "You're right here." A deep voice resonated behind Bart. His pupils dilated, his heart momentarily halted. What? Bang! In a moment devoid of superfluous movements or ostentatious techniques, Goku's right arm pierced through Butter's back, penetrating his heart. Butter's body instantaneously stiffened, his expression frozen, his mouth slightly agape, and his eyes devoid of focus. Butter's rapid assault was abruptly halted before it could fully manifest. Blood dripped from Goku's arm, pooling on the scorched earth below, staining it crimson. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Goku cast Butter's lifeless body onto the ground, blood splattering, dust swirling in the air. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence. Guldo, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, his mouth trembling and his eyes brimming with sheer terror. Meanwhile, Captain Jinyu's face darkened, his body trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Was Butter also slain in an instant? Goku slowly lifted his gaze, a mocking smile gracing his face as his eyes swept over Jinyu and Guldo. Well, who's next? Are you too frightened to step up? Jinyu's eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke in a low tone. Guldo, stop hesitating. Let us strike together. Guldo's pupils dilated, his determination igniting as he gritted his teeth, a frenzied glint flashing in his eyes. You vile little brat, perish. Guldo raised both hands high, a grotesque expression forming on his face as he let out a low roar. Time seemed to freeze. In an instant, the air around Goku appeared to have come to a standstill. Guldo gasped, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. Huh, it worked. Captain, act quickly. I can't maintain this for long. Jinyu's gaze remained fixated on Goku, his expression chillingly cold as he slowly raised his hands, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Allow me to seize this powerful body. Jinyu suddenly spread his arms wide, a purple aura erupting violently as he bellowed. Body exchange. Guldo's grin became increasingly deranged, his mind already celebrating victory. Ha! At last, we have triumphed. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The beam of energy meant for the body exchange collided with Goku, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Jinyu's pupils constricted, his smile frozen in disbelief as his heart raced. What? Guldo's expression solidified, his mind blank with shock. How is this possible? Why did it fail? Goku slowly raised his hand, gently patting his chest, a cold, cruel smile gracing his features. Did you truly believe you could match me in mental prowess? How naive. Goku's gaze hardened, and in an instant, a terrifying mental shockwave erupted. Guldo's eyes widened in horror as he clutched his head, screaming in a frenzy. It hurts. Guldo's mind shattered, his eyes losing focus, blood streaming from his orifices. In the next heartbeat, bang! His head exploded, blood splattering, brain matter spraying forth. His body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Guldo was utterly defeated. Guldo. As Jinyu beheld the scene, his countenance turned ashen, cold sweat cascading down his back. And his heart raced as though it might burst. No, this cannot be. Why did my body exchange fail? Goku's gaze was chillingly cold. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your pathetic ability, seeking to influence my mental fortitude? You are still far too inexperienced. In the next instant, Goku's figure inexplicably vanished. What? Jinyu's pupils constricted sharply, his peripheral vision barely catching a glimpse of Goku's afterimage before, boom. Goku's fist suddenly pierced through Jinyu's chest. Jinyu's eyes bulged, his mouth twitching violently, his hands trembling in disbelief as he stared at the gaping wound in his chest. Boom. Goku's fist unleashed a terrifying shockwave, Jinyu's body disintegrating into countless fragments, dissolving into dust and disappearing into the air. Jinyu is dead. The Jinyu force is utterly annihilated. Amidst the ruins, the wind howled, and blood stained the earth. Once the terror of countless cosmic warriors, the Jinyu force now lay in tatters, reduced to mere remnants and charred soil. Goku gazed upward at the starry sky, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Well, with this, Frieza should receive my gift, no? Goku teleported into space, raising his hand, a brilliant energy sphere coalescing at his fingertips. With a slight smile, he unleashed, boom. The entire planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Far away in another star system, Frieza sat upon his spaceship throne, narrowing his eyes as he listened to a report from his subordinate. Master Frieza, the Jinyu force has been completely wiped out. In an instant, Frieza's eyes shot open, his aura brimming with murderous intent. What? The great demon King Piccolo. Chapter 55, I will tear you to shreds. On a war-torn planet. With smoke still lingering in the air and the ground marred by charred remnants, countless corpses lay strewn about, the planet having transformed into a desolate wasteland. 3 figures descended slowly upon a smoldering ruin. It was Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. They had just completed the cleansing of this planet and were conducting the aftermath operations. Nappa casually wiped the blood from his face, grinning as he said, "Humph, what a bunch of weaklings. This primitive civilization dared to resist us?" Raditz crossed his arms, disdain evident on his face. We didn't even need to transform. Slaying them was a mere waste of time. At that moment, Vegeta's scouter emitted a frantic series of beeps, and upon establishing a communication link, a trembling voice from a Frieza Force soldier came through. Master Vegeta, there's a grave situation. Vegeta furrowed his brow, impatiently pressing the communication button, his tone icy. What is it? Is another primitive planet causing trouble? The soldier's voice on the other end quaked with fear and disbelief. And no, the Jinyu force has been completely annihilated. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. Nappa's smile froze, his expression shifting dramatically as he clenched his fists. What? Raditz's pupils dilated sharply, his mind momentarily paralyzed. What jest is this? The Jinyu force is an elite unit within the cosmos. How could they possibly be annihilated? Each member of the Jinyu force is a renowned powerhouse in the universe. Yet now, they have been utterly eradicated. Who could have done this? Nappa bellowed. Who is responsible for the demise of the Jinyu force? The voice over the communication channel trembled with profound terror. It is that mysterious demon King Piccolo. Demon King Piccolo? Nappa and Raditz exchanged bewildered glances, having never encountered this name before. Humph, a newly emerged monster, is it? Nappa gritted his teeth, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Even the Jinyu force has been wiped out. At this moment, fear enveloped their hearts, conjuring dreadful scenarios in their minds. You two fools, why are you afraid? Nappa and Raditz stood frozen, astonished by Vegeta's words. Vegeta crossed his arms, a slight smirk gracing his lips, his gaze imbued with a blend of arrogance and coldness. The Jinyu force was indeed powerful, but their demise is of no consequence to us. Nappa and Raditz. A glint of brilliance flickered in Vegeta's eyes. The annihilation of the Jinyu force signifies but one thing. There are fewer individuals in this universe capable of threatening me. Do you not understand? Vegeta turned his gaze toward the vast starry sky, filled with ambition and arrogance. The throne of the strongest in this universe will inevitably belong to me. Nappa and Raditz's expressions instantly turned blank, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. This fellow is utterly unperturbed by the Jinyu force's destruction, instead viewing it as an opportunity to ascend as the Emperor of the Cosmos. BB Vegeta. Nappa wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Raditz inwardly chuckled bitterly, Vegeta's ambition surpasses our wildest imaginations. Humph. Vegeta let out a soft snort, coldly remarking, however, I am somewhat intrigued by this Demon King Piccolo. I wish to personally witness what sort of being he is, should the opportunity arise. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, recognizing the same emotions reflected in each other's eyes. Excitement, intertwined with a deeply concealed fear. That being known as Demon King Piccolo has vanished for a whole month. In the command hall, Frieza sat upon his throne, his crimson eyes glinting with murderous intent, his nails scratching against the armrest, producing a chilling sound. He chuckled darkly. It has been a month. The warriors below bowed their heads, cold sweat cascading down their faces, too terrified to meet Frieza's gaze. Yes, Lord Frieza. We have dispatched numerous reconnaissance teams across the cosmos, but the warrior's voice dwindled, eventually trembling. There is no trace. A cold smile crept across Frieza's lips, though his eyes held no mirth. Are you suggesting to me that the monster who killed the Ginyu Force has simply vanished without a trace? Boom. A formidable aura swept through the spacecraft, instantly toppling numerous instruments, shattering screens, and sending warriors tumbling, their cries of anguish echoing. Humph, it matters not. Ha ha ha. King Piccolo, your absence is of no consequence. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Frieza's face, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Sooner or later, you will come to me. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, on a desolate and uninhabited planet, wild winds howled and the scorching sun blazed down, leaving the world in eerie silence. With a surge of overwhelming energy, a tempest of dust was stirred up, and Goku wore a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. His battle power had finally surpassed 2 million. After a month of arduous training, Goku's mental fortitude, physical strength, and control of ki had all seen significant enhancement. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2 months had elapsed. Frieza sat regally upon his throne, his crimson eyes coldly surveying the warriors below. Humph, all of you are worthless. 2 months have passed, and not a single lead on King Piccolo. The warriors below bowed their heads in trembling fear, cold sweat streaming down their brows, terrified that a single misstep would lead to their annihilation at Frieza's hand. You should comprehend my rules. Frieza's tail swayed slowly, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Those who disappoint me must pay the price. A beam of purple death surged forth. Bang! A warrior was instantly pierced through, collapsing to the ground in a gruesome display, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining warriors stood frozen in terror, not daring to breathe. Frieza's gaze swept over them, his tone icy. I shall grant you one final chance. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with silence, every warrior awaiting Frieza's next words. At that moment, a warrior at the front row suddenly turned pale, his pupils dilating in horror, rooted to the spot. My king, behind you. In an instant, every warrior's gaze turned in unison towards Frieza's back. Frieza furrowed his brow slightly, a mocking smirk forming. What is behind me? You. However, before Frieza could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of pressure from behind. It was an utterly unfamiliar, yet terrifying aura, akin to an unfathomable abyss of darkness, enveloping the entire bridge in an indescribable weight of dread. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, his cold smile freezing, his face darkening ominously. Slowly, he turned his head, glancing towards the area behind his throne. Hello, Frieza. Goku, Battle Power 250, wore a mischievous grin, raising a hand to wave at Frieza, as if greeting an old friend. Long time no see. In that moment, the entire bridge fell into a deafening silence. The warriors' expressions twisted in horror, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads, their legs trembling uncontrollably, all as if they had encountered a specter. How is this possible? When did he arrive here? How did no one detect his presence? Not even King Frieza sensed him? Frieza's expression darkened completely, his crimson eyes fixated on Goku with an icy demeanor. King Piccolo, Goku smirked, resting his hands behind his head, grinning cheerfully. Oh, it seems you've missed me dearly. Haven to you? Searching for me for 3 whole months? Frieza's pupils constricted, his face darkening ominously. What do you intend to do, you fiend? Goku casually brushed off the dust from his attire, casting a playful glance at Frieza with a languid tone. Oh dear, when I entered, I expected to see the Ginyu Force, only to find they were no longer here. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Goku's mouth. TSK, Frieza. Are your subordinates not up to the task? Scoundrel. Frieza's countenance twisted into a snarl, a tremendous aura erupting around him, a terrifying pressure enveloping the entire bridge. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? In an instant, the atmosphere within the bridge seemed to freeze. The soldiers dared not breathe, trembling uncontrollably. King Piccolo. Frieza roared, his energy surging violently, a furious force sweeping through the entire ship. Boom. The dreadful shockwave tore through the bridge, countless fragments instantly transforming into cosmic dust, the ship's exterior exploding, the energy core overloading in an instant. Ultimately, the vessel disintegrated into countless pieces, igniting into brilliant flames, resembling a fallen star, burning out in the cosmos. All the warriors aboard were hurled into the vastness of space by the energy shockwave. The cosmic Emperor Frisia floated in the universe, his energy raging with terrifying intensity. His gaze locked onto the distant figure of a boy clad in black, none other than King Piccolo's grandson, Goku. Why are you so furious, Frisia? Goku idly twirled a piece of metal debris that had been blasted away, his tone nonchalant. Wasn't this spaceship rather costly? Isn't it a pity to see it explode in anger? Scoundrel! Frisia's expression turned utterly dark, his voice a menacing roar, I shall tear you to shreds. Boom! Frisia unleashed a tide of murderous intent, the surrounding space quaking violently, a terrifying purple energy swirling around him, forming an extreme and dreadful shockwave. The soldiers of Frisia's legion fled in terror, desperate to escape the reach of this energy. The mighty King Frisia was serious now. That King Piccolo was doomed. Chapter 56. Frisia's Severed Tail. Frisia, are you not the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe? Goku teased, shaking his finger with a playful glint in his eye. What's wrong? Are you angry? Frisia's face twisted into a mask of rage, his fists clenched tightly as his purple energy erupted uncontrollably, brimming with lethal intent. You seek death. In an instant, Frisia accelerated, transforming into a streak of purple light that tore through the cosmos, lunging at Goku, his right fist imbued with destructive energy, crashing towards Goku's cheek. Whoosh! Goku's figure shifted effortlessly, casually stepping to the left, the fist narrowly missing him. Frisia swung a punch that missed its mark, propelling him hundreds of meters away, shadows instantly cloaking his face. Damn it! Frisia roared in fury, abruptly turning to unleash a torrent of death rays from his hands, frantically targeting Goku. The cacophony of explosions echoed through space as the violet beams, like a tempest, swiftly ensnared Goku, effectively encircling him in a web of lethal energy. Goku's figure flickered effortlessly among the death rays, evading all assaults with the grace of a specter. To Frisia, Goku appeared as if he were dancing. Frisia's expression darkened with rage. Accelerating his onslaught, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, causing countless horrific explosions that shook the cosmos. Meanwhile, Goku, with a smile on his face, navigated the chaos unscathed. Are you setting off fireworks? He quipped, suddenly appearing behind Frisia, playfully patting him on the shoulder. Come on, Frisia, I'm getting a bit sleepy. Frisia was consumed by fury, spinning around to deliver a punch aimed squarely at Goku's face. Goku vanished once more, reappearing above Frisia, arms crossed, and eyes gleaming with mischief. You've missed again. Frisia's face darkened, trembling with indignation. Damn it, why can't I hit you? Goku merely smiled, tilting his head. Perhaps it's because you're too weak? In an instant, Frisia's pupils constricted, veins bulging. Piccolo, he bellowed, unleashing an even greater surge of energy, the purple glow radiating like a supernova, sending shockwaves through the cosmos that hurled warriors away. I will crush you. With a thunderous crash, a figure slammed into an asteroid, shattering it into fragments that scattered in all directions. Frisia was sent hurtling backwards, tumbling through space before barely managing to stabilize himself. Oh dear, Frisia, can you not even withstand a single punch? Frisia lifted his head, his expression grotesquely contorted, veins pulsating as he gritted his teeth in rage. How could I have been struck by Piccolo? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With a furious roar, Frisia accelerated, his right fist charged with turbulent purple energy, crashing towards Goku's face. Goku effortlessly raised a hand, fingers deftly pinching Frisia's fist. Frisia's pupils widened, his body freezing in disbelief. What? Your punch is so light. You seek your own demise. Frisia's face twisted into a snarl, unleashing all his energy as his left hand gathered a terrifying death ray, aimed directly at Goku's head. The beam struck, yet it bore no effect. Is that all you've got? Goku casually flipped his wrist. With a resounding explosion, Frisia was sent flying, akin to a cannonball, crashing into a massive asteroid and creating a deep crater. But this was far from over. In an instant, Goku vanished, reappearing atop Frisia, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he raised his fist high. Here comes a punch for you, he declared, striking Frisia squarely in the face, driving him deep into the meteorite. The celestial rock shattered, sending countless fragments flying into the void. Frisia was propelled backward, blood erupting from his mouth. Yet, Goku had already positioned himself behind Frisia. The villain's eyes widened in shock. What? BM? Goku delivered a powerful kick to Frisia's back, sending him soaring thousands of meters away. In the distance, the remaining soldiers of Frisia's army floated in the cosmos, witnessing the scene with sheer disbelief. I can't be seeing this right. The king is being utterly thrashed. Is this a joke? That is Frisia, the emperor of the universe. Their spirits shattered. They could hardly fathom that Frisia would ever be so ruthlessly toyed with. Who is this person? How can he possess such overwhelming power? Some were so terrified they began to question their existence, while a few frightened extraterrestrials lost control, fleeing in a panic. However, none dared to intervene, for they knew that to do so would be to invite a similar fate. One punch would suffice. The name Piccolo had indelibly etched itself into their minds, becoming a haunting nightmare. Frieza, having crashed into a meteor, struggled to regain his composure. His face was swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his chest heaved violently. "This is impossible. Impossible," he gasped, fists clenched, his pride thoroughly shattered. Goku floated leisurely in the distance, stretching and languidly remarking, "Surely, this cannot be all the strength you possess." Frieza's expression twisted into a fierce snarl. "You insolent fool. I shall transform. I will tear you apart." His energy surged dramatically as he entered his transformation phase. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Frieza. His pupils constricted in alarm. "What?" Bam! Without hesitation, Goku swung his fist, crashing it into Frieza's face. The impact contorted Frieza's mouth, unprepared for the blow as he was midway through his transformation, sending him hurtling into a fragment of the meteor. Boom! The meteor erupted, debris scattering in all directions. Struggling to rise, Frieza's face was now disfigured, his gaze vacant, utterly bewildered. "You attacked me while I was transforming?" Goku tilted his head innocently. "Huh? What did you say?" Frieza, furious to the brink of madness, bellowed, "You lack honor." Goku shrugged, grinning widely. "Who told you to take your sweet time? Do you think transforming is akin to performing magic?" Frieza's face darkened completely, veins throbbing on his forehead as he roared in fury, "Despicable, utterly shameless." In a flash, Goku vanished once more. Bam! He reappeared behind Frieza, delivering a fierce kick to his back. Frieza was once again propelled through the cosmos like a cannonball, his body spinning helplessly for hundreds of revolutions, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. Oh! Frieza was utterly shattered. His transformation had barely begun, his form still in flux, leaving him incapable of stabilizing his energy. How infuriating. "You haven't given me a chance at all." Goku, arms crossed and relaxed, replied nonchalantly, "Of course not. Do you really think I would stand here and watch you transform at your leisure?" Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Goku sighed, shaking his head in a tone laced with disappointment. "What are you thinking, taking your time to transform at a time like this? Have you been coddled by too many weaklings?" Frieza's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. "Piccolo, I will kill you." But Goku vanished again. Bang! 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 With a punch, a kick, and a knee strike, Goku offered Frieza no respite, treating him like a mere punching bag. Frieza's body contorted under the relentless assault, expanding and shrinking erratically, appearing utterly ludicrous. "Stop! Stop it!" Frieza shrieked in madness, never having experienced such a humiliating form of combat. In the distance, the warriors of Frieza's army stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably at the sight. Their mighty king was being thwarted to the point where he could not even complete his transformation. "It was over. We are finished." At that moment, the universe echoed solely with Frieza's anguished cries and Goku's jubilant laughter. "Ha! Hurry and transform, Frieza. Why aren't you transforming? I'm eager to see your final form." Frieza's eyes brimmed with hatred, fixated on Goku, wishing he could tear him into shreds. Goku slowly extended a hand, two fingers delicately poised together. Whoosh! A razor-sharp energy blade shot forth in an instant. Frieza's pupils constricted as he attempted to evade, but he was too severely injured to react in time. Thud! Frieza felt a searing pain erupt from his lower body. His tail had been severed. Ah! Frieza emitted a heart-wrenching wail, blood gushing forth as his body writhed violently in the cosmos, engulfed in agony. Goku seized the severed tail, shaking it dismissively. The tail of an emperor, so easily severed. "You truly are weak, Frieza." Frieza's face contorted in a grimace, his pupils quivering, gasping for breath, his complexion ashen and dreadful. Observing Frieza in such torment, Goku's smile deepened, and he applied a slight pressure. Boom! Frieza's tail was instantly reduced to ashes. "Farewell, Frieza." Goku casually waved his hand, chuckling as he added, "I hope when we meet again, you'll be a bit stronger, otherwise, it will be rather dull." In the blink of an eye, Goku vanished, leaving the battlefield behind. Within the vast expanse of the universe, Frieza trembled violently, gasping in pain. His body had lost most of its power, consciousness fading, his eyes bloodshot. The once mighty ruler of the cosmos was subjected to such humiliation. How infuriating! In the distance, the remaining warriors of the Frieza force gazed upon the scene, their faces drained of color, with many collapsing on the spot. Frieza had lost. How could this be possible? What manner of creature is this Demon King Piccolo? The Frieza force was in utter disarray. Dodoria, in a state of panic, activated his communicator, frantically calling for support from the base. "This is Dodoria. Frieza is gravely injured. Dispatch a medical ship immediately. Hurry." Zarbon rushed over, supporting Frieza, his expression a mask of concern. "My lord, are you all right?" Frieza's visage was ashen. His eyes filled with venomous rage as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Demon King Piccolo, I will have your head." Zarbon and Dodoria exchanged apprehensive glances, their hearts pounding. Who exactly is this Demon King Piccolo? Even Frieza is no match for him. Chapter 57. Super Saiyan in a remote corner of the universe, upon a desolate planet. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz had just concluded a planet-destroying mission, the surface scorched and barren, with only the three of them standing amidst the ruins. Suddenly, Vegeta's communicator emitted a shrill sound. Vegeta, great trouble has arisen. Vegeta furrowed his brow, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. What now? It's Frieza. The mention of Frieza caused a subtle shift in Vegeta's demeanor, with Nappa and Raditz moving closer. Frieza? What could possibly happen to him? Unless he has blown up another planet. It's Demon King Piccolo. The instant those 5 words left the communicator, the trio's expressions turned grave. That fiend has emerged once more. Nappa's eyes widened in astonishment. What has happened this time? Raditz's countenance darkened. Has he destroyed another one of Frieza's bases? Not only has the Demon King obliterated multiple bases, but he has also decisively defeated Frieza. The air grew heavy with tension. What did you say? Vegeta's face darkened ominously. Frieza was utterly overwhelmed, unable to transform, toyed with mercilessly, and ultimately had his tail severed. He is now being urgently transported to the medical base. The voice on the other end trembled with fear. Frieza has suffered unprecedented humiliation. After disconnecting the communicator, Vegeta stood frozen in place. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed uncontrollably, his face alight with mockery and exhilaration. Excellent. Truly splendid. At last, someone has managed to trample that white lizard underfoot. Ha ha ha. Nappa joined in with a wide grin. Humph. Who would have thought that Frieza would meet his match? I am beginning to appreciate this Demon King Piccolo. Raditz wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart similarly filled with hatred for Frieza, yet overshadowed by unease. Who is this Demon King Piccolo? Just how formidable is his power to have so easily trounced Frieza? Vegeta scoffed. Whoever he is. At least he has provided me with a measure of satisfaction. Frieza, having suffered such profound humiliation, would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. However, his once formidable authority has now been utterly shattered. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. This signifies the onset of a power shift within the universe. Raditz stroked his chin, suddenly deep in thought. With King Piccolo's immense strength, it is only a matter of time before we encounter him. Could he also become our adversary? Vegeta remained silent for a moment, a confident smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. Humph, no matter who he is. One day I shall stand atop the pinnacle of the universe. King Piccolo? Frieza? Merely stepping stones on my path. As time flowed on, combat power reached 3 million. On a desolate planet, fierce winds howled, and an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the land. Atop a mountain peak, a figure clad in black stood proudly. I must grow stronger. I must transcend my limits. Goku slowly lifted his head, veins bulging on his forehead, his breath heavy and rapid. Aya! With Goku's roar, the entire planet began to tremble, the ground cracking beneath him, and lightning weaving through the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Boom! In an instant, a cataclysmic golden light erupted across the heavens and the earth, emanating from Goku's core, as an indescribable and terrifying energy surged forth uncontrollably. Arcane lightning raged, thunder roared. The earth seemed to lament, mountains crumbled, tsunamis soared, and the very air vaporized, engulfed by a searing tempest of energy. Goku's form was completely enveloped in radiant golden light, his black hair swept away by the violent energy, transforming into a resplendent golden mane that stood upright. His emerald green eyes opened, resembling the arrival of a deity. The Super Saiyan had awakened. Boom! The core of the planet was obliterated the moment Goku transformed, a terrifying shockwave sweeping through the entire atmosphere, as the raging energy tore through everything in its path. The planet erupted into fragments. Countless rocks and molten lava were reduced to dust by the overwhelming energy, and the planet was utterly annihilated, vanishing into the cosmos. The golden figure floated serenely in the void of space, the massive shockwave behind him resembling a golden star, dazzling and resplendent. My apologies, during my first transformation, I failed to control the energy and obliterated the planet. Goku gently clenched his fist, tiny golden arcs of electricity sparking at his fingertips. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Goku felt the tumultuous and vast energy coursing through him in this transformed state, an immense power filling every cell of his being. A few minutes later, TSK, the energy depletes faster than I anticipated, even with my body's remarkable regenerative abilities. Sustaining this for extended periods proves difficult. Although I can endure longer than in the original tale, it is still far from perfect. Goku pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction lingering in his heart. This transformation duration is far too long. If I were to charge up in the midst of battle, I would surely be ambushed. Goku's golden aura gradually receded as he raised his gaze to the horizon, a spark of excitement illuminating his features. The World Martial Arts Tournament is approaching, and I am determined to claim a third consecutive title. However, before returning to Earth, I shall pay a visit to my cosmic family. First stop, the enchanting Queen's Paradise of Misty Star. A cacophony of delightful voices erupted. Beneath Goku's feet lay a magnificent golden palace, surrounded by exotic architecture, aglow with radiant lights, and the air thick with rich fragrances. A glance revealed a throng of celestial beauties clad in diaphanous gowns, reveling in a grand, festive celebration. Lord Piccolo. Hundreds of girls gasped upon the sight of Goku's true form, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they rushed toward him. Goku found himself engulfed in a sea of admirers, some boldly encircling his arms, others pressing against his chest. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted his doppelganger seated regally upon a throne, leisurely sipping fine wine. A subtle smile gracing his lips upon noticing Goku's arrival. Doppelganger, my original, do you wish to join? Goku, ahem, I merely stopped by. However, the beauties promptly pinned Goku to the ground. Now that you've arrived, there's no escaping, Lord Piccolo. Tonight, we shall serve you splendidly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, music erupted, and a dazzling dance unfolded at the banquet, with exquisite wines and vibrant cosmic enchantresses surrounding Goku, their enthusiasm ablaze. Goku blinked, lifting a goblet of fine wine and taking a delicate sip. Since I've returned, let us revel through the night. Second stop, the fiery star. Huh. The entire planet had been transformed into a colossal training ground, teeming with formidable warrior maidens. Goku scanned his surroundings and spotted his doppelganger standing centrally on a platform, facing off against a battle queen. The battle queen gritted her teeth. Cursed. I must defeat you. Goku raised an eyebrow. So spirited are we? The doppelganger glanced at Goku, a smirk playing on his lips. My original. Care to entertain the battle queen? Very well. In an instant, two streaks of light clashed ferociously on the stage. Fists and feet collided, shaking the earth, as warriors surrounding the platform cheered wildly. Goku chuckled, delivering a punch that pinned the battle queen to the ground. Breathless, her cheeks flushed, the battle queen exclaimed, How can you be so strong, my lord? Goku grinned. Defeat comes with consequences, you know. With a wicked smile, the battle queen acted before Goku could respond. All the maidens surrounded him, lifting him and tossing him into the heart of a bonfire celebration. Goku, this plot is awry. Third stop, the snowy star. A world blanketed in snow, crystalline and pristine, where the biting cold wind howled. A group of ice-clad maidens stood upon the snowy expanse, gazing up at the familiar silhouette in the sky. The ice princess smiled gently, her ice-blue eyes shimmering with soft light. Lord Piccolo. Goku shivered. The temperature here remains frigid. The doppelganger lounged atop an ice sculpture, sipping a blue ethereal spirit, smiling nonchalantly. My original, will you not stay and try? Goku cast a wary glance, startled to see several ice maidens approaching, entwining their arms around the doppelganger, leaning affectionately against him. Goku, hey. You, a cadre of ice maidens, are not known for your frosty arrogance and unwavering pride. The kindness bestowed upon us by Lord Piccolo shall forever remain etched in the memories of our ice tribe, for it is a testament to our unique hospitality. The ice princess gently took Goku's hand and led him into the tent. Lord Piccolo, allow me the honor of serving you properly. Inside the tent, the warm flames danced softly. The ground was adorned with plush animal skins, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Your hospitality is rather exquisite, I must say, remarked Goku. You saved us ice maidens, and we of the ice tribe hold dear the belief that kindness must be repaid, replied the princess. She glided behind Goku, her delicate hand resting on his shoulder, her icy fingertips pressing gently, sending a refreshing yet soothing sensation coursing through his entire being. Exclaimed Goku. The ice princess spoke softly. Lord Piccolo, my ice soul healing technique can alleviate your fatigue and help you unwind. Instantly, Goku felt a cool energy surge within him, banishing his weariness in an instant. Wow, this is even better than soaking in a hot spring. The princess smiled gently, inching closer to Goku, and tenderly said, Please, Lord Piccolo, indulge in the hospitality of the ice tribe. As the flames flickered and the night deepened, a night of sleepless hospitality quietly commenced. Chapter 58, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. On the registration day of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, the weather was tempestuous. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential rain fell in sheets, rendering the registration area unusually desolate, the only sound being the raindrops striking the ground. Lanchi stood under a black umbrella at the registration desk, while Master Roshi, unusually donned in a suit and leaning on a cane, wore an impatient expression as he gazed at the empty registration platform. Alas, what time is it now? Not a soul in sight. Have these fools forgotten about today's registration? He grumbled. Lanchi glanced at the pouring rain, flicked her hair, and casually remarked, Perhaps this wretched weather has drowned them all. Just as she spoke, a taxi slowly pulled up to the curb, and a familiar figure emerged, her high heels clicking against the pavement. Bulma opened a light blue umbrella and approached the registration desk with poise, not a hint of disarray from the rain, clearly having made a special effort to present herself. Master Roshi's eyes lit up at the sight. Oh, Bulma, what brings you here? Where's Goku? Wasn't he supposed to accompany you? Bulma's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied nonchalantly, Goku? He'll come on his own. I'll wait for him here. Roshi paused, a frown creasing his brow. He'll come on his own? In this downpour, he wouldn't have gotten lost, would he? Lanchi shrugged. Who knows? I certainly haven't seen him. The rain continued to pour, splashing water onto the streets, making the registration area feel even more forlorn as the droplets tapped rhythmically against the umbrella. Bulma stood quietly in the rain, awaiting Goku's arrival. Just then, a child dashed past, and a red balloon slipped from their grasp, caught by the wind and gently lodged in the branches of a nearby tree. The young child anxiously gazed at the balloon, tiptoeing yet unable to reach it. Observing this, Bulma smiled gently, opened her umbrella, and approached to retrieve the balloon. She too stood on her toes, her fingertips nearly brushing the balloon, but still fell short. Suddenly, a hand extended quietly, effortlessly snatching the balloon and presenting it to the child. The little one joyfully accepted the balloon, exclaiming a heartfelt "Thank you, brother," before bounding away with glee. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze towards the person who had assisted her. This individual towered over her, clad in a black martial arts uniform. One hand holding an oil paper umbrella, the brim lowered, obscuring their face and rendering their features indistinct. Yet, the attire seemed oddly familiar. Furrowing her brow, Bulma was about to speak when a familiar voice emerged. "Bulma, long time no see." The person slowly raised the umbrella, revealing a face both familiar and foreign. "Goku." Bulma's eyes widened in shock, utterly astounded. It had been 2 years. "You've grown so tall. This is no longer the scruffy boy from before. This is undoubtedly a striking young man." Goku grinned widely, tilting the umbrella slightly, shaking his shoulder to let the rainwater slide off. Surprised? Bulma couldn't resist scrutinizing Goku, her eyes narrowing slightly, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Oh my, what a transformation. After 2 years, you've become quite the handsome fellow, Goku. Having spent so long in the universe, I hope you haven't grown tired of all the beautiful women?" "What?" Goku was taken aback, his defenses crumbling under the truth of her words. "No wonder women's intuition is so keen." He retorted, "Where would I find beautiful women in the universe? I've been training every day." Bulma chuckled lightly, brushing aside a damp strand of hair. "Humph, you hardly speak the truth, but regardless, you have indeed turned into quite the heartthrob." Master Roshi, having noticed Goku, adjusted his sunglasses, his expression one of sheer astonishment. "Wow, Goku, when did you become this handsome?" Launch glanced at Goku, though she remained silent. A small smile unconsciously tugged at her lips. "Growing taller was just a bonus. Just wait. I've already reserved my 3 consecutive championships." Goku gazed up at the overcast sky, his brow furrowing slightly, muttering irritably, "This incessant rain is so bothersome. Clear off." An indescribable, immense aura surged forth, shooting skyward. A powerful presence swept through the surroundings, causing the very earth to tremble, and a wild tempest of energy radiated from Goku's center, violently expanding outward. The rain was instantly vaporized by the ferocious gusts. The thick clouds above, as if torn asunder by an invisible hand, were swept away by the howling winds, revealing a brilliantly clear sky. Just moments ago cloaked in dark clouds and thunder, the heavens now basked in radiant sunlight, flooding the earth with warmth. Master Roshi stared wide-eyed, astonished. "You merely complained, and yet you changed the weather?" Launch observed the swiftly clearing sky, her lips twitching slightly. "Goku, are you a deity?" Bulma's eyes widened as she beheld Goku standing in the sunlight, his black martial arts uniform shimmering softly, and the damp ground reflecting his figure, making him appear all the more resplendent. "Wukong, I feel you have changed. Are you suggesting that I have grown taller and more handsome?" "No, you have taken on the demeanor of a great demon king, so full of dark energy." "Wukong." "Bulma, could you possibly refrain from being so accurate with your instincts?" Wukong easily completed his registration, tossing the pen aside. He turned to Bulma and said, "Registration is done. Let us head to the hotel." Bulma nodded, linking her arm with Wukong's. She smiled. "This time, don't disappear for 2 years again." The two leisurely departed the registration area, making their way towards the hotel. Master Roshi and Launch remained behind, awaiting the arrival of the others. After a brief moment, a voice called out, "Apologies for keeping you waiting." In the distance, 4 figures gradually approached: Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and Chaos. Their strides were steady, their presence more substantial than 3 years prior, and each bore an expression brimming with confidence. Tien crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. "Humph. In this martial arts tournament, no one shall easily claim the championship." Yamcha wore a slight smile. "Indeed, we are no longer the weaklings we once were." Krillin excitedly punched his fist. "I feel this battle will be quite thrilling." Chaos floated in midair, softly stating, "This year's competition will surely be more intense than the last." The 4, filled with fighting spirit, stood at the registration desk, ready to fill out their forms when suddenly, Launch casually remarked, "Oh, by the way, Wukong has already registered." The 4 paused momentarily, Tien furrowing his brow. "Wukong? He is participating too?" Launch shrugged, continuing, "Moreover, Wukong just said something that stopped the heavy rain." Boom. Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and Chaos were struck dumb, their faces etched with shock. Yamcha, nearly dropping the registration form, exclaimed, "Wait. You mean Wukong said one word, and the rain ceased?" Krillin's mouth twitched. "Are you joking? Is Wukong a deity now?" Tien's expression shifted from dark to light. That kid, as unreasonable as ever. Master Rashi hastily waved his hands, wishing to halt Launch's revelations, but it was too late, sighing. Alas, dear girl, their confidence is likely to waver now. The four exchanged glances, the atmosphere suddenly becoming delicate. Tien clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Humph, no matter how strong he has become, I shall defeat him this time. Yamcha patted Tien on the shoulder, a slight grin on his face. Don't push yourself too hard, haha. Krillin appeared despondent. It seems victory is still out of reach. Chaos bowed his head, seemingly deep in thought. Master Rashi observed the complex expressions of the group, unable to suppress a chuckle. Wukong truly is a prodigy. His mere presence sends these youngsters into a frenzy. The door to the presidential suite of the hotel slowly opened. Bulma casually placed the umbrella at the entrance, shaking off the raindrops from her damp hair. She habitually removed her outerwear and changed into comfortable home attire. Wukong sprawled carelessly on the sofa, looking relaxed, as he grabbed snacks from the table and stuffed them into his mouth. Bulma, cradling a cup of steaming tea, sat gracefully upon the sofa with her legs elegantly crossed. She cast a sidelong glance at Goku, a playful smile dancing upon her lips. Pray tell, where have you been wandering these past 2 years? Goku, nibbling on a pastry, mumbled indistinctly. Oh, just in the universe. Bulma rolled her eyes and placed her cup firmly on the table. Humph, spare me the jesting. Be specific. Goku straightened, a glint of mischief in his eyes. If I divulge, you mustn't become angry. Bulma crossed her arms, arching an eyebrow. Humph, it's your deceit that will provoke my ire. Goku chuckled inwardly, feeling reassured that, even if she were to become upset, the blame would not fall upon him. Chapter 59, a long-awaited reunion. The room was bathed in soft light. While the night outside cloaked the city in a deep velvet darkness, the neon lights sparkling like jewels in the aftermath of rain, the air suffused with a refreshing dampness. Since you're so eager to know, I shall share, Goku said casually while continuing to munch on his pastry. 2 years ago, after departing Earth, I ventured to Namek. The skies there are a vibrant green, the grass mirrors that hue, and the landscape is dotted with lakes and massive floating islands. Bulma's eyes widened. Wow, that sounds like a breathtaking place. Goku shrugged nonchalantly. I suppose so, but the most notable feature is the sparse population. The Namekians largely reside in villages, and their numbers are quite limited. And then, did you seek out the Dragon Balls? Goku smiled. Of course. But upon my arrival on Namek, I encountered a bit of trouble. There exists a formidable guardian known as Nail, with a battle power of 40,000. Bulma gasped, covering her mouth. Wow, just a tad weaker than you back then. Goku waved his hand dismissively. He charged at me the moment he spotted me, blocking my path without granting me a moment to explain. Bulma scoffed. TSK, I knew it. Those who can fight tend to be a bit thick-headed. Goku laughed heartily. He appeared quite fierce, bearing an expression that suggested he would slay me if I dared to approach any closer. In a flashback, atop the lofty peaks of Namek, a fierce wind howled as Goku had just arrived. A powerful aura erupted, and the winds tore through the earth as a green figure descended like lightning before him. Nail glared coldly at Goku. Intruder, leave this place at once or face death. The two engaged in a high-speed aerial battle, their fists weaving through the air as shockwaves ripped through the atmosphere, darkening the Namekian sky with tumultuous clouds. The memory faded. Bulma, unable to contain her anxiety, inquired, and then, did you defeat him? Of course I did, though I intentionally held back. Ultimately, it was the elder of the Namekians who communicated telepathically, urging him to cease. The elder? Who is that? The most powerful elder of Namek, the creator of the Namekian dragon. Wow, surely he must be a monstrous being with immense battle power? No. He is merely a plump, elderly gentleman, likely struggling to stand, yet possesses a remarkable ability to unlock others' potential. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Unlock potential. Is that for real? Goku beamed with pride. Absolutely. Otherwise, do you think my battle power would have soared so high? As the memories lingered, in the residence of the Grand Elder on Namek, the elder slowly extended his hand and placed it upon Goku's head. The reminiscence concluded. Bulma, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, your battle power surged tenfold. Indeed, in that moment, I ascended to a battle power of 560,000. Bulma, astounded, held her forehead. This is utterly absurd. Goku laughed heartily. This is merely the beginning. Bulma compelled herself to regain her composure. All right, what happened next? You didn't just rush off to make a wish, did you? Of course. The Dragon Balls on Namek are larger than my head, and it took considerable effort to gather them. You didn't wish for anything bizarre, did you? Goku scratched his head. Well, after collecting the Dragon Balls on Namek, I made 3 wishes to the Eternal Dragon. For my first wish, limitless physique, I requested the dragon to grant me a physique that allows for the swiftest recovery from injuries, even granting me immortality. Bulma's eyes widened. You mean you're immortal? Goku clarified. Not entirely immortal, but my recuperative abilities have become extraordinarily potent. Even if gravely injured, I can recover in a short time, and my body won't age. Theoretically, I could live indefinitely. Infuriated, Bulma hurled a pillow at him. You ridiculous Goku. Is this your plan? To live until the universe's demise? Goku dodged, chuckling. Isn't a long life rather splendid? For your second wish, the ability to traverse dimensional space. Goku continued, with my second wish, I requested the dragon to grant me the power to enter various different realms. Bulma, astonished, gasped what? You can freely navigate dimensions? Goku nodded with pride. This way, when faced with overwhelming odds, I can make my escape. Bulma facepalmed. I knew you wouldn't make a sensible wish. For my third wish, to master instant transmission. Goku elaborated. I asked the dragon to grant me the capability of instant transmission. Bulma raised an eyebrow. So you can go wherever you wish, whenever you wish. Goku smiled. And in the next instant, he vanished. Bulma sprang to her feet. Hey, I'm still here. Goku reappeared on the opposite side of the room. Casually leaning against the wall, a look of triumph on his face. Bulma rolled her eyes, puffed, acting all divine. These wishes sound preposterous. Where did you go after making them? Goku raised a finger and gestured toward the ceiling. After making my wishes, I expressed my gratitude to the Grand Elder and promised that should Namek face peril, I would return to assist. Bulma nodded. Not bad. I suppose you have a bit of conscience. Goku continued. Feeling that lingering here was rather dull, I decided to seek out a place to learn new skills. Thus I ventured to Yardrat. Yardrat. I've never heard of it. Bulma furrowed her brow. The name of this planet unfamiliar to her. Goku chuckled. It is an extraordinarily mysterious planet, inhabited by peculiar beings who are tall and slender, adorned with patterns upon their skin. Bulma regarded Goku with skepticism. What were you doing there? Goku smiled enigmatically. Of course, to learn new techniques. They possess many unique training methods. Bulma blinked curiously. The Yardrat people are renowned for their mental prowess. Bulma frowned. Mental prowess? What does that mean? With a grin, Goku proclaimed, in simple terms, it involves utilizing mental energy to influence combat. For instance, I can now exert my mental power to immobilize others, or even directly assault their consciousness. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying you can now paralyze others with your mental energy? Goku nodded. In an instant, Bulma's body became abruptly rigid. Clutching a pillow, she resembled a statue, utterly unable to move. Hey, why can't I move? Bulma exclaimed. Goku chuckled mischievously. This is the power of mental energy. Bulma, with a look of shock, retorted, Hey, let me go. With a mere thought, Bulma regained her freedom, infuriated as she swung the pillow at Goku. You scoundrel! How dare you use me as a test subject? Goku laughed heartily. Who told you to ask so many questions? I simply wanted to demonstrate. Bulma rubbed her wrist, still in disbelief. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Can you really control your opponents at will now? Goku shook his head. It's not that straightforward. If the opponent possesses strong mental energy or combat power, they can break free. Moreover, this ability is more suited for disrupting enemies during battle rather than outright immobilizing them. Have you learned anything else? I've also mastered the art of shadow clones. Bulma tilted her head. What? Cloning technique? Even Earth-S ninjas know how to do that. Goku smirked, but it's not the same. The clones from planet Yardrat can theoretically be infinite, as long as my mental energy is sufficiently strong. Bulma gasped. What? No way. In an instant, 5 Gokus appeared in the room. What the? Which one is the real one? Bulma exclaimed. All the clones laughed in unison. We are all real. Bulma was nearly frantic. Don't scare me. With a wave of his hand, the clones vanished. This is an incredibly powerful skill. A perfect tool for a group assault. I can create hundreds of clones, each possessing 110 combat power of my original self. If my mental energy were boundless, I could fill the entire universe with Gokus. Bulma was left dumbfounded. Are you planning to open a cosmic franchise? Goku, what kind of monster have you evolved into over these 2 years? Goku shrugged. I'm simply stronger than before. Bulma stared incredulously at Goku. This is beyond overpowered. Goku laughed. How else could I ensure a 3-time championship? Bulma sighed. All right. While mental energy and cloning techniques sound impressive, Goku, is your sole focus in the universe merely training? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Goku scratched his head, feeling guilty. Bulma narrowed her eyes. From your expression, I can tell you're hiding something. Goku felt a rush of tension and immediately sat up straight, clearing his throat. Well, actually, during my time in the universe, I did something quite meaningful. Bulma fixed her gaze on Goku. What is it? Goku blinked, deciding to be forthright, began to recount. I encountered a group of girls who had been captured and forced into slavery. Bulma was taken aback. Slavery? The despicable individuals captured numerous girls from vulnerable races, treating them as commodities to be sold across various planets, some even sent to noble households as playthings. Bulma's expression darkened. These scoundrels are nothing but beasts. Goku grinned. Naturally, I couldn't tolerate that, so I took the liberty of blowing up their base. Bulma's eyes sparkled. Well done. Goku continued. It wasn't just one base. I obliterated several along the way, rescuing hundreds, even thousands of girls each time. Bulma smiled slightly. Humph, that's quite commendable. And then, Goku scratched his head. Well, they were all very grateful to me. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Oh? Goku chuckled nervously. Most of them had no homes left and didn't know where to go. And I couldn't just leave them floating in space, so Bulma squinted. So you found them a place to stay? Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking cautiously. They really admire me, and some of them are quite enthusiastic. Bulma, Goku, you better be honest with me. Goku coughed, quickly adding, the beautiful girls I saved are not just of one kind. There are ice maidens, fox-eared beauties, elves, cat girls, and even dragon princesses, countless. Bulma's expression grew increasingly grim. Dragon princess? Goku chuckled sheepishly. She is an incredibly stunning woman who can transform into a magnificent golden dragon. In her human form, she wears an exquisite gown, just like a princess. Bulma couldn't help but bang her fist on the table. That is not the point. The crux is, does she have feelings for you? Goku swallowed hard, chuckling awkwardly. Well, she might have a slight affection? Bulma, irked, gritted her teeth. Son Goku, how many beauties who adore you have you rescued? Goku scratched his head. Probably tens of thousands? Bulma, tens of thousands? Bulma hurled a pillow at Goku. You rogue. What on earth have you been up to in the universe? Wasn't it supposed to be training? Why does it sound like you've opened a harem? Goku dodged while shouting. They just see me as a hero and want to repay me. Bulma, hands on her hips, furiously exclaimed. How do they plan to repay you? They wouldn't be clinging to you, would they? Goku, well, some of them are indeed a bit clingy. Bulma glared at Goku. Have you been dragged into their tents? I can't recall. Internally, actually, a few princess-level ones did seem to pull me into their tents, but I shouldn't say that. Bulma crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed with indignation. You cosmic playboy, don't think I'm unaware. Goku, well Bulma, exasperated. Son Goku, you've actually been keeping tens of thousands of beauties in the universe. Bam! Bulma slammed the table. If you dare to play any tricks on Earth, I'll make you experience the wrath of a special wish. Goku straightened up. No, I swear. I absolutely didn't misbehave after returning. Bulma narrowed her eyes dangerously. Then tell me, did you say proper goodbyes to each of those beauties? Goku was drenched in cold sweat. Feigning ignorance. Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Goku, her face etched with displeasure, and the atmosphere in the room was palpably tense. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Goku frantically calculated how to divert the conversation, determined not to let Bulma linger on the topic of the beautiful slave. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, by the way, Bulma, I encountered an exceptionally formidable individual in the universe. Bulma crossed her arms and coldly regarded Goku. Please don't tell me it's yet another stunning alien princess? Goku shook his head vigorously. No, it's a supervillain. A cosmic overlord. Bulma furrowed her brows, intrigued. Cosmic overlord? Who? Goku grinned, a hint of pride in his tone. Frisia? Bulma tilted her head, puzzled. Frisia? What is that? Goku gestured in the air. Frisia is the most notorious figure in the universe, with minions spread across major planets, specializing in planet destruction, slave trading, and the massacre of countless races. He is truly a supervillain. Bulma nodded. Sounds like a real bad guy. What about his power? Goku squinted, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. In his base form, his battle power is 530,000. Bulma's mouth fell slightly agape. 530,000. Stronger than your previous battle power. Goku nodded, indeed. But his most terrifying aspect is that he can transform 3 more times. Bulma's eyes widened. He can transform 3 times. Goku raised his finger, beginning to enumerate Frisia's forms. First form, his usual appearance. Battle power 530,000. Second form. His physique becomes more robust. Battle power exceeding 1,000,000. Third form. His face elongates, with spikes protruding from his head. Battle power surpassing 3,000,000. Fourth form. His final form. He reverts to a slender physique, yet his power amplifies dramatically, with battle power reaching 1.2 billion. Bulma was left speechless. Her mouth agape enough to accommodate 2 Dragon Balls. Wait. 1.2 billion. She felt herself dizzying, staring in horror at Goku. This guy is as strong as a monster. You actually went to fight him? Goku appeared unfazed. That's right. Bulma was nearly beside herself with rage. Son Goku, are you out of your mind? You dare challenge a monster of that caliber? Goku proudly chuckled. Oh, don't worry. I didn't even give him a chance to transform. Bulma was taken aback. What? Goku burst into laughter. I teleported right in front of him and, without a word, just started swinging. Bulma was astonished. You hit the cosmic overlord? Goku scratched his head, of course. Otherwise, if he transformed, it would be a real hassle. He was sent flying, got up in a rage, and shouted, Bastard, who are you? I clapped my hands and replied with a grin. I am the Dark Overlord. Bulma exclaimed. You used the name Dark Overlord? Goku nodded proudly, of course. When Frisia heard me call myself the Dark Overlord, he thought I was just some minor character, and then I unleashed a ki blast, sending him flying. boasting. He was in a state of agitation, eager to transform, but I certainly would not grant him that desire. Just as he was about to begin his metamorphosis, I instantaneously appeared behind him and delivered a swift kick. Bulma was on the brink of madness. Are you bullying him? Goku shrugged nonchalantly. Well, I can't let him transform. Who knows if he would become even more troublesome afterward. Bulma shot him a glance, still incredulous, but posed a question. Just how strong are you now? Goku grinned and replied languidly. Are you inquiring about my battle power? Bulma nodded. Indeed. Didn't you wish for the dragon to help you unlock your potential, learn psychic abilities and techniques, and fight across the universe? How strong are you now? Goku clenched his fist and stated matter-of-factly, in my normal state, my battle power is approximately 3 million. Bulma's hand trembled. 3 million? You mean in your normal state? Not your full power? Goku affirmed. Yes, 3 million is my standard battle power. Son Goku, how much battle power did you have 2 years ago? Bulma counted on her fingers, suddenly stunned. Have you really skyrocketed this much in 2 years? Goku scratched his head. It's just puberty. I grew a bit faster. Alright then, what about your full power? What is your limit? Goku grinned broadly. Actually, I can transform too. Bulma was taken aback. You're a Saiyan. How can you still transform? Goku proudly declared. I have mastered a transformation known as Super Saiyan. Bulma was left speechless. Super Saiyan. Goku nodded. Indeed. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, my battle power can surge by 50 times. Bulma was utterly dumbfounded. 50 times. That means, Goku added with a smile, after transformation, my battle power would reach a staggering 1.5 billion. Bulma leaped to her feet, nearly losing her balance. You said what? 1.5 billion? Bulma felt her mind spiraling. 3 million was already outrageous, but now it jumped to 1.5 billion? Is this even human battle power? Transform and show me. Goku waved his hand dismissively. No way. If I transform now, the earth might explode. I still can't control the energy during my transformation. Bulma stood there, dumbfounded. Huh? Goku laughed heartily. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, the energy is released instantaneously. If not controlled properly, my aura could shatter the earth. Bulma covered her forehead. Utterly speechless. Son Goku, are you serious? Goku replied, of course. That's why I won't transform recklessly. If I accidentally blow up the earth, it would be disastrous. Bulma, exasperated, put her hands on her hips. You are increasingly resembling a monster. You claim you were just a reckless kid 2 years ago, and now you can actually destroy the earth. Goku scratched his head. It's not just the earth. After transforming, I could obliterate the sun with a single punch. Bulma stomped her foot in frustration. Enough already. As Wukong erupted into hearty laughter, he reveled in the astonishment and anger reflected on Bulma's face. A delightful sensation coursing through him. Bulma, why do you keep staring at me? He queried. Bulma, regaining her composure, realized she had been gazing at Wukong for quite some time, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hastily turned her head away, huffing. Humph, who is staring at you? Stop being so conceited. Wukong blinked innocently, a feigned expression of surprise adorning his features. But he began. Bulma's cheeks reddened further as she grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Be quiet. Stop talking nonsense. Wukong effortlessly caught the pillow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Bulma, do you think I look quite handsome right now? Bulma rolled her eyes. Humph. I suppose you've managed to look somewhat handsome. Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight as he inched closer, a grin widening. So, you're admitting I'm handsome? Bulma paused. Her face slightly flushed and gently pushed Wukong back. No, don't come so close. Wukong, playfully leaning in even closer, fixed his gaze on her with intensity. Bulma, are you feeling shy? Bulma's face turned a deeper shade of red as she glared at him. Have you been corrupted by the cosmos? How dare you tease me? Wukong laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Bulma's waist and pulling her into his embrace, a sly smile playing on his lips. I merely think you've become even more beautiful. Bulma felt her heart skip a beat, her cheeks burning. When did you become so charming? Wukong flashed a wide smile. After spending so long in the universe, one must learn a thing or two. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly warm. Bulma found herself at a loss as Wukong held her. She feigned indifference, lightly huffing. Well, if you're so capable, you must not embarrass yourself at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. Wukong grinned confidently. Rest assured, the championship is already mine. And you are mine too. Chapter 60. Old rival King Vegeta. That night, while Wukong and Bulma were engrossed in their affectionate moment, dark clouds churned above, with thunder rumbling and torrential rain pouring down, causing pedestrians to hastily seek shelter from the deluge. On a street corner, a child stood transfixed before a toy store window, captivated by the exquisite robotic toys within, utterly oblivious to the imminent danger looming overhead. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a bolt of lightning cleaved the night sky, striking the massive clock atop the bell tower. With a thunderous roar, the stones of the tower shattered, sending massive fragments plummeting towards the unsuspecting child below. The onlookers gasped in horror, some screaming while others covered their mouths, but none were able to intervene in time. Out of the rain-soaked shadows emerged a tall figure, a cloak billowing in the wind. Their silhouette stark against the lightning's glow, exuding an air of chilling determination. With a mere flick of a finger, a sharp beam of light shot forth, accurately striking the rapidly descending stone. With a resounding explosion, the stone disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air as the rain washed away the remnants. As if they had never existed, the child remained frozen in place, utterly unaware of the peril that had just been averted. Not far away, a mother rushed over in a state of panic, clasping her child tightly in her arms, her eyes brimming with relief as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. She looked up at the enigmatic figure, her face radiating gratitude. "Thank you. I am truly grateful." The figure offered no reply, nor did he turn to acknowledge the mother and child, merely pausing for a fleeting moment before sweeping his cloak and stepping into the curtain of rain. His silhouette swiftly vanished into the night, as if he had never existed, leaving only the rain to wash over the drenched streets. The mother and child stood in stunned silence, gazing in the direction he had departed, until the child timidly raised his head and asked, "Mom, who was that person?" The mother looked down and softly murmured, "I don't know, but he just saved you." Far from the towering edifices of the city, the figure halted, his gaze coldly fixed upon the churning storm clouds. Humanity is indeed foolish. He had little desire to meddle in human affairs, yet in that moment, he had intervened. This body was gradually acclimating to this world, yet the complexity of emotions within him remained foreign. Humph! He snorted softly, turning away to once again dissolve into the shadows, as if he had never been. The night rain continued to pour, yet somewhere in the darkness, a hint of warmth lingered. As dawn broke, sunlight spilled across the earth, the torrential rain of the previous night having completely dissipated, leaving the air fresh and invigorating. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, the venue for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament buzzed with excitement. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of celebratory cannon fire echoed, and colorful streamers danced in the air. A massive banner proclaiming the official opening of the 23rd Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, raised the microphone high. "Ladies and gentlemen, the highly anticipated Grand Martial Arts Tournament has finally arrived at its 23rd edition. This year, we not only have many familiar champions returning, but also an array of new contenders challenging for the pinnacle. Who will emerge as the new champion? Let us await the spectacle." In the audience, voices erupted in fervent discussions about the formidable contenders of this year. "I've heard that many skilled fighters have signed up this time. Tianjin Fan and Krillin are back. They were top competitors in previous editions. I wonder who will take the crown this year. By the way, will Son Wukong participate?" Absolutely. Son Wukong was the champion of the 21st and 22nd tournaments. If he shows up, the championship will surely be his. In the contestant area, Krillin stood in a corner, arms crossed, a look of seriousness etched on his face. The opponents this time are not to be underestimated. Yamcha flexed his wrist. "I won't suffer such a humiliating defeat as last time." Tianjin Fan stood beside them, eyes closed, absorbing the ambient energy. His presence was more formidable than 3 years prior, resembling a steadfast mountain poised to unleash astonishing power. Kayatu floated gently in the air, calmly observing his surroundings, his aura having also grown stronger. Yet at that moment, all eyes were suddenly drawn to a figure emerging from the entrance to the tournament's contestant passage. As a gentle breeze swept through, his black martial arts uniform danced lightly in the wind. One hand held an oil paper umbrella, purely ornamental, for there was no rain. His steps were steady, his breath calm, yet all present involuntarily held their breath. Who was this individual? His footsteps were so light that they made no sound. But the moment he stepped into the arena, the atmosphere around the platform became instantly heavy. Every heart in the vicinity jolted, an invisible pressure descending upon the crowd like a towering mountain. What was happening? Just as the host was about to speak, he caught sight of the newcomer's face, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. "Ladies and gentlemen," the host suddenly raised the microphone, his voice quivering with excitement. "He has arrived. The two-time champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, champion of the 21st and 22nd tournaments, Son Wukong." The arena fell into a silence so profound it was almost eerie. In an instant, the venue erupted into an earth-shattering cheer. "Son Wukong! Son Wukong! Son Wukong!" Countless spectators screamed in frenzy, igniting the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Krillin stood dumbfounded. "Wukong!" Yamcha's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "This guy's aura feels different now." Tien Shinhan suddenly opened his eyes wide, fixating intensely on Wukong. His expression grave. "That guy is definitely stronger than he was 3 years ago." Wukong, holding the oil paper umbrella, approached the crowd, a slight smile gracing his lips. He gently opened the umbrella to shield himself from the glaring sunlight, languidly remarking, "It's been a while." Boom. The scene reached a boiling point. "Ladies and gentlemen," accompanied by stirring music, the host raised the microphone and announced loudly, "This year, the number of registered participants has exceeded 200. We will first conduct preliminary rounds to eliminate the majority of contestants, ultimately leaving the 8 strongest to enter the official knockout stage. The rules are as follows. The preliminary rounds will take place simultaneously on 4 platforms, with each platform ultimately yielding 1 victor, allowing 4 contestants to advance. The remaining 4 slots will be filled by selecting the strongest among the defeated. The final 8 will enter the official knockout rounds to vie for the title of the world's best. The host raised the microphone and exclaimed, "Contestants, please proceed to the drawing area to determine your platform numbers." The participants made their way to the drawing area, each brimming with anticipation, eager to discover who their opponents would be. Krillin was the first to draw his number, looking down to see Platform 3. Tien Shinhan casually drew a slip, glanced at it, and smiled faintly. Platform 2. I hope to encounter a worthy opponent. Yamcha looked at his slip, his mouth twitching slightly. Platform 4. Please, not another misstep. Wukong drew lightly, looking down to reveal. Platform 1. Oh, I'm the first to take the stage. In a corner stood a figure with an extraordinarily unique aura. Arms crossed, coldly staring at Wukong. This mysterious individual was a tall youth clad in a white cloak, with green skin and 2 antennae atop his head. Krillin glanced over and gasped. Wukong, did you see that guy? Yamcha felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Wait a moment, this can't be possible. Isn't he the Demon King Piccolo? Indeed, it was Piccolo. Age, 3 years. Identity, son of the Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo stood in the corner, arms crossed, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of piercing through Goku. I have finally awaited your arrival, Son Goku. Goku scratched his head, pondering. Isn't this guy just 3 years old? How is he growing up faster than I did? The growth rate of these Namekians is astonishing. Just as Goku and Piccolo's eyes locked in a fierce exchange, a petite figure quietly approached Goku. A girl in a pink cheapao, with 2 little braids, stood before him. Goku, it's been a while. Goku looked down to see a girl with an innocent face and a sweet smile. Kiki. Kiki smiled gently, nodded at Goku, and obediently turned to head towards her own arena. First match, first arena, Son Goku versus King Kai. Numerous competitors turned their heads to look at an unfortunate figure. Upon hearing this name, King Kai trembled, his face instantly paling. Why him again? What have I done to deserve this? The nearby competitors couldn't help but murmur. Ha, this guy has the worst luck. Last time he was annihilated by Goku, and now it's him again? Could King Kai be Goku's designated preliminary opponent? Thud. A steady footfall resonated throughout the space, striking the ears of everyone like thunder. All the competitors turned to see a figure slowly emerging. It was a youth clad in a black martial arts uniform, the edges of his clothing fluttering slightly, exuding an aura akin to a concealed blade, subtle yet exceedingly perilous. The competitors felt their breath hitch, an invisible pressure sweeping over the arena like a tidal wave. Goku walked up to the arena, casting a casual glance at King Kai, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Wasn't it in the preliminaries of the last martial arts tournament that I encountered you? Cold sweat trickled down King Kai's forehead as he internally screamed, I don't need you to remind me. The referee took a deep breath and announced loudly, the first match begins. King Kai shouted fervently, summoning all his courage, and charged at Goku with a punch imbued with fierce wind. Buzz. The air seemed to freeze. King Kai's fist actually halted midair. It wasn't that he didn't want to strike. He simply didn't dare to continue. His body trembled violently, his legs almost giving way beneath him. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, his mouth slightly ajar, as if his throat were blocked, rendering him voiceless. What the hell? Just standing there makes me unable to move. Why aren't you attacking? This question shattered King Kai's psychological defenses entirely. Oh, King Kai's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the arena floor, panting heavily, as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. The competitors were all stunned. Goku lazily extended a finger and casually flicked it. Snap! The king of Gappa was sent flying, crashing into the edge of the arena like a rag doll, unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The referee stood in shock for a few moments before hastily raising his hand and announcing loudly, Son Wukong wins. Wukong, without casting a glance at Gappa, casually shook his hand and remarked, how uninteresting. Krillin pondered, just how formidable is Wukong? Yamcha commented, I doubt Gappa will ever return to the martial arts tournament in his lifetime. Tianjin Fan, observing Wukong with a calm demeanor, silently mused, this man is exceedingly dangerous. Chapter 61, The Quarterfinals and Their Whispers. The preliminaries proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Without the mechanical menace of the original narrative, the atmosphere of the arena was devoid of distractions, rendering the battles all the more pure. Ultimately, the 8 finalists swiftly emerged. The list of the top 8 is as follows: Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan, Chi-Chi, Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and the enigmatic contestant Yachi. Yachi remained taciturn throughout, cloaked in a robe with a black mask obscuring most of his face. Unlike the original tale, the deity did not make an appearance this time. The deity's absence left Wukong with a lingering sense of curiosity. However, he chose not to dwell on it. For whether that old fellow was present or not made little difference. The referee announced loudly, Congratulations to the 8 finalists for advancing. Next, we shall draw lots for the quarterfinal elimination matches. The results of the draw for the quarterfinals are as follows. Match 1. Jiaozi vs. Tianjin Fan. Krillin exclaimed, huh? They ended up facing each other. Yamcha remarked, I wonder if this battle might be a bit awkward. Match 2. Chi-Chi vs. Son Wukong. Chi-Chi gasped, what? Wukong raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at his lips. Oh? It seems you wish to challenge me. Chi-Chi clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. I will not lose to you. Krillin, observing Chi-Chi's fiery spirit, couldn't help but wipe away a bead of cold sweat. This match is sure to be quite entertaining. Match 3. Piccolo vs. Krillin. Krillin exclaimed, wait, my opponent is Piccolo. Piccolo crossed his arms, casting a cold gaze at Krillin, exuding an intangible pressure. Yamcha patted Krillin's shoulder and whispered, brother, brace yourself. Krillin clenched his fists. No matter what, I will give it my all. Match 4. Yachi vs. Yamcha. All eyes were drawn to the masked figure of the mysterious contestant Yachi. Yamcha scrutinized Yachi and frowned. Hey, who exactly are you? Yachi offered no reply, merely standing silently, steadfastly gazing at Yamcha. The first match, Tianjin Fan vs. Jiaozi. Competitors, please ascend to the arena. The audience erupted in cheers. Krillin observed the stage. This match feels rather delicate. Yamcha crossed his arms, smirking. Brothers battling each other makes this quite a predicament. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. All eyes were fixed on the arena, anticipating the duel between these brothers in arms. Tianjin Fan assumed a fighting stance. Jiaozi, give it your all. Yet Jiaozi merely smiled gently. Tianjin Fan, I concede. The arena fell into a deathly silence. The host's eyes widened in disbelief as he confirmed. Dumpling contestant, are you certain you wish to concede? Dumpling nodded, maintaining a serene expression. Indeed. In an instant, the audience erupted in chaos. Concede? What nonsense is this? Damn it. Has my ticket money been squandered? A cacophony of boos and curses arose. The host, taken aback, stammered. This match hasn't even begun. And it's already over. Hey, did you come here just to stroll around? After battling through the preliminaries to the top 8, you step onto the stage to surrender. Nonsense. Is this truly a martial arts tournament? Furious spectators hurled their food towards the ring. Popcorn, cola, napkins, shoes. Even an elderly man flung his dentures. The venue descended into utter disarray. The host, sweating profusely, bravely announced, the dumpling contestant concedes, and the victor is Tianjin Rice. Krillin remarked, I thought we would witness a spectacular battle, and yet? Yamcha crossed his arms, scoffing, what a waste of everyone's time. Piccolo grunted dismissively. His arms folded, truly foolish. The host quickly shifted the topic, announcing loudly, next up, the second match, Chi-Chi vs. Son Wukong. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. Son Wukong. It's Son Wukong. Finally, the champion is about to take the stage. Surely, this match will not disappoint. Son Wukong, give it your all and crush your opponent. The spectators, who moments ago were cursing the dumpling, now screamed in excitement. Oh, Son Wukong's opponent is a girl. Ha ha ha. Could this be a quick defeat? Surely, Son Wukong won't show mercy? Chi-Chi. Wait, that name sounds familiar. A distant memory surfaced in Bulma's mind. The fiery inferno at Frying Pan Mountain illuminated the sky. A colossal castle engulfed in flames, seemingly a hellfire that would never extinguish. A small girl clad in peculiar armor, sporting sharp horns, stood shyly before Son Wukong, clutching her dress tightly and whispering, Brother Wukong. Bulma's eyes widened. Isn't this the girl she encountered at Frying Pan Mountain years ago? Ah, so it is her. Interesting. The host declared loudly, the match begins. Son Wukong, will you marry me? Boom. The entire arena plunged into a profound silence. Did I mishear? Son Wukong? Marry her. This fellow isn't straddling 2 boats, is he? You are all mistaken. He is straddling countless boats. In the contestant area, the reactions were explosive. Krillin exclaimed, what? Wukong. What's going on? Yamcha, in utter shock, remarked, this is monumental news. Piccolo scoffed, boring. This is indeed sensational gossip. The crowd immediately erupted in frenzy. Goodness. The champion's marital affairs have been exposed at the world's premier martial arts tournament. Quick, record this. It is destined to be a headline of the century. Son Wukong, entangled in such romantic dilemmas? Confronted with this scene, Wukong's expression darkened instantly, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. His mind flooded with exasperation. Did I not reject you in my youth? After all these years, you still dare to present this? I shall not marry. The arena erupted once more. Son Wukong declined. Before the eyes of the entire world. This is a catastrophe. Chi-Chi is about to explode. Her face flushed crimson. Fists clenched tightly, her entire body trembling with rage. Son Wukong. With a thunderous roar, Chi-Chi surged forward, her fist, infused with a fierce gale, aimed mercilessly at Wukong's face. The momentum was overwhelming, the winds of her punch crackling, as if it could send a person flying. The audience collectively gasped in shock. It's over. Chi-Chi's fury is unleashed. But would Sun Wukong allow her to strike him? Humph. Wukong's aura trembled slightly. Boom. Chi-Chi's body was instantaneously sent hurtling backward, overturned by an invisible force, soaring off the stage. Thud. She crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The host, momentarily stunned, swiftly announced, "Contestant Chi-Chi is out. The victor is Sun Wukong." The crowd fell silent for a full 3 seconds before erupting once again. Ha ha ha. How tragic. Sun Wukong didn't he even need to lift a finger, and yet she was sent flying? Indeed, a champion is a champion. They exist on an entirely different plane. In the contestant area, expressions varied widely. Krillin gaped in disbelief. Is this the end? Yamcha, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, muttered, "This guy is ruthless. He holds nothing back against women." Piccolo smirked, as expected of Sun Wukong. Wukong exhaled softly, turning to descend from the stage, murmuring to himself, "What a hassle." The host announced loudly, "The third match, Piccolo versus Krillin." Piccolo crossed his arms, a hint of a cold smile playing on his lips, his face a mask of disdain. "I hope you can provide me with a modicum of exercise." Krillin clenched his fists. "Don't underestimate me, Piccolo." The host bellowed, "Let the match begin." Krillin exploded into action. His speed was astonishing, propelling himself forward like a fleeting shadow, charging towards Piccolo. Huh. Krillin swung his fist with great force, striking Piccolo squarely in the face. The audience fell into a stunned silence for a moment. Piccolo was hit. Impossible. Krillin actually landed a blow on Piccolo, with determination in his gaze. Krillin pressed the attack. Ha ha ha. A left hook, a right swing, a knee strike, a relentless barrage of furious blows. Bang, 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 bang. Piccolo endured several hits, the arrogance on his face evaporating completely. "You insufferable brat." Suddenly, Piccolo's muscles swelled dramatically, his form expanding significantly, his presence surging to new heights. Krillin's expression shifted, stepping back a few paces, cold sweat pouring down. Has this guy become serious? Piccolo slowly rolled his shoulders, coldly gazing at Krillin. "I was careless before. Now, it's my turn." Just as Krillin intended to adjust his stance, he realized Piccolo had vanished. Disappeared? Suddenly, a green arm shot from the distance with great force. Smack! Krillin was caught off guard and violently hurled away by this peculiar limb. He tumbled through the air, flipping several times before crashing heavily onto the arena. What is this? All the spectators turned in shock to look at Piccolo. There he stood. Yet his right arm had stretched an astonishing length of over 10 meters, unfurling like rubber. What? How can this fellow's arm extend? Humph. Did you think I only possess martial skills? Piccolo swung his arm with ferocity, the entire limb sweeping toward Krillin like a whip. Boom. Krillin, unable to evade, was struck by Piccolo's arm, colliding hard against the edge of the arena, nearly falling out. Piccolo glared coldly at Krillin, his tone dripping with disdain. "Do you still believe you have a chance of victory?" Krillin clutched his chest, struggling to rise, gritting his teeth. "I will not concede defeat." Chapter 62, The Final Four. Krillin suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. He surged toward Piccolo like a cannonball, his fists enveloped in a fierce gust, crashing toward Piccolo's face. Bang! Piccolo's head was struck fiercely by Krillin's fist, causing it to jerk to the side. Spitting out a droplet of saliva, he hit. The audience erupted in cheers. However, Krillin's expression shifted abruptly. Piccolo slowly turned his head, still wearing a cold smirk. That punch had inflicted no substantial damage whatsoever. "Is that all the strength you possess?" Piccolo licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly unleashed a tremendous aura that swept through the arena, causing the stone tiles to tremble. In an instant, his figure vanished, moving so swiftly that even Krillin could not follow. Krillin gasped, "What?" Bang! A green afterimage appeared instantaneously behind Krillin. Piccolo delivered a crushing elbow strike to Krillin's back. Krillin was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ugh! The audience gasped in shock. Krillin was being utterly overwhelmed. Piccolo's speed was incomprehensible. Gritting his teeth, Krillin struggled to stand, his face marred with bruises, panting heavily. "Want to continue? Then I shall plunge you into despair." Piccolo lunged forward, fingers splayed, his right hand extending instantaneously like a green spear, thrusting straight at Krillin's chest. Krillin's eyes widened as he desperately attempted to evade, but his body could not keep pace with Piccolo's speed. Boom! Piccolo's long arm struck Krillin's chest with tremendous force, sending him flying like a broken kite, crashing beyond the arena. Blood trickled from Krillin's mouth, and he had completely lost his fighting spirit. The announcer declared loudly, "Contestant Krillin is out of bounds. The victor is Piccolo." Boom! The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Yamcha swallowed hard, murmuring, "Piccolo's strength far exceeds expectations." Tien's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. "Can I truly defeat such a monster?" As Piccolo surveyed the arena, he coldly remarked, "This match is utterly devoid of significance. I trust you others will not let me down." Such arrogance. Piccolo fully displayed his formidable power, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure upon all present. The announcer boomed. The fourth match features Yachi and Yamcha. The audience buzzed with excitement. Finally, the moment had arrived for the enigmatic contender. Who is Yachi? Why the mask? Yamcha's opponent is shrouded in mystery. Can he prevail? Upon the stage, Yamcha flexed his wrist, his gaze sharply fixed on Yachi, brimming with fighting spirit. Mysterious one, do not disappoint me. Yachi stood silently, adorned in a black mask. An inscrutable aura enveloping him. The announcer declared, the match begins. With a resounding thud, Yamcha launched the first attack. He propelled himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged at Yachi. Take this. Yamcha's fist shot forth with blinding speed. Yet, Yachi merely leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly evading the blow. Humph. Yachi scoffed, swiftly countering with a knee strike that struck Yamcha's abdomen fiercely. With a thud, Yamcha was forced back, his expression grave. This fellow is no ordinary opponent. The audience watched with bated breath. Could he truly match Yamcha? Yachi's strength appeared formidable. With a sudden burst, Yachi unleashed a flurry of punches, his speed akin to lightning. Thud, thud, thud. The two engaged in a whirlwind of combat on the stage, fists colliding in an intense exchange of offense and defense. I can no longer remain passive. Yamcha retreated sharply, recalibrating his breath as his energy surged dramatically. It is time to conclude this. Yamcha propelled himself forward, his body low like a wolf, fists clenched tightly, his aura skyrocketing. Krillin's eyes widened in astonishment. That's the new Wolf Fong Fist. Yamcha shouted, behold. This is my ultimate technique. New Wolf Fong Fist. Yamcha's form transformed into a tempest, circling around Yachi with dizzying speed. Yachi's eyes narrowed. What? Aya! Yamcha charged at Yachi, his fists resembling a wolf's claws, delivering a relentless barrage. Thud, thud, thud. Yachi was struck by a series of punches, his body retreating until, finally, thud. The last punch landed with tremendous force upon Yachi's chest, sending him flying off the stage. The announcer proclaimed, Yachi has been knocked out of bounds. The victor is Yamcha. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. Yamcha triumphed. That new Wolf Fong Fist was absolutely spectacular. At last, he had redeemed himself. Yamcha shook his hands, a slight smile gracing his lips. Humph. I finally secured a victory. Piccolo snorted dismissively. Boring. The announcer declared loudly. Thus, the quarterfinals of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament have officially concluded. The competitors advancing to the semifinals are Tien Shinhan, Son Goku, Piccolo, and Yamcha. Now, we shall proceed with the draw for the semifinals. The remaining 4 contestants. Please draw your numbers in order. The audience held their breath, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The results of the semifinals draw were announced by the host with a loud voice. The first match, Piccolo versus Yamcha. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, quickly followed by an eruption of laughter. Ha! Yamcha against Piccolo. The outcome of this battle is already evident, isn't it? One can only hope that Yamcha can last a few more seconds. Piccolo shot a cold glance at Yamcha, a cruel smile curving his lips. Trash. Yamcha gritted his teeth. His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Bastard. I will teach you a severe lesson. The second match, Tien Shinhan versus Son Goku. The audience erupted in excitement. Tien Shinhan against Son Goku. This is a reenactment of last year's finals. Can Tien Shinhan win this time, or will Goku continue his dominance? Tien Shinhan narrowed his eyes slightly, his fists slowly tightening as he spoke solemnly. Goku, this time I will not concede easily. Goku smiled lightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Oh, then I shall look forward to it. Next is the intermission. We invite all spectators and contestants to head to the cafeteria and rest area to enjoy some delicacies and replenish their strength. The audience cheered. Though the competition is vital, dining is the foremost affair in life. Bulma, wearing sunglasses and reclining with her legs crossed, sipped her juice and remarked with a smile. Goku, how do you plan to win this time? Don't just send your opponents flying casually. Give everyone a show. Goku, lazily biting on his straw, replied, what can I say? I'm simply too strong. Bulma rolled her eyes. All right, stop pretending in front of me. Goku shrugged. There's nothing I can do. My strength is evident. Suddenly, a puffed-up figure rushed over. Son, Goku. Chi-Chi stood before Goku, hands on her hips, her expression a mix of grievance and fury. Why are you so heartless? During the match just now, you could have been a bit gentler. Bulma blinked, adjusting her sunglasses, intrigued by the scene unfolding. Goku, uninterested in elaborating, casually pointed at Bulma, his tone indifferent. I have a wife now. You should find a good man to marry. Chi-Chi's expression froze instantly. What? The onlookers erupted in astonishment. Son Goku has a wife. Wait, Bulma, the daughter of the world's richest man? This gossip is too explosive. Bulma, momentarily taken aback by Goku's gesture, quickly regained her composure, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she sipped her juice, neither confirming nor denying it. Chi-Chi's eyes reddened, her lips trembling as tears streamed down her face. Wah! Covering her face, Chi-Chi turned and fled, running faster than during the match. The spectators were left in shock, only to burst into laughter moments later. Chi-Chi ran away crying. Ha ha ha. Son Goku was far too direct. He showed no mercy. Goku displayed no remorse, continuing to bite on his straw, a nonchalant expression on his face. You can't blame me for this. Bulma couldn't help but laugh, lightly nudging Goku. You, my friend, are truly a super blunt man. Wukong shrugged, declaring, I am not a typical man. Chi-Chi is better suited for a straightforward individual, not for a flamboyant character like myself. She ought to relinquish her hopes as soon as possible. The silhouette of Chi-Chi, weeping as she retreated, gradually faded into the crowd. The host announced with a booming voice, the intermission has concluded. The top 4 contestants, please proceed to the arena, as the semi-final is about to commence. Chapter 63, the spectacular top 4 matches. The first match, Piccolo versus Yamcha. The audience erupted into a deafening cheer. Would this battle conclude swiftly? After all, it is Piccolo, and his previous performance was utterly terrifying. How long could Yamcha endure? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? Piccolo, crossing his arms, scoffed. I hope you can last longer than that little bald fellow. Yamcha retorted with a cold huff. Do not underestimate me, Piccolo. The host announced with fervor, the match begins. Bang! Yamcha launched the first strike. His form exploded forth, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged at Piccolo, his fist enveloped in a fierce gale, aimed squarely at Piccolo's face. Piccolo reacted with astonishing speed, sidestepping the blow while simultaneously raising his knee to collide violently with Yamcha's abdomen. Thud! Yamcha emitted a muffled grunt, stumbling back 2 steps, quickly regaining his stance to unleash a sweeping kick aimed at Piccolo. Piccolo remained firmly planted, not flinching, raising his lower leg to absorb the attack. The two exchanged blows, their fists intertwining in a fierce ballet of combat, each strike landing with resounding force. In the audience, everyone was spellbound. Could Yamcha truly stand toe-to-toe with Piccolo? Indeed, the evolved Yamcha was proving to be swifter and stronger than ever before. Piccolo snorted disdainfully, retreating a few steps before thrusting his palms forward, coalescing a deep green energy sphere in his hands, its aura ferociously volatile. Behold my technique. Special beam cannon. Piccolo unleashed a torrent of energy, a terrifying beam slicing through the air, hurtling towards Yamcha. Yamcha, anchoring his feet to the ground, swiftly retreated, simultaneously gathering intense energy in his hands, his body bending slightly, igniting his fighting spirit. New Wolfang Fist. Yamcha transformed into a whirlwind, darting around Piccolo with incredible speed, evading the direct onslaught of the special beam cannon. Then, with a sudden surge, he accelerated, his form flashing as he appeared behind Piccolo, his fist infused with the ferocity of a wolf's fang, crashing down upon Piccolo's back. Bang! Piccolo was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily onto the arena, sending a cloud of dust billowing. The audience was left agape. Yamcha had struck Piccolo. Incredible, he truly could contend with Piccolo. Yet, from within the dust, a low, ominous laughter emerged. Piccolo slowly rose, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Not bad. At least you have compelled me to take this somewhat seriously. In an instant, Piccolo's aura surged violently, a powerful shockwave sweeping across the arena, the air becoming oppressively dense. Yamcha's pupils constricted slightly. This is bad. The audience erupted in excitement. Piccolo was enraged. Yamcha was in grave danger. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted. Piccolo vanished from sight. Yamcha, alarmed, hastily tried to evade, but Piccolo's speed was terrifyingly swift. Bang! With a fierce punch, Piccolo struck Yamcha squarely in the abdomen. Yamcha's eyes widened as he curled into a shrimp-like position, blood gushing from his mouth. Piccolo unleashed another devastating blow, landing squarely on Yamcha's face. Bam! Yamcha's body soared like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Ugh! In a blink, Piccolo appeared before Yamcha, a sinister grin adorning his face. It's over. Boom! A powerful knee collided with Yamcha's chest, causing the very ground of the arena to fracture. Yamcha was propelled upward, blood spraying through the air, before he crashed back onto the stage, tumbling several times. It was over. Yamcha was utterly outmatched. This was Piccolo, mercilessly dominating. Would he be eliminated in a single blow? Blood trickled from Yamcha's lips as he struggled to regain his footing, panting heavily. Yet his eyes displayed no hint of surrender. Piccolo scoffed. TCH, you can still stand? Don't think it will be so easy to defeat me, Yamcha retorted, wiping the blood from his mouth. Slowly, he raised his hand, concentrating a searing energy sphere at his fingertips, his gaze icy, a faint smirk playing on his lips. This is my trump card. Prepare to taste my spirit ball. Yamcha suddenly flung the energy sphere, which transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Piccolo. Piccolo chuckled derisively, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. Humph, such a feeble assault. In that very instant, the energy sphere unexpectedly veered sharply, hurtling directly towards Piccolo's back. Piccolo's pupils dilated. What? Boom. The spirit ball struck Piccolo's back with tremendous force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Smoke and debris erupted around them. The audience was in an uproar. Yamcha's energy sphere could curve. What kind of technique was this? Yamcha fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, his heart racing. As the smoke began to clear, Yamcha's expression shifted dramatically. What? Piccolo's silhouette emerged, his cloak tattered from the blast, yet his body remained unscathed. Humph. Your attack couldn't even force me back a step. Is this all you're capable of, Yamcha? In that moment, Yamcha's heart sank. It was over. This fiend's defensive prowess surpassed his expectations. Piccolo's gaze hardened, a cruel smile curling at his lips. You're finished. In an instant, Piccolo vanished from sight. Bang! He reappeared before Yamcha, delivering a brutal punch to his abdomen. Yamcha's body contorted painfully, his face twisted in agony, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Ugh! Piccolo showed no signs of relenting, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Bam! 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 Yamcha was battered like a ball, completely unable to defend himself. With a powerful strike, Piccolo sent Yamcha crashing into the arena floor. Boom! The stone tiles of the arena shattered, dust billowing into the air. In the audience, everyone stood in stunned silence. My heavens! Piccolo's strength was terrifying. Yamcha was utterly overwhelmed. Could he possibly rise again? Yamcha lay on the ground, coughing as he struggled to rise. Yet Piccolo had already leaped high, looming over him menacingly. Get lost, Piccolo declared, raising his hand as a tempest of energy coalesced within his palm before crashing down. Boom! A powerful shockwave struck Yamcha, sending his body hurtling like a cannonball off the stage, crashing heavily onto the distant ground. A cacophony of cries erupted from the announcer. Yamcha is out of bounds. The victor is Piccolo. The audience erupted in a deafening cheer. Piccolo had triumphed. His power was utterly terrifying. Yamcha was no match for him. Piccolo casually flexed his wrist, his gaze sweeping over Goku with an air of indifference. Boring. He is not even worth my full effort. Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, whispered, this guy is too strong. The stone bricks of the arena lay shattered from Piccolo's merciless assault. Staff members swiftly entered the arena, repairing the stage in mere minutes. The announcer's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, the second match of the semifinals features Goku versus Tien Shinhan. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Finally, Goku versus Tien Shinhan, the championship battle from the last martial arts tournament. Could Tien Shinhan triumph over Goku this time? Just as the match was about to commence, a spectator in the stands suddenly recalled a past embarrassment. Do you remember the last World Martial Arts Tournament? They burst into laughter. Ha! Yes. Tien Shinhan's pants were pulled down by Goku, revealing his red underwear while fighting on stage. That was a classic moment. The entire tournament was in stitches. Laughter rippled through the audience. Ha! The infamous red underwear incident of Tien Shinhan. Would there be another mishap this time? Tien Shinhan's face darkened. His expression twisted with embarrassment as he clenched his fists, wishing he could sink into the earth. Goku, arms crossed and a smirk on his lips, teased, don't worry. I want to play tricks on you this time. Show me your full strength. I don't wish to waste time. Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth, steadying his breath, his eyes sharpening with fierce determination. The announcer proclaimed loudly, the match begins. In an instant, Tien Shinhan stomped the ground, crossing his arms over his chest, his aura surging wildly. Ha! Whoosh! 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 3 identical Tien Shinhan clones erupted from his body. Now 4 Tien Shinhan surrounded Goku on the stage. The audience exploded in astonishment. What? Clones? 4 Tien Shinhan. Was he planning to overwhelm Goku? Goku was in for a challenge. The 4 Tien Shinhan grinned confidently. Goku, you can't escape. Goku scoffed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Clones, you say? I can do that too. Goku's body trembled slightly. Whoosh! 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 3 figures instantly split from Goku's body. Now 4 Gokus appeared simultaneously on the stage. Tien Shinhan's expression shifted dramatically. What? The audience erupted in astonishment, rising to their feet in sheer disbelief. Son Wukong had somehow manifested 3 duplicates. Good heavens, for Tien Shinhan and 4 Wukongs? What on earth was happening? Krillin stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, when did Wukong master the art of duplication? Yamcha wiped the blood from his lips, his voice tinged with shock. No, this is not mere duplication. Piccolo's expression darkened slightly as he fixated on the 4 Wukongs, his instincts screaming within him. This technique was far more intricate than Tien's. Tien, frozen in place, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead, stuttered, This is impossible. Wukong stretched lazily, casting a casual glance at his 3 doppelgangers, nonchalantly instructing, take it easy, don't obliterate Tien. The expressions of the 4 Tien Shinhan froze in disbelief. What? The audience, the announcer, and even Piccolo widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom Wukong's audacity. Krillin, at a loss for words, thought, Wukong, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Yamcha was drenched in cold sweat. How dare you underestimate Tien, Wukong? Piccolo narrowed his eyes, silently acknowledging. Sun Wukong was not jesting. In an instant, the three Wukong duplicates surged into action. Their speed was terrifying, vanishing almost simultaneously. The 4 Tien Shinhan could hardly discern Wukong's movements. Bang! The first Tien was sent flying by Wukong's punch, crashing onto the arena, blood spilling forth, instantly dispelling his clone. Bang! The second Tien was struck by a sweeping kick from Wukong's duplicate, hurtling backward and slamming against the edge of the arena, his clone vanishing. Bang! The third Tien was seized by Wukong's phantom duplicate, a hand gripping his shoulder, and was forcefully slammed to the ground. The arena cracked as the clone dissipated. In less than a second, all 3 of Tien's duplicates were obliterated. The audience was left in stunned silence, utterly shaken. What? It happened so quickly? Tien's duplicates were annihilated in an instant. What magnitude of power disparity was this? The last remaining Tien stood in the arena, his gaze vacant, his body rigid, feeling his legs tremble uncontrollably. Wukong casually retracted his duplicates and strolled towards Tien, a faint smile gracing his lips. So, shall we continue? Tien clenched his jaw, drenched in cold sweat, his voice quaking, his mind blank. Bang! Wukong's figure flickered and suddenly stood before Tien, his palm pressing against Tien's chest, forcefully pushing him away. Tien was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena. The announcer proclaimed loudly, Tien Shinhan is out of bounds. The victor is Sun Wukong. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wukong had triumphed. How astonishingly swift was that? Tien was completely outmatched. Lying on the ground, Tien struggled to rise, but his body ached all over, rendering him immobile. Krillin, awestruck, beads of sweat on his forehead, pondered, has Wukong's strength reached such heights? In the corner stood Piccolo, his eyes narrowed slightly, contemplating silently, Son Goku. You are even more formidable than I had imagined. Chapter 64. Defeating you until you surrender. The dust of the top 4 matches has settled, revealing the finalists, Son Goku and Piccolo. The host announced loudly, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have all been waiting for has arrived, the ultimate showdown of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The audience erupted in thunderous cheers. At last it has come. Son Goku versus Piccolo. Piccolo's power is terrifying, yet Son Goku is exceedingly strong as well. How intense will this battle be? This is the true pinnacle of confrontation. In the center of the arena, a mischievous smile graced Goku's face. Piccolo, arms crossed and expression dark, emanated a chilling aura, his gaze fixed intently on Goku, brimming with lethal intent. Son Goku, you have finally arrived here, he declared. With great interest, Goku stared at Piccolo and suddenly asked, Hey, Piccolo, can you cook? An immediate silence enveloped the arena. Piccolo's face darkened. What did you say? Goku nodded with utmost seriousness. Can you do laundry? How about household chores? Veins bulged on Piccolo's forehead, his fists clenched tightly as he growled. Son Goku, are you messing with me? The audience erupted in chaos. What on earth is happening? In the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku is asking Piccolo if he can do household chores. Is Goku trying to recruit Piccolo as a maid? Goku appeared to be seriously contemplating. I've been in need of a maid lately. And you seem quite suitable. Meanwhile, one member of the audience fell into deep contemplation. Bulma, her arms crossed and brow furrowed, gazed at Goku on the stage with confusion, her mind racing. How strange, what is Goku truly thinking? We don't need a maid. We have robots to help with chores, and cooking is no concern at all. What exactly does he want from a maid? Does he want Piccolo to work at home? The image of Piccolo donning an apron, cooking in the kitchen or mopping the floor, caused Bulma's mind to short-circuit, leaving her momentarily stunned. No, that's impossible. Shaking her head vigorously to dispel those absurd images, she couldn't help but fix her gaze on Goku, her expression complex. What on earth is this guy planning? On the arena, Piccolo's aura grew increasingly volatile, veins bulging on his forehead, fists cracking with tension, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Son Goku. The air warped with intensity, and the ground of the arena trembled slightly under Piccolo's pressure. Goku, appearing relaxed, shrugged and innocently remarked, Wow. Why such a strong reaction at the mere mention of chores? It seems you truly can't. Piccolo's fury ignited explosively. Die. With a fierce charge, Piccolo lunged at Goku, his fist imbued with a violent energy, striking down fiercely. Yet, the punch met only air. Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock. What? Goku's voice rang mockingly in Piccolo's ear. Too slow. Enraged, Piccolo swiftly pivoted, delivering a sweeping kick. A powerful shockwave tore through the air, sending forth a tempest of energy. Boom. Wukong swiftly vanished from sight, gracefully leaping into the air, landing firmly atop Piccolo's head with one hand resting on his bald crown, a mischievous grin gracing his lips. Piccolo, it seems you're not quite up to par today. In an instant, Piccolo's fury erupted, with a thunderous clap of his hands. He sought to seize Wukong, yet Wukong executed a flawless backflip, his feet barely touching the ground as if weightless. Do not underestimate me. Piccolo roared, unleashing a devastating punch. A whirlwind of energy surging forth. Wukong extended a single finger, gently tapping it. Bang! The moment Piccolo's fist made contact with Wukong's fingertip, he was propelled backward, tumbling several times before regaining his balance. The audience was left in shock. What? Son Wukong blocked Piccolo's full-force punch with merely a finger. How formidable is this fellow? Krillin's lips twitched in disbelief. Has Wukong gone too far? Wukong casually rotated his wrist and remarked nonchalantly, "It's my turn now." In the blink of an eye, Wukong's figure vanished. Whoosh! He reappeared before Piccolo, his fist gliding through the air with an almost ethereal lightness. Bang! Piccolo's face was instantly sent askew, his body catapulted from the ring, the stone bricks shattering beneath him. Struggling to rise, Piccolo barely had time to react before Wukong materialized behind him. Bang! A precise palm strike struck directly at Piccolo's back. His body lunged forward, nearly spewing blood from his mouth. "You insufferable wretch!" Piccolo bellowed, wildly swinging his fists, yet Wukong's movements were so swift they appeared to blur. Every attack from Piccolo missed its mark. With impeccable control, Wukong landed each punch and strike with just the right amount of force, inflicting excruciating pain upon Piccolo without delivering any serious injury. Bang! 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 Piccolo was repeatedly struck with precision, since soaring like a ball. As countless cracks marred the arena floor, the spectators were left agape, astonished. Good heavens! Son Wukong was utterly toying with Piccolo. Piccolo had no chance to retaliate. Wukong lightly flexed his fingers, leisurely declaring, "Piccolo, weren't you quite boastful just now? Why do you not strike back?" Piccolo's complexion darkened, his humiliation reaching a boiling point. "Son! Wook! Enough!" Piccolo abruptly retreated a few steps, his aura swelling violently, his body expanding uncontrollably. Hiss! His form grew exponentially, muscles exploding in size, transforming from a towering 2 meters to a colossal 15 meters, nearly overwhelming the arena with his presence. The air quivered, a tempest swirling as Piccolo loomed over the ring like a monstrous titan, eyes glinting with malice. "Son Wukong, can you evade me now?" Thunderous roars erupted from the audience. Panic ensued as they screamed and fled in all directions. Piccolo had transformed into a giant. Was this still a martial arts tournament? This creature was a monster. Run for your lives. In the blink of an eye, half the audience had retreated, watching from a safe distance, terrified of being caught in the chaos. Piccolo scoffed derisively, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Son Wukong, you are no longer my match. Experience my true power." Piccolo raised a massive hand and struck down fiercely towards Goku. Boom. The air trembled violently, and the entire arena creaked ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. In contrast to Piccolo's towering figure, Goku merely extended a single hand. Slap. Effortlessly, he blocked the attack. Piccolo's expression froze in shock. What? Whoosh. Goku seized Piccolo's wrist with one hand and hurled the giant, standing over 10 meters tall, high into the air. Aya! Piccolo spun like a top, flailing his legs wildly, utterly losing his balance. Goku leaped effortlessly, grasping Piccolo's ankle, and, as if toying with a plaything, spun him in the air a few times, chuckling. "Piccolo, this is how it's supposed to be fun. Put me down," Piccolo demanded. "Not a chance. Let us put on a show for everyone with a spinning windmill." Goku twirled Piccolo around in the air, and the colossal figure cast a shadow over the entire sky. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. Piccolo was being used as a windmill by Son Goku. The scene was utterly hilarious. Piccolo must be feeling nauseous right now, huh? The fierce winds kicked up dust as Goku's spinning accelerated, and Piccolo's screams grew increasingly exaggerated. Aya! Goku smirked and suddenly released his grip. Whoosh! Piccolo was flung like a cannonball, spiraling through the air countless times. Bang! He crashed into a distant mountainside, embedding himself in the rock, creating a massive cloud of dust. Ugh! Ha ha! Is this truly the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Why has it devolved into a comedy show? What has Piccolo endured? Is he regretting entering this match now? Krillin collapsed in laughter. Goku, you've gone too far. Ha ha! Yamcha, arms crossed, twitched at the corners of his mouth. This battle is surely going to leave Piccolo with psychological scars. Goku dusted off his hands and leisurely remarked, Piccolo, this won't do. Being bigger doesn't help you. Fuming with anger, Piccolo struggled to rise from the mountainside, his body returning to normal, trembling in rage. Son Goku, I will kill you. Goku's smile faded, his gaze turning cold, the intent to kill suddenly surging forth. The playful antics were over. Now, the true battle was about to commence. The audience fell silent, sensing that Goku's aura had transformed entirely. Son Goku is serious. Goodness, had he truly been playing all along? How much longer could Piccolo endure? Bang! Goku's figure flickered, and his fist struck precisely against Piccolo's left arm. Crack! The arm shattered instantly, blood gushing forth as the severed limb flew away. Piccolo's eyes widened in terror. What? Bang! Goku's figure reappeared, this time delivering a kick that obliterated Piccolo's right arm. Aya! Bang! Bang! Without granting Piccolo a moment's respite, Goku swiftly shattered his legs. Piccolo's body crashed to the ground, his limbs utterly obliterated. The audience fell into a stunned silence, each person rendered speechless by the shocking spectacle. From his elevated position, Goku coldly gazed down at the fallen Piccolo, his voice calm, yet imbued with menace. Do you concede? Sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead as he clenched his teeth. Never, never. In an instant, the power within Piccolo erupted, his body rapidly healing, and his severed limbs astonishingly regrowing at an observable pace. Ha ha ha, Son Goku. I am of the Demon Clan. I am immortal. Piccolo rose, his arms once again adopting a combat stance, grinning ferociously. No matter how much you strike me, I shall recover. Oh, then let me strike once more. In an instant, Goku lunged again. Boom. His left arm exploded. Boom. His right arm shattered. Boom. His legs were obliterated. Piccolo fell once more. Goku stated indifferently, do you concede? Piccolo roared defiantly, absolutely not. In the next moment, his limbs regrew anew. Boom. 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 With unprecedented speed, Goku mercilessly obliterated Piccolo's limbs again. Ah! Piccolo cried out. Do you concede? Piccolo gritted his teeth. Never, never. His limbs regenerated again. Boom. 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 His limbs were once more annihilated. Do you concede? Piccolo's eyes widened, his breath quickening, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Goku showed no mercy, continuing his relentless assault. Limbs exploded. Limbs regrew. Limbs exploded. Limbs regenerated. After a barrage of relentless blows, Piccolo's strength plummeted, his complexion pale, his body trembling violently. Utterly devoid of the will to fight back, Piccolo's body shook incessantly, no longer daring to regenerate his limbs. He understood that every regeneration would lead to another merciless obliteration by Goku. A terror unlike any he had ever known surged within him. In that moment, Son Goku was not merely a martial artist, but a true demon. Goku slowly approached Piccolo, towering over him, and coldly inquired, do you concede? Piccolo trembled violently. His eyes filled with dread, his lips quivering, and finally bowed his head, his voice quaking. I concede. The announcer boomed. The victor is Son Goku. The crowd erupted into cheers. Goku had triumphed. This was not a mere competition. It was a complete and utter domination. Piccolo was so frightened that he conceded. At the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, champion Son Goku. Goku retracted his aura, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He suddenly raised his arms high, proclaiming loudly, "Ha! I am the champion of the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd World Martial Arts Tournaments. 3 consecutive victories. Ha ha ha." The crowd instantly erupted into a frenzy. 3 consecutive victories. Son Goku is once again the champion. This man is simply too powerful. Krillin couldn't help but cover his face. Goku is showing off again. Yamcha crossed his arms, chuckling helplessly. 3 consecutive championships? This fellow has now become the supreme ruler of the world. Bulma pursed her lips, a hint of pride gracing her features as she remarked, "Humph. 3 consecutive championships are just that. What's there to boast about?" The host, brimming with excitement, raised the microphone high and proclaimed, "Let us cheer for the 3-time champion, the world's greatest man, Son Wukong." The crowd erupted in deafening cheers and applause, the atmosphere of the martial arts arena electric with fervor. Son Wukong, the world's greatest, 3-time champion. With hands on his hips, Wukong stood against the howling wind. In this moment, his image was indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. The World Martial Arts Tournament had come to a grand conclusion. Son Wukong had achieved 3 consecutive victories. Chapter 65, Bulma's Wedding. The host announced loudly, "Now, we will present the champion's prize." Staff members struggled to carry a massive safe onto the stage, its weight formidable, brimming with glimmering cash that dazzled the eyes. Placing the safe before Wukong, the golden glow elicited gasps from the audience. Krillin's eyes widened. Wow, this prize is incredibly lavish. Yamcha, arms crossed, sighed. This is the treatment befitting the world's greatest. Faced with the pile of cash, Wukong scratched his head in confusion, exclaiming, "Huh? Why is it cash? Wasn't it checks last time?" The host adjusted his sunglasses and grinned. "Contestant Son Wukong, we've decided to give cash this time. After all, cash has a more striking visual impact and looks more impressive." The audience couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, what a casual reason. Yet, one couldn't deny that cash certainly looked more exhilarating. Not far away, Piccolo, having regained some strength, stood atop a large boulder. Casting a cold gaze at Wukong on the stage, his expression dark. "Son Wukong." Piccolo suddenly soared into the air, hovering above. "This time, you have won. But remember, one day, I will defeat you." Piccolo's aura erupted fiercely, a tempest sweeping across the arena. He then turned and shot into the sky like a fleeting shadow. Wukong, watching the direction Piccolo flew off, suddenly shouted into the sky, "Piccolo, don't forget, I still need a housekeeper." Uft! Piccolo froze midair, nearly losing his balance and plummeting from the sky. He swayed awkwardly before barely stabilizing himself. "You bastard." Piccolo's fury reached its zenith, veins bulging on his forehead, fists clenched, wishing he could turn back and engage Wukong in a fierce battle. However, at this moment, Piccolo lacked the strength to fight, grinding his teeth in rage as he vanished into the distant horizon. The audience, witnessing Piccolo's near tumble, erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Wukong's words are truly venomous. Piccolo must be furious. Krillin clutched his stomach, unable to stand upright from laughter. Ha, Wukong, you're too devious. Yamcha sighed, shaking his head. Now Piccolo will surely harbor even more resentment towards Wukong. Bulma crossed her arms, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Humph, as expected of my husband. Even his banter can incite such reactions. Goku gazed in the direction where Piccolo had vanished, clapped his hands, and chuckled. Ah, what an impatient fellow. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Goku wrapped his arms around Bulma's waist, and they disappeared instantaneously. The audience remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Huh. Where did they go? The champion didn't even wait to celebrate before running off. At Bulma's residence in West City, she barely registered the change as the surroundings transformed from the martial arts tournament to the familiarity of her living room. Wow. Instant transmission is incredibly convenient. I don't even need to fly home. Goku stood before Bulma, arms crossed, a mysterious smile playing on his face. Noticing a peculiar shift in Goku's demeanor, Bulma questioned, "What's wrong? Why are you smiling so oddly?" Goku's gaze burned intensely upon her, lips curling into a slight smile, his voice deep and magnetic. "Let us get married." Bulma was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening and mouth slightly agape, frozen in disbelief. What did you just say?" Goku shrugged, nonchalantly repeating, "I said, let us get married." Bulma was utterly flabbergasted, her hands clutching her head, cheeks flushed, stammering, wait a minute. Why are you suddenly saying this? I feel like something's off. Are you messing with me?" Goku, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I mean it." Bulma's heart raced, her face turning crimson as her mind began to whirl with thoughts. Goku's sudden romantic demeanor was utterly bewildering. "Can't you make a proposal a bit more formal? Where's the ring? The flowers? The ceremony?" Scratching his head, Goku replied, "Ceremonies are too troublesome. The important thing is that we get married." The air hung in silence for a few seconds as Bulma furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating the matter. "That's true. I'm not particularly interested in all those rituals either." After a moment, Bulma took a deep breath, locked eyes with Goku, and a sly smile appeared on her face. "All right then, let us get married." Goku's eyes brightened slightly. "Really?" Bulma playfully touched his forehead with her finger, flashing a charming smile. "You said to keep it simple. What are we waiting for?" Goku's expression shifted, a meaningful smile gracing his lips as he suddenly lifted Bulma in his arms. "No more waiting. Let us head straight to the bridal chamber." Bulma's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh, you rascal." Whoosh. Goku, carrying Bulma, vanished in an instant, leaving behind only Bulma's last playful exclamation hanging in the air. After a night of arduous battles, Bulma lay on the bed, fatigue evident on her face as she gazed out at the morning light, still not fully recovered. Goku, invigorated, sat at the edge of the bed, stretching leisurely with a contented expression. "Bulma, it's time to rise. We have important matters to attend to." Bulma turned over, lazily humming. "Humph, you seem quite energetic. Go take care of your own business and don't bother me. This matter falls to you." She squinted slightly at Goku, her curiosity piqued. "What matter?" Moments later, clad in her loungewear, Bulma lazily retrieved a box from the storage room. With a snap, she opened it to reveal 7 neatly arranged Dragon Balls, shimmering with a faint golden light. "What do you need the Dragon Balls for?" Goku casually scooped up the 7 Dragon Balls and tossed them into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Dragon Balls transformed into golden streaks of light, instantly breaking through the roof and soaring into the sky, vanishing into the distant horizon. Bulma was taken aback, quickly jumping up and pointing at the sky. "Hey, Goku, did you just throw away the Dragon Balls? Aren't you afraid someone else will get them?" Goku shrugged nonchalantly. "The Earth's Dragon Balls hold no value for me anymore." Bulma raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Goku as she silently calculated his rate of growth. "Indeed, the power of the Earth's Dragon Balls has fallen behind your pace of progress." Goku scratched his head and chuckled. "They'll scatter across the world again sooner or later, relieving someone from constantly worrying about me." The morning light of West City spilled through the window, as Bulma stood in the bathroom, holding a pregnancy test. "Am I pregnant?" Bulma felt her heart race involuntarily, gently caressing her belly, a complex smile gracing her lips. Goku sure is quick to act. Seated in the living room, Goku was indulging in a plate of food when he heard Bulma's footsteps and casually asked, "Bulma, what are you sneaking off to the bathroom for?" Rolling her eyes, Bulma approached Goku, sat down beside him, and spoke slowly. "Goku, you're going to be a father." Uffed. Goku, who had just taken a bite, sputtered it out, eyes wide. "Huh? What did you say?" Bulma's lips curled into a slight smile. "I'm pregnant, can't you understand?" Goku scratched his head, his expression shifting from surprise to excitement, ultimately breaking into laughter. "Ha ha, that is wonderful. He scooped Bulma into his arms, spinning around the room like an exuberant child. I'm going to have a son. Bulma, slightly dizzy from the twirling, replied. It could be a girl, you know. Goku, with unwavering certainty, declared, no way, it's definitely a boy. Bulma rolled her eyes. Are you some kind of fortune teller? Goku confidently patted his chest. Of course, I'm the one writing the script. Bulma smirked. All right, assuming it's a boy, we need to choose a name. Our family has quite a refined naming style. Since your surname is Son, how about naming the boy Son Gohan? Goku blinked in surprise, asking, huh? How did you come up with that name? Bulma, her lips curling with amusement, replied, it's a lovely name, honoring your grandfather. Goku smacked his thigh, grinning widely. Huh? That is perfect. Let us call him Son Gohan. Chapter 66. The terrifying talent of Son Gohan. Time passed, and 10 months went by. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the air was filled with warm sunlight. Today, Bulma finally welcomed the birth of their child. Wow! Accompanied by the melodious cries of a newborn. Gohan has officially entered this world. Unlike ordinary infants, the newly born Gohan is not frail. He boasts a thick mane of black hair, standing upright like a miniature Saiyan. Bulma looks on in astonishment at the infant. How can this child's hair resemble yours from childhood so perfectly? Goku cradles little Gohan, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. Gohan's energy is anything but ordinary. Goku retrieves a combat power detector he had prepared earlier, swiftly scanning Gohan's energy levels. Beep, beep, beep. The readings soar dramatically, skyrocketing from the thousands to tens of thousands, ultimately halting at a staggering figure, 100,000. Goku exclaims, what? Bulma, eyes wide, questions, am I seeing things? Goku's mind goes blank. He rubs his eyes and conducts another scan, yet the data remains unchanged. Combat power, 100,000. The room falls into silence. Goku and Bulma exchange bewildered glances, the atmosphere in the room turning eerily tense. Goku mutters to himself. I recall that the legendary Super Saiyan Broly had a combat power of merely 10,000 at birth. But Gohan is 100,000, 10 times greater than Broly. Bulma's eyes widen further, her hands trembling slightly. What does this even mean? Have I given birth to a monster? Goku, holding little Gohan, gazes at the infant who already displays a defiant expression. This child, it seems, is destined to surpass me in strength. Little Gohan grins, waving his tiny fists, producing the characteristic coos of an infant. Yet his piercing gaze is anything but that of an ordinary baby. Standing by the window, arms crossed. Goku's eyes linger on the slumbering Gohan, his brow furrowing slightly as he falls into contemplation. Piccolo is an excellent teacher. Although his strength pales in comparison to mine, his combat awareness, training methods, and rigorous training attitude are unparalleled. In the original tale, Piccolo nurtured Gohan, who unleashed unimaginable potential in future battles. If Gohan trains under Piccolo, he is bound to evolve into a true warrior. However, Gohan has already manifested a combat power of 100,000 at birth, while Piccolo, at this stage, Piccolo's power barely reaches 500. The disparity between him and Gohan is astronomical. What if one day during training, Gohan accidentally punches Piccolo? Would Piccolo not be obliterated? A vivid image flashes in Goku's mind. Piccolo stands in the training grounds, sternly instructing Gohan, who excitedly throws a punch, sending Piccolo hurtling away into the cosmos. That's simply one to-do. Ultimately, Gohan's talent is exceedingly exaggerated. In the wilderness, fierce winds howl, jagged rocks rise, and a chilling aura permeates the air. A solitary figure stands atop a cliff, eyes shut tight, attuned to the tremors of the earth. Piccolo suddenly opens his eyes, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that shatters the massive boulder before him into dust. Debris scatters as the ground is torn apart, revealing a deep fissure. Darn it! As sweat trickled down his forehead, Piccolo had been training diligently for months, honing his energy and refining his combat skills day after day. Yet, the specter of that individual lingered incessantly in his mind. Son Goku. Why, oh why, did I suffer such a complete defeat? Clenching his fists tightly, Piccolo recalled the humiliation he endured at the martial arts tournament. That man not only effortlessly crushed him, but also toyed with him, rendering him a figure of ridicule before the crowd. Son Goku. With a furious roar, Piccolo leaped into the air, swiftly gathering his energy. A brilliant energy sphere coalesced in his palm, which he launched forcefully into the desolate wilderness ahead. Boom! The ground erupted violently, a powerful shockwave sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air as fierce winds swept through, causing the mountainside to crumble. Breathing heavily amidst the aftermath of the explosion, Piccolo's expression darkened. No matter how formidable you are, one day I shall surely defeat you. Achoo! Suddenly, Piccolo sneezed, his entire body stiffening. What? Instinctively glancing around, he furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Time flowed like a swift river, and Gohan's growth astonished everyone beyond imagination. Not only did he possess extraordinary combat talent, but his intellect had also reached astonishing heights. At just 2 years old, Gohan could deftly manipulate his energy. With a mere casual release, the surrounding air would tremble. Boom. In the training grounds, Gohan struck with a casual punch, instantly causing the cliff to collapse. Goku, standing nearby, was grinning ear to ear, while Bulma covered her forehead in exasperation. Bulma, you little rascal, could you refrain from indiscriminately destroying the terrain? Gohan blinked innocently, picking up a mathematics textbook and responding earnestly, Mom, I've already calculated the angle and the area of force. This explosion won't affect you. Bulma. Goku. My son truly is remarkable. A battle power of 300,000, and such a sharp mind. At 2 years old, Gohan not only reached a battle power of 300,000, but also fully grasped all the knowledge at the elementary level, even deriving mathematical formulas independently. By age 3, Gohan's physique was sturdier than that of an average child, and his energy was even more refined. At this moment, Gohan floated in the air, effortlessly blocking Goku's powerful punch. A relaxed smile adorning his face. Bang! Goku exerted his strength, yet Gohan stood firm as a mountain, not budging an inch. Goku, astonished, exclaimed, Wait, kid, you can actually contend with me this quickly? Holding back. Gohan proudly replied, Dad, you are already very strong, but I haven't been idle either. On the ground, Bulma gazed at the mountain of thick textbooks on the desk, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Bulma, this kid is only 3 years old and has already completed the middle school curriculum? At 3 years old, Gohan's battle power surpassed 500,000, and his intellect reached the pinnacle of middle school levels, effortlessly explaining various physical laws and analyzing the shifts in force during combat. In the distant depths of the universe, on a desolate battle planet, fierce winds howled, and sand swirled through the air. 3 Saiyans stood atop the ruins, exuding an air of formidable presence. Vegeta, arms crossed, perched high above with a gaze that was icy and indifferent. Nappa, standing nearby, excitedly twisted his neck in search of new combat targets. Raditz bowed his head in contemplation. A complex expression etched upon his face. Nappa furrowed his brow as he turned to Raditz. Hey, Raditz, what's going on with you lately? You seem distracted. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his tone frosty. If you remain so inattentive during battle, I will show no mercy. Raditz lifted his gaze and replied, I have a brother. Nappa paused, taken aback. Huh? You have a brother? Vegeta raised an eyebrow, though he displayed little interest, merely huffing in response. Raditz continued. He was sent to a planet called Earth when he was young, and that planet still exists. Nappa erupted into laughter. Huh? What a joke. A low-class warrior, even if alive, would be nothing but a waste, right? Vegeta scrutinized Raditz, pondering for a moment before coldly inquiring, Are you planning to find him? Raditz nodded. Yes. I wish to see how much he has grown. If he is indeed strong, we can recruit him into our ranks. Nappa shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. We have no missions right now, so go ahead. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Humph, just a lowly Saiyan. Don't waste too much time. If he proves useless, just dispose of him. Raditz said nothing further and turned to head towards the battle spaceship. Inputting the coordinates for Earth, the hatch slowly closed, and the power engine began to roar to life. Boom. The spaceship tore through the sky, transforming into a streak of light as it sped towards the distant blue planet, Earth. At the age of 4, Gohan's aura was more subdued, rendering his terrifying power undetectable to ordinary humans. At this moment, Gohan floated in the air, perusing an advanced mathematics textbook. Suddenly, he snapped the book shut, lifted his head, and calmly gazed ahead. Dad, attack. Goku's lips curled into a slight smile. All right. Let me see if you can withstand this strike. With a sudden burst of energy, Goku launched a punch imbued with devastating force towards Gohan. Gohan gently sidestepped, precisely intercepting Goku's fist with one hand, not so much as a quiver in his stance. What? Gohan smiled slightly. Dad, your attack trajectory is too obvious. The angle of your punch was off by 3 degrees, and the power was not sufficiently focused. Goku was taken aback. Bulma, seated on the ground with her hands spread wide, exclaimed, Oh my goodness, this kid's battle power is already 750,000, and he can solve math problems while fighting? At just 4 years old, Gohan's battle power reached 750,000, enabling him to analyze combat data and make precise tactical adjustments. Gohan's intellect and strength were ascending to unparalleled heights. Gohan was formidable, yet Goku was not idle. He stood atop a mountain peak. The gentle breeze caressing his black martial arts uniform, his aura reined in to the utmost, resembling an ordinary person. However, upon closer observation, one could sense the very space around him subtly vibrating in rhythm with Goku's breath. After 4 years of rigorous training, Goku's strength has surged dramatically, with his base combat power soaring to an astounding 60 million. This sensation is such that even without transforming, I could effortlessly obliterate my former self. A base combat power of 60 million signifies that Goku, without entering Super Saiyan form, has already far surpassed all his past adversaries. The most terrifying aspect is not merely Goku's elevation in his base state, but rather his unprecedented mastery over the Super Saiyan transformation. Achieving full power as a Super Saiyan represents a pinnacle of control, 3 billion. Upon transformation, Goku can minimize energy consumption, allowing him to maintain his Super Saiyan form for extended periods. Coupled with his formidable self-healing abilities, he can nearly sustain the zenith of Super Saiyan prowess indefinitely. At this moment, even in an endless battle, I would not weaken. In the past, while the Super Saiyan form was immensely powerful, it drained energy at a rapid pace. However, Goku has now completely resolved this issue. His Super Saiyan state feels as natural as his base form, bearing no additional burdens whatsoever. The transition from base to Super Saiyan occurs in the blink of an eye. This signifies that Goku's combat power is not only fearsome, but also virtually devoid of time constraints, truly achieving a state of limitless full-power combat. In the boundless universe, amidst the brilliance of countless stars, the vast galaxies rotate slowly, their luminescence piercing the void, illuminating a serene sea of stars. In this infinite darkness, a golden figure stands resolutely in the emptiness, his existence seemingly transcending all. Son Goku. At this moment, Goku finds himself among the stars, surrounded by innumerable floating planets. These colossal entities do not move by natural means, but are instead darting about under Goku's terrifying mental control, akin to toys in the hands of a child. The sensation is truly wondrous. Goku raises one hand, slightly shifting his palm, and a distant giant planet trembles in response, drifting towards him. This planet is several times larger than Earth, its surface ablaze with molten lava, yet under Goku's manipulation, it behaves as if it were made of cotton. Easily tugged and pulled. Let us give it a try. Goku smiles gently, flicking his finger. Whoosh! The massive planet is launched at an incredible speed, shooting forth like a terrifying projectile, hurtling towards a desolate planet in the distance. Boom! The collision of the planets engulfs the entire star region in a blinding explosion, the cataclysmic energy wave sweeping across millions of kilometers, causing even a star to tremble under the impact. Goku remains steadfast, unyielding amidst the raging cosmic storm, his expression imbued with satisfaction. Haha, it truly works. Manipulating planets, even using them as weapons. In battle, it is no longer merely a contest of fists and feet. Chapter 67, The Proud Son Gohan. In West City, the morning sun casts its warm glow upon the courtyard. Gohan stands in the open space, arms crossed, his demeanor radiating confidence. Dad, when will I finally encounter a true rival? I feel that my current training holds little significance for me. Goku observed Gohan's confident, even somewhat arrogant expression, and let out a faint sigh. This young lad was indeed extraordinarily powerful. However, Gohan's prodigious talent and astonishing training speed had led him to never encounter genuine setbacks. This lack of adversity had imbued Gohan with a sense of superiority and a subtle disdain for everything around him. Goku stroked his chin, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that the time had come for Piccolo to instill some humility in Gohan's character. Gohan, I have decided to take you to find a teacher. You shall learn diligently from him. Gohan blinked, a hint of skepticism in his voice as he inquired, Who? Piccolo. Gohan paused, furrowing his brow. Piccolo, that demon. Dad, you must be joking. Though Piccolo may not possess overwhelming strength, he is an exceptionally skilled mentor who will enlighten you about what it truly means to be a warrior. Gohan pouted, somewhat defiant as he retorted, but Dad, my battle power is already 750,000. What can a weakling like Piccolo teach me? High battle power does not equate to being the strongest. Gohan, a true warrior is not merely measured by numbers, but by their character. For a fleeting moment, Gohan felt the weight of Goku's presence, but stubbornly replied, Humph. My character is not inferior to Piccolo's. Goku chuckled softly, gently patting Gohan's head. You will understand in due time. Now let's be off. Whoosh. In the wilderness, the wind howled, mountains rose and fell, and the rocks bore the scars of countless battles, the ground riddled with deep cracks. This was the very place where Piccolo trained day after day. Boom. With both hands gathering energy, Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy blast towards a distant boulder, the ferocious energy obliterating it into dust. Whoosh. The space slightly distorted as Goku and Gohan appeared just a short distance from Piccolo. Piccolo suddenly turned, his gaze sharpening as he spotted Goku, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Humph, Son Goku, what brings you here? Looking for a fight? Goku grinned, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I didn't come for that. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, warily observing Goku. Then what do you want? Goku pointed to Gohan beside him, his expression turning serious. I want you to be Gohan's mentor and train him. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You must be joking. Why should I be your son's mentor? Goku's smile vanished instantly, his gaze hardening, his voice laced with a threatening undertone. You refuse? Then I will have to teach you a lesson right now. The air became charged with tension. The wind howled, the ground trembled slightly, and although Goku's energy remained unspent, Piccolo felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Cold sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead as he cursed inwardly. How is this guy still so strong? Goku regarded Piccolo calmly, his fist gently tightening. the knuckles cracking with an unmistakable finality. Make your decision swiftly. Either train Gohan, or I will demonstrate my strength on you right now. As Piccolo's lips twitched involuntarily, he found himself grappling with an inner turmoil for a fleeting moment. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply and grit his teeth, conceding, "Very well, I shall teach you." No sooner had Piccolo acquiesced than Gohan, with hands firmly placed on his hips and striding forth with an air of indifference, raised his chin and declared with a hint of pride, "Humph, I am Son Gohan. Do remember that, Demon Clan Piccolo." The atmosphere fell abruptly into a profound silence. Piccolo's eyes flickered with agitation as he scrutinized Gohan for several seconds, an ominous sensation surging within him. Wait a moment. Why does this brat seem even more arrogant than Son Goku? Have I made a grave mistake in agreeing to train him? Veins bulged on Piccolo's forehead, and his lips twitched slightly. It felt as though he had not taken on a disciple, but rather a progenitor even more audacious than himself. Goku, observing from the sidelines, erupted into laughter. "Piccolo, brace yourself for the days ahead." Clenching his fists tightly, Piccolo's teeth ground together, his mind echoing a furious roar. Son Goku. In the wilderness, where the winds howled and the blazing sun hung high, a desolate mountainous terrain transformed into Gohan's new training ground. Bang! Hey, Piccolo, I've been training all day. Can I take a break now? Piccolo snorted disdainfully and strode toward a massive boulder, retrieving the prepared lunch without a trace of mercy. Humph, unless today's training task is completed, you shall not dine. What? You dare deny me food? Gohan's eyes widened in indignation, his fists clenched tightly. How dare that Demon Clan member? In that critical moment, Gohan's mind recalled his father's counsel. Gohan, remember, a true warrior does not lose his temper recklessly, nor does he act on impulse due to emotional turmoil. Damn it. With arms crossed, Piccolo observed Gohan as he struggled to suppress his rage, a faint, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, it seems Son Goku understands how to educate his son after all. Yet, this training is merely the beginning. In West City, at Bulma's residence, the morning sun streamed through the window as Bulma sat comfortably on the sofa, sipping her coffee while leisurely perusing the newspaper. Suddenly, she nearly spat out her coffee in shock. What did you say? You've entrusted Gohan's training to Piccolo. Indeed, that boy has a touch of arrogance. I thought it wise to let Piccolo discipline him. Bulma furrowed her brow, her expression laced with skepticism as she fixed her gaze on Goku. What is Gohan's current combat power, by the way? Goku scratched his head. Approximately 750,000, I suppose. And Piccolo? Bulma pressed. Goku pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Oh, around 400,000. The air suddenly thickened with tension. Bulma's mouth twitched uncontrollably as she glared at Goku. Wait a moment. What if Gohan accidentally kills Piccolo? Huh. We can just use the Dragon Balls to bring him back. Ha. Goku replied nonchalantly. Bulma's forehead throbbed with frustration as she slammed her hand on the table, shouting, You imbecile. Can you not treat someone else's life as a mere jest? Goku, scratching the back of his head with an innocent smile, reassured her, It's fine. Piccolo is quite resilient, you know. At this moment, deep in the wilderness, Piccolo suddenly shivered, sensing an ominous presence. In the desolate expanse, the sun blazed high above, and the winds swept fiercely, filling the air with an atmosphere of bleakness and foreboding. Piccolo stood atop a precipice, arms crossed, gazing coldly down at Gohan, who was panting heavily. Gohan, is this truly your limit? I never taught you to stop. Gohan shot an angry glare at Piccolo, exclaiming, You never give me a moment's respite. Suddenly, Piccolo raised his hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave aimed directly at Gohan. Gohan's expression shifted dramatically. After days of intense training, his emotions teetered on the brink of explosion. Piccolo advanced relentlessly, his voice icy. Gohan, remember this. In a true battle, no one grants you a moment's rest. If you fail to master your emotions, you will ultimately be your own undoing. Gohan's body trembled violently, having endured Piccolo's relentless training for far too long. At last, his pent-up rage surged past its limits. Enough. In an instant, the ground quaked, and rocks shattered all around. Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock. Oh no, this kid is furious. Gohan charged at Piccolo, his fist propelled forward with incredible force. Boom. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Splurt. Piccolo's entire arm was obliterated by the punch, green blood spraying forth as his severed limb flew away. Aya! Gohan's eyes burned with fury as he gasped for breath, his fists clenched, radiating an aura of terror. Piccolo gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, staring in disbelief at Gohan. This child has the power to shatter my arm. What kind of monster is he? Gohan trembled slightly, realizing in his impulsiveness he had destroyed Piccolo's arm. Piccolo took a deep breath, suppressing the pain, and coldly remarked, It seems you still cannot fully control your emotions. Gohan stepped forward anxiously, his face filled with remorse. Master Piccolo, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Piccolo scoffed. And then, splurt, green liquid gushed forth as his severed arm began to writhe. In the next moment, a brand new arm sprouted forth. Piccolo shook his newly formed limb, a smirk of disdain tugging at his lips. Humph, don't look at me with those eyes. I am a member of the demon clan. Gohan blinked in surprise, relief washing over him. That's wonderful, Master Piccolo. You're all right. Piccolo approached, placing a hand on Gohan's shoulder. You must learn to control your emotions, otherwise, you will inevitably destroy what you hold most dear. Gohan bowed his head. I understand, Master Piccolo. Piccolo nodded, a dangerous smile creeping across his face. Since you comprehend, continue your training. Wait, Gohan exclaimed. Boom. Chapter 68, The Useless Five arrive. Beneath a clear sky, with the sun shining brightly and clouds lazily drifting, the earth lay in serene tranquility. Suddenly, this calm was shattered by a terrifying shockwave. Boom. A spherical spaceship breached the atmosphere, plummeting to the ground like a meteor, trailing roaring flames in its wake. Thud. The spaceship crashed violently onto the ground, unleashing a thunderous roar as dust billowed into the sky, causing the earth to tremble and form a massive crater. Birds scattered from the trees in a flurry, flapping their wings in a panic. A rabbit, leisurely munching on grass, was so startled by the commotion that it kicked its legs in fright and fainted. In the distance, a rustic gentleman, holding a hunting rifle, was basking in the sun on a stone, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle. It's not Thursday. Why is there a meteor falling today? He wondered, rising cautiously to grasp his rifle and approach the site of the descent. As he neared the smoke-filled pit, a tall figure emerged from the spacecraft. With wild hair, powerful muscles, and a combat scanner affixed to his head, he exuded an aura of dominance. Raditz, the Saiyan, had arrived on Earth. Finally here, he mused. The gentleman gasped at the sight, the grass slipping from his mouth. My goodness, an alien. Raditz smirked disdainfully and pressed a button on his ear-mounted scanner. Beep, beep, beep. The device swiftly scanned the man, displaying a string of numbers on its screen. Combat power, 5. Raditz scoffed, crossing his arms. Humph, a power level of 5? Is this the extent of Earth's inhabitant strength? The gentleman, bewildered, replied, What are you muttering about? Do you intend to harm me? Though a seasoned hunter, he felt a chill of fear but instinctively raised his rifle, aiming at Raditz's head. Bang! The gunshot echoed as a bullet sped toward Raditz. Without even lifting his eyelids, Raditz casually caught the bullet with one hand. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He caught the bullet barehanded. Raditz glanced at the bullet resting on his fingertip, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Humph, truly pathetic. With a gentle flick of his finger, the bullet rebounded at a greater velocity, striking the gentleman's rifle with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it into 2 pieces. Staring at his broken rifle in shock, the man's legs weakened, cold sweat pouring down his face. Ah, a monster. He spun around and fled in terror, sprinting faster than a rabbit, shouting help. The alien is going to kill me. Raditz watched the man's frantic retreat with a smirk, scoffing. Earthlings are indeed worthless. Kakarot, do you possess any surprising strength? Raditz pressed the scanning button on his combat scanner once more. Beep, beep, beep. The scanner's red light swept across the surroundings, revealing several insignificant readings on the screen. Combat power, 3, a peculiar bird. Combat power, 2, a rabbit. Combat power, 0-1, an old turtle. Combat power, 0-5, a reader of certain fanfiction. Raditz furrowed his brow, snorting disdainfully. As expected, a trash planet. Beep, beep, beep. The detector suddenly emitted a frantic sound, and a new battle power reading appeared on the screen. Battle power, 400. Raditz's expression sharpened, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. What? 400? There exists a decent warrior on this pathetic planet? Could this be Kakarot? Without hesitation, Raditz soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the target with a battle power of 400. In the wilderness, the scorching sun baked the earth, and fierce winds stirred up dust. Piccolo was conducting hellish training with Gohan. A powerful energy surged from the distance, quickly approaching, filling the air with an overwhelming pressure. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brow, and looked warily towards the horizon. Who is this guy? Gohan said earnestly. Teacher, this presence is clearly aggressive. Its power far surpasses that of an ordinary earthling. Piccolo cast a surprised glance at Gohan. Humph, so what? Gohan continued his analysis with utmost seriousness, based on the frequency of the energy waves. This individual is flying at high speed, approximately 1,280 meters per second. The energy release pattern is stable, with no significant fluctuations, indicating that the opponent is flying with a relatively constant airflow. Piccolo, huh? Gohan calmly continued. If we calculate his energy density, combined with the strength of the presence we perceive, his battle power should be around 1,500, with a margin of error of no more than 5. Piccolo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Disbelief etched on his face. Are you here to train or to conduct research? Boom. A figure sliced through the sky, accompanied by a violent gust of wind, landing precisely before the two. The metallic boots struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The newcomer had long black hair, wore a battle suit, and a fluffy tail wrapped around his waist. The Saiyan Raditz had arrived. Piccolo tensed up, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar powerful figure, internally acknowledging, this guy is formidable. Raditz scrutinized Piccolo and Gohan, his brow furrowing, a hint of confusion on his face. Strange, where's Kakarot? The detector clearly indicated that there was someone with a battle power of 400 here. So it's you, green-skinned fellow? Piccolo scoffed, who are you? Raditz did not respond, instead glancing at Gohan, observing his black hair and attire, frowning. You little brat, you do bear some resemblance to a Saiyan. Piccolo looked at Gohan, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he casually asked, Hey, Gohan, is this guy one of yours? Gohan shook his head seriously, I don't know him. Piccolo, you are remarkably rational to the point of being speechless. Raditz narrowed his eyes, sweeping his gaze between the two, a mocking smile gracing his lips. It seems Kakarot has not yet shown himself. However, since you have reached this level, you should know his whereabouts, right? Piccolo crossed his arms, coldly stating, even if I did know, there would be no reason to tell you. Stubborn fellow. Raditz's gaze slowly descended, suddenly catching sight of the tail, swaying behind Gohan. Oh, Raditz advanced slowly, fixating his gaze upon Gohan. What is your name, little one? Gohan pouted, his small hands clasped behind his back, responding with a haughty demeanor. You are a bad person. I won't tell you. Naya. Piccolo. Raditz raised an eyebrow, his smile vanishing as a vein pulsed on his forehead. He was taken aback that a mere child would dismiss him in such a manner. You possess quite the audacity, don't you? Suppressing his rising anger, Raditz crossed his arms and scrutinized Gohan's features. He cast another glance at the Saiyan tail, rapidly piecing together the information. Black hair, a tail, a power level of 100. This boy must be related to Kakarot. He is likely Kakarot's child. In that case, I shall capture him for interrogation. Raditz leaned forward, poised to charge at Gohan. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Gohan, exuding an imposing aura, the cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. Piccolo spread his arms wide, glaring at Raditz. Halt! Do not lay a finger on him. Raditz raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips. Oh, you wish to stop me? Piccolo, with a serious expression, gritted his teeth and declared, do not come any closer. Otherwise, I will take action. Teacher, you are no match for him. Piccolo. Raditz burst into laughter, one hand pressed against his forehead, looking at Piccolo with mockery. Hey, your student seems far more aware than you. Piccolo's mouth twitched, veins bulging on his forehead as he shot a glare at Gohan. You little rascal, be quiet. Gohan, today your teacher will provide you with a practical lesson. Gohan looked puzzled. A lesson involving getting hit. A fellow with a power level of 400 dares to stand in my way. Raditz chuckled lowly, clenching his fists, knuckles cracking ominously, his energy surging dramatically, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Piccolo sensed the overwhelming pressure, cold sweat beating on his forehead, yet he remained resolute. I will not let you harm Gohan. Raditz smirked, his eyes filled with derision. A fool unaware of his own mortality. Very well, I shall crush you. Chapter 69, The Bond of Master and Apprentice. In the wilderness, the winds howled and the earth trembled, the shadow of battle cast over the entire realm. Raditz's expression turned frigid, a murderous intent spreading like a tidal wave, his eyes reflecting immense impatience and fury. You bothersome fool, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Boom. Raditz vanished in an instant, the winds exploding around him, reappearing before Piccolo with the ferocity of a thunderbolt, his fist descending like lightning. Bang! Piccolo had no time to react. His chest was struck with tremendous force, sending him soaring like a cannonball, crashing through several rocks, dust swirling in the air. Gohan's eyes widened in horror. Teacher Piccolo. Raditz lunged forward, his speed terrifying. And before Piccolo had fully descended, he delivered a brutal kick to Piccolo's abdomen. Boom! As Piccolo's body tumbled through the air, blood spewed from the corner of his mouth. A mere waste with a battle power of only a few hundred dares to stand before me. Raditz sneered as he approached Piccolo, suddenly raising his hand to seize Piccolo by the collar and lift him off the ground. Did you think you could protect that little brat? How Navi? Gasping for breath, with blood trickling from his lips, Piccolo managed a cold smile, retorting, If you wish to harm him, you shall have to step over my dead body. Raditz raised an eyebrow, a sinister grin flashing across his face. Is that so? Then let me teach you the consequences of opposing a Saiyan. With a thunderous crash, Raditz's fist struck Piccolo's abdomen, the force of the blow reverberating through his body, causing it to convulse violently as he coughed up a torrent of green blood. Piccolo was sent flying once more, crashing into a massive boulder, dust swirling around him as his breath became ragged and erratic. Kneeling on the ground, he struggled to rise, gasping, no matter how strong you are, I will not allow you to lay a finger on Gohan. Raditz scoffed, slowly raising his hand, gathering a sphere of energy in his palm, his murderous intent palpable. Die, foolish one. With a roar, a searing wave of energy surged forth, akin to a death sentence, hurtling towards Piccolo, the ferocious energy tearing through the air and shattering the ground beneath. Piccolo's eyes narrowed slightly. Although his body was immobilized, he stood resolute in the face of impending death. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before Piccolo, a small figure standing steadfast like a rock. With a swift motion, Gohan raised a hand and nonchalantly deflected the overwhelming energy wave with ease. The energy wave detonated in the distance, flames soaring into the sky, shaking the very ground. Raditz' smile froze in disbelief. What? Piccolo, still stunned, bled from his lips, staring in astonishment at Gohan's silhouette. This boy. Gohan gradually lowered his hand, his gaze icy. How dare you bully others like this? Raditz's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly activated his scouter, rapidly scanning Gohan's battle power. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 100. Raditz's eyes widened in shock, whispering in disbelief, impossible. A mere 100 can deflect my attack. What on earth is this child? Gohan turned to the battered Piccolo. A look of confusion crossing his face as he calmly inquired, Mr. Piccolo, why would you fight knowing you cannot win? Piccolo remained silent for a few moments before raising his head. Bonds. Gohan's pupils constricted slightly, a profound, indescribable emotion stirred within him. The word bonds etched itself deeply into Gohan's heart at that moment. Piccolo's unwavering dedication to protecting his comrades took root in Gohan's soul. The air seemed to freeze in that instant, as Gohan's expression began to transform. Raditz's face darkened in fury, his pride severely wounded. A mere child had dared to thwart his attack. That wretched little brat. I will tear you apart. In an instant, Raditz transformed into a shadow, darting towards Gohan with the speed of lightning, his fist carrying an astonishing force aimed squarely at Gohan's head. Upon witnessing this scene, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Gohan, be careful. With a resounding thud, Raditz's fist halted midair, effortlessly grasped by a small hand, unable to advance even an inch. Gohan regarded Raditz with an air of calmness, his eyes devoid of any emotional turbulence. Raditz's pupils contracted sharply, his heart racing, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Double what? Suddenly, Gohan unleashed his power, a cataclysmic shockwave erupting from his hand. Raditz's arm was instantly shattered, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball. Boom. Raditz's body crashed violently into a distant rock wall, creating a massive crater, blood gushing forth, his face etched with horror. How is this possible? As Raditz struggled to rise, he found Gohan's figure already looming before him. What? You are far too weak. You are unworthy to fight me. Bang! Gohan nonchalantly raised his hand and delivered a punch. In that instant, the world dimmed, and a tempest of furious force swept through everything. Raditz's body exploded instantaneously, not even having the chance to scream, disintegrating into mere dust, vanishing entirely from existence. The Saiyan warrior Raditz was utterly obliterated. Piccolo stood in a daze, his eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, rendered speechless by the shock. Did this kid just annihilate him? What kind of monster is this child? In the wilderness. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided. Piccolo gazed at Gohan, his expression complex, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seems I have truly underestimated you. Gohan approached Piccolo, grasping his shoulder, lifting him effortlessly into the air as he soared towards the sky. Piccolo, taken aback, exclaimed, Hey, you little brat, what are you doing? Gohan replied earnestly, Piccolo, you are gravely injured and require treatment. My father possesses a miraculous bean known as a Senza bean. Consuming one will heal any injury instantly. Piccolo. Upon hearing the words Senza bean, Piccolo's eyes brightened slightly. Something that could instantly restore one's injuries? This sounded almost too fantastical. When Gohan continued to mention taking him to meet his father, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. Wait a moment. Where exactly are you taking me? With a look of utmost certainty, Gohan replied, Of course, back to my home to find my father. He has Senza beans. Piccolo's pupils dilated, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, an ominous premonition gripping his heart. This was not right. This was absolutely wrong. Meet Son Goku. What a joke. Desperate to break free, Piccolo found himself too weak to resist, resorting to feigning nonchalance. Ahem, actually, I think it might be best if we don't go. I should recover from my injuries with some rest, haha. Gohan frowned. But you are severely injured, aren't you? Piccolo quickly waved his hands. No. This minor injury is of little consequence to me. The Saiyans have already been dispatched by you. We can each return to our respective homes and families. I can recuperate on my own without troubling your father. As Gohan observed Piccolo's struggle, he tilted his head in confusion and inquired, Master Piccolo, are you perhaps afraid of encountering my father? Piccolo's temper flared instantly, and he erupted, What nonsense is this? I fear that battle maniac. Gohan remained unfazed, steadfastly carrying Piccolo as they soared homeward. Piccolo's expression twisted in anguish as he wrestled with despair. What have I done? If I truly meet Son Goku, how can I maintain the dignity of Demon King Piccolo? Should I leap from this journey now? In the skies, Gohan's figure swiftly sped towards West City, while Piccolo's heart sank into profound despair. In the distant reaches of the universe, on a desolate planet, Fierce winds howled beneath a crimson sky that enveloped the land, and the air was thick with the remnants of battle. A bald, muscular man stood beside a battle spaceship, fiddling with a communication device, his brow furrowed and his countenance darkening. Nappa slammed the communicator several times, his frown deepening. Strange, what is happening? The signal has been lost. Raditz' communication channel fell utterly silent, devoid of any response. Nappa's expression shifted, and he abruptly turned to the resting Vegeta, leaning against a rock, and called out, "Lord Vegeta, Raditz' signal has been completely lost." Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and sauntered towards Nappa, a sly smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh?" Vegeta pressed a few buttons on the battle detector, but it still displayed no signal. It appears that something has indeed gone awry. Vegeta crossed his arms, a hint of disdain curling his lips, but it is hardly surprising. That fool Raditz possesses a mere battle power of 1500. His demise is inconsequential. Nappa spoke in a grave tone. Raditz went to Earth to find his brother. Could it be that this cockroach fellow is responsible? Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of silence, he let out a cold chuckle. How intriguing that a lowly planet could harbor a being capable of threatening Raditz. While he may be a waste, he is still one of my subordinates. How dare someone assassinate my man? Vegeta's eyes glinted with intensity, his voice chilling. This is a direct affront to my royal dignity. Nappa, prepare the ship. Nappa, taken aback, revealed a menacing grin. Are we going to Earth for some fun? Vegeta smirked disdainfully, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. Indeed. We shall depart for Earth. Boom. The hatch of the battle spaceship slowly opened, and Vegeta and Nappa boarded. The engines roared to life. A searing flame erupted, propelling the two Saiyan warriors deep into the cosmos. Destination, Earth. The shadow of destruction is silently descending. Chapter 70. Did I kill my uncle? West City, as night fell. The city sparkled with lights, a testament to the brilliance of modern technology. Gohan, carrying Piccolo, pushed open the door to their home. Striding into the living room with a resounding voice, "Dad, quickly, give me a senzu bean." Goku had already perceived the battle in the wilderness through his mental prowess. A faint smile curved upon his lips as he mused internally. Piccolo, that fellow, truly exerts himself in teaching his disciple, risking his very life. Quite commendable. Bulma emerged holding a glass of juice, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld Gohan carrying a battered Piccolo. Goodness. Piccolo, what on earth happened to you? Goku casually retrieved a senzu bean from a jar on the table and tossed it to Piccolo. Here, eat this. Piccolo caught the senzu bean and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, all his wounds healed, and he was revitalized, his combat power restored to its zenith. Son Goku, a Saiyan, came looking for Kakarot. However, he has already been slain by Gohan. Bulma nearly spat out her juice, her astonishment palpable as she stared at Piccolo. What did you say? A Saiyan. Gohan killed one. Piccolo nodded solemnly, adding, indeed. He specifically sought Kakarot, but was dispatched in mere moments. The room fell silent for 2 seconds, with all eyes fixated on Goku. Bulma furrowed her brow, questioning. Who is Kakarot? Goku shrugged nonchalantly, explaining, oh, my Saiyan name is Kakarot. The Saiyan that Gohan killed is Raditz, my elder brother. What? The room erupted in chaos, eyes widening in disbelief. Gohan stood frozen, his complexion shifting from calm to mortified. His mouth twitched uncontrollably as he pointed at himself, stammering. Did I just kill my uncle? Bulma, incredulous, exclaimed, what are we going to do? Gohan, you actually killed Goku's brother? Is this a case of escalating family conflict? Piccolo crossed his arms, coldly remarking, that guy had it coming. All eyes turned to Goku, awaiting his response. Goku shrugged indifferently, his tone nonchalant. So what if I killed him? I wasn't particularly close. The atmosphere turned heavy with awkwardness, leaving everyone speechless. Gohan swallowed hard and mustered the courage to suggest, should I pay my respects at his grave? Piccolo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Gohan, where's the grave? You turned your uncle into dust. After 3 seconds of silence, Bulma slapped her forehead, letting out a long sigh. Never mind, never mind. Goku's family ties have always been a mystery. Let us not dwell on it. However, a greater crisis loomed on the horizon. The true calamity of the Saiyans was yet to arrive. At Kame House, the sea breeze caressed the air, the azure waters lapping against the shore, sunlight cascading down, casting a serene glow upon the landscape. Yet, today, Kame House was destined for turmoil. Whoosh! A dark silhouette sliced through the sky, powerful gusts creating ripples upon the sea. Goku, cradling Gohan, descended swiftly with Bulma and Piccolo before Kame House. The turtle, basking in the sun, recoiled in fright from the shockwave. Whoa, it's Goku. Inside, Master Roshi was leisurely sipping coconut juice, surrounded by Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Launch, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from the doorway. Everyone. Long time no see. As Wukong pushed open the door, everyone turned their heads, their smiles freezing upon noticing the individual beside him. Master Roshi nearly spat out his coconut juice, pointing incredulously at Piccolo. Yukong, you are actually with Piccolo? Aren't you supposed to be archenemies? Krillin recoiled slightly, stammering. Yukong, if you've been kidnapped, just blink. Yamcha, on high alert, clenched his fists, ready for a confrontation. Yukong, Piccolo hasn't taken control of you, has he? Tien stared coldly at Piccolo, his expression grave. What are you doing here? Piccolo grimaced, his face darkening as he shouted, you fools, I haven't taken control of him. Yukong waved his hand dismissively. Relax, we're all family here. The group exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed. Yukong then gently set down the child he had been holding, proudly announcing, let me introduce you. This is my son, Son Gohan, and he is 4 years old. What? Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu were all in shock. Launch, with a curious expression, turned to Bulma, chuckling. Oh my, Bulma, you two certainly moved quickly. Bulma, filled with pride, affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, saying, of course, our Gohan is a genius. Yukong was about to introduce Gohan to the powerful fighters on Earth when Gohan interjected, Dad, why are all your friends so weak? Gohan's bluntness caught everyone off guard. Master Roshi stroked his beard, clearing his throat, and chuckled, Gohan, you mustn't judge people solely by first impressions. Gohan tilted his head, observing Master Roshi. Oh, are you strong? Master Roshi nodded proudly. Indeed, I am Master Roshi, and I taught your great-grandfather when he was a child. Krillin and the others nodded in agreement. That's right, Gohan. Master Roshi's strength is quite remarkable. Master Roshi raised his chin with pride. Kid, if you don't believe me, I can demonstrate. Gohan interrupted, calmly inquiring, oh, can you defeat my dad? Master Roshi. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. The air fell silent. Master Roshi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Well, Gohan continued, earnestly. Since you can't defeat my dad, that means you are weak. Master Roshi nearly choked on his own words. Krillin attempted to regain some ground, squatting before Gohan with a friendly smile. Gohan, you said I'm weak, but did you know? When we were younger, I participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament alongside your father. Gohan blinked, thoughtfully pondering, then asked with confusion, can you defeat my dad now? Krillin, Gohan, with an indifferent expression, replied, if not, then you are weak. Krillin instantly lost his composure, his eye twitching furiously. Hey. This kid's logic is far too absolute. Tien stepped forward, arms crossed, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Gohan. Kid, it seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Gohan looked up at Tien. What skills do you possess? Tien smiled arrogantly. I am Tien, known as the strongest earthling. Can you defeat my father? Tien Shinhan quirked an eyebrow, pausing for a moment before responding candidly. No. Gohan, undeterred, retorted, humph, weakling. Tien Shinhan exclaimed in disbelief. Yamcha, feeling challenged, let out a cold laugh. Humph, this kid is too arrogant. I must teach him a lesson. Gohan looked at him. And you are? Yamcha confidently thumped his chest. I am Yamcha, the second disciple of Master Roshi, skilled in the Wolf Fang fist. Gohan nodded seriously, then inquired, can you defeat my father? Yamcha hesitated. Gohan continued, if not, then you are a weakling. Yamcha's face turned pale. Goku, is this kid truly your flesh and blood? Bulma crossed her arms, smirking with pride. Of course he is my son. Do you dare to contest that? Piccolo, standing nearby with arms crossed, coldly remarked, humph, you all are too weak. Disdain is well deserved. The group collectively wore expressions of embarrassment. Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow. Goku, how did your child become so sharp-tongued? Goku scratched his head, chuckling helplessly. This kid has always been like this. Bulma gazed at everyone with pride. Humph, Gohan's insight is quite keen. Krillin muttered softly. That's not keen insight. That's just a sharp tongue. The inhabitants of the Turtle Hermit's house fell into an awkward silence. Piccolo stood by with a slight smirk, secretly pleased. Humph, this kid is quite to my taste. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Din were incited by Gohan's sharp tongue, none wanting to be belittled by a 4-year-old. Master Roshi stroked his beard and stepped forward. In that case, let this kid witness our true strength. Krillin nodded, clenching his fists. Right. We cannot allow a 4-year-old to look down on us. Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Din echoed in agreement. They stepped outside, standing on the beach, ready to showcase their martial prowess. Master Roshi slowly raised his hands, channeling blue energy into his palms. Kamehameha. Suddenly, a colossal wave of blue energy surged toward the ocean, creating a massive splash and generating towering waves. Krillin, eager to follow suit, shouted, watch this. Kamehameha. His energy wave followed closely, crashing into the sea and forming a swirling vortex. Yamcha scoffed, how glitchy. Watch me. Spirit Ball. A yellow energy sphere coalesced at his fingertips. Yamcha maneuvered the energy ball through the air, ultimately striking a distant floating rock, causing it to explode. Tien Shinhan crossed his arms, his third eye on his forehead glowing faintly, and shouted, Kikaho. An immensely powerful beam shot forth, carving a trench thousands of meters long in the sea, the water churning violently. Din floated in the air, waving his hands, using his psychic abilities to control a flock of seabirds, arranging them to form a character in the sky. After demonstrating their prowess, the group looked at Gohan with pride, eagerly awaiting his praise. Gohan crossed his arms, his expression still one of familiar disdain. Is that all? The faces of Master Roshi and the others darkened in an instant. Gohan shook his head, pursed his lips, and delivered a scathing critique. I expected to witness a spectacular display of power, yet this is all there is? Pathetic. The group collectively felt their spirits deflate. Master Roshi's beard bristled, Krillin's face twitched, Tien's forehead bulged with veins, and Yamcha wore an expression of utter discontent. Krillin fumed. If you think you can do better, then step up, you little brat. Gohan merely smiled gently, stretched nonchalantly, and said, since you wish to see, allow me to demonstrate what true Kamehameha really looks like. With a subtle clasp of his palm, a sphere of blue and white light swiftly coalesced, the energy surging dramatically. In an instant, a tempest roared, the skies darkened, and the atmosphere was thick with an oppressive dread. The expressions of Master Roshi and the others shifted dramatically, their instincts warning them that this boy was not jesting. Gohan abruptly pulled his hands back, the blue light violently contracting, resembling a star of energy on the verge of detonation. Kamehameha. Boom. In a heartbeat. A deafening explosion reverberated across the heavens and the earth. A colossal wave of energy erupted from Gohan's hands, wreaking havoc in its path as the air trembled violently. This energy wave surged with terrifying speed into the ocean, instantly creating an unfathomable trench. In a flash, the sea was forcibly cleaved in two. The entire expanse of water appeared as though it had been split by divine hands, the furious tides retreating to reveal an unfathomably deep seabed, stretching into infinity. Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Den stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless. The sea breeze swept by as they could only gaze vacantly at the parted waters, their hearts utterly shattered. Krillin muttered, is this really the strength of a 4-year-old? Yamcha's lips twitched uncontrollably. Piccolo, please tell me, have you ever been looked down upon by this little brat? Piccolo's expression was frozen. Master Roshi stroked his beard, exhaling a deep sigh. Alas, times have changed. Gohan clapped his hands, looking entirely at ease. So, how about it? Dare you flaunt your strength before me now? The others, completely demoralized, no longer wishing to speak. Chapter 71, Master Roshi captured. The winds continued to blow around Roshi's house. Remnants of Gohan's sea-splitting Kamehameha still lingering in the air. The group had fully accepted the reality that Gohan was no ordinary child. Tien suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Goku, I have a request. Oh, what is it? I wish to borrow your Nyoibo. What do you need the Nyoibo for? I've heard that the Nyoibo can lead to the fabled temple, a sanctuary inhabited by Earth's guardians, where perhaps there are more potent methods of cultivation. I wish to go there to train and strengthen myself. Upon hearing this, Yamcha clenched his fists tightly. Exactly. We cannot remain stagnant. Goku has reached this level of power, and we cannot be left behind. Krillin nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we could train at the temple, we might just break through our limits. Den, with a serious expression, declared, I want to go too. The turtle hermit stroked his beard, casting a meaningful glance at them, and sighed. It is commendable for the youth to possess ambition. With a nonchalant smile, Goku replied, oh, if you wish to go, then by all means, go ahead. I have no need for the power pole at the moment. Here, take it. Goku handed the power pole to Tien. Thank you, Goku. When we return from our training, we shall surely become stronger. Goku waved his hand with a smile. All right, but don't come back still a weakling. The others murmured, both father and son are so cheeky. As time flowed by, half a year swiftly passed. The morning light of West City bathed the bustling metropolis once more. Goku stood in the courtyard, reflecting on his growth over the past 6 months. His base combat power had soared to an astonishing 80 million, a remarkable increase compared to 6 months prior. Goku mused. The side effects of the Kaioken are manageable for my body's recovery capabilities. I must pay a visit to King Kai. As for the spirit bomb, he dismissed the thought, finding its lengthy preparation impractical for battle. Goku resolutely decided to focus solely on mastering the Kaioken. Without hesitation, Goku utilized instant transmission to travel to King Kai's planet. Gohan and Piccolo had concluded their 6-month training and finally returned home. This period of rigorous training had significantly enhanced Gohan's combat prowess, and Piccolo had grown stronger as well. Bulma prepared a chilled fruit juice for Gohan, cheerfully inquiring, so, how was your training? Gohan, brimming with confidence, replied, Humph, Master Piccolo has become increasingly formidable, but I have grown stronger too. In Antarctica, fierce winds howled, and the biting cold enveloped the world in a blanket of white snow. A solitary green figure stood resolutely on the icy expanse, his cape billowing in the gusts, none other than Piccolo. He surveyed his surroundings, muttering, this place is indeed unusual. Beneath his feet lay a realm of unparalleled cold ice, its surface impenetrably hard. How could such dreadful weather sustain this unmelting ice? With a disdainful grunt, Piccolo raised his right arm, aiming at a colossal iceberg as his energy rapidly coalesced. Demon Wave. A devastating beam of energy shot forth, hurling towards the iceberg with destructive force. Boom. The beam struck the iceberg, causing the surrounding ice to tremble violently and snow to swirl into the air. However, when the dust settled, Piccolo's pupils constricted. The iceberg remained utterly unscathed. What? My strike was powerful enough to obliterate a mountain, yet it left not a single crack. The howling winds of Antarctica continued unabated, while the iceberg stood resolute, like an ancient seal of the past. In the distance, a dazzling golden light suddenly illuminated the horizon. What? Piccolo abruptly looked up, witnessing a towering column of light rising into the sky, a sign of the dragon being summoned. Without hesitation, Piccolo soared into the air, racing towards the light. The wind howled past his ears as he broke the sound barrier. Piccolo's mind was alert, pondering, who is summoning the dragon here? Has someone made a wish? Upon his arrival, the golden beam had vanished, and the dragon was long gone. The scene before Piccolo caused his pupils to constrict. Upon the icy expanse floated a colossal technological fortress, a metallic edifice reminiscent of a futuristic metropolis, silently hovering above the frigid sea. The surface of the fortress shimmered with a faint blue luminescence, as several mechanical devices operated slowly, emanating waves of unknown energy. Piccolo's expression turned grave. What manner of place is this? Who constructed it? Suddenly, four shadowy figures erupted rapidly from within the fortress, encircling Piccolo with alarming speed. Clad in high-tech metallic armor, their eyes glowed with a chilling red light, exuding an aura of mechanization. Piccolo scoffed, "So, you are the guardians of this fortress." The four bioengineered beings offered no response, their cold red gazes scanning Piccolo as their energy fluctuations began to surge ominously. "TCH, a bunch of insignificant pests," Piccolo sneered, instantly assuming a combat stance. Boom. One bio-warrior launched the first strike, unleashing a high-energy plasma beam aimed directly at Piccolo. With a swift motion, Piccolo evaded effortlessly, retaliating with a powerful punch to the warrior's chest. Bang! The bio-warrior's body crumpled inward, hurtling back violently as it crashed into the solid ice. The remaining three bio-warriors surged forward, launching a frenzied assault. Like a wraith, Piccolo flickered, deftly dodging all attacks in an instant, countering with several waves of energy blasts. Boom! 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 Within mere breaths, all four bio-warriors were reduced to mere fragments, remnants of shattered mechanical parts littering the snowy ground. Piccolo dusted off his hands, chuckling. How utterly dull. Whoosh. Three figures descended rapidly, causing Piccolo to shudder, his expression suddenly grave. The aura emanating from these newcomers was exponentially stronger than that of the previous four. Their bioarmor appeared even more formidable, their massive forms exuding a chilling menace from their red mechanical eyes. Piccolo narrowed his gaze, preparing for battle. The three figures swiftly dispersed, encircling him, an invisible pressure enveloping him. Boom. The trio launched a simultaneous offensive, engulfing Piccolo in a torrent of violent energy, dazzling lights flashing before his eyes. Bang! One bio-warrior struck Piccolo squarely in the abdomen, the overwhelming force instantly clouding his consciousness. Damn it! As darkness enveloped him, Piccolo plummeted, succumbing to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Master Roshi lounged leisurely in a reclining chair, perusing a martial arts magazine, a pipe clenched between his teeth, a contented smile gracing his face. Ah. All the young ones have gone off to train. I suppose I shall simply indulge in life in my old age. Suddenly, a wave of danger descended. Whoosh. Four shadowy figures descended from the sky, landing steadily in the courtyard of Kame House. The ground trembled slightly as a powerful aura swept across the entire island. Master Roshi blinked in surprise, removing his sunglasses to gaze upward, where he beheld four bio-warriors clad in metallic armor, their eyes glowing with a frigid red light. One of the bio-warriors spoke in a mechanical tone. Target confirmed, Master Roshi. Please accompany us. Master Roshi furrowed his brow, rising with his hands clasped behind his back. I don't recall making any appointments with you metallic fiends. Another bioengineered being coldly stated, This is an order, Master Wutian, please comply. The turtle hermit let out a chilling laugh. What if I refuse to cooperate? A fierce crimson light flickered in the bioengineered being's eyes, and the four of them simultaneously assumed battle stances. Then we shall resort to force. You wish to capture me? You must first prove your capability. The turtle hermit forcefully stomped the ground, his form accelerating in an instant, as his palm coalesced with a familiar blue radiance. Turtle School, Kamehameha. The azure energy wave erupted forth, striking directly at the foremost bioengineered being. Buzz. The bioengineered being astonishingly spread its arms wide, effortlessly blocking the Kamehameha with its metallic palms. The turtle hermit's pupils constricted in disbelief. What? Boom. The bioengineered being's arms swung violently, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that slammed into the turtle hermit. Ugh. The turtle hermit was sent flying, crashing into a nearby pillar and landing on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The bioengineered beings closed in with lightning speed. The target has been identified. Executing capture protocol. The four bioengineered beings struck simultaneously, energy binds ensnaring the turtle hermit's limbs, completely immobilizing him. The turtle hermit roared in fury, "Damn it! Release me! Target captured, returning immediately. What in the world is happening? Master Wu Tian has been taken away." Lan Qi watched helplessly as the turtle hermit was abducted, while Tianjin Han and the others had already gone to the temple for training and were nowhere to be found. What should I do now? Lan Qi dashed back into the house, grabbed the phone, and dialed Bulma's number. "Bulma, something terrible has happened. Master Wu Tian has been kidnapped by a group of strange beings." Bulma paused on the other end of the line, astonished. "What? The turtle hermit has been kidnapped? Who did this?" Lan Qi replied anxiously, "I don't know. It's a group of beings with numerous metallic parts. They said something about confirming a target and forcibly took Master Wu Tian away." Bulma furrowed her brow, her mind racing as she tried to recall, but she could not fathom who these beings were. If Goku were still around, he would surely resolve this matter effortlessly. But alas, he was off training, and no one knew when he would return. Gohan's voice suddenly chimed in. "Mom, what is happening? The turtle hermit has been taken." Upon hearing this, Gohan's pupils contracted as he quickly began to contemplate. Why would that feeble old man be kidnapped? Who was behind this? Where did these beings come from? Perhaps Mr. Piccolo would have a solution. Gohan swiftly took to the skies, heading towards the wilderness where he and Piccolo had previously trained. However, upon arriving at the wilderness, he found no sign of Piccolo. Where could Mr. Piccolo have gone? Suddenly, Gohan recalled what Piccolo had mentioned a few days prior. "I plan to train in the Antarctic. There is a region of unmelting ice, perfect for testing my limits." The Antarctic. Gohan's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light as he shot toward the Antarctic.